Chapter 1. Birth and Adoption by Gu Yue Na. At this moment on Blue Star, a man was indulging in a delectable chicken leg and cola at a local eatery, a ritual he cherished every weekend during his days off. I can only come here alone each day, he remarked with a self-deprecating smile. An orphan, he had spent his childhood in an orphanage, where he felt distant from his peers, often reminded of his lack of parental figures and experience that instilled a profound sense of inferiority within him. After hastily finishing his meal, he made his way home, having relied on part-time jobs to sustain himself. Life had become devoid of hope, and he often wondered who would willingly embrace such an existence. As he waited by the roadside for the traffic light to change, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! Hurry!" He spotted a little girl crossing the street when a car, driven by a drunken driver, came barreling towards her. The girl seemed to hear his cry, turning to look at the oncoming vehicle, paralyzed with fear. Without a second thought, the man dashed forward, embracing the girl and pushing her to safety. In an instant, bang, he was struck by the vehicle, sent flying through the air. A crowd quickly gathered around him. "Call an ambulance!" someone shouted. The girl, who he had just saved, rushed to his side, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried, "Big brother, please don't leave us." At that moment, the man felt a warm trickle of blood from his head, realizing he was nearing death. Am I really dying? At least I saved a life. I hope in my next life, I can be born into a better family, he thought, reaching out to the girl, gesturing for her to stop crying, surprised to find that someone cared for him too. Gradually, he closed his eyes, his breathing coming to a halt. "Hey, young man, wake up," an ancient voice echoed in his mind. The man blinked his eyes open, bewildered, and said, "Am I not dead?" The elder replied, "Of course you're not dead, you're still speaking, aren't you?" Turning his gaze, the man saw an elderly figure before him. "Is that you, the one I saved?" he inquired. The elder chuckled. "Who else could it be? I observed your act of valor from the divine realm, and thus the underworld hesitated to claim you." With a resigned smile, the man said, "Then what significance does it hold for me, O Lord of the gods? I have nothing left to cherish in that world." The elder responded, "Who said you must return to that world? You can choose any place you desire, and I shall transport you there." The man pondered for a moment, recalling the novels he had read by San Shao. "Could you take me to the Douluo Continent?" he asked. The elder confirmed, "I can, but you must consider your choice carefully." "Yes, I am certain of this realm," the man replied fervently. The elder smiled and said, "Little one, you must live well in that world. I have prepared great fortune and luck for you there." Before he could respond, he was swiftly sent away, confident that he would encounter the elder again in the future. Thus, the man's laughter faded into the void. Meanwhile, as dawn broke in the star-dove forest, a sudden clap of thunder sent shivers through the soul beasts dwelling within. A stunningly beautiful maiden, with silver hair and violet eyes, awoke from her slumber, startled by the sound. Emerging from the waters, she spoke in a chilling tone, "Tion." A massive figure appeared, replying, "My lord, I am uncertain about this. The thunder came unexpectedly, though it has caused you to awaken early." "Let's investigate," she commanded. "Yes, my lord." Thus, Gu Yue Na and Tion ventured forth. As the thunderous noise faded, the sound of an infant's cry echoed through the air. Tion surveyed the area and reported, "My lord, there appears to be nothing here except for a child." Gu Yue Na, perplexed, wondered how a child could be present in such a place. Yet, upon seeing the infant, her heart melted. She thought, how could such a cute child exist? At that moment, Gu Yue Na's heart was still that of a teenage girl. However, a bold idea took root in her mind. She wished to adopt this child as her younger brother. Noticing her fixation on the infant, Tion asked, "My lord, what troubles you?" Gu Yue Na, ignoring him, declared, "I have made my decision. I will adopt him as my brother." Tion was taken aback. "But my lord, this child is human. How can that be?" "Enough. Do not speak further from now on. He shall bear my surname and be called Gu Yuan." Having spoken, Gu Yue Na cradled Gu Yuan in her arms and departed. Tion remained, pondering, "I wonder whether my lord's decision to adopt this child will yield good or ill." Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na, the icy beauty perceived by others, now resembled a young girl, enraptured with Gu Yuan, to the extent that onlookers might find it astonishing. Gu Yue Na murmured, "Gu Yuan, where did you come from to be so adorable?" Though Gu Yuan wished to respond, he was but an infant, waiting for the day he could speak. Powerless, Gu Yue Na held him so tightly that he could scarcely breathe. "Sister, if you keep holding me like this, I might suffocate." Yet, Gu Yuan's attempts to cry were thwarted by his own cuteness, prompting Gu Yue Na to place him gently on a bed to prepare for sleep. As night enveloped the small wooden cabin, Gu Yue Na felt the tranquility. She removed her clothing and nestled beside Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan was astonished by the sight. "Sister, Could you not wear sleepwear? Is it truly appropriate to tempt a little child like this? Unable to articulate his thoughts, he could only emit soft whimpers. This instantly melted Gu Yue Na's heart. Yuan, how can you be so adorable? I adore you so much, she exclaimed, tightening her embrace. Gu Yuan felt the warmth of her softness enveloping him. Sister, could you ease up a bit? You're squeezing me too tightly. Realizing Gu Yuan's discomfort, Gu Yue Na loosened her grip slightly. Yuan, I apologize, you are simply too cute for me to resist. Yuan, sleep well if you continue to fuss, beware of me. Listening to her words, Gu Yuan ceased his fussing. Seeing him calm, Gu Yue Na held him close and drifted off to sleep. Yet Gu Yuan found it difficult to slumber, as the fragrance surrounding Gu Yue Na kept him wide awake, leading to a night of restlessness that drove him near madness. In the divine realm of Douluo Continent. Haishun, have you sensed a faint power emanating from Douluo Continent that seems foreign? Shura queried the sea god. The sea god, puzzled, replied, I felt it too, but it was so weak that it vanished almost instantly. Shura contemplated, realizing that while faint, this power could become formidable if it were to grow. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Sea god, could it be that a foreign power has entered Douluo Continent? The sea god pondered Shura's words, but after some thought, he dismissed the notion. It is impossible if there were indeed foreign powers. We in the divine realm would surely have detected them. He then suggested, if there truly are foreign powers infiltrating Douluo Continent, we would have noticed them by now. Furthermore, we can have the people from the Xia realm investigate. Shura considered the sea god's words and conceded that if such an invasion were real, it would be impossible to remain undetected. Very well, let us leave it at that. If that power poses a threat to the divine realm, we shall reassess it then. It would be sufficient if it could bolster our own strength, Shura concluded. After some time, a voice echoed from outside the palace. A woman proclaimed, Shura, get out here. If you don't come, I shall demolish your palace. Upon hearing this, Shura recognized it was his wife, and he knew he needed to act quickly. All right, Haishun, I must take my leave. I shall be in trouble if I stay any longer, he said hurriedly before vanishing from the sea god's sight. The sea god chuckled, recognizing Shura as the epitome of a man under the thumb of his wife. Chapter 2. The unseen side of Gu Yue Na and the woman in the dream. Morning light streamed into a quaint room, where Gu Yue Na lay in a drowsy haze. Ah, dawn is broken, I slept so well, she murmured, clad only in a white nightgown, her beauty accentuated by her azure eyes and silvery hair, akin to a celestial being descended to earth enough to captivate anyone who beheld her. However, Gu Yuan, cradled in Gu Yue Na's embrace, held a different sentiment. After finally succumbing to sleep in her arms past midnight, he remained in slumber while Gu Yue Na observed him, suddenly aware that an unfavorable event was imminent. Ah, is Yuan still asleep? It's nearly noon, Gu Yue Na remarked, gazing at Gu Yuan. Yet, she could not help but stare deeply at him, for he was simply too adorable, rendering her momentarily entranced. Should anyone else witness this scene, they might very well drop their jaws in disbelief, as Gu Yue Na, in the eyes of others, was the exalted silver dragon king. Yet before Gu Yuan, she resembled an innocent maiden untouched by romance. Before long, Gu Yuan awakened, groggily meeting Gu Yue Na's gaze, her attire rather revealing, prompting him to think, Sister, could you refrain from tempting a mere child? Nevertheless, Gu Yue Na, undeterred by his gaze, lifted him and cheerfully inquired, Hey Yuan, do you think your sister is beautiful? However, Gu Yuan chose to ignore her, closing his eyes once more, for he feared that if he continued to look, he would truly be unable to withstand the allure. This was a clear torment for his spirit. Seeing his reaction, Gu Yue Na felt a twinge of displeasure. She gently pinched his cheek, pouting as she said, Hey Yuan, am I not pretty? Why won't you look at me? In response, Gu Yuan, feeling like a mere infant, could only helplessly nod, hoping she would grasp his meaning. Upon noticing his nod, Gu Yue Na felt a flicker of joy in her heart. As it was already noon, Gu Yue Na mused, Yuan, shouldn't you be eating something? I, as a soul beast, can forego meals, but I cannot let you go hungry. Yet, contemplating the situation, she called out with a clear voice, Di Tian, and in an instant, he appeared outside Gu Yue Na's chamber. Di Tian respectfully addressed her, My lord, is there something you require? Gu Yue Na's voice resonated with an icy tone. Di Tian, what does a child as small as Yuan need to eat? In response, my lord, it would be milk, Di Tian replied, pondering if she truly was unaware of this. Gu Yue Na turned to Gu Yuan, commanding, You shall handle this matter. My lord, he stammered. Do you dare disobey my command? Gu Yue Na's voice turned frigid once more. Yes, my lord, Di Tian shivered at her tone. Gu Yuan, observing Di Tian's swift departure, thought to himself. Sister truly lives up to her title as the Silver Dragon King. Her commanding presence is undeniable. Gu Yue Na, regarding Gu Yuan, wondered if he had been frightened. She promptly embraced him, attempting to soothe him. This gesture brought Gu Yuan immense comfort, for he was weary, and with his sister's gentle presence, he seized the moment to drift into slumber. Thus, he quickly succumbed to the realm of dreams. As Gu Yue Na watched him sleep, she mused, Yuan is just too adorable. Gently placing him on the bed, she smiled down at him. Her beauty, combined with her graceful figure, was truly enchanting. Gu Yue Na remained quietly by his side, the room enveloped in tranquility. It was not until Di Tian arrived that she was roused from her reverie. My lord, I have procured the milk, he announced from the doorway. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na instructed, please leave the milk at the door, I shall retrieve it myself. Given her attire, she could not present herself before others, and, as Yuan was still asleep, she preferred not to change lest she disturb him. Di Tian complied, placing the milk at the entrance before departing, informing Gu Yue Na of its source. Once he left, she opened the door to collect the milk bottle resting on the ground, promptly shutting the door behind her. Realizing it was from Bai Ji, Gu Yue Na expressed a hint of disappointment. This means Yuan will have to rely on Bai Ji's milk to grow up. But what can I do? If he lacks nourishment, it would be quite troublesome. Forget it, I shan't dwell on this. I will use my soul power to maintain the milk at room temperature until Yuan awakens, she resolved. Noticing that Yuan still had not stirred, and feeling a bit fatigued herself, she climbed onto the bed, wrapping her arms around him, and fell asleep. In the depths of his slumber, Gu Yuan found himself in a dream where a woman spoke to him. In this dream, he beheld a stunning beauty, adorned with fox ears and 9 tails, who seemed to be tempted to touch his tails. The enchanting woman addressed him, Little one, do you think your sister is beautiful? Gu Yuan, slightly dazed, nodded and replied, Yes, you are very beautiful, but why are you in my dream? The woman approached him, her fragrance nearly intoxicating him. A wave of caution washed over Gu Yuan. Such a dangerous woman, merely gazing at her nearly bewitched me. The woman smiled at the nearly entranced Gu Yuan. Little one, do not be so wary. I possess an innate allure, and those with pure hearts are seldom easily enchanted by me. Yet you so young harbor such desires. Embarrassed by her words, Gu Yuan lowered his gaze, realizing he had been discovered. Yet he felt it was not entirely his fault after all. She was simply too beautiful. He responded, It's not my fault who told the big sister to be so lovely. The woman chuckled, Little one, you have quite the sweet tongue. But enough of teasing, would you like to know why I am in your dream? Curious, Gu Yuan inquired. Why? Do you intend to take advantage of me? Her laughter echoed in response to his question. What are you thinking, little brother? I dreamt of you in a prophecy, for you are destined to be the man in my life. However, whether you become my man depends on your conduct. Gu Yuan was taken aback, surprised that she believed in prophecies. Sister, that is up to you. I have no objections, but whether I wish to be your man is my prerogative. The woman replied, Oh, that may not be entirely in your control. Umu. Before Gu Yuan could react, she leaned in and kissed him, leaving him stunned. His first kiss. After a brief moment, she released him. The woman touched her lips, contemplating, is this what a first kiss feels like? Quite pleasant indeed. She turned to the dazed Gu Yuan and remarked, Do not blame me. Little brother, you brought this upon yourself by being disobedient. Finally regaining his senses, Gu Yuan touched his lips, pondering. They bear a faint, sweet fragrance. He directed his gaze toward the woman and questioned, What do you intend to do? Yet, before he could finish, he felt a tremor in his heart, as if resistance against this enchanting woman was futile. The woman gazed at Gu Yu with a smile and said, Do not struggle, for I have mingled my blood with yours, which constitutes a sort of covenant. Furthermore, I have introduced an element that exerts control over your very soul. Should you dare to resist, you shall experience excruciating pain. Gu Yuan feels a deep sorrow within. Pondering how it could come to this, Gu Yuan said fiercely, Why are you doing this? I have not offended you, so why should I heed your words? The woman, enchanting in her demeanor, replied, You may call me Xiaoyu, or sister, but upon reflection, I believe that would not suffice. You require proper guidance and discipline. Upon hearing the term training from Xiaoyu, Gu Yuan felt a surge of panic. I do not wish for this. Xiaoyu addressed Gu Yuan. Although it is within a dream, the actions I undertake therein will inflict harm upon your body, as I manifest within your essence. Now, what is your name? Speak swiftly. Gu Yuan gazed at the woman, feeling an intense sense of loathing towards her. Gu Yuan declared, My name is Gu Yuan, and I shall never concede defeat. Even if you were to kill me, I would not utter a word. After saying this, Gu Yuan glared fiercely at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, in a cheerful tone, replied. Ah, but that is not for you to decide. With that, she exerted control over Gu Yuan. At that moment, Gu Yuan was engulfed by excruciating pain, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. Oh, have you changed your mind? Xiaoyu chuckled. In the present moment, Gu Yuan finds himself in a position of submission, pleading, "Oh, Fox Fairy Sister, spare me." He calls out, but his words seem to vanish into the ether. Fox Fairy Sister. Once more, I beseech you, Fox Fairy Sister, Fox Fairy Sister, Fox Fairy Sister. At this juncture, Xiaoyu finally relents, allowing him a reprieve. With a sigh of relief, he exclaims, "At last, I am saved. I nearly met my demise." Gasping for breath, he continues to speak. Xiaoyu gazes at Gu Yuan and remarks, "Enough, enough. It is time for you to awaken. Furthermore, do not divulge our matters to anyone else. Farewell, little one." With that, Gu Yuan jolts awake from his slumber. Chapter 3. Awakening of the martial spirit. Gu Yue Na had been cradling Gu Yuan in her sleep. But it seemed that Gu Yuan was startled awake by something. However, as Gu Yuan reflected on the event, it felt almost dreamlike. He decided to let it go and take things as they came. At that moment, Gu Yuan thought to himself, "I truly wish to never encounter this again. What nonsense is this prophecy that claims I am her man and seeks to control me? Why am I so unfortunate?" Gu Yuan turned his head and noticed milk on the table. His stomach grumbled again, yearning to drink it, yet his small stature rendered him unable to do so. Gu Yuan pondered, "It seems that I have no choice but to resort to that technique. Otherwise, I truly may find myself in dire straits." Upon finishing her words, Gu Yuan immediately burst into tears, and Gu Yue Na was also roused from her slumber by the sound of Gu Yuan's weeping. Upon witnessing Gu Yuan in tears, Gu Yue Na, filled with concern, exclaimed, "Do not cry, my dear Yuan. Your sister is here." However, Gu Yuan continued to weep unabated. Noticing Gu Yuan's gaze fixed upon the milk bottle, Gu Yue Na promptly offered it to her, and instantly, Gu Yuan was soothed. Upon witnessing Gu Yuan, Gu Yue Na instantly ceased her commotion, offering a wry smile as she lamented her sister for not realizing sooner that there was no need to harbor any anger towards her. Gu Yue Na, concerned for Yuan, feared that her sister might take offense. Upon witnessing her sister's demeanor, Gu Yuan offered a gentle smile towards Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na observed Yuan air quarrel and couldn't help but smile, her heart brimming with joy. For it was the cuteness of her younger sibling that brought her such delight. This idyllic existence continued for many years, and before they knew it, 6 years had passed. In the vast Star-Doe forest, a silver-haired youth was sprinting with great fervor, closely pursued by a silver-haired girl. The soul beasts, upon witnessing this scene, dared not approach, for the boy was their master. The youth called out in a pitiful tone, "Sister, I was wrong. Please stop chasing me. I won't dare again, Wu. Impudent boy. Have I not treated you well? Just wait until I catch you. Let us see how you escape then." Over these 6 years, Gu Yuan and Gu Yue Na had spent every moment together. However, when Gu Yuan turned 6, he declared, "Sister, I am no longer a child. I wish to venture out into the world, to experience the intricacies of love and hatred." Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na was instantly filled with anger. Seeing his sister's wrath, Gu Yuan dashed out of the house, which explained his desperate flight. "Wu, someone help me." "Oh, is that Sister Bai Ji ahead? How wonderful. Salvation is near." Excitement surged within Gu Yuan as he exclaimed, "Yuan heir, what troubles you? You seem quite flustered." Bai Ji responded with curiosity. "Sister Bai Ji, let me explain. You must help me, or I fear I shall not see the sun rise again, Wu." Thus, Gu Yuan recounted his predicament. "Haha, Yuan heir, how could you think such thoughts at your age? Love and hatred already." Just then, Gu Yue Na arrived, calling out, "Yuan heir, come here quickly." Her face adorned with a warm and gentle smile. Gu Yuan was particularly anxious. "Sister Biji, you must save me, or I will truly perish," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. "Master, please see that Yuan did not act out of malice. Just let him go." For the past 6 years, Gu Yuan had not weaned due to Biji's affection for this little one, and thus she affectionately called her sister. Gu Yue Na observed how fiercely Biji protected him and contemplated how to properly reprimand her upon returning home. "Since you have spoken so, Biji, let us release Yuan." "Really, sister?" Gu Yuan gazed in disbelief. "Of course. Do you wish for something else?" "And no, Gu Yuan replied, feeling hesitant to speak further after hearing Gu Yuna's words. "Yuan, let us depart. Do not cause any more trouble for your sister Biji." "My lord," Biji interjected. "Yuan is already 6 years old. It is indeed time for her to awaken her martial soul. That is true. BG. Please prepare promptly to assist Yuan in awakening her martial soul. Certainly, my lord. Yuan, it is time for you to awaken your martial soul, Gu Yue Na stated with solemnity. Then, sister, if I awaken my martial soul, may I venture out into the human world? Gu Yuan implored with hopeful eyes. Gu Yue Na, however, found herself enchanted by Gu Yuan's actions, perhaps due to her naturally doll-like visage. Nevertheless, Gu Yue Na resolutely declined. Why? Gu Yuan felt particularly aggrieved. Gu Yue Na thought to herself, how could she possibly let such an adorable Yuaner leave her side? I must keep you close, never to part. However, if Gu Yuan were to discover how vastly different his sister was from her original portrayal, not to mention her somewhat obsessive nature, he would likely be driven to madness. At that moment, the master had already prepared for the arrival of Bai Ji, which brought Gu Yue Na back to her senses. Yuaner, come and place your hand upon this orb, Bai Ji said with a gentle smile. All right, Gu Yuan exclaimed with great excitement. At the age of 6, everyone awakens their martial soul, and Gu Yuan was particularly eager to discover what his would be, especially since he had been assured by the divine during his previous incarnation that everything was arranged for him. In the next instant, a surge of energy caused both Gu Yue Na and Bai Ji to shudder slightly. This energy felt unlike anything from the Douluo Continent. A sword materialized in Gu Yuan's hand, igniting his exhilaration. Could this mean he could fly with the sword? Seeing Yuaner so delighted brought a subtle smile to Gu Yue Na and Bai Ji's faces. Come, Yuaner, let us test your soul power. To their astonishment, he possessed innate full soul power. Yuana, are you happy? Gu Yuan beamed at Gu Yue Na, who radiated joy. Absolutely, sister. I shall name this sword the Yuan Yu sword. Good, as long as you are happy, Yuaner, Gu Yue Na said, gently ruffling Gu Yuan's hair. Then, sister, since I have awakened my martial soul, could you see if you can? Gu Yuan implored once more. Gu Yue Na was extremely upset, insisting that I return home immediately. Bai Ji, I will accompany Yuan back home for now. We shall invite her to play another time. However, upon seeing Gu Yuan's pleading gaze for help, Bai Ji chuckled. Your sister is so angry yet still wishes to go out. Do take care, my lord. Alas, with Bai Ji behaving this way, I felt a wave of despair wash over me, prompting me to flee. In the blink of an eye, I was rendered unconscious by Gu Yue Na. Upon awakening, I found myself bound and cradled in Gu Yue Na's embrace. Why has my sister become so twisted? Who can rescue me now? I lamented. And what about that nine-tailed fox, Xiaoyu? What am I to do? Gu Yuan was engulfed in distress. In a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan suddenly sensed a restless surge within his veins, as if the essence of summer had awakened his very blood. Gu Yuan felt as though something was about to emerge from her body, yet alas, nothing manifested. What on earth had this woman done within me? I pondered. Could it be that her blood has bestowed upon me the lineage of the nine-tailed fox? Such a notion seems implausible. I would rather not dwell on it. For now, Gu Yuan could only entertain such thoughts, hoping fervently that she would never cross paths with her again. Her tone suggested she had something of great significance to convey. I can only wish that my fears are unfounded. With that, I shall retire for the night. Having spoken, Gu Yuan promptly fell into slumber. The tranquil night sky was indeed beautiful, though regrettably, no one was present to admire it. Chapter 4. Bibi Dong. Little one, would you care to accompany me? At last, I am on the verge of escaping this forest, Gu Yuan exclaimed with excitement. As for how I managed to flee, it was through administering a sedative to my sister. Thankfully, she remained oblivious, allowing me to sneak away while she slept. Here I come, human world. Before I could finish my thoughts, I noticed a crowd gathering around me, their gazes fixed intently upon Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's attention was immediately captured by a woman clad in a resplendent golden robe, a figure with an androgynous appearance. Zhu Douluo remarked, Your Holiness, how could there be a child in the Soul Beast Forest? Before Gu Yuan stood a woman of unparalleled beauty, the very embodiment of his cherished thoughts, Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong paid no heed to Zhu Douluo, instead gazing vacantly at Gu Yuan. How peculiar it was that Bibi Dong, who should have already ascended to the rank of title Douluo in the original narrative, now appeared in the Stardo Forest. Yet, while Gu Yuan pondered this anomaly, Bibi Dong continued to fixate on him, her thoughts swirling with wonder at the presence of such an adorable child. I must take him to the Hall of the Pope, she resolved. It is worth noting that the previous divine elder had bestowed upon her a charm, prompting such a reaction. As Bibi Dong approached, Zhu Douluo and the nearby ghost Douluo exchanged glances, eager to inquire about the Pope's intentions. Yet, a mere look from Bibi Dong conveyed everything they needed to understand. Standing before Gu Yuan, She effortlessly jolted him from his reverie, her beauty surpassing even the descriptions in the original tale. "Hello, beautiful big sister," he exclaimed. The words of Gu Yuan effortlessly captured the innocent heart of Bibi Dong, who playfully remarked, "Oh my, you are far too adorable." With a gentle smile, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little one, what brings you to such a perilous place? Where are your family?" Gu Yuan found himself ensnared in confusion, unsure of how to respond. "Well, big sister." Bibi Dong's unexpected gesture of affection sent a slight shiver through Gu Yuan. "If you prefer not to share, that's perfectly all right," she reassured him. Meanwhile, the nearby ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were taken aback, questioning whether this was truly the Pope they knew. Big sister, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," Gu Yuan stammered, unable to maintain eye contact with Bibi Dong, fearing he might succumb to her charm. Observing the little one's intent to escape, Bibi Dong stepped directly in front of him, asking, "Would you like to accompany me?" Ancient Fate found himself at a loss in the face of Bibi Dong's sudden inquiry. He thought to himself that he need not fear his sister seeking him out any longer, and besides, Bibi Dong was undeniably beautiful. There was no loss in that regard. However, being merely 6 years old, he still wished to remain undetected. "Is it fun where you are, big sister?" Bibi Dong was amused by Ancient Fate's question, ruffling his hair. She replied with a smile, "Little one, if you accompany me, there will be endless delights awaiting you." "Really? I can go with you, but you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Ancient Fate's eyes widened in innocence. "Of course not, dear child. There is no time to waste. Let us depart at once," Bibi Dong declared as she lifted him into her arms. At that moment, she thought to herself, "Oh dear, how utterly adorable. Now that you are here, you shan't escape my grasp. If you dare to leave, I shall break your legs, and you will remain in bed with me." Should Ancient Fate become aware of such thoughts, it would surely shatter his perception of her character, for she was not what he had imagined. Big sister, could you please not hold me? I can walk on my own." "Little one, if you are coming with me, you must adhere to my wishes," Bibi Dong gently insisted. "All right then," Ancient Fate responded with a reluctant nod. Upon seeing his pitiable expression, Bibi Dong stroked his head and reassured him, "Do not be sad. There will be delicious treats at our destination." She mused to herself, "This is too cute. I cannot allow you to stray even a step from my side." Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuan instantly perked up, perhaps due to the infantile nature of his body. He found himself utterly defenseless against the allure of culinary delights. "What is my sister waiting for? Let us depart at once. I can hardly contain my eagerness." "Very well, let us be on our way," replied Bibi Dong. Charmed by Gu Yuan's adorable demeanor, she cradled him and made her way to the carriage, addressing Zhu Douluo and Gu Yue Na. "Hastened back to the hall of the Pope." "Yes, your holiness," both Zhu and Gu Yue responded in unison. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na, in a state of drowsy confusion, awoke to discover that she was not embracing Yuan, but rather a mere pillow. Panic surged within her as she called out, "Yuan, Yuan." Yet, silence ensued. He must have gone out to play, she concluded. However, as night fell, Gu Yuan had still not returned home, prompting tears to well in Gu Yue Na's eyes. This was the first time he had been absent, leaving her side. "Tian." Gu Yue Na's voice was frigid as she summoned him. "What troubles you, my lord?" Tian queried, perplexed. "Have you seen Yuan?" Gu Yue Na inquired with grave seriousness. "This morning, I saw Gu Yuan near the outskirts of the forest," Tian replied. "Then why has he not returned?" Gu Yue Na's sorrow deepened. "My lord, do not fret. I shall inquire with Xiong Jun and the others," Tian reassured her. A few moments later, Tian returned with troubling news. "It appears that a human woman has taken Gu Yuan, seemingly the Pope of the martial souls. And he went willingly." Before Tian could elaborate, Gu Yue Na erupted in fury. "What? A human woman? Very well, I shall hunt down that temptress and eliminate her." Consumed by rage over Gu Yuan's disappearance, she declared, "Tian, I must venture into the human realm. You shall oversee matters here in my absence." "But, my lord, once you are a titled Douluo, your presence will be detected," Tian cautioned. "Rest assured, I have regained a state near my peak. I can mask the presence of soul beasts. I'm going now." "Tian, you must watch over the soul beasts," Gu Yue Na commanded vehemently. "Yes, my lord." Tian acquiesced, not daring to say more as he watched Gu Yue Na stride out of the soul beast forest. "Yuan, await my return. I shall slay that woman and ensure you are unable to stray even a step from my side." Chapter 5. Thinking she had evaded her sister's grasp, she was taken aback by her elder sister's actions. "Little one, ahead lies the hall of the Pope." "Is this truly the hall of the Pope?" but there is nothing delectable or entertaining here. Gu Yuan lamented, observing his disappointment. Bai Dong felt a pang of guilt and wondered if she had disheartened him once more. She gently patted Gu Yuan's head and said, "Do not despair, little one. There are delights in my chambers." Without waiting for a reply, she resolved to entice him into her room. As Gu Yuan observed Bibi Dong gently stroking his head, he pouted and exclaimed, "Humph, big sister, touching my head won't make me grow taller. And I'm not a little kid. I have a name. I'm Gu Yuan." Bibi Dong found herself charmed by this response. Hey, isn't that a bit unfair?" she teased, for Gu Yuan was now 6 years old, possessing a cherubic face that could only be described as the epitome of youthful innocence. "Now, big sister, do hurry back to your room. I'm on the verge of starving." Gu Yuan lamented. Bibi Dong, noticing the little one's cleverness, felt a sense of delight. It was not that she feared his absence, but rather that she enjoyed his playful wit. She lifted Gu Yuan from the carriage, addressing Juhua Guan and the others. "I have matters to attend to and shall return to my quarters. Please ensure that you tidy up after this journey." The group replied in unison, "Understood." Bibi Dong carried Gu Yuan back to her room. Upon their arrival, Gu Yuan immediately began to explore his surroundings. "Big sister, there's nothing to eat here. You're just teasing me, aren't you?" Bibi Dong, observing his sulky demeanor, felt no anger. Instead, she playfully poked his cheek, discovering its softness and becoming somewhat addicted to the sensation. "Please stop, big sister," Gu Yuan squeaked, retreating to Bibi Dong's bed. "I beg you, don't tease me. You lied about the food, and I should have known better than to come with you." Boo-hoo. Bibi Dong's heart ached at the sight of the little one in tears. It had been ages since she felt such a pang of emotion. She reflected on whether she had gone too far, remembering that he was still just a child. Seated on the bed, Bibi Dong embraced Gu Yuan and soothed him. All right, no more tears. If you keep crying, you won't be cute anymore." "Boo-hoo. Big sister lied about the food and played tricks on me. I want to leave. I don't want to be with you any longer. You're not nice at all," Gu Yuan complained, tears streaming down his face as he clung to her. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's grievances, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of discomfort. Having gone to such lengths to bring him here, she could not bear the thought of him wanting to leave. "If you dare to go, I shall ensure you remain here forever, incapable of moving from this bed," she mused, though she recognized her misstep. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. Looking down at the little one in her arms, she gently remarked, "Little one, I did not deceive you. You began to cry before I even had the chance to explain. This makes it truly difficult for me. If firmness fails, then I shall resort to gentleness. After all, in terms of beauty, I can confidently say that no one in the Douluo Continent would dare claim the title of the first if I were to declare myself the second." Gu Yuan looked up at Bibi Dong and remarked, "How enchanting. Very well, considering how beautiful you are, I shall let it go." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Bibi Dong felt a rush of warmth in her heart, thinking that it seemed the little one had indeed succumbed to her allure. Bibi Dong then said, "All right, dear one. I shall soon fetch you something delicious. If you continue to cry, I might truly feel saddened." Gu Yu felt a profound sense of sorrow upon witnessing Bibi Dong's distress. "Big sister, please do not be sad. I promise I will no longer cry, if that will ease your heart," he implored. Bibi Dong, after recognizing Gu Yu's earnestness, smiled gently and replied, "Little one, if that is your wish, then I shall not be sorrowful. Then, dear sister, please hurry and prepare something to eat. My stomach is already growling," Gu Yu exclaimed. "Very well, stay on the bed and do not wander about. I shall attend to it at once," Bibi Dong advised. "Hurry, big sister. I feel as though I might starve," Gu Yu urged. As Bibi Dong entered the kitchen, a wave of happiness washed over her. It had been a long time since she felt such joy. With this little one by her side, she mused, loneliness would no longer plague her. Once she finished cooking, Bibi Dong's devious nature resurfaced. "It seems I must add a touch of sleeping potion to ensure the little one remains peacefully slumbering tonight," she thought, chuckling softly to herself. "Alas, little one, do not hold it against me. I cannot help it if your adorableness ignites my youthful heart. The mere thought of holding you as I sleep is delightful. I must hurry, lest you grow too hungry." At that moment, Gu Yu sat on the bed, eagerly awaiting Bibi Dong's return with the fragrant dishes. "Big sister, you have finally arrived. I thought I might perish from hunger," he complained. Bibi Dong, noticing Gu Yu's expectant demeanor, cheerfully responded, "Come, little one, and sample my culinary creations." "Wonderful," Gu Yu exclaimed as he tasted the food Bibi Dong had prepared. "Wow, big sister, this is delicious. You must try it too." He eagerly offered a bite to her. Bibi Dong was pleasantly surprised by his gesture, feeling a warmth in her heart that she had not experienced in a long time. Quite delightful. I had no idea I could cook so well, she exclaimed in astonishment. By the way, little one, those are your used chopsticks, Bibi Dong teased. At this, Gu Yue immediately lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Observing his shyness, Bibi Dong thought, even in your bashfulness, you are utterly charming. I could never let you go. What is your name, little one? Bibi Dong inquired. Upon hearing Bibi Dong inquire about his name, Gu Yue helplessly replied, Big sister, I have already told you my name. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Gu Yue, 6 years old, with the martial Soul Yuan Yu sword, and my soul power is innate full. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. The notion of innate full soul power had unexpectedly led her to discover a treasure. Her face lit up with delight. Hey, big sister, I have a name. Please do not refer to me as little one anymore, Gu Yue complained. Noticing Gu Yue's dissatisfaction, Bibi Dong promptly responded, All right, I shall refrain from that. From now on, I shall call you Yuaner. Now, Yuaner, please display your martial soul for me to see. Okay. As Gu Yue showcased his martial soul, Bibi Dong was astounded. The power emanating from him caused the roaming demon energy within her to tremble. It felt as if this force did not belong to the Douluo Continent. Recovering from her shock, Bibi Dong exclaimed, Yuaner, quickly retract your martial soul. It appears you are quite formidable. Upon regaining his martial soul, Gu Yue was taken aback by Bibi Dong's astonishment and remarked, Surely, you must. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body. Big sister, why do I feel utterly devoid of strength, and my head is spinning? Bibi Dong, noticing Gu Yue's dazed state, felt a surge of amusement within her. It seemed the medicine had indeed taken effect. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's enchanting smile, Gu Yue instantly realized that she had indeed employed a seductive ploy. He then addressed her, Elder sister, how could you? Why? Bibi Dong, with a bewitching smile, replied, It's no wonder, for who could resist your charm? You are simply irresistible. Ancient Fate now finds herself engulfed in regret, pondering the truth that the more beautiful a woman is, the less one can trust her. She thought she had managed to escape the clutches of her sister, yet unexpectedly, the elder sister. Before Ancient Fate could finish her sentence, she fainted. Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong swiftly rushed to her side, enveloping her in an embrace. Gazing at the unconscious Ancient Fate, Bibi Dong mused, It seems that tonight will be quite delightful, holding you close as we slumber. Though I cannot partake of you now. In due time, that will be possible. Bibi Dong gently laid Ancient Fate upon the bed, shedding her papal garments to reveal her pristine form before donning a nightgown. She then assisted Ancient Fate into a garment from her childhood, which fit her perfectly. With her heart brimming with affection, Bibi Dong cradled the unconscious Ancient Fate and drifted into slumber. Chapter 6. The Daily Life of Bibi Dong and Ancient Fate. What a glaring brightness. Ancient Fate murmured, realizing it was already morning. Yet, something felt amiss. Her entire body seemed immobilized. She raised her head in a panic, exclaiming, Bibi Dong, what is happening? Why am I in her embrace? Suddenly, she recalled the events of the previous day when she had been drugged and rendered unconscious. However, the fragrance of Bibi Dong's body was intoxicating. Now was not the time to indulge in such thoughts. Bibi Dong, barely stirring, found herself roused, likely due to Ancient Fate's restless movements in her arms. As she opened her eyes to see the adorable figure of Ancient Fate fidgeting, she playfully cautioned, Beware, little one. For if you continue to squirm, I might just devour you. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Gu Yue was instantly struck with fear, rendering her motionless. She thought to herself, Dear elder sister, I am merely 6 years old. How can you bear to torment a child so? Gu Yue looked at Bibi Dong with a gaze full of poignant sorrow. Gu Yue might not realize that the more he behaves this way, the more Bibi Dong desires to devour him. Gazing at Gu Yue's pitiful expression, Bibi Dong pinched his cheek and teased, Hey, little Yuaner. The more you look so delicate and vulnerable, the less likely I am to let you go. You'd better stay obediently by my side. Bibi Dong continued squeezing Gu Yue's face without releasing him, for his cheeks were exceptionally supple, bringing her an inexplicable sense of comfort. Gu Yue, with his face pinched by Dong, risked a plea, Big sister, could you please let me go? Let us get up first, shall we? I feel like I'm being tormented to death. All right, since you've asked, I'll get up and prepare breakfast for you, Dong replied. Rising from her slumber, she chose not to don her usual papal attire but instead wore casual clothing, which accentuated her figure beautifully. Hey, 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 big sister. This is against the rules. Wearing such attire is utterly tempting for a child. But it does look delicious, just like your figure, Gu Yuan remarked, gazing at Bai Bai Dong's departing silhouette. As Bai Bai Dong entered the kitchen, she glanced back at Gu Yuan, whose expression was one of awe, causing her heart to swell with delight. If I don't tempt you, who knows when you might run away? Get up quickly. Wait, why am I wearing Big Sister-esque clothes? Where are my own? Could it be that Big Sister is unable to find a suitor? I'm so young. And I've already been seen by Bai Bai Dong. Gu Yuan lamented in despair from his bed, having prepared breakfast and set it on the table. Bai Bai Dong noticed Gu Yuan had yet to arrive and decided to check on him. Upon entering the room, she found him lying there in despair. Gu Yuan. What's wrong? She inquired anxiously. Big sister, where are my clothes? Did you see me undressed? Gu Yuan whined. Seeing Gu Yuan's tearful face, Bai Bai Dong thought to herself, indeed, my dear Gu Yuan is adorable no matter where he is. I must find a way to soothe him, or else he might ignore me, and that would break my heart. Gently stroking Gu Yuan's head, she comforted him. Darling, it was unavoidable. You were quite mischievous yesterday. I had no choice but to lend you my clothes. What else could I do? Bai Bai Dong's last words carried a teasing undertone. Humph. It's still your fault for making me faint. You only wanted to cuddle with me while I slept. You must buy me new clothes and take me out for delicious food, or else I won't forgive you. Gu Yuan pouted, indignant. Bai Bai Dong chuckled at Gu Yuan's adorable demeanor. All right, my dear Gu Yuan is the best. After we finish breakfast, I'll take you shopping for clothes and treats. So, are you ready to forgive Big Sister? Otherwise, my heart will truly be shattered. Hey. Don't use that tactic on me. It makes it seem like I'm bullying you. And you look so lovely. Don't you feel any guilt? Gu Yuan retorted playfully. Big sister, I was wrong. I've realized my mistakes. I won't cause any more trouble. Please don't be sad. Gu Yuan replied with a resigned smile. Gu Yuan, I adore the way you have no power over me, and it's so endearing. Bai Bai Dong felt a surge of happiness within her. Good. Since you've forgiven Big Sister, let us go eat. With that declaration, Bai Bai Dong scooped Gu Yuan into her arms and exited the room. For some reason, at that moment, Gu Yuan seemed particularly small and adorable. Not even reaching the height of 6 years, which only fueled Bai Bai Dong's playful intentions. Upon reaching the dining table, Gu Yuan was astonished by the sight before him. This breakfast is extravagant beyond belief. Reflecting on my past life, I never experienced such abundance. Sometimes I would skip meals. And even when I was at my sister's, she would often be too lazy to cook for me. I never expected Big Sister to treat me so well. It feels like enduring some torment is worth it, Gu Yuan mused internally. Observing Gu Yuan's joyful expression, Bai Bai Dong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Big sister, let me down. I want to taste it. I can't wait any longer. Gu Yuan exclaimed, saliva nearly escaping his mouth. Bai Bai Dong set Gu Yuan down across from her, watching him relish the breakfast she had prepared, feeling a deep sense of happiness. This is delicious. Regardless of what happens in the future, as long as I can enjoy Big Sister's cooking, I'm content, Gu Yuan resolved silently in his heart. As Gu Yuan savored his meal, he noticed that Bai Bai Dong had yet to partake in her food. He paused, gazing at her with concern. Why aren't you eating? Big sister, did Yu Na do something to make you sad? He inquired, his voice tinged with the threat of tears. Upon seeing Gu Yuan's distress, Bai Bai Dong quickly reassured him. All right, Yu Na, I shall eat now. You have been very well behaved and have not done anything to upset your sister. I will eat right away. With her comforting words, Gu Yuan's spirits were immediately lifted, returning to a state of joy. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuan, his stomach was gradually being claimed by the meals prepared by Bai Bai Dong. No future delicacies could rival the exquisite flavors of her cooking. As Bai Bai Dong savored her breakfast, she mused that although this little fellow was small in stature, he possessed a remarkable capacity for caring, filling her with a profound sense of happiness largely derived from Gu Yuan's attentiveness. Once they finished their breakfast, Bai Bai Dong broached a serious matter with Gu Yuan. Yuan, I wish to accept you as my disciple. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to come and go freely within the papal palace, she stated. Ah, that is acceptable. But I cannot call you teacher forever, can I? Gu Yuan replied, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice. Clearly disheartened by the prospect of no longer addressing her as big sister, gently ruffling Gu Yuan's hair, Bai Bai Dong reassured him, it's all right, Yuan. In private, you may still call me big sister, but in public, you must refer to me as teacher. Upon hearing her response, Gu Yuan's spirits lifted slightly. All right, big sister. Then quickly take me to buy some clothes. If I wear your garments, others will surely mistake me for a girl, he exclaimed with a hint of indignation. Are you still concerned about that? Is there something wrong with being a girl? Bai Dong teased playfully. Indeed, there is. Big sister, please take me to buy something. I can't let my words be unfulfilled, he insisted. Very well, I shall take you shopping. Just let me change my attire first. Otherwise, others may recognize me, she replied. Thus, this morning proved to be more joyful for Gu Yuan than any before, gradually fostering a sense of dependence on Bai Dong within him. What Gu Yuan may not be aware of is that Gu Yue Na is hastening to this location as the fierce battle in the Shura field is about to commence. Chapter 7. Hu Laina, all right, Yuaner, let us depart, Bibi Dong instructed. Very well, big sister, came the cheerful reply. As Bibi Dong and Gu Yuan stepped outside, they encountered a rather enchanting woman. Hu Laina, upon spotting her teacher with a charming child, approached and inquired, Teacher, who is this adorable little one? Bibi Dong, glancing at Hu Laina, replied to Gu Yuan, Yuaner, the lady before you is my first disciple, and she is also your senior sister. Greetings, senior sister, Gu Yuan expressed. His curiosity piqued by Hu Laina's striking allure, which surpassed his initial expectations. Hello, junior brother. At last, I have a little junior brother, and he is so delightful. In the future, I can use him for. Hu Laina's mischievous smile sent a shiver down Gu Yuan's spine, as he sensed her ulterior motives regarding his potential involvement in soul training. At that moment, Yu Guan approached Bibi Dong, addressing her with utmost respect, Your Holiness. There are urgent matters within the Holy Palace that require your attention. Bibi Dong gently caressed Gu Yuan's head and said, Yuaner, for now, allow your senior sister to escort you. I shall take you with me the next time. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong, aware that there were indeed pressing matters at hand. Master, you must take me with you next time. Very well, Yu Guan, let us depart. Bibi Dong entrusted Gu Yuan to Hu Laina and proceeded towards the papal palace with Yu Guan. Hey, junior brother, don't just stand there. The teacher has already left. Come, sister will take you out to have some fun, Hu Laina said to Gu Yuan. As Gu Yuan glanced back at Hu Laina, he mused, could it be? How is it that Hu Laina exudes such an enchanting allure, radiating an intoxicating fragrance akin to our teacher? Sister, will you accompany me to purchase some clothes? I have nothing to wear. How could I possibly refuse such a charming junior? Hu Laina replied sweetly. Then let us go, sister. I might go mad wearing the teacher's attire, Gu Yuan lamented. Without further ado, Hu Laina took Gu Yuan's small hand, leading him out of the Pope's Hall. Upon reaching the bustling street, they arrived at a clothing store. What do you think of this shop, dear junior? However, Gu Yuan was taken aback upon realizing that it was a women's clothing store. Wait, sister, this is a women's shop. I'm not foolish. Don't be so disheartened, junior. With your adorable looks, a little embellishment might lead others to mistake you for a girl. Besides, our teacher might just be delighted by it, Hu Laina said, wearing a playful smile. Upon witnessing the peculiar behavior of Hu Laina, Gu Yuan pondered, what a bizarre sense of humor this is. No way. If you're teasing me, senior sister, I shall ignore you, Gu Yuan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Observing Gu Yuan's reaction, Hu Laina thought to herself that her junior brother was rather endearing. Perhaps she should relent. Very well, senior sister will cease the jesting, she declared, leading Gu Yuan to a men's clothing store. As Gu Yuan gazed upon the garments in the store, he mused that these were indeed proper clothes. While he was admiring the attire, a sales assistant clad in the store's apparel approached him. Might I assist you with these few pieces? She inquired kindly. Yes, I shall take them all, Gu Yuan replied. After all, it is not my expense. My senior sister will cover it. Hu Laina, observing Gu Yuan, felt a surge of frustration. You inconsiderate junior, it's not your money. I'm barely managing to save some, and you'll leave your senior sister impoverished. As the sales assistant returned with the clothes, she addressed Gu Yuan, young lad. You may try on this outfit in the fitting room. All right, Gu Yuan responded. Hu Laina settled in her seat, eagerly awaiting his emergence. The moment Gu Yuan stepped out, Hu Laina was utterly enchanted. He had been adorable before, but in the new attire, he appeared even more endearing. Without hesitation, Hu Laina enveloped Gu Yuan in an embrace, playfully pinching his soft cheeks. In Gu Yuan's heart, a thought emerged. Why do you, like the elder sister, delight in pinching faces so? It is driving me to the brink of madness. Thus, Hu Laina hurriedly settled the payment and escorted Gu Yuan back to the papal palace. However, this scene did not go unnoticed. It was witnessed by none other than Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, feeling an overwhelming desire to rush forward and whisk him away from the embrace of an unknown woman. Yet, in the Soul Master City, one must remain discreet. Upon returning to the Pope's palace with Gu Yuan in tow, Gu Yue Na noted that his face had flushed a vivid red, a result of her playful pinching along the way. However, being so young, Gu Yuan had no means of resistance. Humph, you've made my face all red. Wicked senior sister, I shall file a complaint, he lamented. Yet, to Gu Yue Na, this was simply too adorable. How could my junior brother be so charming? No wonder Master chose you as a disciple. I would love to hold him while he sleeps. It must be so comforting. However, if Master were to discover this, I would surely be reprimanded, she mused to herself. Just this once should be fine. Nothing too serious will happen. Master is likely occupied until morning, she decided, and thus, Gu Yue Na carried Gu Yuan into her bedroom. Upon encountering the scent that was unmistakably Gu Yue Na's, Gu Yuan's first thought was that he had been led into her chamber for some undisclosed purpose. Panic surged through him, compelling him to escape. Struggling free from Gu Yue Na's embrace, he made a hasty attempt to flee. Yet, at merely 6 years of age, he was no match for her swiftness and was promptly captured once more. Senior sister, please let me go, Gu Yuan pleaded in desperation. Not a chance, little junior brother. You must spend the night with me, Gu Yue Na insisted, rendering him unconscious with her overwhelming presence. At such a tender age, he stood no chance against her. Cradling the unconscious Gu Yuan, Gu Yue Na placed him gently upon the bed and changed into her nightwear before drifting off to sleep beside him. As she slumbered, her fox ears and tail peeked out, lending her an alluring charm. Thus, Gu Yuan found himself nestled in her embrace, lost in a haze of dreams. Chapter 8. The little one must attend class in the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong had just concluded her tasks. Finally done. I wonder how Yuan is faring with Yue Na, she mused, stretching her limbs. Having completed her duties, she decided to check on Yuan. Perhaps he was hungry, and she could prepare a delightful dinner for him. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Bibi Dong. Where is Yuan now? She inquired of Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan replied, Your Holiness. He should be in the Saintess's chamber. Very well, I understand. You may leave, Bibi Dong commanded. As you wish, Your Holiness. Yuan subtly faded from sight. Bibi Dong stood there, pondering how Yuan could be in Yue Na's room. Shaking off her thoughts, she resolved to check on him. Without delay, she swiftly made her way to Yue Na's door. Upon pushing the door open, Bibi Dong was taken aback. There lay Yue Na, soundly asleep, cradling her Yuan in her arms, both entwined in a blissful slumber. Rather than disturb them, she chose to sit quietly by, observing the scene. However, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air, rousing Gu Yuan from his drowsiness. As he awoke to find Yue Na holding him close, he turned to see Bibi Dong gazing at him with a warm smile, one that seemed to imply that he was in a precarious situation. The panic of Gu Yuan roused Yue Na from her slumber. Drowsily, Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan and murmured, Junior brother, stop fooling around and let me sleep a little longer. However, upon hearing Bibi Dong's name, Yue Na instantly became alert. What brings you here, master? She asked, filled with trepidation at the thought of Bibi Dong's potential punishment. Observing Yue Na's fearful expression, Gu Yuan could not help but convey a silent plea to Bibi Dong with his gaze, suggesting that she should not blame her senior sister. After all, he had only sought her embrace for comfort. Bibi Dong, recognizing Gu Yuan's intentions, relented, stating, For the sake of your junior brother, I shall spare you this time, Yue Na. Yue Na felt a wave of gratitude towards Gu Yuan, realizing that without him, she might have faced severe repercussions from Bibi Dong. Come now, Yuan. Do not disturb your senior sister any longer. Let me escort you back, Bibi Dong said with a hint of exasperation. Then, senior sister, I shall take my leave for now. I will visit you again tomorrow, Gu Yuan replied, as Bibi Dong gently took his small hand, leading him out of Yue Na's chamber, leaving her in a daze. Once Bibi Dong and Gu Yuan departed, Yue Na regained her composure. I cannot believe Master chose to spare me due to my junior brother. Perhaps she, like me, has decided to dismiss these thoughts and simply return to sleep, she mused, inhaling the lingering scent of Gu Yuan before drifting back into slumber. Meanwhile, on the way back, Bibi Dong turned to Gu Yuan and remarked, Next time, there is no need for you to sleep alongside your senior sister. Why not? Gu Yuan inquired, puzzled. Bibi Dong thought to herself, If I tell you that such closeness makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, would you understand? Regardless, she firmly stated, it is simply not permissible. If this happens again, I shall cease cooking for you. Ah, I understand now. Is that really unacceptable? Gu Yuan replied, slightly indignant. Very well, let us return and enjoy a comfortable sleep, Bibi Dong said, leading Gu Yuan to her quarters. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuan, several months had elapsed at the Spirit Hall. During this time, he demonstrated remarkable talent that left the members of the Spirit Hall in awe. At the tender age of 6, his spirit power had already reached level 25, and his martial spirit was comparable to that of a divine level. Bibi Dong found herself increasingly fond of this little one, not only due to his exceptional talent, but also because of his charming demeanor. It became increasingly difficult for her to resolve to send Gu Yuan to the Spirit Academy for classes. Teacher, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Gu Yuan asked, perplexed. Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, it is time for you to attend classes at the Spirit Academy. Classes? Indeed. I suppose it is time. If I delay further, I might become dependent, Gu Yuan acknowledged, realizing the necessity of his studies. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, you will register. Elder Ju will arrange everything for you, and then you will accompany your senior sister to the academy, Bibi Dong instructed. And here, take this orb. You must swallow it now. Why, teacher? Gu Yuan asked, bewildered. Just do as I say. There is no harm in it, Bibi Dong calmly insisted. Oh, very well. I will swallow it now, Gu Yuan replied, still uncertain of the reasoning behind it. Bibi Dong watched with a subtle smile as Gu Yuan consumed the orb, feeling as though her scheme had succeeded. Now, let us hurry along, she urged. Yes, teacher. I shall take my leave, Gu Yuan said before departing. As Bibi Dong watched Gu Yuan's retreating figure, she thought to herself, Dear Yuan, do not hold it against your elder sister. I only wish to protect you from potential harm. Gu Yue Na had been waiting outside for some time. Junior brother, let us go. We shall attend school together from now on, she said with a smile. Understood, senior sister, but please refrain from using your martial spirit to daze me again. I truly do not wish to experience that sensation once more, Gu Yuan replied, feeling a twinge of defiance, recalling how she often rendered him unconscious and held him close during slumber. Oh, dear junior brother, no need to worry. A few more experiences like that would be just fine, Gu Yue Na teased. Senior sister, please stop, Gu Yuan said, feeling slightly embarrassed, as he had never once been able to retaliate against her playful antics. Noticing his discomfort, Gu Yue Na ceased her teasing and quickly took Gu Yuan's hand, leading him towards the Spirit Academy. Chapter 9. What to do when meeting an older sister. Is this the academy established by the Spirit Hall? It is quite different from what I imagined, Gu Yuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as it was his first visit. Gu Yue Na, observing her junior brother's wide-eyed wonder, chuckled and said, Come along, junior brother, I will show you your classroom. She led him to a place known as the Genius Class, where indeed, all the prodigies of the academy gathered. Due to her extraordinary talent, Gu Yuan was exceptionally sent here to study. Junior brother, this is the class where we will be attending, Gu Yue Na began, but was interrupted by a voice. Hey, Nana, who is that next to you? Inquired a man with striking red hair. Hey, Yan, I told you not to call me that. We are not yet familiar enough for you to address me as Nana, Gu Yue Na retorted with irritation towards Yan. All right, sister, stop causing a fuss and introduce us, interjected the nearby Xiaoyu. Gu Yue Na turned to Gu Yuan and said, Yuaner, these two are Yan and my elder brother. And brother, this is my junior brother Gu Yuan, who is also a disciple of our teacher. Upon witnessing Yan's envious gaze, Gu Yuan realized that Yan could not help but feel this way due to my undeniable charm. I remember there was another person who shared the same surname as you, Gu. Ah, could it be that it is my elder sister? There are no others with the surname Gu in the Douluo Continent. Now, Gu Yuan is in a state of panic. If it truly is my sister, it would be disastrous. She has arrived. Yuaner, allow me to introduce her. Her name is Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na, upon seeing Gu Yue Na, felt a surge of jealousy, for she is even more beautiful than I. Gu Yue Na instantly caught sight of Gu Yuan, and a chilling aura momentarily flickered in her eyes, though it was swiftly suppressed. Gu Yue Na smiled at Gu Yuan and said, Hello, Gu Yuan. Oh no, I should address you as little brother. Gu Yuan was taken aback by the sight of Gu Yue Na's smile. It was over. How could her sister be here? Since Gu Yue Na arrived in Wuhan City, she has been inquiring everywhere until she quietly overheard others mention that the Pope had found a small child with exceptional talent. Thus, Gu Yue Na made her way to Wuhan Academy, firmly believing that Gu Yuan would undoubtedly come here, and she was right. Sister. This scene startled Gu Yue Na and the others. They never expected that Gu Yue Na, usually so aloof, was actually Gu Yuan's sister. Can you please allow me to explain? Gu Yue Na implored. Gu Yuan is particularly frightened right now. Observing Gu Yuan's fear, Gu Yue Na shielded him behind her. Gu Yue Na, you mustn't treat your junior brother this way. Can't you see how terrified your brother is? Gu Yue Na observed Gu Yue Na's actions with evident irritation, remarking, "What business is it of yours when I speak to my beloved Yuan?" As Gu Yuan observed the two women exchanging glances, he felt compelled to intervene. However, a frigid gaze from Gu Yuan signaled him to refrain. At that moment, the bell for class rang. Sighing in relief, Gu Yuan barely had time to catch his breath before Gu Yuan approached him, saying, "Yuaner, I believe it is imperative for you to explain to me what transpired once the class concludes." With that, she swiftly returned to her seat. "Come, Yuaner, sit beside me. The teacher is about to arrive." Gu Yuan dutifully took his place next to Gu Yue Na as the class commenced. At the podium stood a middle-aged gentleman, introducing himself as Long Yu, a soul saint of the 78th rank, and your teacher from here on out. "Pay close attention," he instructed, to which the class responded in unison, "Yes." Meanwhile, within the papal hall, Bibi Dong was attending to her affairs. Yu Guan approached her, stating, "Your Holiness, this Gu Yuan is Gu Yuan's sister, and her talent is as formidable as his." "Oh, Yuan's sister? I had not heard him mention her. He often refers to me as sister, yet he has never spoken of her. It seems necessary to have a conversation with him upon his return," Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of intrigue. "Very well, Yu Guan, please take my lunch to Gu Yuan." "Certainly, Your Holiness." Back in the classroom, the bell had rung for lunch. "Yuaner, let us go have lunch together," Gu Yue Na exclaimed, pulling Gu Yuan along to the cafeteria, entirely indifferent to Gu Yuan's presence. Gu Yue Na sat there, observing Gu Yue Na leading Gu Yuan away, and thought to herself, "Very well, once I bring you home, I shall ensure to break your legs, so that you never dare to wander recklessly again. I do not wish to eat this. It appears rather unpalatable. I still long for the meals prepared by my elder sister," Gu Yuan lamented from a distant corner. Upon noticing Gu Yuan's aversion to the food, Gu Yue Na felt helpless and began to eat alone. At that moment, Yu Guan approached Gu Yuan, saying, "Your Holiness, I was concerned you might not find suitable sustenance within the academy, so I prepared lunch for you to bring along." "Thank you, Elder Ju," Gu Yuan replied gratefully. "It is nothing. I shall take my leave now." After Yu Guan departed, Gu Yuan opened the lunchbox and began to eat, relishing the fact that his elder sister truly understood his tastes. Before long, he finished the meal prepared by Bibi Dong. Gu Yue Na watched with envy as Gu Yuan enjoyed the food made by their teacher, lamenting that she had never had the pleasure of such meals herself. Once Gu Yuan finished, he returned to the classroom alongside Gu Yue Na, seemingly to arrange for accommodations. "Gu Yuan, the Pope has arranged a rather comfortable dormitory for you." Fearing you might not sleep well, Long Yu remarked. "All right, I understand. Thank you, teacher." Just then, Gu Yue Na interjected, "Teacher, may I share a dormitory with Gu Yuan? I am his sister." "That requires Gu Yuan's consent," the teacher replied. "No worries, Yuaner. You will surely agree, right?" Gu Yuan offered a kind smile, though there was an underlying threat in his expression. "Of course, teacher. How could I possibly dare to refuse? If I did, why would I fear you?" Gu Yuan shot a glance at Gu Yue Na, who, undeterred, took Gu Yuan by the hand and led him toward the dormitory. Gu Yue Na, watching from the side, was infuriated, thinking, "How can Yuano have such a sister? I wanted to share a bed with him. How vexing." Chapter 10. "Call me elder sister." Gu Yue Na swiftly closed the door behind her as she brought Gu Yuan into the dormitory. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan and said, "Speak. Where have you been all this time? Please, do explain it to me, Yuaner." Gu Yuan, filled with trepidation at the thought of her sister's outburst, spoke with a sense of injustice, saying, "Sister, if I tell you, please do not be angry." Gu Yue Na smiled warmly at Gu Yuan and said, "How could I possibly be angry? After all, I am your elder sister, dear Yuan." Gu Yuan was reluctant to speak, yet the weight of silence threatened his very existence. Thus, he divulged certain matters, though he remained silent on others, for the fear that revealing them might rob him of the chance to see the dawn of another day. Gu Yue Na now appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart seethed with anger as she saw her Yuan being cradled in another's arms, seemingly reveling in the comfort. In a fit of frustration, she unexpectedly produced a washboard and placed it before Gu Yuan. Gu Yu looked at her sister and understood that the end was near. "Kneel," Gu Yue Na said, slightly irritated. Sister Gu Yuan did not wish to kneel, for it seemed unjust to her that such a thing should occur before marriage. "Enough of your nonsense. When I command you to kneel, you shall kneel," Gu Yue Na instructed Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan knelt down, fully aware that if he did not submit, death was imminent. Furthermore, his sister was genuinely furious for the first time, her anger reaching unprecedented heights. Gu Yue Na sat on the bed, gently lifting Gu Yuan's chin with her hand. Looking into Gu Yuan's adorable yet mischievous eyes, Gu Yue Na playfully inquired, "My dear Yuan, what do you think I should do? Should I break your legs or shatter every bone in your body?" Gu Yuan gazed at her sister, who was on the verge of succumbing to darkness, feeling utterly helpless. In a state of inner turmoil, she uttered, "Sister, you may call me sister dear, but I never instructed you to address me as such." Gu Yue Na looked at Gu Yuan and replied, "Sister dear? Did you not hear me? Speak louder, sister dear. Sister dear. Sister dear." Gu Yuan proclaimed loudly 3 times before Gu Yue Na reluctantly released him, still lingering in the moment. However, this was merely the beginning. He would not be so naive as to believe that his sister would let him off so easily. What I previously mentioned about awakening a different side of her has truly become a pit of my own making. Once I become stronger than you, you shall find yourself pleading for mercy on the bed. Gu Yue Na had long discerned Gu Yuan's subtle intentions. She then addressed Yuan, saying, "My dear Yuan, do not pursue those futile strategies. Your sister's strength surpasses your imagination, and throughout your life, you shall remain under my influence." Gu Yuan felt a profound sense of fear. How could his sister conceive such thoughts? Had she perhaps done something to him? Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, who was kneeling while scrubbing the washboard, his fearful demeanor bringing her a sense of delight. "Little one, do not even entertain the thought of defeating your elder sister. That is simply impossible. After all, how could she be your sister otherwise? Sister, may I stand? I admit my mistake. Isn't that enough?" Gu Yuan pleaded for mercy. "Oh, Yuan, what are you pondering? And refrain from calling me sister. From now on, address me as elder sister with due respect." Gu Yue Na teased him playfully. In truth, while Gu Yue Na felt a twinge of sympathy for Gu Yuan's suffering, her irritation only intensified at the thought of it. "Elder sister, I understand. I truly do. But it is nearly evening. Surely you cannot expect me to kneel indefinitely." Gu Yuan implored, hoping for her clemency. "Very well, Yuan, I shall no longer harbor anger. However, should such behavior continue, you may find kneeling on the washboard to be a mere trifle," Gu Yue Na whispered into his ear. Gu Yue Na could never comprehend why her beautiful sister wished for someone to share her bed, while she herself was reluctant to do so. It seemed essential to take the time to enlighten him about her sister's exquisite beauty. Gu Yuan pondered internally. How has my sister reverted to her original self? It seems I should refrain from provoking her in the future. If she truly succumbs to darkness, I fear the day of my own downfall is imminent. All right, Yuan. Rise now. Do not remain kneeling. From now on, you must obediently heed your sister's words, Gu Yue Na gently remarked as she caressed Gu Yuan's head. At present, Gu Yuan is without Gu Yue Na, allowing her to simply caress his head. Gu Yuan stood up, perpetually bewildered. Now, even if he managed to comprehend it himself, he found it utterly infuriating that others were so astoundingly skilled. "Oh well, Yuan, your sister is no longer upset. There's no need to address me as sister lady." Gu Yue Na reassured Gu Yuan, fearing she might have frightened him. "All right, sister, you'll take the upper bunk while I will occupy the lower one. The beds are perfectly sized, haha." Gu Yuan thought to himself, finally relishing the prospect of sleeping alone, free from the embraces of others. Since his birth, he had always been cradled by Bibi Dong, Hu Liena, and Gu Yue Na, never having the opportunity to sleep independently. This time, it was essential for his sister to take the upper bunk. Gu Yue Na immediately felt displeased upon hearing this. Could it be that her sister is not good enough? However, this matter is beyond your control. Had it not been for your youth, you would have been dealt with long ago. Gu Yuan gazed at his sister, mistakenly believing she had acquiesced. As he attempted to ascend the bed, he was promptly rendered unconscious by her strike. It appears that what was inevitable could not be evaded. In her embrace, Gu Yue Na smiled mischievously at the unconscious Gu Yuan, saying, "Yuan, this is no longer up to you. It has been far too long since I held you while sleeping." With that, she gently laid Gu Yuan on the bed, locked the door, and snuggled tightly against him, as if fearing he might escape again. Before long, she drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the papal hall, Bibi Dong sat in contemplation, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. In her chamber, she suddenly dropped her cup, her heart racing with unease. Ah, Yuan had swallowed the pearl I gave him. Let me sense with my eternal rascal divine power. To her surprise, she felt Gu Yuan being held by someone. Confusion clouded Bibi Dong's mind. This sensation does not belong to Nana. Who could be holding Yuan? Unbeknownst to Gu Yuan, the pearl Bibi Dong had given him was forged from her rascal divine power, allowing her to monitor him discreetly. Now, Her anger surged. Who dares to be so bold as to embrace my Yuana while he sleeps? Clearly, sending him to school was a mistake. He should have remained by my side for his studies. Yu Guan, come here at once. Yu Guan, sensing Bibi Dong's agitation, rushed over and inquired, Your Holiness, what troubles you? Bibi Dong's voice turned stern. Tell me, who is Yuana closest to at school? Yu Guan, taken aback by Bibi Dong's fury, replied, It seems that Yuana has an older sister, whose talent is formidable. I heard from his mentor that Gu Yue Na and Gu Yuan share a dormitory. What? Yu Guan. I command you to keep a close watch on Yuana during this time. Do not allow him to get any closer to his sister, Bibi Dong declared, her composure seemingly fraying. But Your Holiness, what if Yuana refuses to listen? Yu Guan hesitated, concerned about Gu Yuan's potential defiance. Oh, so Yuana dares to disobey? Then you shall simply bind him and bring him back. Bibi Dong's interest piqued at the idea of his defiance. Understood, Your Holiness. I shall monitor Gu Yuan immediately. With that, Yu Guan departed for the academy. Once he was gone, Bibi Dong released her pent-up fury. Her chilling demeanor revealed the depths of her ire. No one may touch my Yuana, not even his own sister. Speaking of his sister, it struck her that she had never heard Yuana mention her. When he returns, I shall inquire about this sister of his. How sweetly he calls her big sister every day. Bibi Dong mused with a playful smile. Back with Gu Yuan, he had just begun to awaken. The moment Gu Yuan awoke and opened his eyes, he was taken aback. Gu Yuna's slender thighs were nestled between Gu Yuan's legs, and at that moment, she was peacefully asleep in his embrace. Her gentle breaths resembled a soft breeze, delicately caressing Gu Yuan's face, which instantly flushed a deep crimson. Oh no, this is unbearable. How could my sister be so audacious? For the first time, I truly perceive her beauty. Her silvery hair and porcelain skin evoke an overwhelming sense of admiration. I find myself increasingly drawn to her form. Gu Yuan dared not speak aloud, only whispering his thoughts in silence. He gazed up at Gu Yuna's enchanting visage, noting that she remained in slumber. And with a tender heart, he leaned in to place a gentle kiss upon her cheek. In his heart, Gu Yuan muttered to himself, I swear I am not at all tempted by my sister's figure. However, just as Gu Yuan prepared to retract his head, Gu Yue Na suddenly awakened, causing Gu Yuan to instantly lower his head in embarrassment. His cheeks flushed. Gu Yue Na awoke and gazed at Gu Yuan, who had his head bowed. As she caressed her cheek, which had been kissed by him, a particularly mischievous idea sprouted in her mind. Gu Yue Na gently blew a breath near Gu Yuan's ear and inquired, How do you find it, dear sister? Am I not particularly enticing, making you wish to devour me at once? In truth, Gu Yue Na had awakened the moment Gu Yuan fixed her gaze upon her. She was merely biding her time, confident that her beauty would ensnare her sister. Sister, you are well aware that my ears are exceedingly sensitive, and yet you dare to utter such words. This is unbearable. The previous sister would never have behaved this way. Gu Yuan pondered, feeling powerless against her sister's allure. Ultimately, she succumbed, collapsing into Gu Yue Na's embrace, devoid of strength. Sister, I implore you, spare me, Gu Yuan begged, tears brimming in her eyes. Gu Yue Na gazed at the pleading Yuan Yuan in her embrace, unable to suppress a smile. She leaned closer to Yuan Yuan's ear and whispered, I never anticipated that your pleading would drive me to madness, dear sister. However, it is futile to think that you can persuade me to let you go. Upon hearing her sister's words, Gu Yuan pleaded, Sister, I implore you. Do not torment me any longer. I can no longer withstand your temptations. How can you bear to see your brother in such distress? Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan with a smile and said, Yuan, do not forget that you have just kissed me. You must take responsibility for your actions, otherwise I shall never let you off the hook. I would never agree to that, Gu Yuan retorted stubbornly to his sister. Gu Yue Na gazed at the resolute Yuana with a sense of satisfaction and remarked, However, if Yuana refuses, then I assure you, dear sister, I shall not let you off so easily. Why is it that the love I yearn to experience is not like this? Why is there no opportunity for resistance when it comes to my sister? Gu Yuan pondered within her heart. Yuana, have you made your decision? My patience, dear sister, is not boundless. Gu Yue Na's words were a clear and unmistakable threat. Ancient ties compel me to concede. Is it not sufficient that I have acquiesced? I have given my word, yearning only for my sister to grant me reprieve. Gu Yue Na originally intended to release him if Gu Yuan did not agree. However, to her surprise, Gu Yuan ultimately consented, filling Gu Yue Na's heart with immense joy. Therefore, she could not let him go just yet. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, who lay weakly in her arms, and said, Yuan, my dear, you must remember your promise to your sister. She shall not let me go easily. Upon hearing that Gu Yue Na had changed her mind about leaving, Gu Yuan became incensed. Sister, how could you go back on your word? I protest, and I am not satisfied. Gu Yue Na replied nonchalantly, protests are futile. Even if you are dissatisfied, you cannot best me. Ah, what kind of sister is this? I'm going to die. Gu Yuan lamented. After several hours, Gu Yuan could finally lift her hand slightly, and Gu Yue Na, still feeling unsatisfied, released her. Yuan, I find this quite enjoyable. I truly feel like doing this every day, Gu Yue Na said with a cheerful smile. In the embrace of Gu Yue Na, Gu Yuan found himself gasping for breath, tormented by the relentless demands. I still wish for it once a day. Yet I feel as though death is but a breath away. Sister, do hasten to get out of bed and attend your lessons. Gu Yue Na remarked. Are we not attending class? Have you forgotten, Yuan? Today is the weekend. All right. Sister Yuan is no longer jesting with you. But do not forget your promise to me. I shall rise from my bed to prepare breakfast for you. Gu Yue Na reluctantly took Gu Yuan from her embrace and gently placed him upon the bed. Gu Yuan is still unable to move. Utterly exhausted and devoid of any strength, Gu Yue Na changed her clothes in front of Gu Yuan. Sister, how could you change your clothes in front of me? Gu Yuan said, her face flushed. Gu Yue Na chuckled and said, Yuan, you have already promised your sister, and what of it if it is in front of you? After all, we have seen it before in our childhood. Very well, I concede. Hurry along to the kitchen and prepare the meal. Gu Yuan simply wished for Gu Yue Na to leave quickly so that he could enjoy a moment of peace. Gu Yue Na gently stroked Gu Yuan's head and said, All right, I understand. I shall go prepare the meal now. After Gu Yue Na departed, Gu Yuan muttered to herself, when will I reach the pinnacle? When will I be able to surpass my sister? I have resolved to strive diligently to outshine her. Gu Yue Na heard Gu Yuan's words while preparing the meal, thinking to herself that no matter what he tried, he could never defeat her. During their childhood, she had planted something draconic within Gu Yuan's heart. Whenever he attempted to strike her, his strength would diminish by half. Thus, no matter how hard he struggled, Gu Yue Na would always overpower him. And so, this stormy morning passed by. Chapter 12. When two women argue, there's no room for interference. Yuan, come eat. I've already prepared the meal, Gu Yue Na called out. By now, Gu Yuan had already recovered from the torment inflicted by Gu Yue Na. Gu Yuan gazed upon his frail physique, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment for his sister. Oh, sister, how disheartened you must be. It seems I must strive diligently. Otherwise, I shall truly be reduced to a life of dependency. Gu Yuan got out of bed to brush his teeth and freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he gazed into the mirror with a touch of vanity, thinking to himself, indeed, I am still quite adorable. Just then, Gu Yue Na unexpectedly embraced Gu Yuan from behind and remarked, Oh, when did our dear Yuan begin to indulge in self-love? Gu Yuan regarded Gu Yue Na as an elder sister, and thus conceived a plan. He leapt up and gently tapped her forehead, intending to exact revenge. However, to his astonishment, Gu Yue Na appeared to revel in the gesture, which instantly infuriated him. For his little hand had merely provided her with a delightful massage. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan's mischievous demeanor, pinching her soft cheeks as she said, Now, tell me, who encouraged you to start teasing your sister? And when did you begin to learn the art of adorning yourself before the mirror? Gu Yuan cast a helpless glance at Gu Yue Na and remarked, Sister, how can you justify pinching my face? Moreover, I merely indulged in a moment of self-admiration after a bath, and you call that dressing up? What more can I possibly say? Gu Yue Na chuckled in response. Ancient origins compel one to hastily seek a topic of conversation, otherwise, the situation may become dire. Could it be that during the time of Bibi Dong, I was incessantly urged to bathe, eventually leading to the formation of this habit? Gu Yuan looked at the breakfast and said, Sister, hurry and eat, or it will get cold. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan and chose not to speak. Very well, I shall let you off this time. What I have sown within your heart is no ordinary thing. In due time, Yuan, you shall undoubtedly heed my words. If Gu Yuan were to discover this, am I not suffering enough? Bai Dong made me swallow a pearl, and now my sister has planted something in my heart. Is it easy for me? Woe is me. Alas, Gu Yuan would remain oblivious to the essence that Gu Yue Na had embedded within him until he reached adulthood. Gu Yuan gazed at the substantial breakfast spread before him and turned to his sister, exclaiming, Sister, who could possibly finish such a vast amount of food? All right. Let us enjoy our meal. Do not be overly modest in the face of abundance. Gu Yue Na gently tapped Gu Yuan's little head. Gu Yuan, having partaken in the breakfast prepared by Gu Yue Na, lamented, Indeed, it is still not as good as when the elder sister is here. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na immediately sensed something amiss and promptly inquired of Gu Yuan, "What did you just say, Your Honor?" Alas, she realized she had slipped up and could only attempt to gloss over it. Yet, the truth remained that nothing could compare to the delectable dishes prepared by her elder sister. Gu Yuan chuckled innocently, "That sister, I mean, with such a large bun. Do you think you can finish it?" Gu Yue Na observed Gu Yuan's nonchalant demeanor and decided not to pursue the matter further. "All right, let's hasten to our meal," she urged. Gu Yuan promptly began to eat heartily, having been drained of energy during that arduous period. Once Gu Yue Na and Gu Yuan finished their meal, she looked at him with satisfaction as he savored the breakfast she had prepared. Gu Yuan swiftly made his way to the grand bed, resolutely deciding that he did not wish to venture out today, but rather to lie there for the entire day. Gu Yue Na gazed at the languid Gu Yuan and cheerfully remarked, "All right, Your Honor, let us take a stroll outside. Do not remain in bed all day." "Oh, very well. It is indeed time to enjoy some fresh air," Gu Yuan replied, admiring the scenery beyond the window. Thus, Gu Yue Na took Gu Yuan by the hand and led her outside. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of Gu Na. Gu Na's face lit up with joy at the sight of Gu Yuan, as she thought to herself, "Finally, I can hold Yuan in my arms again." If Gu Yuan were to hear this, he would undoubtedly scoff and say, "Am I merely a pillow for all of you?" Juliana greeted Gu Yuan, "Good morning, junior brother." Upon seeing Gu Na, Gu Yuan naturally released Gu Na's hand and embraced Gu Na instead. He then remarked, "Senior sister, you didn't linger in bed today?" Gu Na, hearing this, gently patted Gu Yuan on the head and replied, "What are you thinking? This is school, not the hall of the Pope." Gu Yuan felt a slight chill behind him and turned to see it was Gu Na. He had momentarily forgotten that his sister was beside him. As it felt so natural, in the past, he would always rush to embrace Gu Na upon seeing her. Gu Yue Na observed the entire process, contemplating, initially intending to spare Yuan. She found the latter to be utterly disobedient. It seems that upon returning to the Stardew Forest, it would be imperative to break Yuan's legs thoroughly. Juliana, noticing her slightly trembling junior disciple in her arms, turned to Gu Na and remarked, "I suppose you are her sister. I shall take my junior disciple to play. You can manage on your own." Gu Yue Na disregarded Gu Na's words and directly approached Gu Yuan's side, for in her heart, the presence of anyone else was inconsequential. All she required was Yuan air. However, Gu Na promptly intervened, preventing her from taking Gu Yuan's hand. Gu Yue Na remained indifferent, for in the presence of others she maintained her icy demeanor, while in front of Gu Yuan she displayed a myriad of expressions, tinged with a hint of cunning. Gu Na, observing Gu Yue's disregard, spoke to her with a trace of annoyance. "Hey, even if you're his sister, you cannot simply ignore others. Today, I shall not entrust Yuan to you." Gu Yue Na regarded Gu Na with a hint of interest, saying, "Oh, how intriguing. Is it not permissible for me to care for my own Yuan?" Gu Na retorted, "What concern is it of mine regarding my junior brother? Today, he cannot accompany you." Gu Na, slightly vexed, remarked, "I told you, little fox, not to overreach." Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, observing the quarrel between the two women, interjected, "Silence. Adults are speaking. It is not your place to meddle." Both women retorted simultaneously, only to resume their bickering. Watching the escalating dispute, Gu Yuan thought to himself, "This is disastrous. If they continue to argue like this, I fear the situation will worsen. What should I do?" Just then, a glimmer of hope appeared as he noticed Zhu Huaguan approaching. Surely, the elder sister must have an announcement to make, which would provide an opportunity to quell the tumult. However, reality would not unfold as Gu Yuan had envisioned. Chapter 13, Bye-bye Dong, Little One. Shall we not clarify this matter? Gu Yuan now merely hopes that Yuguan can calm down his senior sister and elder sister, putting an end to their quarrel. However, Yuguan chooses to disregard their bickering and approaches Gu Yuan, saying, "Gu Yuan, you should be mindful. Her Holiness the Pope is quite angered at the moment." Then, noticing Gu Na engaged in a dispute with Gu Yuan's elder sister, Yuguan perceives something in Gu Yuan's gaze, as if he understands the situation. Yet, he opts not to intervene, instead departing with a cheerful smile, for he has already conveyed his message. Gu Yuan is now in a state of panic. With Yuguan having departed, he finds himself at a loss. Consequently, he hastily made his escape. Gu Na quickly realized that she was alone and thought to herself, "Yuan has run away. I must hasten to pursue her." Gu Na positioned herself in front of Gu Na, declaring, "Whoever finds our junior brother first shall have the privilege of keeping him to themselves for an entire day." Gu Na gazed at Gu Na, who was intent on monopolizing Gu Yuan, and said, "Oh, if that is your desire, then I shall acquiesce." Meanwhile, Gu Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that he had lost his right to speak. He could only flee. Gu Yuan is now sweating profusely. How can I escape? My sister's strength is so formidable. It seems that I cannot evade her grasp in this lifetime. By the way, isn't my martial soul capable of cleaving open a rift in space? That would allow me to slip away. Gu Yuan summoned his martial soul. Yet he found himself at a loss as to where to flee. Guyan's gaze was directed towards the papal palace, and he pondered, I could slip into the elder sister's chamber. She is likely not present at the moment. Even if she were formidable, it would be impossible for her to brazenly invade the papal palace, would it? Regardless, I shall make my escape. As Guyan departed, the fissure miraculously sealed itself. And Gu Yue Na had just arrived at this location. Gu Yue Na gazed at the lingering aura of Gu Yuan in the air and remarked, I distinctly sensed the presence of Yuan just moments ago. How could it have vanished? It was at this moment that Gu Yue Na recalled Gu Yuan's martial soul. Gu Yue Na lamented, I have forgotten about Yuan's martial spirit. Alas, he has escaped, but where could he possibly go? In contrast, Gu Yue Na returned directly to the hall of the Pope, surmising that Gu Yuan would inevitably return there. Inside Bibi Dong's chamber, Gu Yuan coughed, still lacking proficiency. He needed to practice more. He stumbled and fell, experiencing a sharp pang of pain. Gu Yuan glanced around, relieved to find that Bai Dong was nowhere in sight. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. He looked at Bai Dong's bed and felt a twinge of nostalgia for the moments when he was embraced by the elder sister. No, what are you thinking, Gu Yuan? His face flushed slightly. It was just as well that the elder sister was absent. He would return just as his senior sisters grew weary. Gu Yuan lay on the bed, stretching lazily as he mused. Once my soul power reaches level 40, I shall venture to the Heaven Do Empire. At that time, Tang San should only be at level 15. He dismissed the thought, thinking, this bed is so soft. I shall indulge in a brief slumber. And with that, he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong sensed an intrusion into her chamber. Without hesitation, she declared the cessation of all affairs for the day, intending to resolve matters on the morrow, for there lay something of great significance within her room. She hastened back, only to find everything undisturbed, until her gaze fell upon the slumbering Gu Yuan. Bibi Dong regarded the peacefully sleeping child, pondering. How curious it is to find this little fellow in my quarters, and his sleeping posture is quite adorable. Surely he will grow into a striking visage. Realizing the necessity to prevent such a scenario in the future, she felt a sense of urgency. Noticing that Gu Yuan's head was not resting upon the pillow, she took a seat at the edge of the bed and gently placed his head upon her lap. As she gazed at him, she mused. This is the first time I have offered someone my lap as a pillow. I wonder how this little one will react upon awakening. I find myself rather eager for that moment. A soft smile began to grace her lips as she watched Gu Yuan. After a while, Gu Yuan opened his captivating eyes and remarked, what is this? So soft and comfortable. Bibi Dong, looking at the little one with a radiant smile, replied, Little one, dawn has arrived. Take a look around and tell me, do you not feel comfortable? Upon hearing her voice, Gu Yuan instantly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Bibi Dong, who was offering him her lap. In that moment, he felt as though his existence had been validated. They shared a brief moment of eye contact, yet he could not withstand her beauty, and thus turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. Bibi Dong chuckled, the little one can be shy. How curious, considering you dash into my embrace every day without a hint of bashfulness. Ancient Fate blushed slightly and said, Elder sister, please do not sleep, this is quite different. Seeing Ancient Fate's reaction, Bibi Dong chuckled for a moment and replied, I am merely teasing you. Recently, dear Fate, I have heard some news about you. Gu Yuan was flustered. Oh no, my older sister won't find out about my relationship with her. Bai Dong, observing Gu Yuan's anxiety, smiled and said, Dear Yuan, there is no need to be so nervous. I am merely curious as to why I had not heard about your sister before. Ancient Fate understood that Bibi Dong was a master of concealed malice. A poor response could very well lead to dire consequences. Bibi Dong then inquired, Yuaner, you must explain yourself thoroughly, or you may suffer a most unfortunate fate. She summoned a scythe, placing it beside her. This was a reward for passing the Rakshasa assessment, imbued with a fragment of Rakshasa divine power. Gu Yuan gazed at the imposing scythe beside him, swallowing hard as he spoke. Elder sister, could you perhaps compose yourself? I assure you, I can elucidate the situation. Don't you perceive the peril that your scythe poses? Bibi Dong, visibly enraged, retorted sharply at Gu Yuan. Yuaner, if you fail to provide a proper explanation today, you may find yourself confined to your bed for a lifetime. Gu Yuan observed Bibi Dong's anger and gently urged, Dear sister, please remain calm. Allow me to explain. Do not retract your scythe just yet. He then recounted the events concerning Gu Yue Na, omitting the fact that she was a soul beast and that he had been cradled in her embrace since childhood. Bibi Dong, wearing a smile, remarked, Ah, Yuaner, so you have run away from home. It seems you lost your way and ended up in the Stardow Forest, where I found you. However, that does not justify your deception towards your sister. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of anger, sighing, as he realized he had fallen into Bibi Dong's trap. However, upon seeing her scythe, he could only shake his head in resignation. Big sister, I merely spent a night in your embrace. I must remain calm and not succumb to anger. All I ask is for you to spare me, he pleaded. Bibi Dong had initially intended to punish him, yet upon witnessing his pleading expression, her ire dissipated. She then addressed him, Very well, but I must still impose a slight punishment upon you. As she spoke, she activated the pearl that Gu Yuan had previously ingested, imbued with the power of the Rakshasa. In the next moment, Gu Yuan felt something amiss. Big sister, what have you done? Why can I not move my entire body? Bibi Dong held him close and whispered in his ear, Do you recall the pearl I had you swallow? It contains my power. From now on, you need not attend school. Instead, you shall train by my side. This is your punishment. For the next couple of days, you shall remain immobile. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Gu Yuan felt a surge of anger and contemplated using his soul power to expel the orb. Sensing Gu Yuan's intent to resist, Bibi Dong responded, Yuaner, do not entertain the thought of expelling it. This orb has completely fused with your divine energy. Whenever I wish, you shall find yourself utterly immobilized, and you will be compelled to obey my every command. Gu Yuan is now in a state of panic. I initially intended to wait until my soul power reached a certain level before venturing out to experience life, but why has it come to this conclusion? Please, dear sister, spare me, Gu Yuan pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. This is truly unfair. He whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. Upon witnessing Gu Yuan's pitiful expression, Bibi Dong felt a strange sense of delight instead of sympathy, for it meant he would no longer run amok. Bibi Dong addressed Gu Yuan gently, My dear, if you cannot behave, then you must remain by my side and heed my words. Avoid actions that might provoke your sister's ire. Consider these days as a lesson for you. With that, Bibi Dong gently placed Gu Yuan on the bed. After a brief pause, a guard outside Bibi Dong's chamber announced, Your Holiness, the Saintess and a lady named Gu Yue Na seek an audience. Very well, I understand. I shall attend to them shortly, Bibi Dong replied. And the guard departed. Upon hearing that her sister had arrived, Gu Yuan thought to herself, It is over. A real battle is about to commence. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, with a radiant smile, addressed Gu Yuan, saying, It seems that your sister is quite worried about you. She has come all the way to me. Let me have a word with your sister. Just remain here without moving, and I shall return in the evening. With that, Bibi Dong exited, closing the door behind her as she made her way to the papal hall, regaining her usual frigid demeanor. In the room, Gu Yuan remarked, I only hope that sister does not let the words of the elder sister provoke her. Otherwise, a great battle will ensue. Chapter 14. Gu Yue Na, are you threatening me? At this moment, Hulaina and Gu Yue Na were already awaiting in the Pope's hall. Why had Gu Yue Na returned here? It was because she sensed Gu Yuan's presence. Hey, why are you following me? Hulaina inquired, casting a glance at the exquisitely beautiful Gu Yue Na, who appeared even more stunning than herself. Gu Yue Na replied with a frigid expression, What business do I have with you? Moreover, she is Yuan's teacher, and I have the right to inquire about Yuan's whereabouts. At that moment, Bibi Dong had already arrived at the Pope's hall, taking her seat upon the throne. Bibi Dong was aware that these two women had undoubtedly come for Gu Yuan. Nana, please speak. What matters do you have regarding the teacher? Gu Yue Na interjected before Hulaina could respond. Are you the teacher of Yuaner? Bibi Dong, gazing at Gu Yue Na, considered her beauty comparable to her own, replied, What of it if I am his teacher? Moreover, all my disciples are exceptional, and I have yet to hear Yuaner mention you as his sister. Gu Yue Na, you need not concern yourself with this. I merely wish to ascertain whether Gu Yuan is with you, as I must take him home today. Bibi Dong sensed the murderous intent in Gu Yuna's gaze and responded, Indeed. Yuan is indeed with me. However, my disciple is not permitted to leave without my command. Gu Yue Na gazed at Bai Dong, feeling an overwhelming urge to act. Yet she refrained, fearing the potential discovery by those from the divine realm, and thus could only grit her teeth and endure. Gu Yue Na bit her lip and declared, "I am his sister. He must heed my words." Observing Gu Yue Na's demeanor, Bibi Dong promptly unleashed the aura of a tidal Douluo to suppress her. To her astonishment, Gu Yue Na remained unscathed. Indeed, it appears that Yuan's sister is not to be underestimated. Gu Yue Na, were it not for the fear that those ruffians would have long since reduced your papal sanctuary to rubble, you would be threatening me. Bai Dong, intrigued, remarked, "What difference does it make, whether it is or at ISNT? Very well, for the sake of Yuan, when you are on holiday, I shall allow Yuan to accompany you home." Gu Yue Na heard Bibi Dong's words. "I hope so. I will come to bring Yuan heir home." After saying this, Gu Yue Na walked directly towards the papal hall, aware that revealing herself at this moment would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Seeing Gu Yue Na leave, Bibi Dong sighed in relief, thinking to herself, Yuan heir's sister is indeed extraordinary. She then turned her attention to Gu Yue Na, saying, "Nana, speak up. Is it to find your junior brother?" Gu Yue Na looked at her teacher with a calm demeanor. "Teacher, I have come to seek my junior brother. However, if it is here, I shall take my leave." Bibi Dong noted Gu Yue Na's apparent disappointment and reassured her, "Do not worry. You will meet Yuan heir in 2 days." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's response, Gu Yue Na's spirits lifted instantly. Observing Gu Yue Na's rejuvenated demeanor, Bibi Dong urged, "Nana, you must strive diligently. Your junior brother possesses remarkable talent. If he surpasses you, he may come to look down upon you." Bibi Dong's words carried a hint of provocation, hoping to inspire earnest effort. Gu Yue Na replied, "Understood, teacher. I shall commence my training at once." With that, she exited. Watching Gu Yue Na depart, Bibi Dong found herself alone in the vast papal hall, feeling a profound sense of solitude. Bibi Dong pondered, "Alas, will Yuan heir come to resent me for this? Am I truly doing the right thing by keeping him close and preventing him from exploring the world?" She sat upon her throne, lost in contemplation for a moment. "Never mind. Once I have trained Gu Yuan adequately, I shall allow him to venture forth. Otherwise, he may remain oblivious to the perils of the world." Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was lamenting his own weaknesses. "Sigh, I am truly feeble. I cannot even withstand my teacher's soul power. Must I live like this for the rest of my life? And if I disregard my teacher's words, will I end up like this?" At that moment, he expressed his grievances aloud. "Oh, is this how you perceive your elder sister?" Bibi Dong, having overheard Gu Yuan's words at the door, stepped inside. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong, relieved that she was not angry. "Sister, I admit my mistake. You didn't end up fighting with my sister, did you?" Bibi Dong lightly tapped Gu Yuan's head and then replied with a smile, "What do you think of me? I told you that once the semester at the academy concludes, I will allow your sister to take you home." Gu Yuan could hardly believe that Bai Dong had actually allowed him to return. Yet he felt a tinge of disappointment within. Observing Gu Yuan's melancholic demeanor, Bai Dong thought to herself, "Indeed, Yuan still harbors feelings for me." She then spoke, "Very well, when you have acquired sufficient strength, I shall permit you to venture out and gain experience. I realize that I have been rather selfish, keeping you by my side. Otherwise, you would not grow." Gu Yuan observed Bibi Dong's words and remarked, "Do you feel that my lack of consolation might be a bit unsettling? Rest assured, dear teacher, your beauty is captivating. I shall embark on my journey and return swiftly after gaining experience." Gu Yu observed Bibi Dong's demeanor, fearing that external influences might lead her to be forgotten by him. Bibi Dong, feeling consoled, retorted, "Cease your banter. As an older woman, I find great joy in the affection that Yuan has for me." Ancient Fate observed that Bai Dong was not as sinister as expected. Subsequently, he inquired, "Teacher, might you be able to free me from this constraint?" Bai Dong, taken aback by Ancient Fate's audacity, asserted her authority resolutely. Thus, punishment would indeed be punishment. She gently caressed Ancient Fate's head and said, "My dear Fate, the punishment cannot be lifted. You shall endure these days in confinement. After 2 days, we shall commence rigorous training, for I must prepare you diligently. At present, Gu Yuan finds himself at an impasse. The teacher is simply too formidable. He cannot match her in strength, as he has yet to grow and surpass her stature. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have taken the bold step to confront her." Guyan subsequently replied, "I understand. I am feeling a bit fatigued, so I shall rest for a while." Bibi Dong gazed at the slumbering Guyan and remarked, "Rest well. In 2 days, your doom shall arrive. As a disciple of Bibi Dong, I must be the most exceptional." Observing Gu Yuan's peaceful demeanor, she could not resist embracing him and drifting into slumber herself. Chapter 15. Journey to the Sunset Forest 2 days later. Gu Yuan stood in the training grounds of the Spirit Hall, engaging in his training. "Ah, I have finally returned to life," Gu Yuan exclaimed. Reflecting on the past 2 days felt akin to enduring 2 years. He had been ruthlessly embraced by Bibi Dong, who had relentlessly subjected him to her experimental culinary creations. However, upon his revival, he resorted to adorably charming Bibi Dong, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. After all, who could resist such cuteness? Presently, Bibi Dong assigned him the task of sparring with her. Gu Yuan, feeling quite helpless, remarked, "Is the elder sister out of her mind for making me confront a titled Douluo?" At that moment, a voice interjected, "Oh, it seems someone is speaking ill of me." "Is that so, Yuaner?" Bibi Dong chuckled. As Gu Yuan turned around, he beheld Bibi Dong clad in a casual outfit, her long legs gracefully exposed, and her waist resembling that of a devilishly enchanting figure. Gu Yuan promptly replied, "Elder sister, you have arrived. Let us commence the training without delay. Bye-bye, Dong." Feeling somewhat helpless, could only smile wryly at the audacity of the little one, who often spoke ill of others with such brazen confidence. "Today, you shall directly employ your martial spirit to launch an attack against me." "Very well, teacher," Gu Yuan responded. With that, he summoned his martial spirit, the Yue Jin of Fate. Gu Yuan, perplexed by Bai Dong's lack of a martial soul, inquired, "Teacher, do you not utilize your martial soul?" Bai Dong chuckled in response, "Little one, I refrain from employing my martial soul to spare you the embarrassment. Come forth." Before Bai Dong could finish her sentence, Gu Yuan unleashed his second soul skill in an attack. His second soul skill, the Holy Sword domain, temporarily diminishes the opponent's strength by 30%, essentially serving as a crowd control technique. Subsequently, Gu Yuan utilized his first soul skill to carve a spatial rift, allowing for a sneak attack. However, Bai Dong effortlessly evaded Gu Yuan's onslaught, having anticipated his move. She intended to flank him for a surprise attack, but ended up giving him a light tap on the head instead. Gu Yuan observed that Bai Dong was truly fatigued. Her exhaustion was palpable. However, witnessing Bai Dong's carefree demeanor, still smiling despite her weariness, made Gu Yuan feel a pang of vulnerability. The absence of comparison rendered his self-esteem vulnerable to assault. Bai Dong, noticing Gu Yuan's agitation, retorted, "What is the matter, little one? You dared to strike at me without allowing me to finish speaking. Now, take a moment to feel the power coursing through you." Gu Yuan then realized that his physical strength was surging, as if he was on the verge of breaking through to level 30. Consequently, he decided to sit down and focus on this breakthrough. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong offered her protection, playfully remarking, "Little one, you'll owe your gratitude to your sister for this. Won't you?" Gu Yuan felt that he had already awakened upon reaching the 30th level. He then inquired of Bai Dong, "Master, what is this power? I was still stuck at level 29. How could I suddenly break through?" Bai Dong replied with a smile, "The reason I asked you to practice with me is to allow the Rakshasa divine power contained within your orb to harmonize with this new force. How does that make you feel?" The breakthrough to level 30 for Gu Yuan was largely thanks to Bai Dong. Although she had previously used the beads against him, he was still filled with joy. Immediately, Gu Yuan embraced Bai Dong and exclaimed, "I am delighted, of course. Thank you, dear elder sister." Observing the cheerful little one nestled in her arms, Bai Dong affectionately stroked Gu Yuan's head and said, all right, as long as you are happy. Quickly go find your senior sister. When I arrived, I inquired about your whereabouts. Tomorrow, I shall take you to acquire your soul ring. For now, spend some quality time with your senior sister." "Okay, then I shall take my leave, dear sister," Gu Yuan replied before dashing away. Watching Gu Yuan's departing figure, Bai Dong mused, "If I could turn back the clock a few years, perhaps you would not have such an affinity for your senior sister, ha." At that moment, Gu Yue Na was in her room, seemingly lost in thought about someone. That insufferable junior brother has not come to seek me out, always trailing behind the teacher. I shall not forgive you for this," Gu Yue Na grumbled. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan had arrived at the entrance of Gu Yue Na's room and overheard her complaints. He then stealthily entered her chamber and approached her, whispering teasingly in her ear, "Oh, who is this little rascal speaking of me?" "Ah." Gu Yue Na was startled by Gu Yuan's sudden presence and let out a loud shout, her cheeks flushing upon realizing it was him. "Haha, senior sister, look at your face." Gu Yuan laughed heartily. As Gu Yue Na's face grew increasingly crimson, she became irate and playfully struck Gu Yuan on the head, leaving a noticeable bump in its wake. Gu Yuan gazed at the bump on his head and complained, "Is it really necessary, senior sister?" It was merely a smile. Gu Yue Na, instantly incensed, retorted. And yet you still dare to complain. I've been worrying about you lately, and upon your arrival, you mock me instead. You may leave now. With a final huff, she indicated that unless he came to appease her, she would ignore him completely. Senior sister, please do not be upset. I apologize. I shall make it up to you by spending more time together next time, Gu Yuan consoled her. Gu Yue Na looked at him with a piercing gaze. Are you sincere? If you are deceiving me, I shall not acknowledge you. Indeed, my teacher has advised me to spend more time with you, Gu Yuan replied earnestly. Instantly, Gu Yue Na's mood brightened. Wonderful. She then scooped him up in her arms, exclaiming, Do you know how much I have missed you these past few days? Finally, I can have you by my side. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, pondering, Alas, my elder sister is both proud and somewhat adorably foolish. It seems I must cherish this girl well. Gu Yuan was held in her embrace for quite some time, having not accompanied her for a long while. However, he was mistaken. He thought they could sleep separately, only to be enchanted and rendered unconscious by her martial spirit. Thus, he remained in her arms until dawn. Sister, wake up, Gu Yuan urged as he gently shook Gu Yue Na. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, captivated by her alluring foxtail and ears, which exuded an enchanting charm that could easily ensnare the hearts of ordinary individuals. Overwhelmed by the moment, Gu Yuan impulsively tugged at her foxtail, causing Gu Yue Na to awaken, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Hey, junior brother, do you not understand the importance of cherishing beauty? Gu Yue Na complained, swiftly retracting her foxtail. However, Gu Yuan's eyes remained fixated on it, prompting Gu Yue Na to blush even more as she covered the revealing area and exclaimed, Junior brother, you are truly perverse. The ancient connection feels rewarding. This wave proves to be advantageous, indeed. Gu Yuan then spoke, All right, senior sister, I shall cease my jesting. I have already discussed with the master my request to procure a soul ring. Upon seeing her junior brother preparing to depart, Gu Yue Na cautioned, Be careful, junior brother. Understood. Gu Yuan replied, and subsequently exited Gu Yue Na's chamber, making his way towards the master. Bibi Dong awaited Gu Yuan at the entrance of the Pope's palace. Gu Yu noticed Bibi Dong and said, Teacher, I have arrived. Bibi Dong observed that Gu Yu had a hint of a fox-like allure, realizing it was Gu Yue Na. She could only shake her head, reflecting on how much this apprentice resembled Yuan Yuan. Acknowledging the unspoken understanding, Bibi Dong remarked, Very well. Let us board the carriage and depart promptly. Subsequently, Bibi Dong and Gu Yu ascended into the carriage. Yueguan, let us proceed to the Sunset Forest, Bibi Dong instructed. Yes, Your Holiness, Yueguan replied. Thus, Gu Yu and the others set forth towards the Sunset Forest in pursuit of soul rings. Chapter 16, Bibi Dong, the holiday has arrived. You may return home with your sister. The group led by Bibi Dong swiftly reached the Sunset Forest, and along the way, she embraced Gu Yu forcefully, savoring the familiar essence. Gu Yu dismounted from the carriage, feeling rather uncomfortable, and looked at Bibi Dong. Teacher, you are quite ruthless, aren't you? You held me so tightly. Bibi Dong shot him a glance, as if I would be unwilling to embrace you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even consider it. Is this place really the Sunset Forest? Gu Yu inquired. Bibi Dong quickly clarified. Yes, this is indeed the Sunset Forest, although it is somewhat inferior to the Stardew Forest. However, it is home to many formidable soul beasts. Understood, but isn't it fortunate to have you as my teacher? Gu Yu retorted playfully. Bibi Dong smiled sweetly, always with the banter. Come on. As they reached the outskirts of the forest's core, Gu Yu spotted a horse adorned with a sword upon its head. Teacher, I feel that soul beast is perfect for me, he pointed out eagerly. Absolutely not, that is a soul beast nearing 20,000 years in age. Bibi Dong firmly rejected. Come on, teacher, Gu Yu started to act cutely. Still no. Do you wish for me to carry you to sleep forever? Bibi Dong teased. Gu Yuan discerned that Bibi Dong was issuing a threat. Nevertheless, the affinity he had with this soul beast was undeniable. He was willing to take the risk. If I must embrace it, then so be it. Perhaps in the future, you may find yourself begging for mercy in bed. All right, if the teacher insists. Then let it be. Hurry, we must not let it escape. To her surprise, Bibi Dong had not anticipated Gu Yuan's acquiescence. Yuan, remember your promise not to go back on your word. Ultimately, Bibi Dong consented. Taking matters into her own hands, Bibi Dong startled the guards behind her. It was her first time assisting her disciple in the hunt for a soul beast. However, Gu Yuan was taken aback when Bibi Dong struck the creature with a single palm, rendering it breathless. Observing Gu Yuan's astonishment, Bibi Dong chuckled. All right, Yuan. Now swiftly deliver the finishing blow. Understood. Gu Yuan struck the final blow, initiating the absorption of the soul ring, while Bibi Dong stood guard in the background. After a considerable amount of time, Gu Yuan awakened. How do you feel, Yuan? Allow me to see your new soul skill, Bibi Dong inquired with keen interest. Gu Yuan said somewhat sheepishly, Teacher, regarding the sword flight technique, one can activate a protective barrier while airborne. Bibi Dong chuckled warmly. No need to worry, Yuaner. This soul skill is excellent, and the ability to fly is hardly a drawback, is it? In the depths of his thoughts, Gu Yuan contemplated. Although I possess the ability to soar through the skies, do I truly require the power to rend the fabric of space? Nonetheless, the ability to fly does indeed possess a certain charm. Very well, let us depart. Bibi Dong swiftly escorted Gu Yuan back to the spirit hall. Thus, Gu Yuan remained by Bibi Dong's side, training diligently until the final evening before Gu Yue Na arrived to fetch him. Inside Bibi Dong's chamber, the elder sister playfully teased. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Gu Yuan pleaded for mercy. With a soft, playful hum, Bibi Dong pressed her fragrant lips against Gu Yuan's. How does it feel, Yuana? Is my kiss to your liking? Bibi Dong asked with a smile, her gaze fixed upon him. With a rush of breath, Gu Yuan thought. My first kiss has been so brazenly claimed by Bibi Dong, though I had previously shared a kiss with my sister. This time it feels decidedly different, an impassioned kiss that defied my expectations. While Gu Yuan feigned indifference on the surface, he felt a surge of joy within. Bibi Dong regarded him with a serious expression, saying, Yuaner, you shall depart tomorrow, so tonight, I must claim my kiss from you. Come, kiss me. Gu Yuan hesitated to approach, but Bai Dong promptly activated the beads within his body, compelling Gu Yuan to lean in. Bai Dong then inserted her tongue into Gu Yuan's mouth, causing him to shudder and recline into her embrace. They shared a prolonged kiss, and only when Bai Dong was still yearning for more did she reluctantly release Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong and said, Elder sister, you cannot compel me with your power. Bibi Dong replied, You are rather disobedient, aren't you? And promptly rendered him unconscious. Looking at the fainted Gu Yuan, Bibi Dong remarked, You are still young, dear. When you grow up, do you think you can still escape? Once I ascend to divinity, I shall take you with me to the divine realm and confine you, making you my devoted servant. With that, Bibi Dong embraced Gu Yuan and drifted into a sweet slumber. By morning, Gu Yue Na had already arrived at the papal hall. While Bibi Dong swiftly rose from her slumber and made her way to the papal hall, Gu Yue Na said, Bai Dong, you must honor your words. Where is Yuan? Do not rush, just take a glance behind you, Bai Dong replied with a smile. Upon glancing at the brick, Gu Yue Na immediately noticed Gu Yuan lunging towards her. Gu Yuan said in Gu Yue Na's embrace, Sister, I have missed you dearly. Gu Yue Na smiled warmly and said, All right, Yuan, let us return home. Once we are home, I shall take you out to play. Bai Dong then gazed at Gu Yue Na and Gu Yuan, remarking, Little one, seeing your sister has made you forget about me, you little rascal. Gu Yue Na gazed at Bai Dong, who had once again donned a frigid expression, and spoke, Very well, Bai Dong, Gu Yuan has arrived, and I shall take him with me. Bai Dong turned her attention to Gu Yuan and remarked, All right, little one, do not forget to think of your teacher. Have you also bid farewell to your senior sister? Gu Yuan smiled and replied, Teacher, I had a conversation with my senior sister when I arrived this morning. Well then, I shall take my leave. After Gu Yuan concluded his conversation with Bibi Dong, Gu Yue Na led him away from the hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong gazed at Gu Yuan's departing figure, murmuring, Yuan, once I have arranged everything, I shall return to seek you out. Moreover, the power of the pearl within your body has permeated your entire being. I hope you will not hold me accountable when the time comes. Chapter 17. Journey to Nodding City. Outside the Spirit City, numerous soldiers were on patrol. At that moment, Gu Yue Na and Gu Yuan had already exited the Spirit City. Gu Yuan observed Gu Yue Na along the way. She remained silent, her gaze perpetually cold and distant. Gu Yuan raised his head and tugged at Gu Yue Na's clothing, asking, Sister, what is troubling you? Why do you appear so cold and distant? Gu Yue Na, with an air of indifference, remarked, You've left your sister in a daze, and then you had the audacity to run away. Pray tell, how should I punish you for this? Well, sister, I must admit, I find your demeanor rather appealing. So perhaps you should maintain it, Gu Yuan responded shamelessly. I'd rather not dwell on this matter, lest I find myself in dire straits, she added. Is that so? As she spoke, Gu Yue Na seized Gu Yuan by the ear and spun her around in a complete 360-degree turn. Sister, that hurts, Gu Yuan exclaimed. feeling as though her ear had been detached from her very being. At that moment, one of her ears was noticeably larger than the other, prompting Gu Yue Na to chuckle at the sight of her sister's predicament. Perhaps this will teach you not to disregard your sister's advice, Gu Yue Na teased. Whimper. I won't dare to disobey again, Gu Yuan confessed, genuinely frightened. Then I trust we need not discuss your escapade any further? Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with a hopeful plea for forgiveness from Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na found herself compelled to yield under the gaze of Gu Yuan. After all, how could one resist such adorableness? Gu Yue Na sighed in resignation. All right, stop looking at me. I forgive you. Thank you, sister. Gu Yuan replied with a beaming smile. Gu Yue Na gazed at the innocent Gu Yuan and smiled helplessly, then, adopting a serious demeanor, addressed Gu Yuan. It has not been easy to venture out this time, so let us enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Once we return home, I shall need to inner seclusion to cultivate, for my strength has yet to be restored to its peak. Then, sister, how have you managed to regain so much power over these past few years? Gu Yuan inquired with a hint of curiosity. Gu Yue Na felt a touch of embarrassment. Ahem, ever since your arrival, I have discovered that your blood possesses the ability to facilitate my rapid recovery. Thus, during my childhood, I would draw a small amount of your blood each day. Gu Yuan was utterly bewildered. So, my occasional fainting spells are also attributed to my sister. Gu Yue Na felt a tinge of embarrassment as Gu Yuan remarked, it's just a little bit. Besides, is it not acceptable for a brother to assist a sister? Gu Yuan could only shake his head and chuckle helplessly. Well, what is done is done. The past is the past. His sister's reasoning was so sound that he found it utterly irrefutable. Ancient Yuan came to her senses. Then, sister, this matter has passed. Your secluded cultivation is of no concern to me. Gu Yue Na spoke with an air of quiet composure. You must accompany me in secluded cultivation. Yuan's blood is of paramount importance, and furthermore, your mind remains far too naive. Therefore, it is imperative that you join me. Gu Yuan retorted, No, sister. Your seclusion for cultivation is of no concern to me. I wish to continue my leisure. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na immediately became displeased and subsequently unleashed the aura of a limitless Douluo, causing Gu Yuan to feel a surge of fear. Gu Yue Na smiled and said, Yuana, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat it? Guyan intermittently remarked, Sister, I express my willingness to retreat and cultivate alongside you. I am overjoyed beyond measure. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na instantly retracted her terrifying aura. Why hadn't Yuan done it this way from the very beginning? Upon witnessing the ancient moon's return, Gu Yuan exhaled a sigh of resignation, expressing a hint of reluctance as he softly uttered, Understood. Gu Yue Na observed Gu Yuan's reluctance and, without further contemplation, remarked, If you are unwilling, shall I teach you a lesson to see if you change your mind? Gu Yue Na, with a smiling face, said, So, Yuan, hurry and experience the life of these few days. Otherwise, you will have to wait for several years to come out. Gu Yuan contemplated for a moment, deciding to venture to Nottingham in hopes of encountering Tang San. Should she come across the scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang, she would undoubtedly administer a much-deserved lesson for having betrayed the affections of her esteemed elder sister. Gu Yue Na patiently awaited Gu Yuan's response, believing it would be preferable not to return directly. Gu Yuan came to his senses and said, Sister, I have decided to journey to Nottingham. Gu Yue Na expressed her confusion. What purpose does one serve in going there? With an impatient response, Gu Yuan exclaimed, Oh, come on, you'll find out soon enough. Let us go. After uttering these words, he summoned his martial spirit, cleaving open a rift in space, and pulled Gu Yue Na into it. This method was swifter, and he had become adept at accurately pinpointing distant locations. Before long, Gu Yuan and Gu Yue Na emerged from the fissure in space. Gu Yuan confidently remarked, So, sister, am I not particularly impressive? Gu Yue Na harbored an impulse to confront Gu Yuan, thinking to herself, Oh, Yuan, no wonder you managed to escape so swiftly. And yet you didn't bother to inform your sister. Are you truly that formidable? Have you grown a pair of wings? Upon encountering the smiling visage of Gu Yue Na, Gu Yuan exclaimed, We must hurry and flee. My sister is undoubtedly troubled by this rift. Had I foreseen this, I would have refrained from engaging in such antics. As Gu Yuan prepared to run, a voice called out from behind, Yuan, why are you so flustered? Gu Yue Na said with a smile to Gu Yuan, Ancient fate is in a state of panic. My sister is already preparing to take action. Gu Yuan smiled nervously and said, Sister, don't you think the weather is splendid? Let us hurry along. Gu Yue Na could no longer contain herself. Had you offered an explanation, I might have considered letting you go, but in the absence of your clarification, there remains no alternative. Gu Yue Na directly approached and delivered a beating to Gu Yuan, which instantly brought her joy. Consequently, a bump appeared on Gu Yuan's head. Gu Yue Na, with a radiant smile, said to Gu Yuan, "How delightful. Let us proceed, Yuaner." Gu Yuan, with the bump on his head, exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly relentless." Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan's pitiable demeanor and chuckled. "All right. Let us hasten our departure." Without waiting for Gu Yuan to respond, Gu Yue Na took her by the hand and led her off to the streets for a shopping spree. Chapter 18. A chance encounter with Yu Shao gang in a restaurant in the city of Notting. A brother and sister were enjoying their meal. The sister exclaimed, "I truly can no longer eat." Gu Yuan had reached a point of fullness that left her unable to walk. "I stumbled upon a restaurant on Gu Yuen Road, and feeling quite famished, I decided to step inside. However, upon perusing the menu, I was met with an array of peculiar and unusual dish names, which prompted me to order a multitude of items, far more than I could possibly consume." Gu Yue Na is truly at a loss with her younger brother. He orders so much despite not being able to consume it all. How will they manage in the future? Gu Yue Na grasped Gu Yuan's ear and remarked, "You can no longer eat now. What were you doing earlier? Do not expect your sister to assist you with your meal." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately put on a dramatic performance, his eyes glistening with tears. "Sister, do you truly wish for your brother to perish under such burdens?" Gu Yue Na, however, remained ungrateful as her prior kindness towards Gu Yuan had led him to act without considering the consequences. Thus, having matured, it was imperative for her to adopt a more stringent approach. Gu Yue Na promptly lifted Zhuang's ears and said, "Do not expect your sister to assist you in eating. What you ordered must be consumed by you alone. Furthermore, do not attempt to act cute. Your sister is no longer swayed by such antics." Gu Yuan endured the pain and pleaded, "Sister, I understand now. Please release my ear. It hurts unbearably." Gu Yuan has begun to undergo a gradual transformation. He no longer exhibits the naivety of his former self. Instead, he exudes a sense of maturity and charm that is undeniably attractive. Guyan could only muster the courage to begin eating. After all, what choice did he have? The restaurant had declared that wastefulness would incur a penalty of triple the cost. Had it not been for the fact that all his money had previously been taken by Gu Yue Na, would he have found himself in such a predicament? After a considerable amount of time, Guyan finally finished his meal, feeling as though he might perish if he were to consume another bite. Gu Yue Na couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Yuan's demeanor, without regard for whether Gu Yuan would follow her or not. She promptly paid for the drinks and led Gu Yuan outside. Gu Yuan observed Gu Yue Na and immediately exclaimed, "Hey, sister, could you please slow down? You have no idea that I just finished my meal. I can hardly keep up." Gu Yue Na tapped Gu Yuan's head and said, "Do you still know how to restrain yourself? If you dare to indulge in gluttony again, do not blame me for punishing you. Consider this a lesson." Gu Yuan nodded slightly. "Indeed, my sister is right. It feels like we should leave. Let's not linger any longer." Gu Yue Na cast a reproachful glance at Gu Yuan, saying, "Impudent boy, your wings have grown so strong that even your sister finds you irksome. Just wait until we return home. I shall teach you a lesson." "All right, sister. Let's go," Gu Yuan replied. Without waiting for Gu Yue Na to respond, he took her hand and led her to a rather fine hotel. Gu Yuan escorted Gu Yue Na to the front desk, where a lady with an oval face and an elegant figure inquired, "Hello, how may I assist you both? How many rooms do you require?" Gu Yuan originally intended to speak, but was interrupted by a voice. Gu Yue Na spoke first. "A room, please." "Certainly. Your room is on the second floor. Just turn left," replied the hotel staff with a warm smile. After this, Gu Yue Na led Gu Yuan into the room. Gu Yuan noticed that there were 2 beds in the room, perfectly suited for 1 person each. Gu Yuan, feeling drowsy, lay on the bed and said, "Sister, I am so tired. I shall sleep now." With that, she promptly drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Gu Yue Na sat on a different bed, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Gu Yuan. Yuan has grown up. It is time for me, as his elder sister, to allow him to venture forth and gain experience. Once I have aided Yuan in closing his cultivation and enhancing his strength, I shall set him free to embark on his journey. Gu Yue Na, after speaking, did not embrace Gu Yuan to sleep, but instead lay on another bed. Thus, a tranquil night passed quietly. The morning sunlight streamed onto Gu Yuan's face. What is this blinding light? It turned out to be the dawn. Having enjoyed a most comfortable slumber, Gu Yuan stretched lazily. Gu Yuan turned his head and saw a silver-haired woman peacefully sleeping. To his surprise, his sister did not embrace him to sleep today. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. It seemed he would be able to enjoy a comfortable slumber in the future. Gu Yue Na also gradually awakened in a daze. Gu Yue Na also stretched lazily. Indeed, it is no wonder they are siblings. Upon witnessing the situation, Gu Yuan immediately donned her clothes and said, "Sister, now that you are awake, let us depart." I have yet to fully enjoy myself. Gu Yuan urged her sister to rise promptly and vacate their room. Soon after, Gu Yuan arrived at a quaint breakfast establishment. Gu Yu Na had not yet awoken from her slumber when Gu Yuan called her up, playfully tapping her on the head. Yuan Air, what are you doing? Your sister is so sleepy, and you wake me up. Gu Yuan responded nonchalantly, Sister, if you don't get up now, there will be no time for play. Resigned. Gu Yu Na replied, all right, let us hurry. I'm hungry too. With no other choice, Gu Yu Na followed Gu Yuan into a breakfast shop. However, upon entering, all eyes in the establishment were fixed on Gu Yuan, for no one in the shop had consumed as many buns as she had. Gu Yu Na felt her cheeks flush as she noticed the crowd's gaze upon her, thinking to herself, how utterly embarrassing this is. You wretched fellow. Just wait until we return. I shall teach you a lesson. After a brief encounter, Gu Yuan finished his meal, yet he could not comprehend why he felt an insatiable hunger. Gu Yu Na blushed as she finished paying and led Gu Yuan outside. Upon exiting, she did not forget to tug at Gu Yuan's ear. Gu Yuan's ears immediately turned a deep shade of red, and then he complained to Gu Yu Na, Sister, what are you doing? It's just a meal. Yet you were tugging at my ears. Gu Yu Na said with a cold expression, Isn't it because you are consuming so much? Everyone in the establishment is watching you. Don't you feel embarrassed? Gu Yuan shook his head, sensing that something was amiss once again. Gu Yu Na could only shake her head in speechless disbelief. What kind of brother is this? However, Gu Yuan noticed a man in black attire ahead. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yuan discerned that it was indeed Yu Xiaojiang. Presumably, he was returning to the academy, so Gu Yuan decided to wait for him in his room. Gu Yuan promptly summoned his martial spirit and addressed Gu Yu Na, Sister. I shall attend to a matter briefly. Please wait for me here. After Gu Yuan departed, Gu Yu Na was left behind in this place. Just as Gu Yu Na regained her senses, Gu Yuan had already vanished. Gu Yu Na, now filled with anger, exclaimed, You insolent brat, if you possess such audacity, then do not return. Otherwise, prepare to experience the true essence of suffering. Gu Yu Na departed from this place without inquiry. Chapter 19. Gu Yu Na. It is time for seclusion. Within the Academy of Nodding City, Gu Yuan had already arrived at Yu Xiaojiang's chamber. Gu Yuan glanced around. Yu Xiaojiang had yet to return, and someone else had arrived. As Yu Xiaojiang stepped through the door, he remarked, Oh, has Tang San not yet arrived? Upon entering, the master leaned against the wall and addressed Gu Yuan, saying, Master, your disciple has not arrived. But someone is here to seek you. As Yu Xiaojiang turned around, he immediately noticed Gu Yuan, sensing a palpable hostility emanating from him. Yu Xiaojiang, on high alert, inquired, May I ask what brings you here? If there is no matter at hand, then please, do proceed to ask. Gu Yuan was astonished to see how cowardly Yu Xiaojiang was. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, fearing that such an action might displease Bai Dong. Gu Yuan coldly remarked, Oh, have you not considered the wrongs you have committed against certain individuals? You still live so comfortably. Yu Xiaojiang, filled with confusion, responded, I do not believe I have wronged anyone. If there is nothing else, please feel free to inquire. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was filled with rage. For the sake of Bai Dong, you still fail to recall. With that, he immediately summoned his martial spirit and launched an assault on Yu Xiaojiang, who soon fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Gu Yuan, filled with anger, remarked, This serves as a lesson for you. I hope you will remember it next time. As Gu Yuan had just departed, an individual approached Yu Xiaojiang, offering support. Teacher, what troubles you? Did you harm my mentor? Tang San spoke coldly, directing his words at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gazed upon Tang San, who was merely a youth possessing a mere dozen levels of soul power. Gu Yuan turned to Tang San and said, Indeed, and your master has also harmed others. Before Gu Yuan could finish his words, Tang San launched an attack. However, these strikes bore no harm to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gazed at Tang San and remarked, Do not blame me for being impolite under such circumstances. Gu Yuan emanated an aura of authority that compelled Tang San to kneel before him, his eyes brimming with resentment. Ancient Yuan smiled and said, Well, I must take my leave now. We shall meet again, and the next time we do, it will be your end. Moreover, Tang San, refrain from engaging in such foolish actions. With that, Ancient Yuan vanished from the room. Tang San then helped Yu Xiaojiang to his feet, inquiring, Teacher, who was he? And why did he attack us? Yu Xiaojiang replied, I have come to understand. It could be that individual. Do not concern yourself with it, just focus on your cultivation. Yes, teacher, Tang San responded, though his mind was occupied with thoughts. Ah, what a relief. After being tormented by my sister these past few days, I can finally enjoy a gentle breeze, Ancient Yuan joyfully remarked. As Gu Yuan realized that Gu Yu Na had vanished, He pondered whether his sister had departed. Just then, Gu Yue Na materialized behind him, tugging at his ear and spinning him around before finally releasing him in a fit of satisfaction. Gu Yuan touched his ears, one larger than the other, and huffed, "You wretched sister, what are you doing? If you keep tugging at my ears." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Yue Na unleashed a menacing aura that subdued Gu Yuan. Gu Yue Na said sternly, "What do you mean by I? Please do elaborate." Gu Yuan immediately changed his tone. "I believe my sister's actions were not erroneous, hee. Gu Yue Na let out a soft hum and said, "You left your sister here and ran off on your own. You ought to explain yourself properly." Gu Yuan chose not to elaborate and simply stated, "My sister merely taught a lesson to someone who caused harm to a person I know." Gu Yue Na was particularly curious. Who is it that still requires your assistance? Ancient origins. This Gu Yue Na, upon seeing Gu Yuan, felt a reluctance to speak and decided it best not to inquire further. Gu Yue Na sighed and remarked, "All right. Enough of the inquiries. The time has come for us to return." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but respond with a sense of helplessness. So soon? Upon observing Gu Yuan's reluctance, Gu Yue Na exerted her imposing aura once more, compelling Gu Yuan to accompany her back. Subsequently, she summoned her martial spirit to cleave through the fabric of space and stepped inside. Soon, Gu Yue Na and Gu Yuan arrived at the heart of the Stardow forest. Gu Yue Na gazed upon the central lake and remarked, "At long last, I have returned. It is indeed more delightful to be here." Gu Yuan then thought to himself, "What is this? I have to listen to you every time. If only I had the strength, I would certainly deal with you. Alas, I truly have no way out. My own body still carries the essence of my sister. Why am I so unfortunate?" At that moment, a woman approached Gu Yuan, abruptly pulling him back from his reverie, after which he instinctively embraced her. Gu Yuan cheerfully exclaimed, "It has been such a long time since I last saw you, Sister Biji. I have missed you dearly." Biji gazed at Gu Yuan, noticing that he was nearly as tall as she was now. "Yuaner, you have become quite handsome during our time apart. I wonder how many young ladies will fall victim to your charm in the future?" Gu Yuan pouted and remarked, "Sister Biji, it seems my fault for your charm." He. He then released Biji, as Gu Yue Na was casting a piercing gaze filled with an aura of impending danger upon him. Biji, noticing Gu Yue Na's presence, responded, "The master has returned." Gu Yue Na then said, "By the way, Biji, this time, Gu Yuan and I are going into seclusion. During this period, no one is permitted to disturb either me or Yuan." "Understood, my lord," Biji replied. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na led Gu Yuan beneath the lake. Gu Yuan then said to Bai Ji, "Sister Bai Ji, I shall take my leave." Bai Ji smiled and replied, "Very well, go ahead, Yuaner. Devote yourself to your training." Gu Yuan and Gu Yue Na entered the lowest depths of the call. Gu Yue Na said solemnly, "Yuan, you are still too weak. During this period, you should train alongside me." "I understand, sister. Hurry up, please," Gu Yuan replied impatiently. Gu Yu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yuan before entering a prolonged state of seclusion for cultivation. Chapter 20. Qian Renxue finally emerged from that desolate place after 3 long years. My sister had yet to complete her seclusion and left me waiting for her. Fortunately, her need for extended time forced me out. At this moment, Gu Yuan was exceedingly joyful. In these 3 years, not only had he grown taller than his sister, but he also no longer appeared as endearingly cute to others. Instead, he had become remarkably handsome. Throughout his seclusion, his soul power had remained at level 40. Just recently, Sister Bai Ji had assisted him in hunting a soul beast, and his physical body had also undergone a significant enhancement. Moreover, his 4th soul skill had finally acquired some formidable prowess. The domain of the sword within it could have both stamina and attack power. This was simply invincible. At this moment, Bai Ji approached, observing Gu Yuan's foolish grin, and inquired, "What thoughts occupy your mind, Yuan? You seem exceptionally happy." Gu Yuan turned his head and saw Sister Bai Ji, who smiled and said, "Without you, Sister Bai Ji, I would not have been able to obtain the soul ring." "Thank you." Sister Bai Ji chuckled as she gently patted Gu Yuan's head, saying, "Why be so formal with your sister Bai Ji?" Gu Yuan then remarked, I should embark on my training with Sister Bai Ji. It has been quite some time since I last ventured out." Bai Ji, feeling somewhat disheartened, responded, "Oh, Yuan, won't you stay with me? It's not often that I have some free time." Gu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing Bai Ji. He gently placed a kiss on her cheek before dashing away, leaving Bai Ji in a state of bewilderment. As he departed, he remarked, "Sister Bai Ji, I'm leaving now. Your blushing face is truly adorable." It took Bai Ji quite some time to regain her composure as she touched the spot where Gu Yuan had kissed her, chuckling. "You little rascal, you dare to tease your sister." As she spoke, her cheeks deepened in hue. I must admit, Sister Bai Ji, your blush is rather charming. Gu Yuan laughed as he walked away. As Gu Yuan ventured halfway, he suddenly discerned a silhouette ahead. At that moment, as curiosity urged him to lean forward for a closer look, an indelible image etched itself into his memory, a golden-haired maiden bathing. Her figure was exquisite, and one could only imagine the beauty she would blossom into as she matured. At a glance, she bore a striking resemblance to Qian Rinxue. But how could she possibly be here? Gu Yuan, captivated by the moment, suddenly realized he had become entranced. He muttered to himself, I must leave at once, or I shall be discovered. Yet, the most undesirable event unfolded. Just as he prepared to depart, he stepped on a twig, alerting the golden-haired woman to his presence. Qian Rinxue swiftly donned her attire and demanded, Who is there? Come forth immediately. At this moment, Gu Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him and pleaded. My lady, I was merely passing through. Could you spare me? Qian Rinxue replied coldly, What do you think? Without uttering a word, Gu Yuan dashed away. Upon spotting the voyeur who had intruded upon her bathing, Qian Rinxue pursued him, exclaiming, Scoundrel, do not flee. I shall ensure your demise for daring to behold my nakedness after I have preserved my modesty for so many years. Gu Yuan noticed that Qian Rinxue was still in pursuit and remarked, Is it really necessary to chase me down just for a glimpse of my figure? If it's that important, I can let you see mine. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue became even more infuriated. What do you mean by just a glance? Unable to contain her anger any longer, she summoned her martial spirit, sprouting 6 wings from her back, and swiftly caught up to Gu Yuan. With her sword pointed at him, Qian Rinxue declared, Lascivious scoundrel, today you shall meet your demise. Guyan feels quite helpless. Was it not merely a glimpse of the body? Gu Yuan then said, Miss, I did not intend to provoke you. If you persist in this manner, do not force me to strike a woman. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue grew even more incensed. Today you shall either perish or face death, she declared. With those words, Qian Rinxue brandished her sword and launched an attack toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Hey, there's no need to take it so seriously. Well, you can't blame me. Seeing how beautiful you are, I can hardly bring myself to act. The ancient origin summoned his martial soul and instantly unleashed the realm of swords. In that moment, Qian Rinxue felt her strength dissipating. Seizing the opportunity while she was unguarded, the ancient origin struck her down to the ground. Qian Rinxue spat out blood and coldly remarked, You are truly despicable. I never anticipated you would resort to such treachery. Gu Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for Qian Rinxue, lamenting the presence of Bibi Dong. He feared that with Qian Rinxue in the picture, he might not survive until the morrow. While Gu Yuan was lost in thought, a serpent suddenly lunged towards Qian Rinxue. In her weakened state, she could only await the arrival of death, her face etched with resentment at the world's unforgiving nature. Yet, as Qian Rinxue closed her eyes, she beheld Gu Yuan standing protectively in front of her, swiftly slaying the serpent. At that moment, Gu Yuan observed Qian Rinxue's helpless expression and remarked, Hey, are you not dead yet? I certainly do not wish to witness such a stunning woman perish before my eyes. Qian Rinxue glanced at Gu Yuan's face, and a sudden flush of crimson graced her cheeks as she found him rather handsome. However, her body was soon engulfed by a wave of pain. Ah! Qian Rinxue exclaimed loudly. Gu Yuan observed the bite mark on Qian Rinxue's thigh and remarked, It seems the snake managed to take a bite out of you before its demise. Qian Rinxue gazed back at Gu Yuan and replied, There is no need for your concern. I am fully capable of handling it myself. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue, feeling helpless. He promptly embraced her and, stepping onto the Yuan Yu sword, sought a safe haven. Qian Rinxue, taken aback by the man holding her, felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. For it was her first experience being embraced by a man. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry and put me down, she exclaimed. Ancient Yuan, with an air of impatience, exclaimed, Silence. Do you see yourself capable of moving? Are you truly waiting for a spirit beast to devour you? Qian Rinxue appeared to comprehend the gravity of the situation and added, Furthermore, you are forbidden from laying a hand on me. Should I regain my strength? I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Gu Yuan did not heed Qian Rinxue's plight and, upon discovering a cave, impulsively descended into it while cradling her. After gently placing Qian Rinxue down, he inquired, What shall we do about the poison in your leg? To which Qian Rinxue replied, What else can be done? Could you assist me? Guyan feels a sense of helplessness. How could Bibi Dong possibly have such a daughter? Guyan did not hesitate to approach Qian Rinxue, positioning his lips against her pristine thigh, and began to extract the poison slowly. A soft sound escaped Qian Rinxue's lips, and her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. The realization that her body had been sullied by this man overwhelmed her. She feared she would never be able to marry now. A desperate thought crossed her mind. She must eliminate him, or her fate would be sealed. Yet, as she gazed at the man before her, compassion held her back. Suddenly, a smile broke across Qian Rengxu's face as she noticed that Gu Yuan's mouth resembled that of a sausage. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rengxue and chuckled. What are you laughing at? Is it not because I assisted you in extracting the poison that you find yourself in this state? Qian Rengxue, with a hint of pride, retorted, Am I to blame? Did I compel you to do so? It was entirely your own volition. Gu Yuan truly wishes to strike her, were it not for Bibi Dong's influence. He would not have come to your aid. Gu Yuan smiled at Qian Rengxue and said, Even if I assist you, it is solely due to my sympathy for your pitiful state. Upon hearing this, Qian Rengxue became infuriated, retorting, Who is pitiful? Speak again. Consequently, Gu Yuan and Qian Rengxue engaged in a fierce argument. Yet, Qian Rengxue felt a sense of ease in conversing with this individual, allowing her to set aside her status. Moreover, she realized that this fellow possessed quite an attractive appearance, something she had not paid much attention to before. Gu Yu gazed at Qian Rengxue. Sensing that she was unlike her elder sister and the older sister, she appeared to be a person who passionately embraced love and hate. And being with her felt remarkably comfortable. In an instant, Qian Rengxue shattered the silence, asking, Hey, what is your name? Gu Yuan smiled and remarked, No one has informed you that before inquiring about others, one should first introduce oneself. Upon hearing this, Qian Rengxue felt a slight flush of embarrassment and was given a gentle lesson. Greetings, I am Qian Rengxue. Gu Yuan replied kindly, My name is Gu Yuan, and I am 9 years old. Upon hearing that this person beside her was indeed 9 years old, yet taller and seemingly more formidable than herself, Qian Rengxue appeared to ponder for a moment before a smile graced her lips. You are only 9. You ought to address me as sister. After all, I am 6 years your senior. Upon hearing that this fellow intended to take advantage of him, Gu Yuan resolutely declared, That is utterly impossible. Do not even entertain such thoughts. In response, Qian Rengxue threatened, Do you believe that if I were to step outside, I would proclaim to the world that you have insulted me by laying bare my form? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a deep disdain. Are you not afraid that I might act against you right now? Gu Yuan observed Qian Rengxue's playful demeanor and felt quite puzzled. Shouldn't she be afraid? Qian Rengxue, however, replied with a beaming smile. I understand that you possess such desires, yet lack the courage to act upon them. Gu Yuan is indeed rendered speechless by Qian Rengxue's audacity. How could one so brazenly threaten another? In response, Qian Rengxue remarked, Well, if you do not speak, you may soon find yourself regretting it. Gu Yuan, with a hint of resignation, said, It seems I have been bested by you, Sister Xue. Qian Rengxue replied effortlessly, I have yet to grow weary of this. Call me a few more times. Gu Yuan could no longer endure the torment within his heart. Gu Yuan, filled with rage, shouted, Listen, Qian Rengxue, my patience has its limits. In response, Qian Rengxue produced an object and remarked, I have recorded our conversation, with just a single word from me. I can disseminate this matter far and wide. In the depths of Gu Yuan's heart, there resided an insatiable discontent, a sentiment of profound dissatisfaction with such an approach. Ancient fate could only concede, saying, Learn from elder sister. Not having heard clearly, she requested, Once more, please. Learn from elder sister, learn from elder sister. Is this more obedient now? Good little brother. Upon finishing his words, Gu Yuan, Qian Rengxue tenderly caressed Gu Yuan's head. Gu Yuan swiftly withdrew his hand from Qian Rengxue's grasp, saying, What are you doing? Do not take advantage of me, woman. Qian Rengxue, gazing at her released hand, retorted angrily, What did you just call me? Repeat that. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately obediently called out, Elder sister. Upon hearing him, Qian Rengxue subsequently revealed a smile. Are you being good now? From now on, in places where no one is around, address me this way. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan initially intended to refuse. But upon noticing the item in Qian Rengxue's hand, he immediately relented. Qian Rengxue remarked, I have been quite obedient and generous. When there are no others around, you may call me otherwise. However, in your presence, you must address me as Sister Xue. She promptly added, Dear little brother, this is how it shall be from now on. Otherwise, should you inadvertently upset me one day, who knows what may happen? Gu Yuan then said, I understand, Sister Xue. It certainly will not happen. Qian Rengxue nodded with satisfaction and replied, All right, it is getting dark. I shall find a place to rest. Good night, dear brother. In the depths of Gu Yuan's heart, there lingered countless grievances. Had it not been for the fear of being discovered by Bai Dong and Gu Yue Na, he would have acted long ago. Alas, what can one say? Others possess leverage over us, while we remain defenseless. Thus, we must yield. Let it be, let it be. I shall not dwell on it further and will retire for the night. Chapter 21. You must be responsible for me. Within the cave at night. At this moment, Gu Yuan had fallen into a deep slumber, while Qian Rinxue remained awake, lost in contemplation as she gazed toward the cavern entrance. Suddenly, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Through her sobs, she lamented, "Why does this world treat me so cruelly? That woman has always been indifferent and heartless towards me." The sound of her weeping stirred Gu Yuan from his sleep. Gu Yuan awoke, still heavy with drowsiness, only to find Qian Rinxue weeping before her. At such an age, how could she be so easily moved to tears? Gu Yuan approached and inquired, "What troubles you?" Before he could finish, Qian Rinxue suddenly embraced Gu Yuan and exclaimed, "Why must it be this way? That woman is so indifferent, and I am still required to masquerade as the crown prince. Why?" Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue in his embrace, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. There, do not be afraid. I will always be by your side, regardless of where our adventures may take us." Qian Rinxue looked at Gu Yuan, her cheeks slightly flushed, and then pushed him away. "Who said I needed you to accompany me?" Gu Yuan feigned indifference, saying, "Very well, if Miss Shui is unwilling, I shall take my leave." Qian Rinxue, filled with exasperation, felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. Could this man not offer a word of comfort to a distressed woman? Hastily, Qian Rinxue called out, "Hey, come back. I was merely joking." Gu Yuan turned back with a smile, saying, "I knew you couldn't bear to drive me away." Qian Rinxue realized she had been deceived. "You scoundrel, why don't you just die?" With that, she lunged at him in anger. Gu Yuan smiled as he grasped her hand, gently admonishing, "Engaging in fights is quite unbecoming for a young lady." He then enveloped her in his embrace. In that moment, Qian Rinxue unexpectedly drifted into slumber within Gu Yuan's arms, thinking to herself that this man's embrace felt exceedingly warm. Gu Yuan is currently tormented by his thoughts, pondering what course of action to take. He has realized that he is irreversibly entangled with Qian Rinxue, having gazed upon her form. What should he do if Bai Bidong discovers this? Is he to forfeit his own leg as a consequence? It seems he can only proceed one step at a time. For the troubles he has brought upon himself must be borne by him alone. Truly, this is a dire predicament. Gu Yuan fell asleep in the embrace of Qian Rinxue. In the morning, he awoke feeling remarkably comfortable, having never experienced such a deep slumber before. He pondered how he had ended up in his arms, recalling that he had indeed fallen asleep while embracing him the previous night, which filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Qian Rinxue gazed at the handsome visage before him, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Gu Yuan was awakened by Qian Rinxue and then smiled at her, saying, "What is the matter? Are you comfortable in my embrace?" Qian Rinxue immediately distanced herself from his hold and replied, "It's just mediocre, really. And also, I want to thank you for everything you've done. I apologize for my previous actions." Guyan chuckled softly, reassuring, "It's nothing. I don't hold it against you." Qian Rinxue felt even more embarrassed, recalling how she had previously threatened him to call her sister Shui, which was utterly mortifying. She then said, "Could you perhaps call me Shui from now on?" The last few words were spoken rather softly, yet Guyan still caught them. Gu Yuan walked up to her and embraced her, saying, "Of course I am willing, Shui. No matter how the world changes, I will always be by your side, so there is no need to be afraid." Qian Rinxue also held on to Gu Yuan, wishing to remain in this moment forever. After a long while, Qian Rinxue finally released Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan inquired, "By the way, Shui, what brings you to the Starry Forest?" At present, Qian Rinxue felt quite at ease in Gu Yuan's company, so she readily responded to his questions. Qian Rinxue replied, "Actually, Yuan, I came here to hunt soul beasts. Afterward, I needed to cleanse myself and decided to bathe in a nearby lake. Who would have thought you would happen to sneak a glance while I was bathing?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Had it not been for his secret observation, Qian Rinxue would not have been bitten by the serpent. Gu Yuan coughed lightly and remarked, "Oh, it was merely an accident, nothing to concern oneself with." Qian Rinxue, visibly agitated, retorted, "What do you mean by accident? Clearly, you gazed upon another's form yet refused to take responsibility. Truly, all men are akin to swine." Gu Yuan feels somewhat speechless at the moment. Just a while ago, everything seemed fine. Why must all the misfortunes be attributed to me? Gu Yuan could only resign himself to the situation. Who made me look at someone else's body? I take responsibility for what I say. Am I truly such a reckless person? Qian Rinxue exclaimed with delight. But you said it yourself, no turning back. With that, she playfully bit Gu Yuan's neck. Ouch, he exclaimed. Once I stamp my mark on you, you shall belong to me, and you are forbidden from mingling with other women. Qian Rinxue concluded with a hint of threat. The ancient connection is, all right, I shall not engage in a relationship, so rest easy, Shuer. Even if I do not pursue a relationship, there are still others. Qian Rinxue nodded, contemplating, you, a mere man, are mine, Qian Rinxue's possession. I shall never permit another to share you with me. Therefore, should you dare to clandestinely court another woman, I will render you powerless. Qian Rinxue declared, very well. I too must take my leave. Gu Yuan, filled with confusion, inquired, where are you going? Are you really leaving now? Qian Rinxue, with a heavy heart, replied, Yuan, there are matters I must attend to, hence I must take my leave. I promise to explain everything to you in due time, all right? Guyan gently embraced her and said, all right, Shuer, I wholeheartedly trust you. Qian Rinxue softly acknowledged, then I shall take my leave. With that, she summoned her martial spirit and soared into the sky. Guyan gazed at the direction in which Qian Rinxue had departed and pondered, Shuer, if you were to discover the truth about my entanglement with Bibi Dong, would you harbor resentment towards me? Resolute, he decided to follow the path she had taken. In Chapter 22, Summer Moon, I shall share with you. Outside the Star Do Forest, as Guyan approached the Star Do Empire, he was suddenly halted by the appearance of a woman, compelling him to pause. Gu Yuan gazed at the woman before him, his body trembling as he spoke. Xiayu, what are you doing here? Ever since Xiayu had vanished last time, Gu Yuan had presumed she would not seek him out again. To his astonishment, she now stood before him, not merely a figment of his dreams. Xiayu observed Gu Yuan's quivering form and wondered, am I truly so fearsome? With a gentle smile, she remarked, oh my. Little Yuan has grown even more dashing in my absence. Did you think that after all these years, I would no longer return to you? Xiayu had been in seclusion for the past few years, leaving her with little time to visit him. Gu Yuan was rendered speechless by her fright. When did we become so familiar? Xiao Yuan. What brings you to seek me? If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave. As I have matters to attend to. Why the haste to depart, Xiao Yuan? Are you afraid I might devour you? Xiaoyu chuckled from her spot. Very well. If you have no pressing concerns, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Gu Yuan hastily replied. Gu Yuan was acutely aware that spending even a second longer with the perilous woman, Xiaoyu, only heightened the danger. He hastily summoned his martial spirit to cleave open a rift in space, his sole desire being to escape from her. However, to his astonishment, Xiaoyu swiftly appeared behind him and struck him, rendering him unconscious. Before losing consciousness, Gu Yuan did not forget to utter, Xiaoyu, you woman, wait for me. With that, he collapsed into Xiaoyu's embrace. As Xiaoyu gazed at the handsome figure in her arms, complemented by his silver hair and petite stature, she remarked lightly, to be so well developed at such a young age, just imagine how remarkable you will be when you grow up. In the next moment, Xiaoyu vanished from the spot, cradling Gu Yuan. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Yuan gradually opened his eyes, still dazed. Suddenly, a figure caught his attention, a woman clad in a flowing white dress, adorned with fox ears and a fluffy tail. Her presence was utterly captivating, almost dangerously enchanting. At this moment, Gu Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. How could it be? I find myself experiencing such a profound heartbeat for this individual. And it beats so fervently. What on earth is happening? Gu Yuan hurriedly exclaimed, Xiaoyu, what is the matter with you? And why are you wearing that outfit? Xiaoyu replied with a mischievous smile. Oh, I see. It turns out that little Yuan enjoys seeing me in this attire. Gu Yuan felt his heart race even faster upon hearing that. What could it mean? Could it be that I have developed feelings for this woman? Surely, that cannot be the case. Gu Yuan glanced around and discovered that he was in a chamber suffused with delightful aromas. Could it possibly be the boudoir of a summer maiden? Moreover, it seemed that this place was not part of the Douluo Continent. Gu Yuan immediately inquired, Xiaoyu, where have you brought me? This place does not appear to be the Douluo Continent. Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, oh, little Yuan, you are quite perceptive, aren't you? This is indeed not the Douluo Continent. It is a realm of my own creation, a miniature world, to put it simply. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaoyu, you are capable of creating space. Just how powerful are you? He realized that Xiaoyu's strength surpassed his wildest imagination. Xiaoyu approached him, playfully lifting his chin and remarked, I am indeed powerful, but you need not overthink it. If you desire, I am yours as well. Gu Yuan was particularly astonished. What on earth was going on with this woman? Could it be a facade? Why did it feel slightly itchy at the back? Gu Yuan suddenly realized with astonishment that he had grown 3 tails and a pair of ears on his head. What on earth was happening? Xiaoyu was also slightly surprised. He had left his bloodline within Gu Yuan, never expecting it to awaken so swiftly. Gu Yuan glared fiercely at Xiaoyu. Perplexed by the sudden emergence of a foxtail, Xiaoyu pondered whether Gu Yuan was truly oblivious. Despite the tail, her lineage was formidable. With a bemused expression, Xiaoyu addressed the naive Gu Yuan. I neglected to mention that I had previously bestowed upon you the essence of my clan's bloodline. I did not anticipate such a swift awakening. Do you not sense that we are kin? Is this not a fortuitous circumstance? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan realized that his body possessed a formidable strength. However, the fox's tail was undeniably charming. Ancient Yuan caressed his tail and suddenly let out a soft sound. Perhaps due to a sensitive spot, Summer Moon observed Ancient Yuan's curiosity about his own body and playfully remarked, how does it feel? Would you consider joining with me? This way, your lineage could be elevated to a higher realm. I am afraid I must decline. Ancient Yuan promptly rejected the proposition, knowing that if he were to unite with her, it would be a miracle if Gu Yue Na did not take offense. Upon hearing this, Summer Moon realized he would indeed refuse, yet this only intensified her desire for him. While some may yearn to claim her, she actively extended an invitation to Ancient Yuan, who remained indifferent. Thus, I must claim your first experience for myself. Gu Yuan now only yearns to return, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart whenever she is with her. Moreover, this woman might very well engage in perilous actions next time. Hey, can you please let me go? Gu Yuan implored, a hint of desperation in her tone. All right, you may leave, provided you can find your way out. Xiaoyu replied with a smile. You consider it a plea from me, my queen, Gu Yuan beseeched, willing to endure anything to escape. Xiaoyu tilted Gu Yuan's chin, compelling her to meet her gaze. Little Yuan, even if you call me your queen, it won't be enough. As Gu Yuan beheld her for the first time at such proximity, he was struck by her beauty, distinctly different from Gu Yue Na and Bai Bai Dong. Gu Yue Na possesses an aloof demeanor, yet within her heart, she occasionally resembles a youthful girl in her teens. In contrast, Bai Bai Dong exudes a commanding presence, evoking a profound desire for conquest. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu embodies an enchanting allure that leaves a striking impact on those around her. Consequently, my heart races with heightened intensity. However, when Gu Yuan attempts to move, he discovers that his body is rendered immobile, undoubtedly under the control of Xiaoyu. As Gu Yuan began to speak, I said, Xiaoyu, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoyu pressed her lips against his. This unexpected gesture caused Gu Yuan's body to shudder slightly, yet, inexplicably, he too began to revel in the sensation. After half an hour, Xiaoyu gradually released her hold on Gu Yuan's lips. Observing Gu Yuan's dazed expression, Xiaoyu mused to herself, indeed, the desire for conquest in such men is far more exhilarating. Gu Yuan gradually regained his senses and realized that he rather enjoyed this feeling. Xiaoyu smiled and said, Do you particularly like it? Shouldn't you come more often in the future, little Yuan? Gu Yuan initially hesitated to speak, yet his body compelled him to utter, Yes, this sensation is quite pleasurable. How could he have expressed such words? Upon finishing his statement, Xiaoyu immediately sank her teeth into his neck, beginning to draw his blood. Gazing at the bewildered Gu Yuan, Xiaoyu remarked, Then, would you consent to allow me to extract a small amount of your blood daily as a form of compensation? Your blood possesses unique qualities that are beneficial to me. Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyu as she drew his blood, and he soon felt an overwhelming weakness engulf him, causing him to faint. It was only then that Xiaoyu realized, oh dear, she had perhaps exerted herself too much. It seemed she could not indulge in such excess. Nevertheless, the sight of Gu Yuan sleeping was undeniably charming. She then bound him with ropes and settled herself on top of him, drifting into a drowsy slumber. Chapter 23. A plea for mercy from women. How terrifying. It felt as though he had awakened from a dreadful nightmare, in which a beautiful yet perilous woman was feasting upon his blood. Why could he not move? Why did his chest feel so heavy? His body was tightly bound by ropes, and to his bewilderment, he found himself ensnared by an abundance of tails. Gu Yuan felt a slight heaviness in his chest and looked up to see Xiaoyu on him. Could you perhaps lose a bit of weight? You're rather heavy. Gu Yuan found himself utterly immobilized, gazing at the foul fox before him. Yet, it dawned upon him that he too was a fox of sorts. It was all this woman's fault for awakening his bloodline. Xiaoyu seemed to have had a delightful dream, instinctively lifting her head from Gu Yuan's chest as she roused from her slumber. Gu Yuan is truly furious now. How can this woman be so despicable? You foul vixen. Come down here. Gu Yuan could no longer contain his frustration. You wretched fox, come down at once, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Xiaoyu detested nothing more than being called a wretched fox, and as someone prone to morning irritability. She fixed Gu Yuan with a gaze so murderous it rendered him speechless, too terrified to speak, too weak to fight back. With a simmering edge to her voice, Xiaoyu warned, Little Yuan, you're testing my patience. It seems I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Without another word, she sank her teeth into his neck and began to drink. Gu Yuan felt as though she was being thoroughly drained by Xiaoyu. This woman was truly despicable, sucking the very essence from her. It was only when Xiaoyu deemed it sufficient that she gradually ceased her actions, leaving a lingering trace of her scent upon Gu Yuan's neck. Xiaoyu remarked with satisfaction that she felt quite at ease, asserting that Gu Yuan's blood indeed possessed a unique allure. In the present moment, Gu Yuan is filled with the urge to strike this woman, but alas, the disparity in their strengths renders such an action futile. Oh, Sister Xiaoyu, could you possibly allow me to leave? I still have matters to attend to. Gu Yuan pleaded. Xiaoyu gazed upon this diminutive figure. Her heart softened at the thought of letting him go. As she caressed the well-defined muscles on Gu Yuan's abdomen, she was taken aback by the remarkable state of his physique. Gu Yuan trembled as Xiaoyu's delicate hands roamed over his abdomen, driving him to the brink of madness. Observing Gu Yuan's pitiable demeanor, Xiaoyu felt a twinge of compassion and resolved to take him outside to experience the more pleasant and beautiful world beyond. Thus, she released Gu Yuan from his bindings and took his hand, leading him out. Gu Yuan initially thought he would be released, but to his surprise, he was taken outside instead. Nevertheless, this was certainly much better than being restrained. As Gu Yuan gazed at the surroundings, he felt as if he were immersed in a breathtaking landscape, a vast sea of blossoms, including cherry blossoms. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the cherry blossoms and other exquisite flowers into the air. Summeryu stood there, leaving Gu Yuan utterly mesmerized. Guyan gazed at the enchanting Xiaoyu, pondering whether this was the beauty she had longed for. It possessed an air of mystery that surpassed even that of Gu Yue Na and Bibi Dong. Xiaoyu, noticing Guyan lost in thought, teased with a playful smile. Well, little Yuan, do you think I am beautiful? Do you desire to have me? Gu Yuan felt utterly enchanted. And before she knew it, she uttered a heartfelt confession. I truly desire to have you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's heart soared with joy. Who wouldn't be elated to be praised for their beauty by the man they adored? One might ponder when her affection for him blossomed. Perhaps it was his endearing clumsiness or the prospect of the man he would eventually become that captured her heart. Gu Yuan finally came to his senses, realizing that he had inadvertently revealed his innermost thoughts. Truly, Xiaoyu was rather intimidating, to be honest. Although he was tempted by her figure, he found himself powerless against her allure. Nevertheless, he still had his sister and elder sister to rely on. As Xiaoyu gazed at Gu Yuan, who unwittingly bared his heart, she smirked. Men often claim to be indifferent, yet their hearts betrayed their true desires. Gu Yuan broke the awkward silence, saying, What I just said was mere nonsense. Do not believe it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and she retorted, You will soon learn the consequences of deceiving me. Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyu, feeling a surge of anger, prompting a hasty retreat. Yet, despite this urgency, she was swiftly captured. The disparity in their strengths was astonishing. Xiaoyu regarded the fleeing Gu Yuan and remarked, It seems my training has been insufficient for you, little Yuan. Let us return indoors, for today I shall ensure you are thoroughly disciplined. Without delay, Xiaoyu led Gu Yuan back into the room. Gu Yuan lay restrained on the bed under Xiaoyu's control, his eyes fixed fearfully upon the whip in her hand. He thought to himself, This will surely be excruciating. I mustn't endure this torment. Xiaoyu smiled wickedly. Is little Yuan prepared? Today, I shall mold you into perfect obedience. With that, the lash descended. Ah! Gu Yuan cried out in agony. NGH. It hurts. He clenched his teeth, enduring the searing pain. Thus, the room echoed with Gu Yuan's anguished cries and Xiaoyu's delighted laughter. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaoyu finally ceased her merciless flogging. Gu Yuan lay battered, his body marred with crimson streaks. As Xiaoyu approached, terror gripped his heart. Xia, no, my queen. I beg you, spare me. Xiaoyu's laughter dripped with dark allure. Where has that defiance of yours gone, little Yuan? Such a waste, all that precious blood. With a flick of her wrist, she invoked an arcane art, and in an instant, Gu Yuan's wounds vanished, his body restored. Gu Yuan was astonished as the pain in his body vanished in an instant. It was at this moment he truly realized the formidable prowess of Xiaoyu. Observing Gu Yuan's expression of disbelief, Xiaoyu chuckled and said, Are you surprised? This is precisely why you should refrain from provoking my wrath. Otherwise, I shall make you experience such pain time and again. I promise, my queen, it will never happen again. Gu Yuan was genuinely frightened. Her power was indeed terrifying. Xiaoyu, with a playful smile, reassured him, "Do not be so afraid, dear Yuan Yuan. I only act for your benefit, after all. Who could blame me for your disobedience?" Gu Yue now feels a sense of unease. He yearns to escape this space. Xiaoyu is aware that the time has come to send him back. She then solemnly remarks, "All right, my dear Yun, it is time for you to return. Remaining here too long may test my restraint." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was somewhat incredulous, unable to believe that Xiaoyu could be so amiable. Xiaoyu teased, "Little Yuan, do you not wish to return? Would you rather stay here with me for a lifetime?" Gu Yuan promptly replied, "What the queen commands is absolute." Xiaoyu then conjured a portal, casting Gu Yuan into its depths, and before departing, she cautioned, "Do not let your guard down. I may appear at any moment." With that, the portal sealed shut. Xiaoyu mused, "When we meet again, little Yuan, it will be the moment I seize your essence." On the outskirts of Soto City, Gu Yuan pondered, "Have they returned? I never anticipated that Xiaoyu would prove to be so trustworthy this time." The entirety of this experience felt surreal, akin to a fleeting dream. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged Xiaoyu's striking beauty and enigma. "Once I have grown stronger, I shall undoubtedly repay this grudge." Gu Yuan looked around, wondering if this was indeed Soto City, the place of Shrek. He hoped to enter and perhaps experience some intriguing events. Chapter 24. The impoverished have no choice but to compete. Is this really Soto City? It differs somewhat from my imagination, yet it is still quite delightful. Gu Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Gu Yuan caught sight of the heavenly dual palace ahead. Surely, Shu'er must be within its confines. Nevertheless, he decided to wander about. It was a fortunate opportunity to visit the Battle Soul Arena and earn some money. Having forgotten to request funds from his teacher before departing, Gu Yuan felt a profound sense of regret for not asking Bibidong for some gold soul coins before his journey. Gu Yuan possesses considerable confidence in his own abilities. For having attained the remarkable level of 43rd rank soul power at the tender age of 9 is indeed a testament to his prodigious talent. As Gu Yuan makes his way to the soul arena, unbeknownst to him, he is being watched. In a chamber within the imperial palace of Tiando, a short-haired boy with striking features exudes an air of mystery. Outside his room, the voice of a guard can be heard. "Your Highness, you instructed me to wait by the door. The individual you mentioned has already entered the city," the guard reports. "Very well, I am aware. You may leave now." The boy replies, and the guard promptly departs. "I knew someone would be following me upon my return. It must be you, Gu Yuan. Are you worried about me?" It is none other than Qian Rengshu, disguised as Zuiking. The mere thought of their shared experiences in the cave causes a faint blush to grace Qian Rengshu's cheeks. Had she known that Gu Yuan's visit was merely for leisure, he might have found himself in dire straits. Gu Yuan had arrived at the Soul Arena, which loomed before him like a grand miniature palace. It was even more expansive than he had envisioned, evidently. This was the perfect venue for him to unleash his pin-up fury. After enduring several days of torment at the hands of Xiaoyu, he found it opportune to vent his frustrations here. Gu Yuan stepped forward, donning a fox mask that Hu Laina had gifted him before his departure. Having been approached by numerous young women along the way, he felt compelled to wear the mask. Soon, he arrived at the front desk, where a young woman with an oval face, clad in work attire, inquired, "Excuse me, sir, have you come to register for the competition? If you wish to enter the soul duel, please provide your name." Gu Yuan gazed at the woman before him, her entire demeanor embodying the very essence of the personality he had envisioned. Indeed, let us call her Yuan Yi. The receptionist swiftly completed his registration, stating, "Please pay 20 golden soul coins." "Ah, it is all over. I am utterly devoid of funds at this moment." Gu Yuan, with a bold demeanor, addressed the receptionist, inquiring if he could settle the payment after the completion of the task. With that, he removed his mask, confident that his striking looks would persuade the young lady to acquiesce, believing that mere handsomeness would suffice. The receptionist, her cheeks slightly flushed at the sight of the handsome man, replied, "All right, but should you lose, you will be required to pay 3 times the amount in gold soul coins." Gu Yuan, filled with excitement, replied, "Certainly, there is no issue at all. Please, disclose your soul power and martial soul." The receptionist responded, "My martial soul is the moonlit sword, with a soul power of level 43. Gu Yuan confidently declared this. Afterward, the receptionist handed him a badge, and upon receiving it, Gu Yuan promptly departed. As Gu Yuan walked along the path, he clutched his head and lamented, "What a disgrace! I should have asked the teacher for money before leaving. Alas, it is too late to dwell on that. I am about to take the stage. Soon." The moment arrived for Gu Yuan to perform. He donned a fox mask and stepped into the center. A woman soaring through the sky announced, "Please, both parties, take the stage." Gu Yuan gazed at the stout man before him and said, "43rd rank Soul Master, my martial spirit is the Moonlight Sword. I seek your guidance." The man replied, "I am a 44th rank Soul Master, and my martial spirit is the Lion. I welcome your instruction." The woman interjected, "Let the match commence." Upon her words, the man swiftly summoned his martial spirit and launched an assault on Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan ascended swiftly with the Sword of Fate. The man remarked, "Are you frightened, little one?" Upon finishing his words, he unleashed his first soul technique, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gazed at the man before him with a hint of disdain. Initially, he had intended to engage in a pleasant diversion, but now he resolved to hasten its conclusion. With that, he summoned the domain of the sword, causing the man to feel his strength wane. It had been 3 years since he had last tested his physical prowess, so he thought to practice on this individual. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan struck him with a punch from behind, and the man promptly collapsed. Gu Yuan was taken aback. This person seemed remarkably fragile. The woman, along with the audience, was astonished that a single punch had settled the matter. Observing the incapacitated man, the woman promptly declared Gu Yuan the victor. Gu Yuan swiftly descended from the stage. Gu Yuan pondered. It appears that the physical body has become remarkably powerful. Moreover, there exists an unfamiliar force within. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and realized he should probably thank Xiaoyu. She had previously implanted the Fox clan's bloodline within his body, never expecting this lineage to be so formidable. Yet when he recalled her past actions towards him, indignation still simmered within. Elsewhere in a secluded space, Xiaoyu sat cross-legged by her bed, immersed in cultivation. Suddenly, she sneezed. "Someone must be talking about me behind my back. It's definitely little Yuan, she mused. No matter. I must focus on my training. The next time we meet, little Yuan will be mine." Meanwhile, in the soul dueling arena, Gu Yuan swiftly achieved 10 consecutive victories. Though some opponents proved challenging, he overcame them all. Finally done, he exhaled, immediately making his way to the cashier's counter. Gu Yuan immediately placed the acquired golden soul coins before the receptionist, stating, as promised, "This is for you." The receptionist, upon receiving the money, gazed at Gu Yuan with a hint of astonishment, exclaiming, "I never expected you to achieve 10 consecutive victories." "Congratulations," Gu Yuan humbly remarked. "It's nothing. I've settled the payment, and now I shall take my leave." Having said that, he swiftly exited the soul fighting arena. Acutely aware of the front desk attendant's gaze, any delay could lead to undesirable consequences. The attendant, observing Gu Yuan's hasty departure, sighed, "What an uninterested man. I had hoped to invite him for a meal." Disregarding her thoughts, she promptly returned to her tasks. Exhausted from the recent bout, she felt a pang of hunger. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan contemplated the gold soul coins in his possession, sufficient for a few days' needs. On his way to the restaurant, Gu Yuan was suddenly obstructed by a group of people ahead. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yuan recognized this as the lecherous man he had defeated in their initial encounter. The man exclaimed, "You little brat, earlier you embarrassed me, and now I shall teach you a proper lesson." Gu Yuan spoke coldly, "Very well, let us fight elsewhere. I fear you shall meet a tragic end." Upon hearing this, the men behind him laughed. "Can this little brat truly intimidate us? Let us go." Soon, Gu Yuan arrived at a secluded location. The man declared, "Little brat, let us see how you escape. Brothers, charge." Yet before he could finish his sentence, the head of the man accompanying him slowly fell. Gu Yuan's face was smeared with blood as he declared, "It is fortunate that I did not kill you before. However, if you insist on seeking me out, do not hold me responsible. You even brought a horde of miscreants along to meet their demise." Guyan gazed at his bloodstained attire, realizing that he must first cleanse himself before indulging in a meal. Moreover, his senior sister's mask had also become sullied. He wondered if she would scold him upon discovering this. With that thought, Guyan vanished from the spot and sought out a nearby hotel to freshen up. Chapter 25. Shueqing Gu Yuan swiftly found a hotel where he refreshed himself with a shower, emerging with an invigorated and handsome demeanor. Gu Yuan emerged, admiring the pristine state of his attire, and with a heart full of joy, he eagerly prepared to dine at the restaurant. Gu Yuan swiftly discovered a restaurant named Yuan, which, though not opulent, exuded a sense of tranquility with its minimalist decor. Gu Yuan reserved a private room due to the excessive noise outside, and the view was quite delightful as well. He ordered some fish and porridge, perhaps out of habit, for he always seemed to favor a bowl of porridge. Gu Yuan took a bite of fish, savoring its tender and flavorful meat. As he enjoyed the meal, memories of Bibi Dong preparing food for him began to resurface. Gu Yuan was reminiscing about those times, how he longed for the meals his teacher prepared for him, although the teacher had a slightly mischievous side. The dishes were always delectable. He wondered what his teacher might be doing now, after 3 years of separation. Perhaps he should return soon to visit. Just as Gu Yuan was about to serve himself some food, the door suddenly creaked open. A man with golden hair, remarkably handsome, entered, none other than Qian Rinxue. Disguised as Xue Qinghe, Xue Qinghe casually took a seat beside him and said, "Gu Yuan, I trust my presence here won't pose any issues?" Gu Yuan undoubtedly had no issues. Sitting before him was Xue, which kept him from feeling anger. Naturally, Gu Yuan would not expose the truth, for that would lead to an awkward situation. Gu Yuan feigned confusion and inquired, "May I ask what brings you to seek out Yuan?" Qian Rinxue replied, "I noticed your impressive 10 consecutive victories in the Duhan arena, so I took the liberty of inquiring about you. I trust you won't be offended, Brother Yuan?" Gu Yuan gently replied, "Of course not. It's the first time someone has said such words to me, and I feel a bit shy, haha." Qian Rinxue gazed at Gu Yuan, pondering to herself, "This dog of a man becomes so elated over mere compliments. When I praised him before, he hardly reacted at all." Naturally, Qian Rinxue would never voice such thoughts. With a smile, she said, "I find Brother Yuan quite impressive, and I wish to engage in more conversations with you and forge a friendship. May I ask if you would consent to this, Brother Yuan?" After finishing his meal, Gu Yuan remarked, "Of course, if Brother Qinghe is willing, I would certainly oblige." Qian Rinxue then replied indifferently, "How would you know my name, Brother Yuan?" Gu Yuan found it rather foolish that Qian Rinxue had entered wearing royal garments. Upon entering, with the presence of someone bearing the character Xue before her, was it not Qinghe? Could it possibly be some woman? Or was it that Qinghe was indeed a woman at heart? The last remark of Gu Yuan was tinged with jest. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a twinge of panic and promptly responded, "Yuan brother, please do not jest so. I am, without a doubt, a genuine man." Gu Yuan chuckled. "I was merely jesting. Of course, I am eager to befriend Brother Qinghe. I am positively thrilled." Qian Rinxue sensed the man's feigned demeanor, yet she lacked tangible proof. "Very well, let us henceforth cultivate a friendship of intellect and artistry." Thus, she engaged in a lengthy conversation with Gu Yuan before taking her leave, presenting him with a token and uttering, "This is the emblem of the heavenly royal family. Should you wish to seek me out for dialogue in the future, you are always welcome." Gu Yuan naturally agreed, and then watched as Xue Qinghe hurriedly ran outside. Qian Rinxue was panting on the road, exclaiming, "You dog of a man! How dare you speak to me so resolutely and leave me waiting?" In no time, Qian Rinxue boarded the carriage and departed from the location. Gu Yuan gazed at the moving carriage and chuckled, "Xue, you are still far from being my match. Truly, you are a wonderfully foolish girl." Having satisfied his hunger, Gu Yuan settled the bill and exited the restaurant. Standing on the road, a contented Gu Yuan exclaimed, "Oh, little mouse." Gu Yuan then arrived at a narrow passage and proclaimed, "Come forth." Suddenly, a man clad in black appeared, inquiring, "May I ask, how did you uncover my presence?" Gu Yuan solemnly stated, "Do not inquire how I discovered your presence. Return and inform your master that should you dare to approach me again, I shall not hesitate to show my displeasure." Upon uttering these words, Gu Yuan emanated a palpable aura of menace, causing the man before him to break into a cold sweat. In a flustered manner, the man replied, "Yes, I will return immediately to convey your message." With that, he vanished from the spot, although the man possessed slightly greater strength than Gu Yuan. A deep-seated intuition warned him that should a confrontation ensue, he could very well meet his demise. Gu Yuan gazed at the vanishing figure of the man in black and chuckled. "Doesn't Xue instill in you a modicum of intimidation? Do you truly believe I could be so easily tracked? You are still but a child." Within the palace of the heavenly, in the chamber of the esteemed Qinghe, a guard stood before Qian Rinxue, relaying every word that Gu Yuan had instructed him to convey. Upon finishing, he departed, having discerned the prince's considerable ire. Seated upon her bed, Qian Rinxue fumed, "How dare that dog of a man threaten me? If I ever encounter him again, I shall tear him limb from limb. I swear." Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yuan had never once contemplated the repercussions of his actions. He intended to venture into a hidden realm. Having heard whispers of a mystical place near the heavenly, where he hoped to uncover fortuitous encounters, Gu Yuan summoned his martial soul, preparing to soar through the skies on his sword. Ever since he acquired this ability, he had never fully utilized it. And now was the perfect moment to experience the thrill of its true potential. Stepping onto the moonlit sword feels exceedingly comfortable for Gu Yuan, having always observed others soar. He now finds himself capable of flight as well. Gu Yuan gazed at the scenery around him, sighing, "This is the life I desire, carefree and untroubled. It truly feels liberating without my sister by my side." In this manner, he swiftly arrived at the secret realm he had spoken of on the way. However, he soon caught sight of a bewitching woman in front of him, strikingly reminiscent of Gu Yue Na. Upon closer inspection, he realized, senior sister. Gu Yue Na turned around and, upon seeing her long-adored junior brother, immediately rushed to embrace Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan naturally embraced his senior sister, for he held a deep affection for her. It was only after a prolonged moment that they reluctantly released each other. Gu Yuan spoke up, "By the way, senior sister, what brings you here?" Gu Yue Na had just regained her senses from Gu Yuan's embrace. With a sweet smile, she replied, "The teacher mentioned that there is a hidden realm here, and I came to see if I could discover something valuable. Could it be that you are here for the same reason, junior brother?" Gu Yuan gently patted Gu Yue Na's head and remarked, "Of course, I shall accompany you. It has been 3 years since we last met, and my dear senior sister, you have become even more beautiful." Gu Yue Na, aware of the passage of time, noted that her junior brother had surpassed her in height. No longer the adorable child she once remembered, he now exuded a mature charm and striking handsomeness. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na's heart swelled with joy. "Indeed, it has been 3 years since we last saw each other, and my junior brother has not only grown taller but has also become quite dashing." Gu Yuan chuckled. "Of course, you should take a look at who your junior brother is." Gu Yue Na replied, "All right, let us go. Stop being vain." With that, Gu Yue Na took Gu Yuan's hand, and together they stepped into the secret realm. Chapter 26. My First Kiss with My Junior Brother. Gu Yue Na and Gu Yuan traversed a layer of transparent barrier, instantly entering an unknown space. Upon entering, Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback. This was not the cave he had envisioned, but rather a breathtaking valley adorned with an abundance of flowers, surpassing even the floral seas of summer in its beauty. Gu Yuan pondered how delightful it would be if Bibi Dong could join them, allowing them to revel in the company of Gu Yue Na together. However, Gu Yue Na, noticing Gu Yuan's unwavering gaze fixed ahead and his indifference towards her, felt a pang of disappointment. After such a long-awaited reunion, she could hardly believe her junior brother's heartlessness. With a pout, Gu Yue Na remarked, "You heartless rascal, I shall not bother with you any longer." With that, she stormed ahead, embodying the sentiment that if he did not come to console her, she would not acknowledge him at all. Gu Yuan wore an expression of helplessness, pondering what he had done wrong this time. It seemed that in his childhood, Gu Yue Na would often feign vulnerability to elicit sympathy. Clearly, it was time for a change. Gu Yuan immediately embraced Gu Yue Na's alluring figure, pulling her close into his arms before pressing his lips against hers in a bold kiss. MMM. A wave of warmth flooded Gu Yue Na's mouth as she was taken aback by Gu Yuan's audacity. She had merely sought comfort from him. Yet this unexpected intimacy felt strangely pleasant, especially since it was initiated by her junior brother. Ever since Gu Yuan's departure, Gu Yue Na had felt an inexplicable void within her. Though Bibi Dong remained by her side, the absence of her junior brother left her heart hollow, disrupting even her daily cultivation. This trial, assigned by Bibi Dong, had unexpectedly reunited her with Gu Yuan, filling her with quiet joy. Now, as he kissed her with such daring passion, Gu Yue Na's heart trembled with emotion. Only after what felt like an eternity did Gu Yuan finally release her. Weak and breathless, Gu Yue Na collapsed limply into his embrace. Guyan gazed at Gu Yue Na, who resembled a delicate woman in his embrace, and remarked, "How do you find this method of comfort, senior sister?" Gu Yue Na lifted her gaze to her long-admired junior brother, feeling that his audacity was rather remarkable. Breathing heavily, she exclaimed, "You mischievous junior brother, how could you dare to bully your senior sister after such a long separation?" Gu Yuan chuckled, "Am I to blame? Who could have imagined that my senior sister would bully me back then?" Gu Yue Na felt an overwhelming urge to confront Gu Yuan. How could one be so shameless, reaping benefits while playing the victim? Gu Yue Na pleaded, "Junior brother, I was wrong. Please spare me." "Oh, senior sister, I just saw how you were relishing it." Gu Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. Gu Yue Na, filled with trepidation, implored, "Junior brother, please let me off. Is it not enough that I acknowledged my mistake?" Gu Yuan gazed tenderly at the gentle woman in his embrace, unable to bear the thought of causing her further distress. Thus, he chose to let her be. Gu Yuan gently released Gu Yue Na, directing her gaze towards the horizon. As Gu Yue Na stepped away from Gu Yuan's embrace, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped her. Gu Yuan glanced at his senior sister and said, "All right, senior sister, I shall take my leave. If you do not come along, I may very well abandon you here." Upon hearing this, Hulaina hurriedly grasped Gu Yuan's hand, her expression clearly conveying that should he leave her behind, she would inform their master to punish him. The ancient bond leaves one utterly speechless in the presence of this senior sister. However, her delicate hands are indeed quite soothing. "Now, let us hasten our departure." Gu Yuan led Hulaina forward. Along the way, an abundance of flowers surrounded them. However, Gu Yuan sensed an unsettling tranquility, an ominous feeling lurking in the air. Suddenly, a carnivorous flower launched an attack on Hulaina from behind. Gu Yuan turned around and exclaimed, "This is not good." He shielded Hulaina behind him and summoned the Yuan Yu sword, striking fiercely at the man-eating flower. Before long, the flower succumbed to the loss of vitality. Gu Yuan glanced at his senior sister behind him and remarked, "Senior sister, this place is fraught with danger. I cannot fathom what master was thinking, allowing you to come here." Hulaina, upon hearing this, immediately grew displeased. "Humph. Are you suggesting that I am a burden, you insufferable junior? Do not concern yourself. I can manage on my own." With that, Hulaina strode ahead, only to be confronted by a carnivorous flower that she was unable to fend off. Gu Yuan directly embraced Hulaina and soared into the sky atop his sword. He couldn't help but reflect, what sins did I commit in my past life? How could my senior sister be so foolish? Blushing, Hulaina began to speak, "That junior brother, but was promptly interrupted by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Silence. Do you not see how perilous the situation is? Do not provoke my temper further, or I shall abandon you without a second thought." For the first time, Hulaina felt inexplicably saddened by her junior's words. She nestled in Gu Yuan's embrace, choosing to remain silent. Gu Yuan gazed at Hulaina, pondering, "Have I perhaps spoken too harshly? Never mind, I shall refrain from teaching my senior sister a lesson. How will I manage in the future otherwise?" Gu Yuan was utterly exhausted. Ever since childhood, when she used to sleep cradled in her senior sister's arms, she had relied on no one else besides their master. How could she possibly stay angry at her senior sister? But this time had been far too perilous. Had she been even a moment slower, her senior sister would have. Gu Yuan couldn't bear to finish the thought. "Senior sister, if I were to lose you, I would be truly devastated. That's why I must teach you a lesson this time," she murmured to herself. Spotting a cave nearby, Gu Yuan decided to land and rest there for the night. She scanned the surroundings cautiously, ensuring no threats lingered before settling in. Gu Yuan embraced Hulaina as they made their way towards the cave. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Cave. Gu Yuan embraced Hulaina as they soared into the cave. Yet Hulaina had already succumbed to a deep slumber, leaving Gu Yuan's expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Gu Yuan gazed at the slumbering Hulaina in his arms and remarked, Hey, while I toil tirelessly dealing with some unpleasant matters, you have the audacity to fall asleep. Isn't that a bit excessive?" However, as he looked at his senior sister, he couldn't help but feel that perhaps he was being somewhat unreasonable towards a woman. In a moment of nostalgia, Gu Yuan reminisced about the time spent alongside his senior sister at the academy and within the spirit hall. Back then, upon first encountering her, he was merely a child, often relying on her protection and even vying for her affection as he sought comfort in her embrace during slumber. In the presence of their teacher at the spirit hall, he behaved obediently, yet when together with her, he transformed entirely. The memories of his senior sister as spirit manifested at night caused his face to flush crimson, abruptly pulling him back from his reverie. Sighing, he chastised himself, attributing his flustered state to the undeniable allure of his senior sister. It truly was not easy to behold her in such a light. With a serious expression, Gu Yuan declared, "Even if Hulaina were to be asleep, let this be my recompense to my senior sister." Guyan sensed that something was amiss in the vicinity. Dread washed over him as he realized that he had forgotten this was a secret realm, not the outside world. Lingering here for too long would undoubtedly lead to peril. Gu Yuan gazed into the cave, where an enigmatic light flickered within. After a moment of trepidation, he resolved to venture inside. As he contemplated setting Hulaina down to explore the cave alone, deeming it too perilous, he found himself unable to move his body. Gu Yuan gazed at Hulaina with a sense of helplessness and exclaimed, "Hey, senior sister, why did you summon your spirit to bind me? I can't bear to look any longer. If I do, I might truly perish. What if the teacher finds out? I would be in dire straits." The sight of Hulaina summoning her spirit was irresistibly alluring, even if it was slightly less captivating than that of Xiaoyu. With no other choice, Gu Yuan resigned himself to waiting for Hulaina to awaken, and soon he fell into a deep slumber while holding her close. As Gu Yuan drifted into slumber, The cave echoed with an array of sounds. However, he remained deeply asleep, impervious to the disturbances unless roused by natural means. After a night had passed, Gu Yue Na was the first to awaken, only to find herself nestled in Gu Yuan's embrace. A sudden blush crept across her cheeks as she realized her foxtail was tightly entwined with him. Observing Gu Yuan peacefully asleep, she mused, "You insufferable junior. Would I be in this predicament had you not reprimanded me so? Regardless, upon our return to the spirit hall, I shall certainly inform my teacher." Gu Yue Na's thoughts bore a hint of cunning. As she retracted her martial spirit, Gu Yuan felt an unexpected lightness throughout his body, prompting him to awaken. Gu Yuan noticed that his senior sister's cheeks were flushed, which struck him as rather surprising. Wasn't she known for her mischievous nature? How could she possibly be blushing? After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan returned to reality, only to find that Gu Yue Na had already extricated herself from his embrace and was now sitting on the other side, looking rather foolish. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na and said with a smile, "Senior sister, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps we should return." Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na stood up and retorted, "You cowardly junior brother, are you afraid?" "Ah, the ancient ties render me speechless." Who, prior to this, was so frightened that tears nearly flowed. "Now, from whence do you derive the audacity to speak of me, O woman? Nonetheless, I shall not succumb to anger. Otherwise, my teacher might very well deliver a severe reprimand. Just the thought of that scythe is enough to make me shudder." Gu Yuan could only helplessly adapt to her demeanor. "Senior sister, since you do not wish to return, let us explore within." I sensed an unusual aura upon entering the cave. Gu Yue Na, noticing Gu Yuan's lack of anger, smiled and replied, "All right, let us hasten our steps." With that, Gu Yue Na took Gu Yuan's hand and ventured into the depths of the cave. Gu Yuan gazed at the cave into which Gu Yue Na had drawn him, reflecting inwardly, "Ah, women. If in the future, Bibi Dong and Gu Yue Na feel as though their days are numbered, it would be wise to avoid inciting a woman's ire." After what felt like an eternity, Gu Yuan and Gu Yue Na finally entered the cave. The journey felt peculiar. Although the distance was short, it seemed to stretch on interminably. Perhaps it was best to ponder this upon returning. Noticing Gu Yuan's bewilderment, Gu Yue Na glanced ahead, where something rather strange caught her eye, prompting her to interrupt Gu Yuan's contemplation. Gu Yuan was led away by Gu Yue Na, yet he did not dwell on such thoughts. Gu Yuan gazed at the palm of Gu Yue Na, marveling, "Is this truly the hand of my senior sister? It is so soft and comforting. And these legs could provide me with years of enjoyment." As Gu Yuan pondered, Gu Yue Na remained oblivious to his intentions. She had arrived at the periphery of that radiant place, feeling as though she had never encountered such a location in the Douluo Continent. With a gaze full of curiosity, Gu Yue Na turned to Gu Yuan, who appeared rather mischievous. Observing this demeanor, she questioned whether this was still the same junior disciple she once knew. Without hesitation, Gu Yue Na grasped Gu Yuan's ear, promptly reverting him to his original form. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, immediately pleading for mercy, "Senior sister, please do not tug at my ears any longer, it hurts. Now that you understand pain, do you realize how insufferable your previous demeanor was?" Gu Yue Na remarked, embodying the demeanor of a wife admonishing her husband. Gu Yuan covered his flushed ears and said, "Senior sister, I can no longer dare to do so. Why is it that whenever you become angry, my body involuntarily aligns with yours? Moreover, I am certainly not like this. It must be the mischief of the pearl within me, bestowed by my master." Gu Yue Na promptly tapped his head and replied, "Dare you not? This is what you get for mocking your senior sister earlier." Gu Yuan was not captivated by his senior sister, but rather by a cluster of statues ahead. Gu Yuan pondered within, this statue seems familiar, reminiscent of a place where divine altars are inherited. Gu Yuan promptly interrupted Gu Yue Na, saying, "This statue appears to be the site of divine inheritance." Gu Yue Na, somewhat incredulous, replied, "This is indeed the place of divine inheritance, yet something still feels amiss." Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na's innocent demeanor and chuckled, "Senior sister, you seem to be unaware. There are numerous places of divine inheritance. It's merely that no one has yet discovered them. On the Douluo Continent, many sites of legacy remain hidden." As Gu Yue Na listened to Gu Yuan's words, she felt that the statue bore a striking resemblance to a dragon. Regardless of all else, Gu Yuan pressed onward, feeling an inexplicable attraction to the statue. Gu Yue Na, watching Gu Yuan advance, anxiously called out, "Foolish junior brother, be cautious. We are still unfamiliar with this statue." Gu Yuan gestured to Gu Yue Na with a knowing sign. Gu Yue Na wondered from whom her junior had learned such a disposition, yet she realized that this was indeed her junior, audacious and willing to embrace challenges. As Gu Yuan approached the statue, it suddenly illuminated. When Gu Yuan reopened his eyes, he found himself not in the cave, but in an unfamiliar place, one that even he could not recognize. Before Gu Yuan stood a magnificent palace, and he felt an inexplicable force beckoning him from within. As he approached the grand entrance, the doors swung open of their own accord. Upon entering, Gu Yuan beheld an elderly sage seated upon the throne within the palace. Gu Yuan could only sense that the elder was immensely powerful, surpassing both Gu Yue Na and Bai Bai Dong. Upon noticing Gu Yuan's entrance, the elder smiled and immediately unleashed his imposing aura. In the next moment, Gu Yuan fell to his knees, utterly unable to resist such overwhelming power. The elder, with a smile, inquired, "Do you understand why I have brought you here?" Gu Yuan wished to express his disdain, remarking that had he known sooner, he would have spoken up. Who, upon meeting someone, would simply exert their dominance. Gu Yuan directly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what is your purpose in seeking the young friend?" The old man chuckled softly. "There resides within you an essence that evokes memories of a departed acquaintance." At this moment, Gu Yuan found himself lost in contemplation of that very essence. Chapter 28. A powerful being from another world. As Gu Yuan pondered, the old man broke the silence, saying, "Heth, young one, it appears there is a sword within your very being." Ancient Yuan was bewildered by the sword. Could it be that it is my martial soul? Ancient Yuan revealed his martial soul for the elder to observe, and the elder's eyes were filled with tears of crimson. Ancient Yuan expressed his curiosity, "Elder, do you have any knowledge of this sword?" The elder replied with a smile, "This sword has a remarkable origin, yet I never anticipated that you would inherit it." Intrigued, Ancient Yuan inquired, "Might I ask you to elaborate?" The elder readily consented, "Very well, allow me to share my tale. I am not of this world. I hail from another realm." The mention of another realm left Ancient Yuan somewhat astonished. What formidable being could traverse time and space to reach the Douluo Continent? In truth, that sword belongs to my master, and my presence in this world is solely due to my master, the elder declared, his face contorted with fury. Gu Yuan seemed to sense the atmosphere of the elder. "What trials did you endure before arriving in this world? You possess such strength, and surely your master must be even more formidable." "I hail from a realm of celestial warriors. On that fateful day, my master and I were en route to the Emperor's cave, when suddenly a practitioner of the dark arts emerged, slaying my master. In his final moments of fury, he used his remaining strength to send me here. Upon my arrival, I chose not to explore but rather to conceal myself. After much effort, I finally took on a corporeal form, only to discover that the will of this world was overwhelmingly powerful. As I sought to comprehend this realm, I learned that it was intricately woven with martial souls and divine positions. I devoted considerable time to establishing a divine position for the dragon god and ventured to the divine realm, leaving behind a legacy in my concealed sanctuary." As the elder concluded his lengthy discourse, Gu Yuan found himself in turmoil, pondering why such melodramatic events had befallen him. "Your martial soul may very well be a remnant of my master's essence, seemingly having merged with your being and awakening when you turned 6. The elder remarked with a hint of detachment. Gu Yuan immediately responded, "Then you have left behind the place of inheritance in anticipation of a fated individual." "Indeed, I believe my master could never misplace his most treasured sword," the old man replied with a smile. "May I inquire your esteemed name, senior? Moreover, how long has it been since anyone visited this place?" Gu Yuan inquired, posing a series of questions. "I am called Mie, a name bestowed upon me by my master when he tamed me. It has been nearly several millennia since anyone has graced this place with their presence." Mie sighed, for the solitude had grown quite unbearable. Gu Yuan felt a sense of incredulity. How had he endured for thousands of years? Yet, having mentors and a sister made it all the more bearable, for it was far from monotonous. Gu Yuan pondered deeply. Mie sensed that within Gu Yuan's body resided a bloodline that did not belong to this realm, and thus spoke, "Little one, it appears that you possess a lineage of the Fox clan within you." Gu Yuan was somewhat taken aback after listening. "Senior, indeed, not long ago, a woman forcibly abducted me and injected her bloodline into me before releasing me." Mie seemed to recall someone. "During my travels across the continent, I believe I encountered her. You must be cautious. She does not easily relinquish her chosen prey to anyone." Gu Yuan was filled with trepidation, pondering, although Xiaoyu was enchanting, would Bai Bai Dong and Gu Yue Na truly let him off the hook? Upon witnessing Gu Yuan's anxious demeanor, Mie seemed to contemplate the future women of this man and smiled softly. With a swift motion, Mie spoke. "Enough, my time is limited. Come here, and I shall convey your divine position assessment." Having said that, he gently tapped the center of Gu Yuan's brow. Ancient Yuan felt a warm current flow through his body, bringing a sense of comfort to his entire being. "The dragon god's third trial," he chuckled heartily. Gu Gu Yuan felt a strange sensation. Senior, what troubles you? The little one replied, I expected you to be a 9 trials, yet you turned out to be a 3 trials. Perhaps, when you ascend to divinity, you might surpass me. Me then declared, very well, I shall channel all my strength into you, awakening your martial spirit. With that, me infused all his power into Gu Yuan's body. The soul power of Gu Yuan instantly reached level 50. Is this what it means to possess strength? Gu Yuan felt as if he could take on 10 opponents, though jesting, 3 would suffice. I shall bestow upon you 3 divine soul rings. How many you can endure will depend on your own capabilities. The contents of the divine examination will later be transmitted into your mind. Having spoken, Mia Dian's figure began to gradually fade away. Upon witnessing the dissolution of Mia's corporeal form, Gu Yuan hastily exclaimed, Senior, your body. Mia, with a gentle smile, responded, Do not fret, little one. I have merely bequeathed a legacy to my master. I have imparted all of my remaining strength to you. And it is time for me to return to that realm. I firmly believe that my master shall not perish. Guyan, having listened to the words of the elder, felt a profound admiration. The younger Guyan respectfully bid farewell to the elder. Kneeling upon the ground, he spoke. Mia smiled gently at Guyan and transformed into a beam of light, vanishing within the grand hall. Gu Yuan was also sent back to that cave. After all, with the destruction of the demon clan, the palace could no longer exist. Inside the cave, Hulaina gazed at Gu Yuan for an entire hour. Her cheeks puffed with indignation as she exclaimed, What are you staring at, you insufferable junior disciple? You dare to ignore me? Just watch, I'll tickle you. Gu Yuan regained his senses and found himself back in the cave, realizing that a pair of hands was scratching him. He immediately burst into laughter. Gu Yuan chuckled heartily and said, Senior sister, please stop scratching. It still itches. I beg you. Hulaina, observing Gu Yuan's pleading demeanor, laughed delightfully and replied, Junior brother, what are you saying? I can't hear you. It seems you are quite ticklish. Gu Yuan sensed that senior sister was being deliberately provocative. This girl had discovered his greatest weakness, his sensitivity to tickling. If this continued, it would surely become unbearable. Hulaina chuckled, Unless you agree to accompany me to sleep, I shall not relent. All right, I will accompany you to sleep shortly. Now please loosen your grip. I can hardly endure this any longer. Gu Yuan was on the verge of collapse. Upon releasing him, Hulaina allowed Gu Yuan to finally regain his composure. Phew, that was truly challenging. Hulaina regarded Gu Yuan with a playful smile and cautioned, Do not forget, if you dare to break your promise, you shall find yourself at my mercy. With that, she displayed a rather fearsome expression. At that moment, Gu Yuan found Hulaina quite endearing. Perhaps sharing a slumber with her would be delightful. Gu Yuan chuckled and said, All right, I will certainly agree to you, senior sister. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's affirmation, Hulaina felt relieved and inquired, So, junior brother, what exactly have you done? Gu Yuan then recounted the events surrounding the divine examination, omitting the details concerning the annihilation. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's narrative, Hulaina felt a profound astonishment. Her junior disciple had unexpectedly inherited a divine position, and moreover, it was the 3rd trial. Hulaina perceived that her junior disciple had become even more admirable. Junior disciple. With such remarkable prowess, surely our master must be even more delighted. Gu Yuan chuckled. Perhaps that's the case? But will the teacher be furious with me for not visiting her for such a long time? Hulaina replied with a radiant smile, Not at all. The teacher has missed you dearly. With that, Gu Yuan and Hulaina exited the cave. Chapter 29, The Second Kiss. Finally, they emerged. After receiving the divine examination, did Gu Yuan gain any insights? It is indeed quite significant, considering the astonishment of arriving in Douluo from another world. The fragrance of flowers wafting through the air evokes a longing for summer months. No, why am I thinking of that insane woman? Gu Yuan slapped himself to regain focus. Hulaina observed her junior brother with a puzzled expression. One wonders how the teacher will react upon seeing her disciple, especially since the teacher had sternly insisted on bringing him back. Hulaina interrupted Gu Yuan's contemplation, playfully pouting and whispering in his ear, Junior brother, I have long harbored a desire for you, so could you possibly yield to your elder sister? Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Gu Yuan instantly felt his entire body weaken. Was this woman doing it on purpose? I am merely 9 years old. Gu Yuan hastily retreated, exclaiming, Senior sister, please do not jest. I am merely 9 years old. A naive young lad. Hulaina chuckled softly and replied, Is that so? Junior brother, you truly leave your senior sister in a state of insatiable longing. With that, Hulaina stepped forward, prompting Gu Yuan to quickly retreat a few paces in alarm. Gu Yuan felt that the senior sister was no longer the one he had known. Where was that enchanting and captivating senior sister? No, this senior sister was indeed beautiful and alluring, wasn't she? Gu Yan, feeling a surge of panic, attempted to flee. However, midway through his escape, he found himself ensnared by Hu Lai's soul beast, the foxtail. Concerned for Hu Lai's well-being, Gu Yan refrained from struggling against his bonds. Observing her flustered junior brother, Hu Laina experienced a sense of satisfaction within her heart. Having endured his earlier mockery, she resolved to take her revenge this time. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu Laina, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Senior sister, wait for me to acquire my soul ring. I will surely teach you a lesson. Hu Laina responded with a captivating smile. Junior brother, you are the one who has compelled me. Her gaze fell upon Gu Yuan's lips, revealing her small canine teeth in an instant. Without hesitation, Hu Laina pressed Gu Yuan to the ground and swiftly captured his crimson lips with her own. Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and swiftly embraced Hu Laina, launching a counterattack. Hu Laina felt Gu Yuan's hands on her body. It was the first time a man had so boldly held her. Yet, she paid it no mind and began to revel in the moment. Thus, the two engaged in a passionate kiss amidst the flowers. After a considerable time, their lips parted. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu Laina, feeling a lingering desire, indicating that if they continued for a while longer, he might truly lose control. Hu Laina's face flushed crimson. She had bestowed her first kiss upon her junior. Yet she harbored no regrets. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu Laina and smiled. He was no longer intimidated by his senior sister, realizing that she was indeed such a person. Hu Laina returned his smile and said, Junior brother, I never expected you to be so audacious. You are the first man to embrace your senior sister so boldly. Gu Yuan chuckled merrily, saying, what my senior sister does not realize is that your words make it difficult for me to resist. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's remark, Hu Laina's cheeks flushed slightly. She pondered whether her junior brother would be delightful to taste. With a playful smile, Hu Laina replied, Junior brother, you may harbor such thoughts, yet you lack the courage to act upon them. Gu Yuan felt that Hu Laina's demeanor of being so tsundere was reminiscent of someone else's influence. Gu Yuan truly wished to execute the woman before him on the spot. However, he hesitated, recalling that Gu Yue Na's dragon heart was still in his possession. Reflecting on the words Gu Yue Na had spoken before his departure, he remembered her saying, It has been 3 years. Yuan, it is time for you to venture out. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, who had just completed his secluded training alongside her. Gu Yuan was particularly delighted. After 3 long years, could I finally venture out? The world beyond is indeed far superior to this lake bed. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan and, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Yuaner, do you truly wish to abandon your sister? Or is it that you yearn to seek out that woman? Gu Yan noticed that Gu Yue Na was angry, causing her to break into a cold sweat. I never said I would seek her out. How could I, dear sister? Besides, she is my teacher. And you are far more beautiful than she is. Gu Yan felt a twinge of cowardice. She was no match for her. Upon hearing Gu Yan's compliment, a flicker of joy danced in her heart, but she swiftly embraced Gu Yan and playfully bit her on the neck. A sudden pang of pain radiated from Gu Yuan's neck, prompting him to exclaim, Sister, what are you doing? That hurts terribly. Gu Yue Na cast him a sidelong glance, thinking how audacious this little rascal was to dare express anger towards his elder sister. Gu Yue Na revealed her sharp little tiger teeth and bit down once more. This was a punishment for his earlier transgression. Furthermore, Gu Yuan's blood proved to be exceedingly beneficial for her healing. Gu Yuan could only watch his sister like this. He feared that if he did not allow her to go out, he would be confined as well. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Gu Yue Na, having finished his blood, remarked, All right, Yuaner, you may leave now. Indeed, Yuaner's blood was the most delectable of all. Gu Yuan remarked, Then farewell, sister. Just as she was about to step outside, Gu Yue Na's words nearly caused her to stumble. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan and said, I have bestowed upon you the heart of the dragon. If you were to lose your purity, I would surely feel it. At that moment, do not acknowledge me as your sister. Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming reluctance within his heart, to venture out only to be under your control once more. The sisterly obsession with her younger brother has resurfaced. Gu Yuan immediately responded, Sister, but before she could finish her words, she sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from her sister. Gu Yue Na stated solemnly, There is no room for negotiation regarding this matter, and do not assume that I am unaware of your flirtations outside. Yes, yes, yes. Gu Yuan acquiesced and immediately dashed outside. Once Gu Yuan reflected on the situation, he still felt his sister was truly insufferable. Hu Laina gazed at Gu Yuan, who had been lost in thought for so long, and wished to approach him to pinch his cheek. Gu Yuan swiftly grasped Hu Laina's hand and inquired, "What is the matter, senior sister? Are you unable to wait any longer?" Hu Laina promptly shook off Gu Yuan's hand and retreated a few paces, her cheeks flushed. Biting her lip, she replied, "Do not speak nonsense. We should hasten back. The teacher is likely already aware of your intention to return." With that, Hu Laina dashed towards the exit of the secret realm. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu Laina, chuckling at her flustered demeanor. "We should return swiftly," he remarked. Recalling the deceptive pearls that Bibi Dong had tricked him into swallowing, he surmised that his master was already aware. A sense of discomfort enveloped Gu Yuan. Realizing that despite everything, he remained under scrutiny from various quarters. Having spoken, he and Hu Laina soon exited the secret realm. Upon their emergence, Gu Yuan felt a substantial sense of achievement, whereas Hu Laina had gained nothing tangible. However, the bond between them had deepened significantly. Noticing a dragon mark emblazoned on Gu Yuan's forehead, Hu Laina pouted slightly and said, "Junior brother, you have a dragon mark on your forehead." Gu Yuan finally sensed the presence of a distinct mark. "Perhaps this is the emblem of the divine trial. It is inconspicuous to others," he remarked to Hu Laina. Hu Laina, however, chose to remain silent. As she gazed at the sky, which was rapidly darkening, she urged, "Junior brother, we must hasten back to Spirit City. Nightfall is imminent." Gu Yuan acquiesced, and the two hastened their steps towards the Spirit Hall. Chapter 30. A reunion with Bibi Dong within the Papal Hall. A soldier hurriedly arrived, breathless. "Your Holiness, the Saintess has returned, accompanied by a man," he reported. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yuan was Bibi Dong's disciple, and thus he did not recognize him. Seated before the soldier was a figure draped in an opulent black robe adorned with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold diadem, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters long, embedded with countless gemstones. Her porcelain skin and nearly flawless visage rendered her strikingly unique. This individual was none other than Bibi Dong. "Very well, I understand. You may leave," Bibi Dong replied coolly. The soldier promptly exited the Papal Hall. As she watched him depart, a smile graced Bibi Dong's face. Such a sight would surely startle outsiders. For the aloof Bibi Dong they knew would seldom display such warmth. Anticipating Gu Yuan's imminent arrival, she chuckled, "Yuan, you haven't visited me for 3 whole years. You used to call me sister. It seems today is the day for you to experience something different." At that moment, Gu Yuan and Hu Laina had just reached the exterior of the Spirit Hall. Oblivious to the greater nightmare that awaited him, Gu Yuan gazed into the familiar eyes, feeling a surge of nostalgia. How delightful it is to be here, tonight. I must persuade my teacher to prepare a sumptuous meal for me. It has been far too long since I savored the exquisite dishes of Bibi Dong. Hu Laina, observing Gu Yuan's joyful expression, knew that once he encountered their teacher, he would be utterly captivated. She quickly interjected, "All right, junior brother, enough with the sentiment. Let us hasten our departure." "Indeed, let us go," Gu Yuan replied, eager to reunite with Bibi Dong. Before long, they arrived at the Papal Palace. "Teacher, I have returned," Hu Laina announced to Bibi Dong. Upon seeing her disciple, Bibi Dong felt a sense of joy as he noticed her increased composure. With a smile, Bibi Dong remarked, "Nana, it seems you have matured significantly this time." Hu Laina pouted playfully and replied, "It's nothing much, and I have also brought back my junior brother." Bibi Dong turned his gaze towards Gu Yuan, who felt a shiver run through him as he sensed Bibi Dong's attention. With a warm smile, Bibi Dong addressed Gu Yuan, "Yuaner, you have finally returned. It has been 3 years, and I had no idea when you would come to visit me and your senior sister." Gu Yuan discerned the underlying implications in those words. It seemed that tonight would be a pivotal moment. "Teacher, how could I possibly refrain from attending upon your invitation?" Yet, only my sister Gu Yuan dared to remain silent in the end. This evening felt like it would culminate in chaos. Should I relinquish my body to the teacher? No. That would be unthinkable, for I feared my sister might obliterate the Spirit Hall and subsequently disown me as her brother. "Oh, is that so? It appears I am no longer as significant as your sister," Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of intrigue. Hu Laina gazed at Gu Yuan with an unusual expression, suddenly realizing that it had been 3 long years since she last beheld her junior. Gu Yuan soon realized that Bibi Dong was deliberately putting him in a difficult position. While Hu Laina gazed at him with a look of deep melancholy, Bibi Dong observed Gu Yuan's flustered demeanor and let out a slight smile, remarking on his apparent coldness. At that moment, she abruptly interrupted Gu Yuan's thoughts. "All right, Nana, you may leave for now. I have something to discuss with your junior brother," Bibi Dong stated. Hu Laina felt a twinge of grievance. Though she wanted to voice her thoughts, the intensity of Bibi Dong's gaze compelled her to depart in silence. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na as she departed, feeling a twinge of longing to accompany her. However, in the next moment, a voice interjected, "Yuan, where do you intend to go? After 3 years, can you truly be so heartless as to not visit your sister?" The melancholic gaze of Bai Bai Dong lingered in the air. Within the grand hall, no one else could afford Bai Bai Dong the luxury of shedding her imposing demeanor. Gu Yuan looked at Bai Bai Dong, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. Gu Yuan observed as Bibi Dong advanced, yet was ultimately halted by her words. Assuming the demeanor of a pope, Bibi Dong declared, "Do not approach. If you choose not to visit me, then this pope shall gladly relinquish you as my disciple." A sudden pang of heartache struck Gu Yuan. "Has the teacher forsaken me?" Suddenly, Gu Yuan remarked, "Teacher." Bai Bai Dong, realizing the lesson learned, swiftly descended and embraced Gu Yuan, saying, "All right, Yuaner. I was merely teasing you to see if you still hold your teacher in your heart." The fragrance emanating from Bai Bai Dong enveloped Gu Yuan, who savored the moment, finding comfort in the embrace of his teacher. After sharing his recent experiences, Gu Yuan felt a certain openness towards Bai Bai Dong. She playfully pinched his cheek and suggested, "Very well, let us retreat to my chamber for further discussion." With that, she took his hand and led him to her quarters. As Gu Yuan arrived at Bibi Dong's chamber, he was greeted by an intoxicating fragrance that caused his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. It seemed that no man had ever graced the teacher's room. Bibi Dong, seated on the edge of the bed, gestured for Gu Yuan to come closer. As he sat down, he found the bed to be remarkably soft indeed. The comfort of his teacher's bed was unparalleled. He would rather forego his sister's bed. Bibi Dong smiled and inquired, "Is there something you wish to share with me, Yuaner?" Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong and remarked that she would likely be quite pleased. "That teacher, I have inherited the divine position. Are you happy?" Gu Yuan smiled brightly at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong appeared momentarily taken aback by the mention of the divine position, but soon her expression transformed into one of joy. She gently patted Gu Yuan's head and said, "Of course, I am delighted that you, Yuaner, have inherited the divine position." Gu Yuan gazed at Bai Bai Dong with curiosity. "Aren't you going to inquire about how I arrived?" he asked. "Of course not," Bai Bai Dong replied with a smile. "As long as Yuana chooses not to share, I will not pry." Gu Yuan feels that apart from Gu Yue Na, Bibi Dong has treated him the best. After some contemplation, he decided it was best to share his experiences, for it could pose a problem if people from other worlds were to arrive in Douluo Continent. Thus, Gu Yuan recounted everything he had endured to Bibi Dong. In astonishment, Bibi Dong exclaimed, "People from another world." Her perspective had been limited to Douluo Continent and the divine realm, and it seems there are indeed individuals from other worlds beyond the Douluo realm. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong's expression and smiled faintly. He himself hailed from another realm, yet perhaps it was best to keep that secret to himself. "By the way, your divine trials consist of 3 assessments. What is the content of the first?" Bibi Dong inquired. The details of the first assessment had already been conveyed to Gu Yuan during their journey back to the Wuhuan Hall. "It appears that the first trial is to secure victory in the Soul Master competition," Gu Yuan remarked, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he realized that such a challenge was still a considerable time away. Winning the Soul Master competition? That won't happen for another 5 years. It seems the third trial is not an easy feat. "I will make arrangements regarding this matter," Bibi Dong replied with an air of understanding. "Thank you, teacher. Your reliability is indeed reassuring." However, she added with a mischievous smile, "But, Yuaner, how do you plan to compensate your sister over these 3 years?" A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Yuan. It seemed this woman was intent on exacting revenge upon him. "It's just 3 years, right? Please, teacher, spare me," he pleaded. Bibi Dong observed the azure hue of Gu Yuan's eyes, noting that he appeared more handsome than before, yet still retained an undeniable charm. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "Yuaner, do you realize that you are constantly tempting me? Your allure makes it difficult for me to resist the urge to indulge in you." Chapter 31. Reverse Temptation. Gu Yuan felt utterly drained by Bibi Dong's words. Observing Gu Yuan's expression, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong's smile. Indeed, the smile of a teacher is the most enchanting of all. The allure of a teacher is truly profound. Even an individual can be captivated by such a smile. Bibi Dong noticed Gu Yuan lost in thought as she mused. "Gu Yue Na, even though you are his sister, you still succumb to my beauty." Suddenly, a daring thought crossed her mind. "Yuan, who do you think is more beautiful, me or your sister?" Bibi Dong regarded him with a different gaze. Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words when confronted with Bibi Dong's question. The intensity of her gaze conveyed a clear message. If he failed to acknowledge her beauty, dire consequences would surely follow. Yuan, do speak up, Bibi Dong urged, her voice dripping with seduction. In truth, teacher is the most beautiful of all. She reigns as the most exquisite being on the Douluo Continent, capable of captivating any man. Gu Yuan's words, spoken with a certain eloquence, resonated deeply, drawing upon his previous life's experiences to articulate the inexpressible. Bai Dong found herself profoundly delighted by Gu Yuan's heartfelt expressions. At that moment, Gu Yuan sensed that something was amiss and sought to escape. However, Bibi Dong detected Gu Yuan's attempt to flee and swiftly exerted her power to immobilize his body. Yuana, where do you think you're going? Bibi Dong's voice, laden with temptation, echoed in Gu Yuan's ears. At this moment, Gu Yuan could only express that this woman was merely coveting his physical form. Bai Dong directly placed Gu Yuan onto the bed, sealing his soul power, rendering him utterly immobile. Teacher, what do you intend to do? At this moment, Gu Yuan spoke in anger. Bai Dong gazed at Gu Yuan with interest and declared, what do you think I intend to do? Of course, it is to claim you. I have endured for 3 long years, and I can no longer restrain myself. Teacher, do not act this way. You will surely regret it. Gu Yuan anxiously spoke, expressing that the consequences of truly losing oneself were unimaginable. Before Gu Yuan could finish speaking, Bai Dong abruptly leaned in and kissed him. In this moment, Gu Yuan found himself utterly captivated by the enticing allure of Bibi Dong's fragrant lips, feeling as though he were on the brink of succumbing to the temptation presented by the woman before him. Yuan, do you not sense the worth of this? I am offering you a privilege, she declared, and with that, Bibi Dong swiftly shed her garments, revealing her ample form, which could only be rivaled by the likes of Gu Yue Na. Gu Yuan gazed upon Bibi Dong's figure as the malevolent fire within him began to gradually erupt. Teacher, please hurry and do not behave in this manner. Guyan was on the verge of tears. Bibi Dong declared with authority, silence. I have taken a liking to you. Do you think you can escape? With that, Bibi Dong tore apart Guyan's garments. In that moment, Guyan could only watch as he lost his innocence, thinking, sister, please do not blame me. Gu Yuan felt an inexplicable sensation coursing through his body. Thus, Bai Dong and Gu Yuan became entwined. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. The morning sunlight streamed in, awakening Gu Yuan, who beheld Bai Dong beside him, along with a pool of blood. Indeed, Bai Dong had kept him engaged throughout the night, leaving him utterly paralyzed and unable to move on the bed. Although Bai Dong was an ultimate Douluo and had reduced her soul power to approximately level 50, even then, she still surpassed Gu Yuan. Sensing some commotion, Bai Dong stirred from her slumber. Upon gazing at Gu Yuan, a smile of delight graced her face. Humph, the man I desire must remain by my side forever. Indeed, Bai Dong was a woman of immense possessiveness. Gu Yuan seemed to sense that Bibi Dong had awakened and spoke. Old teacher, you are awake. You will regret this. Bibi Dong, incensed by such words, retorted, what do you mean by regret? This Pope commands respect across the realm. Those who dare defy me shall face my wrath. With an air of dominance, Bibi Dong asserted, Yuan, what should you call me? Gu Yuan perceives Bibi Dong as an overt threat. He envisions a future where Bibi Dong stands above him, potentially rendering him a mere subservient figure under the dominion of a formidable wife. Gu Yuan softly spoke, Dong Donger. Hearing this endearment, Bai Dong felt a surge of joy. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong with a sense of joy, while he himself felt deprived of any rewards. It seemed profoundly unjust. The ancient connection has boldly been established. Guyan, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Teacher, I have gained nothing from this. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong leaned in and kissed him, then spoke, what is the matter? Has being my man made you feel aggrieved? Indeed, Bibi Dong remained true to her formidable character. The authority of this Pope was unparalleled. Gu Yuan spoke with a hint of grievance. How could I feel wronged? How could the man of Donger be sad? He chuckled softly. Humph, once I ascend to divinity, won't you obediently submit to me? Bibi Dong observed Gu Yuan's demeanor, realizing she had him entirely under her control. As long as she could drive me away, she would have a valid reason to bring him back. As Bibi Dong rose from the bed and donned her attire, she seemed to radiate an even greater allure. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong, feeling a mix of frustration and affection. He indeed harbored feelings for her. Yet such circumstances were beyond his intention. Bibi Dong observed Gu Yuan, who lay immobile on the bed, and reflected on the joy she had experienced the previous night. Suddenly, she perched herself at the bedside and declared, Yuan, you belong to me now. Should you dare to stray, I would not advise you to remain in bed forever. Upon hearing her words, he felt a wave of trepidation. It seemed she was firmly asserting her hold over him. Guyan spoke without hesitation. How could Donger possibly stray? With a beauty such as you by my side, I would never dare to indulge in fleeting romances. Bibi Dong sensed a distinct transformation in Guyan. His divine status bestowed upon him eternal life, allowing her the promise of everlasting companionship. Gu Yuan truly wishes to escape. Had I known, I would have remained with my sister. Donger, could you possibly release my soul power? Without it, my body is rendered immobile. Gu Yuan spoke in a pitiful and aggrieved tone. Bibi Dong, upon seeing this, immediately released the soul power seal on Gu Yuan's body, now able to move freely. Gu Yuan felt much more comfortable, though his waist still ached. Yuaner, last night, I planted poison within you, Bibi Dong said with a crescent moon smile. If you dare to do such things with anyone else, you will perish. At this moment, Gu Yuan felt that his freedom had been utterly and completely seized by Dong. Ancient fate, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Donger, your treatment of me has stripped away my freedom. To which Dong replied, Oh, do not presume that I am unaware of your affairs. I have yet to settle accounts with you regarding your involvement with Nana. You still wish to negotiate with me? I shall explain my sister's matters. But that is insufficient to deprive me of my liberty, Ancient Fate retorted. Dong chuckled softly and remarked, Ah, my dear Yuaner, it appears your sister might be akin to a soul beast? At this inquiry, a fierce light ignited in Ancient Fate's eyes as they fixed upon Dong. I warn you, do not lay a hand on my sister, Ancient Fate cautioned. Noticing the genuine anger radiating from Ancient Fate, Dong felt a surge of exhilaration. It was precisely this intensity that fueled his desire to conquer her. Leaning in close, he whispered into her ear, If you wish for me to refrain from your sister, then demonstrate your commitment through tangible actions. Oh, please, I implore you. Chapter 32. Ancient Fate lamented, Donger, I was in the wrong. Please, spare me. What is it that you truly desire from me? Gu Yuan, feeling aggrieved, spoke softly. Dong revealed her small tiger teeth and said, My shoulders are a bit sore, Yuan. Could you take a look? Gu Yuan immediately began to massage Bibi Dong's shoulders. How about this, Donger? If I continue like this in the future, will you let it go? Bibi Dong felt a wave of comfort wash over her shoulders. Pleasantly surprised by Yuan's adeptness at massage, it was not merely Gu Yuan's skill, rather, it stemmed from her daily service to Gu Yue Na. All right then. Seeing you work so hard, I shall overlook it, Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Gu Yuan's mood instantly brightened, as he believed he would soon be able to leave. However, the next words from Dong shattered his thoughts. After being away for 3 years, you shall be punished to remain by my side for several more years before you can return. With that, Dong reclined onto the bed. Gu Yuan felt that his last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Bibi Dong had completely taken control of him. This seemed to be the doing of the Rakshasa god. Previously, Bibi Dong had been a gentle elder sister, so why had she changed so drastically now that he had grown up? Hurry up, Yuan, give me a massage. Bibi Dong coaxed enticingly. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi, who was reclining on the bed, her long legs gracefully extended. It appeared that certain aspects of her physique had developed remarkably well. Furthermore, after 3 years of separation, Bibi's features had not aged. Instead, they had blossomed into even greater beauty. Gu Yuan extended a hand to massage Bibi Dong, feeling a slight flush on her face. Primarily due to the exquisite comfort of her body, Bibi Dong, too, shivered pleasantly, taken aback by the unexpectedly delightful sensation of Gu Yuan's touch. So, how does it feel? Teacher Yuan, is my body not beautiful? Bibi Dong inquired with a teasing smile. At this moment, I can only express that beauty is nothing but a captivating allure. Ancient origin path. Certainly, Donger's physique must be exquisite. However, considering my diminutive stature, do refrain from tempting me. Oh, are you quite sure? I perceive in your eyes a desire for another moment of comfort, remarked Dong sweetly. Gu Yuan realized that his eyes had betrayed him. It was no wonder. For if he were not himself, he would also yearn for your figure. Donger, look at what I have done. Is a 3-year deadline not excessively lengthy? Gu Yuan remarked. Bibi Dong gazed at Gu Yuan, genuinely wanting to slap him. I have not interrupted your retreat, allowing you to lie in bed with me for eternity. And you dare to question my generosity? Have I offered you any favor? Bibi Dong's anger escalated. With an irate tone, she commanded, Wretched man, kneel before me. And do not presume to take advantage of my leniency. Gu Yuan was pushed aside by Dong, and he could no longer contain his frustration. Are you not angry at all? Do you think I am a panda? Gu Yuan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Vile woman, do not take my patience for granted. I possess my limits. As she beheld Gu Yuan, whom she had foolishly entrusted herself to, Dong felt utterly regretful. with a glare directed at Gu Yuan. She retorted, "Wretched man, how dare you refer to me as a foul woman? Are you weary of life? Today, I shall surely break your legs." Gu Yuan retorted, "Wretched woman, do you think I would fear you, Yue Jian?" Alas, after half an hour had elapsed, it was evident that Gu Yuan had been utterly defeated. At that moment, Bai Dong had been curious to gauge Gu Yuan's prowess, only to find him taunting her as old woman during their confrontation, which ultimately led to him being rendered powerless. "Woe is me, Donger, I was mistaken. I shall dare not defy you again." At this juncture, Gu Yuan knelt upon the washboard in agony. Bai Dong, meanwhile, reclined on the bed with her legs crossed, exuding the full authority of her position as the pontiff. "Oh, dear Yuan, you certainly did not express yourself in such a manner earlier. Did you not call me a wretched woman?" Bai Dong remarked with a playful smile. At this moment, Gu Yuan truly regrets having uttered those words. Had she known, she would not have returned. "Indeed, dear sister, it is far better where you are. The women outside are exceedingly formidable." Gu Yuan endured the pain and spoke. "How could that be? Donger, you are indeed the most beautiful woman on the Douluo Continent." At this moment, Gu Yuan only wished to please Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong gazed at Gu Yuan with utter disbelief in her eyes. "Humph. Men are all the same, not a single decent one among them. Listen carefully and behave yourself, or I'll make you understand the true meaning of pain." With those words, she summoned the scythe of the Rakshasa god and pressed its cold edge against Gu Yuan's neck. Gu Yuan gazed at the scythe, and it was evident that Bai Dong was genuinely enraged. At that moment, the blade was merely a mere millimeter from my throat. With just a slight exertion of force, I would have bid farewell to this world. Bai Dong, with a peculiar smile, remarked, "Alas, Yuaner, what is the matter with your body? Do take a look. Could it be that you are unwell?" Gu Yuan trembled and said, "Look at Donger. Quickly take down the sickle, it is too dangerous." Bai Dong replied, "At that time, Yuano called me a foul woman and an old woman. What do you think should be done?" At this moment, Gu Yuan feels that Bai Dong is gone mad. Had he known earlier, he would not have referred to her as an old woman. Gu Yuan embraced Bai Dong and kissed her. It was her first experience being kissed in such a manner by a man, and she reciprocated his embrace. Thus, Gu Yuan and Bai Dong shared a kiss that lasted for a full half an hour. Gu Yu's lips had turned crimson, while Bibi Dong, increasingly captivated, kissed passionately for half an hour. Gazing at Gu Yu's flushed face, Bibi Dong remarked, "Very well, my dear Yuer, I shall let you off this time. Do not be so audacious next time." Bibi Dong found it quite intriguing that, while she had always taken the initiative before, this time it was Gu Yu who had taken the lead. Guyan was utterly taken aback. She had previously been a fierce tigress, yet now she appeared as a delicate little woman. Gu Yuan spoke up. "East, may I venture outside?" Bai Dong responded with a sweet smile, "Very well. Bring none out of the Pope's hall before noon, and as for the purpose, you shall discover it in due course." Guyan felt particularly elated upon hearing this. "All right, then. Donger, I shall take my leave. Farewell." Gu Yuan swiftly exited Bibi Dong's palace, sensing an unusual aura surrounding her. However, he chose not to dwell on it and hurried to seek out Gu Yue Na. After Gu Yuan had walked a considerable distance, a peculiar smile emerged on Bibi Dong's face. "Humph, Yuaner, do not presume that I am oblivious to your affairs. In a few days, I shall ensure that you adhere to my wishes." Gu Yuan had arrived at the doorstep of Gu Yue Na's chamber, poised to knock, when he was unexpectedly pulled inside. As Gu Yuan stepped through the threshold, he was enveloped by an overwhelming darkness. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered Gu Yue Na's eyes fixed upon him. At that moment, Gu Yue Na donned a singular white garment, her enchanting aura rivaling even that of Bibi Dong. Gu Yuan felt himself teetering on the brink of surrender. Gu Yuan spoke up, "Senior sister, what are you doing? Please get off me." Gu Yue Na gazed at him and replied, "Junior brother, what were you up to last night? You clearly promised me. Otherwise, you shall not think of leaving. The ancient origins are truly astounding. I have just emerged from Bibi Dong's chamber, and now Gu Yue Na presents herself in such a manner." Gu Yuan casually remarked, "Senior sister, you should prepare quickly. The teacher has summoned us to the Pope's hall." With that, he darted out in haste. Yet, before he could cover much ground, Gu Yue Na ensnared him with her foxtail. She effortlessly placed Gu Yuan upon the bed and leaned over him, stating, "Junior brother, if you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shan't be leaving." Gu Yuan gazed at the alluring Gu Yue Na, fearing that he might meet his demise. Could she not show him a modicum of mercy? Chapter 33. Teasing Gu Yue Na. Gu Yuan, unperturbed, boldly kissed Gu Yue Na. It must be said that the lips of his senior sister were indeed unlike any other. Gu Yuan released Hulaina's lips and looked up, saying, "Senior sister." This is the explanation. Are you satisfied? At that moment, Hulaina's face was flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated Gu Yuan's audacity. Blushing, Hulaina replied, "All right. I forgive you. What does the teacher want with you, junior brother?" Gu Yuan fundamentally understood how to respond. He couldn't possibly admit that he was coerced by the teacher. Well, he might as well fabricate some trivial matter to brush it off. Ahem, senior sister, the teacher sought me out regarding the matter of hunting soul rings. Gu Yuan stated this with an unflinching demeanor. Hulaina regarded Gu Yuan with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Is that truly the case, junior brother? Please do not deceive me. Of course not. How could I ever mislead my senior sister? He replied, affirming his sincerity. Gu Yuan felt that Hulaina had become quite astute lately. All right, I shall trust you, Hulaina remarked, observing Gu Yuan. She couldn't shake the impression that he had grown more handsome in recent days. He had once been a mere youthful boy, but now he appeared as a charming young man. Yet, deep within her heart, she harbored a tinge of dissatisfaction. Reminiscing about the comfort of cuddling a youthful boy to sleep, Gu Yuan gazed at Hulaina and said, "Sister, please prepare swiftly. And what about your attire?" Hulaina looked down at her own garments. Gu Yuan approached Hulaina and whispered softly in her ear, "Senior sister, are you not tempting me?" However, before he could finish his words, Hulaina hastily expelled him from the room. Watching him leave, she stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "This insufferable junior brother is simply unbearable." At that moment, Hulaina's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never encountered such teasing before. Gu Yuan overheard Hulaina speaking ill of him outside the door. Gu Yuan chuckled, "Indeed, senior sister, you possess the temperament of a delicate woman. Haha. Since I cannot bully Donger, I shall turn my attention to you, senior sister. Your character suits me quite well." Gu Yuan approached the entrance of the papal hall with a smile. As he stood before the door, a moment of hesitation washed over him as he contemplated whether to enter or wait for his senior sister. However, a voice resonated in his mind, transmitted through thought by Dong. "Yuaner, since you have arrived, what are you doing lingering outside?" Gu Yuan now feels that Bibi Dong is truly formidable. Gu Yuan pushed the door open and entered directly. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong seated upon the throne, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to leave. An unsettling premonition gnawed at him. Gu Yuan looked at Bibi Dong and asked, "Donger, what did you summon me for? Haven't you reached level 50? In a few days, I shall personally guide you in hunting for soul rings." Gu Yuan never anticipated that Bibi Dong would actually come in person. He hopes that she will not venture into the Stardow Forest. Otherwise, his sister may very well be compelled to take drastic measures against the teacher. Gu Yuan immediately rejected, saying, "Donger, the spirit hall cannot function without you. It would be better for Elder Ju and Elder Gue to accompany me." Upon hearing this, Bai Dong grew impatient. "I am more than willing to take you. Why do you resist?" She replied, "There are not many affairs at the spirit hall recently, and this journey will not take long. It is not that I fear your company, but rather that I fear my sister." At this moment, Gu Yuan felt that it was inappropriate to contemplate the notion of establishing a harem. Since Donger had expressed her thoughts so clearly, he conceded, "Then please lead the way." Bai Dong smiled, clearly indicating that a refusal would result in a reprimand. Sensing that Hulaina was approaching, Bai Dong immediately added, "By the way, in front of others, refer to me as teacher, but when we are alone, simply call me Donger. Remember that." All right, Gu Yuan replied. "I shall certainly remember what Donger has said." Gu Yuan sensed that Hulaina was about to arrive, and indeed, Bibi Dong's keen observations were formidable. Soon, Hulaina entered the Pope's chamber. "Teacher, I have arrived," she said respectfully. "Nana, rise," Bibi Dong replied. "The reason I summoned you is to inform you that I shall take your junior brother on a hunt for soul beasts." Hulaina was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the teacher would personally accompany her junior brother. "Teacher, if you're taking him, may I also join?" Hulaina inquired. "Oh, Nana, what purpose would you serve in this endeavor?" Bibi Dong asked, her gaze fixed on Hulaina, pondering whether she had indeed reached the 40th level. Hulaina responded, "Since my junior brother is going, I wish to gain some experience as well, teacher." Bibi Dong, however, understood the perilous nature of the soul beast forest and firmly stated, "You absolutely cannot accompany us. It is far too dangerous. Once your soul power reaches level 40, I shall take you, but this time, it is simply not possible." Hulaina wanted to argue, but knowing that Bibi Dong would reject her again upon returning to the dormitory, she ultimately conceded. Gu Yuan observed Bibi Dong conversing with Hulaina. It would have been even more splendid had there been seats and sunflower seeds. Perhaps this was merely a remnant of his past life's habits. Hu Laina cast a glance of disdain at Gu Yuan, reproaching him for not assisting her senior sister in the discourse. Gu Yuan noticed Hu Laina casting a sidelong glance at him. However, he feared that speaking would only exacerbate the danger. In Bibi Dong's eyes, the exchange between Gu Yuan and Hu Laina appeared to be laden with unspoken affection. In reality, they were merely mouthing words, a testament to the terrifying power of a woman's imagination. Bibi Dong addressed Hu Laina, saying, "Very well, Nana, you may leave for now. In a few days, I shall embark on a journey to the Star Doe forest with your junior brother." Upon hearing this, Hu Laina pouted slightly and departed. For one must bow their head when under a roof. After Hu Laina left, Bibi Dong turned to Gu Yuan and remarked, "Indeed, Yuan, you share a remarkable connection with your senior sister." Gu Yuan was the first to explain that Donger, "I have you now, there will be no other women." Bai Dong gazed at Gu Yuan with a playful expression and said, "Oh, Yuaner, why are you in such a hurry? This time, I shall not hold it against you." Gu Yuan sensed that this woman was truly cunning. "All right, you may descend now," said Bai Dong. "Just arrive at the Pope's palace entrance the day after tomorrow. Your room has been arranged right beside your senior sister." "Very well, Donger, then farewell for now," Gu Yuan replied as he made his way down. Watching Gu Yuan depart, a smirk graced Bai Dong's lips. "Yuaner, once you ascend to divinity, I shall accompany you in exploring the world." Bai Dong understood that if she continued to treat Gu Yuan with her former disposition, he would inevitably leave. So she decided to let him choose his own path. "However, as for your sister, I shall not consent. I will not allow such a beautiful woman as your sister to exist." In the room of Gu Yuan, he hastily departed from the papal chamber and swiftly made his way back to his own quarters. As Gu Yuan entered his room, he was greeted by a brilliant sight. Ancient fate remarked, "I must admit, in my previous life, I never had the opportunity to enter such a room, nor did I possess wealth." Gu Yuan gazed upon the bed and the various materials adorning the room, realizing that Dong Er had indeed arranged a chamber of commendable quality for him. Gu Yuan suddenly inquired about the late fragrance. Upon turning around, he noticed a lavish spread of dishes on the table. As he approached, he discovered a note lying amidst the feast. Gu Yuan gazed at the words above. "Yuan, it has been quite some time since you have savored my dishes, hasn't it? I have arranged for someone to bring them to you. Please enjoy them at your leisure." Upon finishing Gu Yuan, warmth enveloped my heart. "Indeed, it is still my beloved Donger." Gu Yuan promptly took a seat to eat. After a while, having nearly finished his meal, he realized that he had not eaten much earlier due to the intense activities with Bibi Dong, which had left him quite famished, leading him to consume his food with great eagerness. Guyan gazed at the invitingly comfortable bed and remarked, "Indeed, I am still quite weary. Perhaps I shall indulge in a delightful slumber." With that, he reclined upon the bed and soon drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 34. The Battle of the Golden Crocodile. At this moment, Guyan was peacefully slumbering when he was abruptly awakened by an alluring voice. "Junior brother, something is amiss. You must rise at once," Hu Laina exclaimed from outside the door. "Ah, what troubles you, senior sister, that you are in such a fluster?" Guyan groggily responded as he opened the door for Hu Laina. After finally settling into a restful nap, he felt he had not yet fully rejuvenated. Hu Laina, observing his nonchalant demeanor, instantly puffed up with irritation. "Junior brother, the elders have arrived, and the teacher appears quite angry, yet you remain unfazed." Gu Yuan was utterly indifferent to what Hu Laina had to say. His attention was solely captured by the term Elder Hall. Wasn't that led by Dauluo? It seemed that the old man had come to cause trouble for the teacher. "Very well, I shall accompany you." With that, Gu Yuan followed Hu Laina hastily toward the papal hall. "Bibi Dong, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately challenging the authority of the Elder Hall?" A towering figure bellowed at Bibi Dong. "Second sacrifice, what do you mean by that?" "I merely wish to pay a visit to your subordinates," Bibi Dong replied, her gaze laced with murderous intent as she scrutinized the man below. "Teacher, I heard that you, Gu Yuan, encountered a colossal figure upon your arrival, the golden crocodile Douluo." Gu Yuan inhaled sharply. The golden crocodile Douluo, the second sacrifice of the Spirit Hall, a pinnacle Douluo of level 98, held a revered position. Even Dauluo would offer him due respect. Why on earth was he here? Shouldn't a subordinate come instead? Why did he personally make an appearance? As Gu Yuan pondered these questions, Bibi Dong abruptly interrupted his thoughts. "Yuaner, second sacrifice, behold my newly accepted disciple. In a few days, I shall officially declare him the holy son of the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong regarded the second sacrifice with immense pride, for none surpassed Gu Yuan, a 9-year-old with a soul power of level 50. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo's expression soured. The title of Holy Son is not to be bestowed lightly. Oh, Bibi Dong, you claim this little brat can become the Holy Son? I could easily best him 100 times over. The disdain on the golden crocodile Douluo's face was unmistakable. Hey, old man, who do you look down upon? Gu Yuan retorted defiantly. Old man, I'm not that old yet. You, young lad, show no respect for your elders. Bibi Dong, witnessing the verbal sparring between the two, found herself at a loss. She shot Gu Yuan a look, urging him to demonstrate his strength. Old man, if you insist, I shall show you, Gu Yuan declared, immediately unleashing the pressure of his 50-level soul power. The golden crocodile Douluo was taken aback. You're only 9 years old and have already surpassed level 50? Gu Yue Na, standing nearby, bore a look of astonishment. Thinking to herself about how her junior brother had deceived her, she'd have to settle the score later. Little one, show me your martial spirit, the golden crocodile Douluo said. His expression one of shock. Very well, Gu Yuan responded with confidence. Upon finishing his words, he summoned his martial soul, the Moonlight Sword. To be honest, ever since he acquired the Divine Examination martial soul, it felt as though an awakening was imminent. The golden crocodile Douluo gazed at Gu Yuan's martial soul, his expression slightly agape, sensing a formidable power pressing upon him. However, as a titled Douluo, he quickly managed to dissipate the pressure. Little one, with such remarkable prowess, would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? Inquired the golden crocodile Douluo. After all, he was eager to pass on his will to such a talented individual. However, Bibi Dong was not pleased upon hearing this. Are you trying to poach my disciple? Although there is a romantic connection between us, your blatant approach is rather excessive. Gu Yuan suddenly noticed that Bibi Dong was staring at him. He promptly replied, I will only worship a master once in my life. And I have already had a teacher, so I must apologize. Bibi Dong listened and seemed somewhat satisfied, thinking to himself that at least the young man had a conscience. However, Genie Douluo felt a twinge of concern. It would be a pity if such a promising talent were not nurtured. Suddenly, Genie's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Well then, young man, you could occasionally seek me out for learning, which wouldn't quite constitute being my disciple. Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. All right, Yuan, you should agree to this. Bibi Dong interjected. Following the second elder will provide you with ample learning opportunities. Teacher, are you certain? Gu Yuan expressed his skepticism. Oh, do you wish to experience it for yourself? Bibi Dong's gaze reflected a hint of disbelief at Gu Yuan's doubt. Understood, teacher. I shall seek the second elder when the opportunity arises, Gu Yuan responded. Genie Douluo appeared quite content. However, you must not refer to me as old man in the future. Genie Douluo lamented. Then I shall call you Grandfather Genie, and you may call me Yuan. He added with a chuckle. With a smile, Gu Yuan responded, all right, your words suffice. The golden crocodile Douluo replied, what does Grandfather Golden Crocodile seek the teacher for? Gu Yuan gazed at him with a hint of curiosity. The golden crocodile, momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledged the child's cleverness and decided to let it slide. Ahem. I merely came to reminisce with your teacher. If there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Yuan. The golden crocodile Douluo hurriedly departed, a touch embarrassed. Goodbye. Grandfather Golden Crocodile, Gu Yuan cheerfully called after him. Once the golden crocodile Douluo exited the papal hall, he looked up at the sky and smiled contentedly. Ah, I see that my legacy endures. By the way, when Shweta returns, I must introduce her, after all. Such a gifted young lad might be the only one worthy of her. At this moment, Gu Yuan found himself under the scrutiny of the gazes belonging to both Bibi Dong and Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na lamented, oh, odious junior brother. You attained the 50th level without even informing me. How could you possibly demoralize me like this? Gu Yuan felt that this little girl was becoming increasingly mischievous. Sister, isn't this a delightful surprise for you as well? Let's not dwell on such trivial matters, Gu Yuan chuckled. Bibi Dong looked at Gu Yuan, seemingly struck by a playful thought, and said with a smile, Yuan, you ought not to treat your elder sister this way. You have truly disappointed me. Consider yourself punished to reflect upon your actions for a few days. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong with a look of disbelief, truly at a loss for words. What happened to the promised elegant elder sister? Is this all there is? Gu Yue Na wholeheartedly agreed, stating, the master's words are indeed correct. Gu Yu gazed at the two women and exclaimed, all right, please spare me. I shall go at once. With that he dashed out, unable to endure any longer. Once Gu Yu had vanished from sight, Bibi Dong returned to her throne and regarded Gu Yue Na. Yue Na, you must keep a close watch on your junior disciple these days. Should he dare to emerge, directly invoke the power of the Rakshasa within him. With that, Bibi Dong bestowed upon Gu Yue Na a set of incantations. Although this could only be used thrice, it would suffice to deal with your junior disciple. Gu Yue Na contemplated the agreement given by Bibi Dong, appearing to find it acceptable. Come here, Yue Na, I have something to tell you. Bibi Dong whispered a few words into Gu Yue Na's ear, causing her eyes to sparkle with intrigue. Gu Yuan had returned to his room, eager to leave in haste. Lying on the bed, he pondered a certain matter, and suddenly, the thought of Qian Rinxue crossed his mind. In a daze, he murmured, Shuer, please do not blame me for not seeking you these past few years. Once the soul hunting is over, I shall journey to the Heaven Do Empire to find you. Chapter 35, The Arrival of Qian Rinxue, Part 1, Inside the Douluo Palace. A woman of exquisite beauty, with skin as pale as snow, a straight nose, and slender phoenix eyes that bore an air of majesty, stood there. She suddenly spoke, Grandfather. Why have you summoned me back so abruptly? An extreme Douluo man replied, Shui, I called you back for an urgent matter. Qian Rinxue, slightly puzzled by her grandfather's urgency, listened intently. I summoned you because of your mother. Before Qian Dalu could finish, her eyes reddened. Grandfather, do not mention that woman. She is so heartless. Seeing his granddaughter's distress, Qian Dalu sighed softly, lamenting that Bibi Dong had yet to visit her own daughter. Forget it, Shuer. Just focus on your cultivation, he advised with a heavy heart. Originally, Qian Dalu had hoped to reconcile the mother and daughter, but the discord between the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall proved insurmountable. At that moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo returned and observed Qian Rinxue's sudden presence with confusion. Why has the Grand Priest summoned Shui back? He inquired. Qian Dalu, noticing Golden Crocodile Douluo's return, asked, How did your discussion go? Not well, but I discovered that my disciple is exceptionally gifted, Golden Crocodile Douluo replied. Oh? What about her disciple? Qian Dalu probed further. Golden Crocodile recounted the details. What? 9 years old, level 50. Qian Dalu exclaimed. How could Bibi Dong have found such an extraordinary disciple? Qian Rinxue was equally astonished. Her innate level 20 soul power had been remarkable. Yet now there was a prodigy even more astonishing than herself. Golden Crocodile Douluo chuckled. I even secured a chance to mentor her. I shall have a legacy of my own, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, while Qian Dalu, now over 100 years old, felt a mix of pride and concern for Shuer. Shuer, why not try to connect with this person? Perhaps you would be well matched with such a talented individual. Golden Crocodile Douluo echoed this sentiment, saying, I believe no one else could be a suitable match for Shuer. Qian Rinxue sighed at her elder's matchmaking attempts. Grandfather, I absolutely will not have any association with that woman's disciple. Golden Crocodile Douluo immediately countered. Shuer, you should at least meet him. That young lad is quite composed, and you may find yourself drawn to him. He was increasingly eager to see Gu Yuan paired with Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue smiled helplessly, realizing that Golden Crocodile had not changed in all these years. Qian Dalu concurred with Golden Crocodile Douluo, thinking how anxious he was to have grandchildren. All right. Go and see that young man, he urged. Grandfather, Qian Rinxue protested, feeling urgency. This matter is settled, Qian Dalu declared, ushering her out. Before she left, Golden Crocodile Douluo informed her of Gu Yuan's whereabouts. As Qian Rinxue exited the Elder Hall, she felt particularly agitated. Grandfather and Golden Crocodile. How could they do this to me? He is merely that woman's disciple. I have no interest in any man aside from him. Reflecting on the scene in the cave, her cheeks flushed. That rascal has even come to find me. He promised to take responsibility. Anger surged through her as she recalled his infuriating face, and she stomped her foot in irritation, heading toward Gu Yuan's residence. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was startled awake from a dream in which Xiaoyu seemed intent on consuming him. It's so late. Why do I keep dreaming of Xiaoyu these days? Gu Yuan rubbed his eyes and inquired, What am I supposed to do? Gu Yuan heard someone knocking on his door. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? Both the teacher and the senior sister were preoccupied. Gu Yuan, exasperated by the increasingly forceful knocks from outside, rose from her bed and approached the door. Must one knock so loudly as if to summon the dead? Is there no sense of civility? As Gu Yuan spoke halfway through, he discovered that the one knocking at the door was a remarkably beautiful girl. Yet there was something unsettling about her demeanor. This was Qian Rinxue. Giran abruptly closed the door, leaving Qian Rinxue astonished to discover that the obnoxious man was indeed inside. As she pondered, a troubling thought struck her. Could he possibly be the disciple of that woman? The more she considered it, the angrier she became. Outside the door, She called out loudly, "You wretched man, open this door. Otherwise, I shall come in and break your legs." Panic washed over Giran as he thought, "Oh no. How did she arrive here? What should I do?" While Giran possessed the ability to sever the fabric of space using his martial spirit, he feared that such an act might lead Qian Ruxue to never speak to him again. Thus, he steeled himself and prepared to open the door. "Shue, what brings you here?" Giran asked with a sheepish grin. Qian Ruxue, observing Giran's anxious demeanor, chuckled. "Yuan, what are you doing here? You can't possibly be the disciple of the woman that grandfather Jin Ao mentioned, can you?" With that, Qian Ruxue entered the room and settled herself on Giran's bed. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Ruxue from behind, contemplating. This woman is indeed beautiful, and it must be said that she completely embodies the elegance reminiscent of Bibi Dong. Noticing Gu Yuan's unwavering stare, Qian Ruxue remarked, "It seems no man is ever of good character." Sitting on the bed with her legs crossed, she continued, "All right. Let us discuss this. How did you come to be accepted as that woman's disciple?" Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Ruxue with a heavy heart. "How should I respond to you?" Gu Yuan whispered, "It's merely that my talent is slightly better, which led the teacher to accept me as a disciple." Qian Ruxue retorted, "If you claim it's all about talent, should I not give you a good beating?" Qian Ruxue gazed at Gu Yuan with a mixture of affection and resentment. Gu Yuan discovered that Qian Ruxue was already upset. So he promptly began to knead her back and massage her waist. "Please do not be angry, Schweg. It's merely a matter of being a disciple. So let us not dwell on it," he implored, hoping she would not take offense. "Oh. Then do enlighten me as to why you have not sought me out these past few days, preferring to remain in the company of this woman," Qian Ruxue remarked. Upon hearing something amiss, Gu Yuan exclaimed, "How would I know where you are? Shuer, I truly have no idea where you might be." "Oh. So you are placing the blame solely on me," Qian Ruxue retorted through clenched teeth. "This woman seems determined to make things difficult for herself. Had I known, I would not have been so captivated by Dong's beauty. After all, Shuer is merely a disciple and there is no possibility of any inappropriate relationship with the teacher." Gu Yuan mused, though the reality was quite different. He feared that voicing the truth would lead to his demise. Qian Ruxue gazed at the man before her, incredulous at her own poor judgment in choosing this wretched fellow. Aside from his striking looks and exceptional talent, he seemed to possess little else of merit. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. She needed to devise a plan post-haste. Chapter 36. The Arrival of Qian Ruxue, Part 2. The atmosphere within the room had become unbearably oppressive. Gu Yuan could hardly fathom why this madwoman had suddenly appeared. Gu Yuan was the first to speak. "Shuer, please do not be upset." Qian Ruxue was not particularly angry at the moment, yet the mere thought of him being with this woman ignited her irritation. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment. Realizing something was amiss, Qian Ruxue was oblivious to the fact that he knew of her mother-son relationship. How foolish of him to be led astray by this woman. Suddenly, Qian Ruxue recalled certain matters, her cheeks slightly flushed. "If you kiss me just once, I shall forgive you," she murmured softly. Although her voice was barely audible, Gu Yuan still caught her words. Gu Yuan immediately pressed his lips against Qian Ruxue's. Qian Ruxue was momentarily taken aback. "He actually kissed me directly on the lips." Gu Yuan revels in the moment. It must be said that Qian Ruxue is indeed an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Qian Ruxue also takes the initiative, wrapping her arms around Gu Yuan's neck and commencing a kiss. Gu Yuan had not anticipated that Qian Ruxue would be so proactive, and thus the two of them indulged in this moment. After a considerable time, their lips parted. Gu Yuan immediately loosened his grip, pondering whether he might be a scoundrel, indulging in both mother and daughter. Meanwhile, Qian Ruxue nestled against Gu Yuan like a delicate woman, entirely shedding her previous haughtiness. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Ruxue in his arms and smiled, for indeed, women are all like this. Gu Yuan smiled and said, "Shuer, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" "In truth, I am the young master of the Spirit Hall. I had not disclosed this to you earlier. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you?" Qian Ruxue was apprehensive that Gu Yuan might harbor resentment towards her. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Ruxue's expression of deep sorrow, imploring her not to make him feel like a villain. Gu Yuan gently pinched Qian Ruxue's nose and inquired, "What are you pondering? How could I ever hold you accountable? Regardless of what you say, I will always place my trust in you. Should there be anyone in this world who doubts you, remember that I will forever stand by your side." Upon hearing these words, Qian Ruxue was instantly moved to tears, aside from her grandfather's unwavering kindness. This was the second man who had treated her with such tenderness. Gu Yuan gazed at the weeping Qian Ruxue in his arms. Reflecting on how Bibi Dong had consistently treated her with indifference, all while she disguised herself as a man to infiltrate the heavenly Dou Empire. Is it not common for girls of this age to receive the nurturing affection of their mothers? Gu Yuan gently wiped away the tears from Qian Rinxue's eyes and said, "Look at yourself. You've become a little calico cat. If you continue to cry, it won't be a pleasing sight. Humph, even if it doesn't look good. You still want me. Otherwise, I shall ensure you become less appealing," Qian Rinxue retorted. Guyan gazed at Qian Rinxue's haughty demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, she bore the traits of a proud maiden. Rest assured, I shall be responsible for Schwer for a lifetime. So, are you confessing your feelings? He remarked with a laugh. Qian Rinxue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, it was typically others who professed their affections to her, not this insufferable man. Well, if you refuse to take responsibility, I shall have no choice but to end your life and then take my own, she asserted with grave seriousness. This woman truly possessed a fierce resolve. He pondered whether it was right or wrong to have developed such feelings for Qian Rinxue. Alas, he had already fallen for her. Ahem. I believe there is no need for such severity. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue, who wore an expression that seemed to convey a desire to devour him. Do you truly feel that way? Qian Rinxue fixed her gaze upon him and inquired. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Gu Yuan decided to change the subject. Let's not discuss this for now. Schwer, what brings you to me? Gu Yuan inquired with a hint of confusion. Qian Rinxue almost forgot the matter at hand. You are the one grandfather Genie spoke of, who broke through to level 50 at merely 9 years of age, Qian Rinxue remarked, still finding it hard to believe. Gu Yuan felt that the old man Jin Ao spoke too freely. He silently noted this down as a debt to remember. Indeed, tell me, am I not particularly impressive? Gu Yuan declared with unabashed self-admiration. Qian Rinxue, observing this man before her, could not help but think how extraordinarily vain he was. At the age of 9. I must admit, your soul power surpasses mine, she replied, her tone laced with resentment. Typically proud, encountering such a prodigy left her feeling quite discontented. With a lingering gaze filled with melancholy, Qian Rinxue cast her eyes upon Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. I can't help it if I am taller and have developed more rapidly than you. My soul power surpasses yours for a reason, he mused. But in the end, what does it matter how high my soul power is if you are not mine? Gu Yuan chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue, recognizing him as her man, realized she must adapt. What have you been doing all this time? Can you share it with me? Gu Yuan inquired. Very well. But this is not something to be spoken of lightly, Qian Rinxue replied. She proceeded to reveal her masquerade as the crown prince to Gu Yuan. Understanding that as they prepared to give themselves to one another, mutual trust was essential. Thus, Qian Rinxue laid bare the entire situation. Gu Yuan had always been aware. Yet he still feigned a semblance of surprise. Ah, so you are the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, the one who came to seek me that day. Gu Yuan inadvertently let slip a secret. Having previously spoken ill of her, it now seems she is facing dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nearly forgot that there were matters to settle in Suatua City that day. I must account for them meticulously. As Gu Yuan observed Qian Rinxue deep in thought, he swiftly attempted to slip away. Just as he was about to exit, Qian Rinxue unexpectedly seized him. Where do you think you're going in such a hurry, Yuan? She inquired with a smile that belied her intentions. Panic washed over him. He knew that this woman harbored a long memory for grievances. Ah, Schwer, I'm merely feeling a bit hungry and thought I would take a look outside, Gu Yuan stammered, his body trembling slightly. Seeing Gu Yuan so frightened, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I have no intention of devouring you. Why are you so terrified? She chuckled. Gu Yuan gazed upon Qian Rinxue's smile and could not help but admit that she looked truly enchanting when she smiled. Ahem, were it not for your formidable companion, Qian Douluo, I would have long since dealt with you right here and now. Gu Yuan understood that Qian Douluo was particularly protective of her. Nevertheless, this matter has been duly noted, and I shall settle the score with you another time, Qian Rinxue remarked. Alas, Gu Yuan cannot escape this calamity. By the way, Schwer, when do you plan to return? Gu Yuan inquired. I anticipate departing soon, likely by evening, as my grandfather urgently summoned me back. There must be no mishaps in the heavenly Dou Empire. Ancient fate refrained from speaking, nearly forgetting about Qian Rinxue. Indeed. Tomorrow I shall venture into the starry forest to hunt for soul rings, he said purposefully, gazing at Qian Rinxue. The mention of hunting soul rings left Qian Rinxue perplexed. Could it be that the woman would accompany him? Such a notion seemed implausible. He reasoned that he must be guided by another elder. Dismissing the thought, Qian Rinxue noticed the hour was late and hastily remarked, Yuan, I must take my leave. If I delay further, it will be difficult to explain my absence. Gu Yue noticed a trace of reluctance in Qian Rinxue. He stepped forward and embraced her, saying, "Rest assured, Shuer, once I finish my tasks here, I shall come to assist you." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of joy. "You must keep your word. There is no room for regret," she insisted. Gu Yue responded with a smile, "I assure you, I will not waver. Now, hurry on. It would be ill-fated if they were to place blame upon us." With that, Qian Rinxue took her leave, and before departing, they exchanged a tender kiss. Chapter 37. Bibidong's confrontation. Once Qian Rinxue was gone, Gu Yue felt a wave of relief wash over him. The woman had finally left. Had she lingered any longer, he feared the arrival of his senior sister would spell trouble. Lying on his bed, he chuckled to himself, "I cannot entertain a harem, otherwise I might find myself in dire straits." Growing weary of the monotony in his surroundings, he decided it was best to venture outside and explore. Before Gu Yue could step outside, he felt as though his body had become immobile. "Goodness, Dong Air, is this yet another one of your tricks?" Gu Yue murmured to himself. A voice called out from outside the door. "Junior brother, what are you up to? If you're not feeling well, I'll come in." Gu Yue Na pushed the door open and, upon entering, immediately noticed Gu Yue lying on the bed, fast asleep. Upon hearing that Gu Yue Na had entered, Gu Yue instinctively sensed that something troubling was afoot, prompting him to feign slumber in order to discern her intentions. Observing Gu Yuan's pretense of sleep, Gu Yue Na chuckled softly, remarking on her junior's unexpected repose. What mischief is she up to? Gu Yue surmised that this matter was likely connected to him in some way. As Gu Yue Na approached and gazed intently at him, she found Gu Yue to be exceptionally handsome in her eyes, his long silver hair, strikingly handsome features, captivating violet eyes, and an extraordinary physique all combined to create an alluring presence. Gu Yue was utterly unaware of his own captivating charm. "Junior brother, do you realize how alluring you are to your senior sister?" whispered Gu Yue Na softly as she gazed upon Gu Yuan's sleeping form, finally voicing the thoughts she had long suppressed. Gu Yue truly wished to open his eyes and proclaim, "It is you who has tempted me. When have I ever seduced you?" Gu Yue Na gradually moved her lips to the edge of Gu Yuan's mouth and kissed him directly. Gu Yue felt a tingling sensation on his lips, first kissed by Xued, and now by his senior sister. He couldn't bear being kissed like this anymore. This time, he must return from the Star Do Great Forest. Gu Yue Na released Gu Yuan's lips, her mood exceptionally delightful. Every time her junior brother fell asleep, she could. Hiki. Suddenly awakened, Gu Yue embraced Gu Yue Na, pinning her beneath him, and to his astonishment, his body became mobile. Gu Yue Na was taken aback by Gu Yuan's unexpected maneuver. Could it be that her junior had been feigning sleep all along? "Sister, whatever happened to that vigor you displayed moments ago? Why do you seem so frail now?" Gu Yue chuckled lightly. "Humph, you insufferable junior. How dare you pretend to be asleep? That is utterly despicable." With each word, Gu Yue Na's face grew increasingly flushed. At this moment, Gu Yue found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though the blame rested solely upon his shoulders. "Junior brother, you haven't been pretending to sleep since my arrival, have you?" murmured Gu Yue Na. "Guess what? Just before you kissed me, I had mentioned my intentions to tempt you," Gu Yue replied with a smile directed at Gu Yue Na. "Insufferable junior brother, cease your chatter." As Gu Yue Na pondered over his words, her cheeks flushed deeper, mortified by the utterance of such shameless remarks. Gu Yue firmly restrained Gu Yue Na's body, preventing her from escaping. Gu Yue Na gazed at her junior disciple who had ensnared her, acutely aware that she was, in fact, the elder sister. Now, the moment for interrogation had arrived. "Quickly confess, is my sudden inability to move due to your actions?" she demanded, her heart racing with apprehension as if she were being questioned like a delicate wife. Gu Yue Na was bewildered. Had her junior disciple been unable to move since her arrival? "No, that couldn't be. This isn't my fault," she protested, her tone laced with indignation. "Are you quite certain?" Gu Yue chuckled mischievously. Gu Yue Na recalled inadvertently brushing against the stone given by their teacher. This was a secret she must keep from her junior disciple at all costs. Gu Yue gazed at Gu Yue Na, reluctant to speak. Indeed, it was best to search for the answers himself. "That place is not suitable, do not touch it." Gu Yue Na replied, her face flushed. "Then tell me, where is the item given to you by the master? No one else has the power to control me." Gu Yue stated directly. "Humph, it is absolutely impossible for me to divulge that information," Gu Yue Na firmly asserted. Gu Yue sensed that Gu Yue Na was perhaps hiding there. With a soft whimper, Gu Yue Na suddenly blushed deeply. Gu Yue could never have imagined that the stone was hidden within his belly. Gu Yue gazed at Gu Yue Na, sensing that he might have stirred up trouble. Junior brother, I shall no longer acknowledge your presence, humph. Gu Yue Na abruptly turned away, ignoring Gu Yuan. Are you quite certain? Senior sister? Gu Yuan inquired with a smile. Yet, Gu Yue Na maintained her demeanor of indifference towards him. Gu Yuan is troubled by a headache. Feeling utterly inadequate at comforting women, especially those of striking beauty, Gu Yue Na gazes at Gu Yuan, her heart filled with urgency. All she wishes is for him to offer her some solace. Without further ado, Gu Yuan swiftly embraced Gu Yue Na in a princess carry, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. He was apprehensive about the possibility of succumbing to temptation in the intimacy of the bedroom, for Gu Yue Na's allure was simply irresistible. As Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, a smile graced her face, indicating her willingness to forgive him. Releasing her, Gu Yuan inquired, So, can my senior sister forgive me now? Barely acceptable, Gu Yue Na replied with a playful grin, but I shall grant you a reprieve this time. In Gu Yuan's heart, there were countless words of frustration he wished to express. Do you truly comprehend the extent of my efforts? If those two women were to discover this, my fate would be sealed. Suddenly, the voice of Bai Bai Dong echoed from outside, startling both Gu Yuan and Gu Yue Na. Yuana, open the door. I have something important to inform you, Bai Bai Dong announced while knocking on the door. Guyan hastily set Gu Yue Na down, realizing that if their teacher discovered her presence, it would spell trouble. With this thought, Guyan swiftly summoned his martial spirit, creating a rift. Elder sister, please enter quickly. I have locked the position to your room. Guyan urged anxiously. Gu Yue Na could not help but respond, Junior brother, I must leave. I have a feeling that our teacher will undoubtedly find out. Gu Yuan was infuriated. Your presence only complicates matters further. It's fine, senior sister. You may leave. I can handle this, Gu Yuan declared, pushing Gu Yue Na inside without regard for her agreement. Gu Yuan has tidied up the entire room once again. Gu Yuan observed that everything was ready and opened the door, inquiring, What is it, teacher? We cannot discuss it tomorrow. Oh, Yuana, why are you so anxious? Allow me to come in and explain, replied the teacher, upon seeing something amiss. Bai Bai Dong insisted on entering as if to confront an intruder. Without hesitation, Bai Bai Dong stepped inside, determined to uncover the truth. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong as she entered, fortunate to have preemptively sprayed perfume within the room. On the journey back to the Wuhuan Palace, he had procured the fragrance specifically to prepare for such eventualities. Undoubtedly, Donga remained oblivious to Xuere's return. Upon observing no peculiarities within the room, Bibi Dong refrained from further scrutiny. Yuaner, tomorrow we shall venture to the Sunset Forest instead of the Stardow Forest, Bibi Dong declared. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's spirits soared. He felt a sense of safety in avoiding the Stardow Forest, where the formidable Di Tian and the imposing Bibi Dong were present. The most terrifying thought was that his sister might easily obliterate him, and after this incident, she would sever ties with him completely. All right, Donger, Gu Yuan said, somewhat perplexed. Bibi Dong, observing Gu Yuan's indecisiveness, was irked. She had little patience for men who hesitated. Just speak your mind. I detest indecisiveness in men, she exclaimed in frustration. Could you possibly alleviate the power of the Rakshasa god within me? Gu Yuan finally articulated, wary of provoking Bibi Dong's ire. Upon hearing his request, Bibi Dong realized that such men were indeed difficult to captivate. She leaned closer to Gu Yuan and whispered softly, That is impossible, my dear Yuan. Furthermore, the Rakshasa goddess power has already fused with your being. Do not harbor any illusions. Chapter 38. Bibi Dong wants me to live off her. Gu Yue Na's fury. Gu Yuan was utterly unable to resist the temptation presented by Bibi Dong, causing him to instinctively retreat in fear. Donger, are you truly so heartless? Gu Yuan murmured, biting his lip. Bibi Dong gazed at Gu Yuan with a smile, finding the little fellow remarkably easy to deceive, at merely 9 years of age. He was already on the verge of surpassing her in height. Gu Yuan now stands at a height of 1.70 meters, just slightly shorter than the formidable Bibi Dong before him. The power within Yuan has been completely integrated. It shall not vanish unless one meets their demise. Gu Yuan glared at Bibi Dong, feeling a surge of anger. I have suffered because of you since my arrival here. Bibi Dong, observing Gu Yuan, thought to herself, Indeed, merely taking possession of your body does not guarantee your obedience. It appears I must make you truly experience something. With that, Bibi Dong promptly summoned the power of the Rakshasa within Gu Yuan's body. As Gu Yuan sensed something amiss with his body, he collapsed instantaneously, only to be caught by Bai Bai Dong. A fragrant aroma enveloped him, prompting Gu Yuan to question Bai Bai Dong's intentions. Donger, what are you up to? I have done nothing wrong. He yearned to escape, yet found himself devoid of strength. Bai Dong gazed down at the ailing Gu Yuan with a smile, remarking, "Why grow so fast? Would it not be better to obediently remain a docile child?" Despite Bai Dong's alluring physique, Gu Yuan retorted, "Am I to blame for growing so quickly? Besides, you clearly wish for me to rely on you. I, Gu Yuan, shall never be dependent on anyone. Isn't it far more delightful to have a harem? Though I may occasionally face some peril, it is a worthy endeavor. You speak of my rapid growth as if it is my fault, yet though I may be small now, I shall surely surpass you one day." Bai Dong chuckled at this. "You think you can surpass me? As long as I desire, even if you are stronger than me, you must still obey." Her intention was to ascend to divinity and subsequently take Gu Yuan to the divine realm, where she would train him to be more obedient. However, the spirit and tenacity displayed by Gu Yuan made her reconsider. Her man must indeed be strong, but sometimes he must heed her words. "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Prove that you can surpass me," Bai Dong replied with a smile. Gu Yuan found her frighteningly formidable. "Dong, can you restore my body? I am simply not accustomed to this state," he expressed, yet Bai Dong had no intention of acquiescing. Without further ado, she rendered Gu Yuan unconscious. "Dong, he could not finish his sentence before succumbing to darkness. Bai Dong looked down at the unconscious Gu Yuan and chuckled. "You have no idea of your own allure. It is no wonder that Nana and your sister are so enamored with you, but you are mine alone. This matter is non-negotiable." With that, she carried Gu Yuan into her private chambers. In the Stardow forest, a sudden sound startled all the soul beasts into immobility. The source of the sound was Gu Yue Na. Beneath the lake at the heart of the forest, Gu Yuan's voice resonated coldly. "Who dares to approach?" Since Gu Yuan's departure, Gu Yue Na had been in seclusion, only emerging today to discover the disturbance surrounding Gu Yuan. Upon awakening, she was filled with astonishment. Aside from Bai Dong, there was no one else. "Yuan, upon your return, I shall have to break your legs. You never heed my advice. And the woman who harmed you shall be killed," Gu Yue Na proclaimed loudly. One could say that ever since she acknowledged Gu Yuan as her younger brother, her solitude that had persisted for so many years finally found a glimmer of hope and light. Gu Yuan himself was oblivious to the fact that his sister harbored such desires. At that moment, Dition and several soul beasts outside dared not move recklessly. "Yuana, what on earth have you done to provoke the master so fiercely?" Dition sighed. He had never anticipated that the master would erupt with such wrath. Bai Ji remarked, "Dition, it may not be entirely Yuana's fault. Perhaps someone else has implicated Gu Yuan." Bai Ji, being the one who cherished Gu Yuan the most aside from Gu Yue Na, had always protected him. Though it was a pity that Gu Yuan had not visited her in a long time. While Dition and Bai Ji were engrossed in their discussion, a chilling aura suddenly swept towards them. Gu Yue Na emerged ahead of time for the matter concerning Gu Yuan. "Dition, I shall personally venture into the human realm to retrieve Yuan," she stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Dition interjected, "This is inadvisable. The number of limit Douluos in the human world is already substantial. I have a lingering suspicion about that woman. She seems to have already declared her allegiance to the master." Dition intended to voice his concerns, yet was silenced by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Gu Yuan. "Thus, it is settled. I must bring Yuan back to ensure my peace of mind. During my absence, the soul beast shall be entrusted to you." Gu Yue Na concluded before departing. Dition sighed, "Yuan, do exercise caution. This time, your uncle Dition cannot save you." Bai Ji, filled with worry, observed the concealed murderous intent in the master's eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan lay nestled in Bibi Dong's embrace, albeit within a carriage. Bibi Dong sensed that Gu Yuan was on the verge of awakening. "Ah, I slept so comfortably. What is this softness?" Gu Yuan murmured as he inadvertently touched Bibi Dong's delicate form. Alarmed, he realized the implications of his actions, thinking, "Oh no. This woman is going to take advantage of me again." Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she quickly regained her composure. "So, Yuan, are you comfortable?" she inquired with a smile. "Do you not know that my most sensitive area is there? Consider this a note for the future." "Donger, I did not mean to." Gu Yuan stammered. Gu Yuan promptly freed himself, gracefully extricating himself from Bai Dong's embrace and seating himself on the opposite side, his movements fluid as water. "Yuan, you may pursue whatever you desire, as long as you are not afraid of being slain by the soul beasts," Bai Dong remarked, casting a glance at Gu Yuan. "Donger, are we currently on the path leading away from the sunset forest?" Gu Yuan inquired, filled with curiosity. "What else could it be? Prepare yourself well. By the way, what is the lifespan of the soul ring this time?" Bai Dong questioned. Gu Yuan was perplexed, for he truly did not know how many years the spirit ring should possess. His previous 3 spirit rings had all been violet black black black. This time, should it be 60,000 years or 50,000? Bibi Dong, noticing Gu Yuan's confusion, inquired directly, Yuaner, show me your spirit rings. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately summoned his martial soul. In an instant, Bibi Dong was utterly astonished. She had never before noticed the age of Gu Yuan's spirit rings. And this revelation left her deeply shocked. 1,000-year ring and 3 10,000-year rings. Yuaner, surely you don't intend to aim for an 80,000-year ring this time? Bibi Dong exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan decided to test the strength of the legacy. Previously, after the departure of the elder, he had received a glimmer of power, albeit a formidable one. Then let us heed Donger, and make it 80,000 years, Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. Bibi Dong, however, increasingly found this notion absurd. She had merely spoken offhandedly. No, 80,000 years is too much. You are still too young. Let us settle for 60,000 years instead. Bibi Dong replied with a firm refusal. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan exclaimed, no way. Donger, trust me. Once you obtain the soul ring, I will comply with any request you have. Gu Yuan understood that failing to acquire the soul ring would make it exceedingly difficult to defeat her later. Upon hearing this enticing offer, Bibi Dong found it appealing. You have my word, Gu Yuan. Once you secure the soul ring, I shall respond to your request. Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Guyan gazed upon Bibi Dong's smile and felt a pang of regret for his words. Chapter 39. Bibi Dong takes the lead. The summer months approached with an unexpected urgency, and he found himself increasingly agitated. Shouldn't Donger rest nearby for a while? Guyan remarked impatiently. Throughout their journey, Bibi Dong had remained mostly silent, merely observing him, until he could no longer restrain himself. Very well, I shall abide by your wishes. Bibi Dong replied with a hint of indifference. Rest here for now. We shall set forth to the sunset forest tomorrow, she declared coldly. Yes, your holiness. The soldiers replied with utmost respect. They promptly announced, we will rest here and proceed to the sunset forest tomorrow. Soon, Guyan and his companions settled down for the night. Donger, may I venture out to seek some food? Guyan inquired. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong sensed his ulterior motives. Very well, but I must seal your soul power first. For I am well aware of your martial spirit, she stated, as if foreseeing his intentions. With a swift gesture, Bibi Dong placed her finger on Guyan's forehead, sealing away all of his soul power. Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, as if he were an ordinary person devoid of any strength. When did this woman become aware of my martial soul abilities? Is Donga truly this concerned? However, Yuaner, do not presume that I am oblivious to your thoughts. Do not waste your breath. If you wish to go, then go, and if not, then do not. Bai Dong expressed her impatience. All right, I understand. Gu Yuan replied before hastily departing. After Gu Yuan departed, Bai Dong chuckled to herself. The little brat still dares to challenge me. Ah, how does this insufferable woman know everything? Gu Yuan sighed. As Gu Yuan walked, he sensed that something was trailing behind him, prompting him to glance back. Who is there? Lurking in the shadows? He questioned, his eyes glinting with menace. After a prolonged silence with no one emerging, Gu Yuan decided to abandon his pursuit and search for sustenance instead. Oh, what is this? A fox? He mused in bewilderment. As Gu Yuan stepped in, he was taken aback, confronted by the nine-tailed fox. Who is this foolish creature? I must leave at once. Gu Yuan understood the terrifying nature of foxes all too well. Before Gu Yuan could venture far, she was halted by a familiar voice. Oh dear, why is little Yuan in such a hurry? A woman, exuding temptation, adorned in a flowing white gown, with 9 tails trailing behind her, stood there. Her legs, the most striking of all, were even fairer and longer than those of the east. Upon glancing back, Gu Yuan was immediately captivated, though he quickly regained his composure. Xiaoyu, it has been quite a while, Gu Yuan said, filled with trepidation. Gu Yuan was acutely aware of the fearsome nature of this woman. Having not seen her for such a long time, he presumed she had vanished. To his astonishment, she re-emerged once more. Xiaoyuan, why does your body tremble so? Xiaoyu asked with a bewitching smile. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, the teacher will come looking for me, Gu Yuan replied, promptly making his exit. Xiaoyu, noticing Gu Yuan's intention to flee, felt a surge of displeasure. After all the effort she had expended to come out, how could he dare to run away? Gu Yuan directly ensnared him with her tail. Why are you running? Yuan? I want to devour you, Xiaoyu said, her voice tinged with annoyance. I'm exhausted. It's not that I fear you will consume me, but rather that you might discover I have been consumed before. Xiaoyu, please just spare me, Gu Yuan implored. Why must every woman surpass me? How infuriating. Once I grow stronger, I shall ensure you all comply. Observing Gu Yuan still struggling, she resorted to enchanting him to regain control. Gu Yuan sensed something amiss and immediately exclaimed, Xiaoyu, cease at once. Before Gu Yuan could finish speaking, he was subdued. Xiaoyu commanded Gu Yuan to embrace her. And he complied without hesitation. Is that correct, my dear Yuan Yuan? You will behave obediently from now on, Xiaoyu remarked, gently caressing Gu Yuan's handsome visage. You are even more dashing now. Let us proceed to my domain, she declared, conjuring a portal, and Gu Yuan stepped through with her in his arms. At that moment, Gu Yuan abruptly awakened. Ah, my head aches. What transpired? He murmured, rubbing his temples. Gu Yuan felt something on his head and behind him. And as he tugged at his body, he suddenly froze. Fox ears and a tail, how had they transformed into three? Gu Yuan initially believed that the bloodline bestowed by Xiaoyu had vanished, only to discover that it had actually increased. Suddenly, an extraordinarily beautiful woman entered. Xiaoyu inquired how this had come to pass. Gu Yuan glared fiercely at her. Xiaoyu gazed at Gu Yuan, feeling an increasing desire to conquer him. Little Yuan, there's no need to be so upset. I merely allowed you to drink my blood. Why make such a fuss? Xiaoyu chuckled. In silence, Gu Yuan found herself captivated once more, drinking your blood, aware that it has the power to ensnare me. I must return swiftly, otherwise it will lead to misfortune. Yet, Xiaoyuan, do not be so hasty. A day has passed here while merely a brief moment has elapsed outside. It seems Xiaoyu was already cognizant of this and had made prior arrangements. In the face of ancient ties, one can only allow nature to take its course. This woman is formidable, her strength beyond comprehension. Xiaoyu inquired about his intentions, seeking a reprieve from her predicament. Gu Yuan, must you be so solemn? She teased. I might consider sparing you, but only if you agree to marry me, she added with a playful smile. Upon hearing about the marriage, Gu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. This woman has gone mad. Xiaoyu, cease your antics, Gu Yuan retorted. I'm not joking, Xia Tian replied with a smile. Gu Yuan also sensed that Xiaoyu was not jesting. Pray tell, what is it that you truly seek? I am merely an ordinary person, Gu Yuan remarked, rendered speechless. Xiaoyu appeared to realize that Gu Yuan was unaware of her significance to him. To whom have you entrusted your innocence? I had sensed it long before. Xiaoyu suddenly posed a question. Gu Yuan was at a loss for how to respond. Ahem, Xiaoyu, when will you finally let me go? Gu Yuan inquired. Xiaoyu, noticing Gu Yuan's attempt to change the subject, did not dwell on it, for she knew that he would eventually face the consequences. Unless you, Yuan, decide to stay here for a few days, you shall not think of leaving. After all, you cannot defeat me, Xiaoyu retorted playfully. The final remark provoked Gu Yuan. Indeed, he found himself unable to overcome her. All right, just a few days, is it? Fine, Gu Yuan readily acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was filled with joy. It's settled then. Let us go and admire the flowers I have planted. After you left, I cultivated many, Xiaoyu exclaimed, taking Gu Yuan's hand as they ventured outside. Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at this moment. Sometimes, Xiaoyu truly resembled a child, even though her physical form belied that innocence. Gu Yuan regained his senses and was astonished by the breathtaking scenery outside. How beautiful it is! Gu Yuan exclaimed involuntarily. Xiaoyu observed Gu Yuan in a daze, feeling that everything was worthwhile. How do you find it, my dear Yuan? Everything here is prepared just for you, Xiaoyu said with a cheerful smile. Gu Yuan felt a surge of emotion upon realizing that everything had been prepared for him. That summer month. Before Gu Yuan could finish speaking, Xiaoyu silenced him with a gesture. Do not question why. Know that all of this is for you, she said with a smile. Though many blossoms danced with the wind, Gu Yuan found himself utterly captivated by Xiaoyu's enchanting laughter. You might claim that Bibi Dong's beauty or Gu Yuna's icy elegance surpasses all, yet Xiaoyu possesses a mysterious allure, akin to an undiscovered treasure. So, little Yuan, who is more beautiful, me or the flowers? Xiaoyu inquired playfully. Without a doubt, you are more beautiful, Gu Yuan replied, but before he could finish, he kissed her. Unable to contain himself, Gu Yuan succumbed to the charm that Xiaoyu radiated. In turn, Xiaoyu sensed the affection Gu Yuan held for her. Gu Yuan was aware that he had gradually reserved a place for Xiaoyu in his heart. Subsequently, Gu Yuan gently pushed Xiaoyu against the tree. Gu Yuan and Xiaoyu shared a passionate kiss, reveling in their fleeting moment together. Soon, a multitude of blossoms danced in the breeze, and the two became a beautiful reflection of each other. Chapter 40. How did you bring back a little fox? At this moment, Gu Yuan was peacefully slumbering amidst a sea of blossoms. Xiaoyuan, your resistance is rather feeble. I never anticipated that you would be allergic to these fragrant flowers that induce drowsiness, Xiaoyu remarked with a smile. Gu Yuan lay his head upon Xiaoyu's lap, slumbering soundly, utterly oblivious to her murmurs. My maidenly lap pillow experience is unexpectedly bestowed upon you, Xiaoyu mused, her fingers tracing the delicate contours of his handsome face. I truly cannot fathom what sorcery has ensnared you in my charm. Gu Yan enjoyed a peaceful slumber, nestled comfortably upon the lap of a beautiful maiden, though he remained blissfully unaware of her presence. Alas, here I am, a striking beauty, and yet you lie here in slumber. Surely such a flower should not be treated so lightly, Xiaoyu remarked with a smile. Thus, Xiaoyu continued to observe Gu Yan as he slept. After a considerable time, Gu Yan stirred slightly. Gu Yuan, in a state of delightful confusion, slowly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, how wonderfully comfortable I slept. And why is today's pillow so incredibly soft?" Naturally, Xiao Yuan had enjoyed her slumber. "Is my new pillow comfortable?" Xiaoyu asked, gazing at Gu Yuan with a cheerful smile. Gu Yuan turned his head and realized that he had been resting on Xiaoyu's lap all along. It was indeed comfortable. "But I recall that I was kissing you." As Gu Yuan spoke, she suddenly realized that she had taken the initiative to kiss Xiaoyu, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Although Gu Yuan had matured earlier, she was still only 9 years old. Xiaoyu, observing Gu Yuan's reaction, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I didn't expect you to have this side to you, and that you were the one who kissed me first. I never imagined you were so eager," Xiaoyu teased, her enchanting demeanor evoking a desire to devour her immediately. "Well, the reason you fainted unexpectedly is due to a particular flower, and I must admit that my body possesses a certain allure that you cannot resist. Unless you marry me, you will find it impossible to withstand it," Xiaoyu pouted playfully. Gu Yuan felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears by the unexpected fainting spell that had befallen him. A truly embarrassing moment. "Marrying you, we share no genuine affection." The ancient bond, filled with helplessness, spoke of the absence of emotions to nurture. "Furthermore, this outing would persistently accompany you." Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and remarked. Upon hearing that Gu Yuan intended to take her along, a wave of dread washed over her. Would she not be the cause of his demise by suddenly bringing back a woman? "With you in this state, I cannot possibly take you out," Gu Yuan chuckled helplessly. Yu observed Gu Yuan, clearly aware of his reluctance to accompany her. "Fear not, for I can transform into a fox. Now you find yourself at a loss, do you not?" Yu exclaimed with a grin. Gu Yuan lamented that those who wished to weep had all departed, unable to escape their circumstances. "All right, have I not promised you? Hurry and leave. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the teacher finds out," Gu Yuan urged. "Very well, I shall take my leave now," Xiaoyu replied, conjuring a portal. In an instant, she transformed into a fox and nestled into Gu Yuan's embrace. Gu Yuan smiled as he gazed at the little fox in his arms and then stepped into the space. "Yuano hasn't returned yet. I shall go and take a look myself," Bai Dong exclaimed anxiously. Just as she was about to leave, she discovered that Gu Yuan had already returned. Peering into Gu Yuan's embrace, she was astonished to see a small fox. "Teacher, where have you been?" Gu Yuan inquired. Bai Dong quickly composed herself. "Oh, it's nothing. Just feeling a bit tired. But how did you bring back a little fox?" she asked, perplexed. Upon glancing at the situation, Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Consequently, he resorted to fabricating a few tales to relay to Bai Dong. After a while, having recounted certain events, Gu Yuan remarked, "It seems that Yuan heir possesses quite the benevolent heart." Bai Dong responded with a hint of skepticism. "Ah, the burdens of ancient fate. Indeed, Bibi Dong is quite vigilant. Were it not for my ability to adapt in my previous life. Well then, dear teacher, let us not dwell on such matters and hasten to our meal," Gu Yuan said, producing some meat from wild hares. "Fortunately, I managed to hunt a few wild rabbits upon my return. Come, let us proceed." Bibi Dong, not overly concerned, turned and walked towards the fire. In her arms, the little fox, Xiaoyu, gazed intently at Bibi Dong upon her arrival. "Is this truly Yuan's teacher? She possesses a certain charm. No wonder Yuan holds such affection for you," Xiaoyu murmured. Gu Yuan gently stroked the little fox in his arms and said, "What do you think, teacher Xiaoyu? Isn't she beautiful?" Xiaoyu glanced at Gu Yuan and replied, "She's just average, and you, indeed, are quite the flirt." With that, Xiaoyu nestled into Gu Yuan's embrace, ignoring him. When she arrived, Xiaoyu had informed Gu Yuan that they could communicate through their hearts, allowing them to converse silently. It appears that Gu Yuan inadvertently spoke out of turn, unexpectedly revealing a hint of jealousy from Xiaoyu. Consequently, she approached Bai Dong's side. "Teacher, would you like me to prepare a meal for you? I am quite adept at cooking, Gu Yuan declared with confidence. Bai Dong, upon hearing this, remained somewhat skeptical, as this little one had always consumed meals prepared by herself. Yuana, I can't believe you said that. Then by all means, come and cook for me. Bai Dong replied with a smile. All right, but do watch closely, teacher. After saying this, Gu Yuan placed the hunted food over the fire. Lacking tools, she decided to resort to barbecuing. With earnest determination, Gu Yuan began her task. Observing her, Bai Dong remarked, you certainly appear to know what you're doing. After half an hour, a delightful aroma wafted into Bai Dong's nostrils. How fragrant. Yuana, what have you cooked? She inquired as she leaned in to see what Gu Yuan was preparing. Please, have a taste first. Gu Yuan replied, handing Bai Dong a skewer of grilled meat. Bai Dong caught the skewer, and as she bit into the meat, it sizzled in her mouth, with a drop of hot oil slowly sliding down the succulent surface, utterly enchanting her senses. It was the first time she had tasted something so delectable. Yuana, what is this? It's so delicious. Bai Dong exclaimed, her face radiating happiness. Hee, teacher, this is called barbecued meat. Gu Yuan responded with a grin. Bai Dong gazed at Gu Yuan and thought to herself that had she known earlier, she would not have cooked for herself. This is splendid. I hereby declare that you shall take charge of barbecuing from now on, Bai Dong decided. Her gaze fixed on Gu Yuan with a sense of finality. Gu Yuan felt as though she had spoken out of turn and was unable to indulge in any laziness. Let me have a taste as well, she exclaimed, having not savored such delicacies in quite some time. Just as she was about to bring a skewer of grilled meat to her lips, a figure swiftly snatched it away. What are you doing, Xiaoyu? Gu Yuan thought to herself. Ignoring her, Xiaoyu perched herself on Gu Yuan's shoulder and began to feast. It was only after finishing that Xiaoyu responded. Little Yuan, your grilled meat is simply exquisite. In all my years, I have never tasted anything so delightful, she said, her face beaming with joy. Gu Yuan, intrigued by Xiaoyu's age, inquired, Xiaoyu, may I ask how old you are? Gu Yuan indeed heard Xiaoyu's return, yet Xiaoyu responded, Xiaoyuan, you ought to know that it is impolite to inquire about a woman's age. Upon hearing the ominous tone, Gu Yuan hastily clarified, ahem, Xiaoyu. It was merely an accident. Let us overlook this incident this time. Xiaoyu huffed softly and nestled into Gu Yuan's embrace. Gu Yuan could only helplessly shake his head, sitting alone and savoring the roasted meat. Teacher, I've finished eating and am feeling sleepy, so I'm off to bed, Gu Yuan remarked. Bai Dong observed Gu Yuan finishing his meal and drifting off, pondering whether he could strive for greater aspirations. All right, you may go. We shall hunt for soul rings again tomorrow. This time, Bai Dong decided not to share her sleeping quarters with Gu Yuan. Upon hearing her response, Gu Yuan retreated into his tent, falling into a deep slumber. Bai Dong, too, returned to her own tent for rest. However, Xiaoyu emerged, reverting to her original form, and gazed at Gu Yuan, saying, Little Yuan, let me keep you company tonight. With that, Xiaoyu embraced Gu Yuan, and they shared the warmth of the same blanket. Chapter 41. Arrival at the Sunset Forest and acquisition of the 60,000-year soul ring morning. What is this? So soft. Gu Yuan mumbled groggily. Suddenly, Xiaoyu let out a small cry. Upon hearing the call, Gu Yuan abruptly awoke and, turning around, found it was indeed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, roused from her slumber, exclaimed, Little Yuan, how early it is. Are you going to let me sleep at all? Gu Yuan, exasperated, replied, Hey, Xiaoyu. You are making it easy for the teacher to discover us. Xiaoyu merely stuck out her tongue in defiance, dismissing the concern. I could easily incapacitate my teacher with a single strike. Unfazed by her teacher's mediocrity, she added, moreover, take this opportunity to cuddle. It's quite delightful to sleep like this. Xiaoyu's expression radiated pure contentment. Gu Yuan wore a look of exasperation, reflecting on why he had invited her along in the first place. Fortunately, they were not headed to the Starry Forest, or else his sister might very well have taken his life. Xiaoyu, stop fooling around and hurry up. You are far too tempting in your current state for me to handle, Gu Yuan declared, turning his head away to avoid looking at her. Xiaoyu gently nibbled on Gu Yuan's ear. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's body trembled. Could it be that Xiao Yuan couldn't wait any longer? Aha! Xiaoyu smiled enchantingly. Ancient fate, you must endure. Summer Moon, please refrain from such behavior. I truly cannot bear it any longer. Ancient fate urged. A slight chuckle escaped little fate. Unless you wed me, do not even think of escaping my grasp, Summer Moon replied with a smile. At that moment, Bibi Dong's gentle voice called out to ancient fate from outside. Yuaner, hurry, it is time to set forth. As Gu Yuan heard the teacher's urgent arrival, she exclaimed. Xiaoyu, do hurry. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain. All right, Xiaoyu pouted, transforming into a fox and burrowing into Gu Yuan's embrace. The teacher is aware. Let us depart, Gu Yuan stated as she stepped out of the tent. Bai Dong gazed at the fox nestled in Gu Yuan's arms, yearning to pet it. But Xiaoyu suddenly evaded her touch. Xiaoyu glared fiercely at Bai Dong, thinking, if it weren't for this woman, I would have devoured little Yuan. The fox you brought back does not treat me kindly, Bai Dong remarked. The teacher, this fox is timid and only recognizes me. Gu Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. Bai Dong chose not to comment further. Gu Yuan followed Bibi Dong onto the carriage. And soon they arrived at the Sunset Forest. Your Holiness, we have reached our destination. The path ahead is unsuitable for the carriage, a soldier reported. Very well, I understand. Bibi Dong replied. Everyone, halt. The soldier commanded. Bibi Dong gazed ahead and decided it would be best to lead the way personally. Yuana has arrived, she announced. Understood, master. Gu Yuan replied, preoccupied with thoughts on how to rid himself of Xiaoyu, though regrettably, many of his contemplated methods proved ineffective. Bibi Dong and Gu Yuan disembarked. While the others remained in place, Bibi Dong guided Gu Yuan swiftly to the heart of the Sunset Forest, deliberately concealing the aura of the tidal Douluo to prevent any soul beast from approaching them. Gu Yuan stepped into the center and suddenly beheld a soul beast. He felt instinctively that this was the one. Teacher, it must be that horse. Gu Yuan pointed it out to Bibi Dong. Upon closer inspection, Bibi Dong recognized it as a 6,000-year-old sword horse. Are you certain, Yuan? That is indeed a 6,000-year-old sword horse, Bibi Dong reiterated, seeking confirmation from Gu Yuan. Absolutely, teacher. This is unequivocal for me, Gu Yuan replied with confidence. Observing Gu Yuan's assurance, Bibi Dong chose not to press further. She instructed Gu Yuan to stand aside and immediately unleash the aura of a tidal Douluo. Gu Yuan observed the formidable aura emanating from Bai Dong, truly impressive. Xiaoyu, witnessing Gu Yuan's adoration, felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking to herself that if she were in Bai Dong's position as a teacher, her prowess would far surpass his. Jian Ma sensed the impending danger and promptly attempted to flee. However, Bai Dong, noticing Jian Ma's intent to escape, declared, You shall not leave. Third soul skill, spider web binding. A deep purple spider web erupted forth, enveloped in a mist of toxic purple gas, expanding as it soared towards its target, ensnaring Jian Ma within its grasp. If you dare to run, I shall find myself in quite the predicament. With her sixth soul skill, blood-sucking spider spike, tendrils of power pierced Jian Ma's body, eliciting a piercing scream from him, before he collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Bai Dong gazed at the feeble Jian Ma and urged, Hurry, Yuan, deliver the final blow. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately summoned the Yuan Yu sword to deliver the final blow to the steed. Subsequently, a black soul ring, aged 60,000 years, soared into the air. Yuan, hasten to absorb the soul ring. I shall protect you, Bibi Dong declared. Ancient Yuan promptly seated himself to absorb the soul ring, feeling on the verge of success, when suddenly, the vengeful spirit of the sword horse launched an unexpected attack. This is no time for carelessness, Ancient Yuan murmured to himself. In an instant, he spat out blood. And Bai Dong, observing with mounting anxiety, lamented her inability to intervene. In her embrace, Xiaoyu gazed at Ancient Yuan's disheveled state and sighed. Truly useless. He was just pretending to be unconcerned. It seems the burden falls upon me. Without delay, Xiaoyu summoned the fox demon bloodline within Ancient Yuan to dispel the troublesome vengeful spirit. Ancient Yuan sensed the dissipating of the vengeful spirits within him, and thus he opened his eyes. Bibi Dong, observing this, immediately inquired, Yuan, how are you feeling? Yet before Ancient Yuan could complete his response, he fainted. Startled, Bibi Dong swiftly caught him and employed her soul power to assess the situation within Ancient Yuan's body. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was merely exhaustion. You mustn't overexert yourself in the future, she gently admonished while caressing his cheek. In her arms, Xiaoyu felt a tumult of emotions. How infuriating. If it weren't for little Yuan's insistence, I would undoubtedly have transformed into a vengeful spirit myself. Bibi Dong chose not to dwell on this matter and promptly carried Ancient Yuan towards the carriage. Soon, they arrived at Soul Master City, with Bibi Dong cradling Ancient Yuan in her embrace, unknowingly drifting into slumber herself. Upon reaching her quarters, she gently placed him down, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Ancient Yuan. Her heart finally at ease. Were it not for the multitude of tasks awaiting her attention, she would have relished the opportunity to join him in slumber. Casting one last glance at Ancient Yuan, Bibi Dong hurried back to the papal hall to attend to her duties. After 3 incense sticks worth of time, ancient Yuan gradually awakened. Wow, that was such a delightful sleep, he exclaimed as he opened his eyes. Gu Yuan found himself in Bibi Dong's chamber. Xiaoyu. How did I end up in the teacher's room? Gu Yuan exclaimed, bewildered, as he roused Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu leaped forth, transforming into her true form. A breathtaking figure of a woman imprinted itself in Gu Yuan's mind. Do you realize how careless you have been? Xiaoyu chided. What have I done, Xiaoyu? Please enlighten me, Gu Yuan implored. Consequently, Xiaoyu recounted the events that had transpired. Now do you comprehend the extent of your carelessness? Xiaoyu maintained a serious expression. Still reproaching him, Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyu, sensing that she was genuinely upset. All right, I understand now. I assure you that such an incident will never occur again. Gu Yuan expressed earnestly. Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuan, pondering how she could have ever been attracted to this man, and felt an unfamiliar surge of anger. This is the first time I have ever been this angry. Chapter 42. The Beauty's Tears. Gu Yuan immediately pulled Xiaoyu into his embrace. All right, Xiaoyu. I promise I won't be so reckless next time. Please don't be angry with me, Gu Yuan said, gently caressing Xiaoyu's cheek. Xiaoyu's face flushed a deep crimson, and her heart felt exceptionally warm. Fine, I'm not angry anymore. However, if you dare to act like this again, I shall break your legs and cripple all your meridians, leaving you to lie in bed forever. Upon hearing the chilling remark from the woman behind him, Gu Yuan jested, You must be joking. If you were to incapacitate me, I wouldn't last long, haha. Are you truly that foolish? The bloodline I bestowed upon you ensures that even if your entire body were rendered useless, you could still endure for quite some time. Care to test that theory? Xiaoyu replied, glancing at Gu Yuan. Perhaps it's best to refrain from such experiments. By the way, where has our teacher gone? Gu Yuan swiftly shifted the topic, wishing to avoid further conversation with her, lest she truly inflict pain upon him one day. However, upon hearing Gu Yuan mention Bai Dong, Xiaoyu's mood soured instantly. Humph, with me by your side, you still think of your teacher? Pfft, what a scoundrel! She retorted, burying her head. How did I become a scoundrel? I merely inquired about our teacher's whereabouts. This woman's imagination is rather concerning, Gu Yuan thought to himself. Enough of this, Xiaoyu. I simply asked where our teacher is gone. There is no need for overthinking, he continued, genuinely worried about what Xiaoyu might do. Sticking out her tongue, Xiaoyu replied, Your teacher has gone to the papal hall to organize some affairs. She will likely return to see you later this evening. As Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyu with an open heart, he found himself gradually falling in love with her without even realizing it. How should he explain this newfound affection to his sister and Shuai? And what about his teacher and senior sister? The more he pondered, the more his thoughts became jumbled. Had he known better, he would have refrained from entangling himself with so many women. If Xiaoyu were to inquire about his relationships with his sister and senior sister, how would he respond? Before Gu Yuan could finish his thoughts, Xiaoyu shot him a frosty glare. What do you mean you have other women? She questioned, clearly skeptical of his sincerity. Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, her expression shifted to one of fierce determination. You dare to entertain the idea of other women? I thought you only had your teacher. It seems I must take drastic measures to rectify this. With that, Xiaoyu proceeded to bind Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was bewildered. What is going on? She exclaimed. Xiaoyu, please don't be agitated. They are merely my senior sisters, Gu Yuan said, feeling wronged. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu released Gu Yuan and replied, What connection do you have with those women? As she seated herself on the bed, Gu Yuan then revealed the relationships among several women, except for the matter of being consumed by Dong. Oh, it seems I have wronged you, Xiaoyu gently remarked, caressing Gu Yuan's cheek. It is good to understand, but when do you intend to depart? I feel that the teacher will inevitably discover your presence, Gu Yuan said solemnly. Xiaoyu, however, was reluctant to return. Being with Xiao Yuan was far more enjoyable, as that place was exceedingly dull. I shall not return unless you marry me, Xiaoyu declared playfully. Gu Yuan felt a throbbing headache, sensing that Gu Yue Na would soon arrive, especially since her dragon heart resided within him. Do as you wish. I shall remain in the spirit hall for a few days before venturing to the vicinity of the heavenly Dou Empire, Gu Yuan remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's interest was piqued. Little Yuan wishes to train, and I must accompany you to ensure you do not become careless as you did last time, she chuckled. I will certainly take you along, but we must still linger in the spirit hall for a few days, Gu Yuan replied. It was the perfect opportunity to visit the heavenly Dou Empire and see Shuai. By the way, I shall seek out my senior sister shortly. I wonder if she has made any progress in these past few days. Gu Yuan was contemplating his future plans when Bai Dong suddenly entered through the door. As Gu Yuan turned his head, he noticed Bai Bai Dong approaching, a sense of foreboding washing over him. However, at that moment, Xia Yu had already transformed into a fox and nestled into Gu Yuan's embrace. She had sensed the arrival of her teacher from afar, and her mind was plagued with thoughts of his recent peculiar behavior. Deep down, Xia Yu harbored an unsettling feeling, as if there was something within Gu Yuan's teacher that she found particularly repugnant. Upon hearing Gu Yuan, it seemed impossible that he could be the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong glanced at Gu Yuan, and as she observed his return to normalcy, her heart instantly filled with joy. Yuan, what are you pondering while standing there? The teacher noticed you were in a daze since entering. Gu Yuan observed that there was nothing unusual about Bai Bai Dong. Perhaps it was just Xia Yu overthinking the situation. Consequently, Gu Yuan chose to disregard the matter. Just as Gu Yuan had barely risen, he found himself momentarily bewildered by Bai Bai Dong's command. Kneel before me, she stated with utmost seriousness. Did Gu Yuan hear incorrectly? Teacher, did I not make myself clear when I commanded you to kneel? Bibi Dong reiterated with a stern tone. Gu Yu could only kneel on the ground, while Bibi Dong sat on the bed, gazing at him. Yuan, are you not quite capable? She inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Do you not realize that you nearly lost your life here? Gu Yuan observed Bibi Dong's concern for him and felt a deep ache in his heart, as if he had displeased his teacher. Teacher, do you not see that I am well? Gu Yuan smiled. Bibi Dong gazed at Gu Yuan's nonchalant demeanor and remarked, You will remain kneeling until you recognize your mistake. Gu Yuan sensed that Bai Bai Dong was genuinely angry. Upon hearing this, Donga chose to ignore him, this time. He could no longer indulge him. After several hours had passed, Gu Yuan finally spoke up. Master, I have come to a realization, he said, kneeling on the ground. Please enlighten me on where I went astray, Bai Bai Dong replied coolly. I should not have been so careless, nor should I have focused solely on acquiring powerful soul rings. Gu Yuan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong's heart swelled with frustration. It was clear that Yuan still had not grasped the essence of the matter. No. You should not have caused me such worry. Do you not understand that I nearly thought I was going to lose you? Bai Bai Dong said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong, feeling a profound ache in his heart, realizing that he had indeed erred and had been excessively arrogant. Gu Yuan hastily rose to embrace Bibi Dong, gently wiping away her tears as he spoke. Donger, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do so again. Please, do not cry. Bibi Dong gazed at Gu Yuan, nestled in his arms, and lamented, Do you not understand how much I worry about you? Can you not fathom my feelings? She lightly pounded his back, cautious not to exert too much force for fear of hurting him. Observing the tears streaming down Bibi Dong's face, Gu Yuan felt a deep dread at the sight of her distress. Donger, please do not weep, if you continue. It will not be a pretty sight, he gently remarked while wiping her tears. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong immediately retorted, Humph, even if it is not becoming. You cannot abandon me. Gu Yuan gazed at the petite figure of Bibi Dong, finding her far more endearing than the usually aloof and regal demeanor she often displayed. You are the most beautiful. How could I ever forsake you? Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. It had been quite some time since Bibi Dong had shed tears. She recalled the last occasion was ages ago. She did not dwell on the thought that with such a good man by her side, failing to cherish him would lead to a lifetime of sorrow. Gu Yuan watched as Bibi Dong leaned in for a kiss. Bibi Dong, initially taken aback, gradually reciprocated. Thus, the two became entwined in a tender embrace. Chapter 43, The Daily Life in the Spirit Hall. Ah, Donger, you are quite ruthless. Gu Yuan exclaimed, covering his mouth. Gu Yuan did not expect that Bibi Dong would kiss him for such an extended period. His lips were nearly chafed. Is it not time for you to come back, Yuan? Bibi Dong chuckled. Gu Yuan felt that it had been quite a while since Bibi Dong had last kissed him, and he feared that his lips might soon become useless. All right. Donger, enough of this mischief. At least try to resemble a pope, Gu Yuan thought, contemplating the alluring figure of Bibi Dong, who indeed exuded an irresistible charm. Bibi Dong, intrigued by Gu Yuan's words, responded, Oh, the appearance of a pope? Yuan, are you perhaps overstepping your bounds? This pope is not someone you can address so casually. As she spoke, Bibi Dong leaned forward, delicately lifting Gu Yuan's chin with her slender fingers. Gazing at the enchanting Bibi Dong, Gu Yuan felt a surge of desire threatening to overwhelm him, yet he managed to suppress it. Donger, you. But before Gu Yuan could finish, Bibi Dong's finger pressed against his lips, silencing him. Yuan, be obedient and heed the words of this pope, or else you may find yourself experiencing the perils of life. Bibi Dong said alluringly. At this moment, Gu Yuan perceives that this is the true essence of Bibi Dong, undeniably an alluring and commanding presence. She is obedient. Yet Dong, could you refrain from causing mischief? Gu Yuan remarked lightly. Bibi Dong gazed at the handsome Gu Yuan and smiled. Yuana, you once asserted that one must embody the demeanor of a pope. Why have you now wavered? Bibi Dong spoke with an air of authority. Gu Yuan sensed that the woman had become addicted, yet Bibi Dong was uncomfortably close to him, her fragrance enveloping the air around them. Gu Yuan could no longer contain himself. He had afforded this woman too much leniency. Gu Yuan effortlessly wrapped his arm around Bibi Dong's slender waist, lifting her into a princess carry. Bibi Dong clasped her hands around Gu Yuan's neck, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at the man before her. Dong, must you push your luck? Gu Yuan teased, playfully pinching Bibi Dong's cheek. In that moment, she was far removed from her former regal demeanor, appearing instead as a delicate woman. You impudent scoundrel, do not overstep your bounds, Bibi Dong replied, her head lowered. Gu Yuan mused that this was indeed the demeanor befitting Bibi Dong, a harmonious blend of an alluring mature woman and a delicate young lady. Dong, we are practically an old married couple now. It wouldn't do to maintain such formalities, Gu Yuan remarked, playfully pinching Bibi Dong's cheek. Upon hearing the term old married couple, Bibi Dong's face flushed with embarrassment. What are you talking about, Gu Yuan? Old married couple? Don't say such nonsense, she retorted, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Gu Yuan smiled as he gazed at Bibi Dong, who, as expected, could not withstand such sweet words. So, Donger, what do you say? Shall we have another round? Gu Yuan remarked with a playful grin. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed even deeper. It was clearly she who had been teasing him. Yet the tables had turned, leaving her unable to resist Gu Yuan's playful banter. Gu Yuan felt that the teasing had gone a bit too far. He was genuinely concerned that Bibi Dong might actually take some action. By then, it would be too late to escape, so a moment of unexpected intervention seemed necessary. Gu Yuan gently placed Bibi Dong upon the bed, captivated by her exquisite legs, which he felt could bring endless delight. Dong, I must take my leave for now. I shall return another time, he declared, swiftly departing. Fortunately, Bibi Dong remained lost in thought. Upon regaining her senses, she realized that Gu Yuan had vanished without a trace, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. That scoundrel, after teasing me, thinks he can simply flee. The next opportunity one get, I shall ensure he learns to behave. Bibi Dong exclaimed, but the mere thought of Gu Yuan still made her cheeks flush. Guren was drenched in sweat, having exerted himself to the utmost in his escape. I must speak with Donger in a few days about visiting the heavenly dual empire to see Shuer. Otherwise, if Shuer holds it against me later, it would be regrettable. Guren murmured quietly. At that moment, Hulaina suddenly noticed Guren's unusually joyful demeanor. It had been quite some time since she had last seen her junior apprentice. Junior apprentice! Hulaina exclaimed loudly. Upon glancing back, Gu Yuan beheld the enchanting Hulaina, and he could not help but admit that his senior sister had become even more beautiful. Guyan embraced Hulaina, savoring the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Have you been diligently practicing during these past few days, dear sister? If not, I shall have to inform our master, he remarked. Hulaina, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. Must you bring that up? She retorted, Humph. You insufferable junior. I have indeed been diligently training. In fact, Elder Yu has been accompanying me to hunt for soul rings. It turned out that Bibi Dong had arranged for Yu Egwan to assist Hulaina in her quest for soul rings. That is reassuring. Had I known you were neglecting your training, you would certainly be aware of the consequences, Guyan teased, playfully tapping Hulaina's nose. She stuck out her tongue and laughed, completely unperturbed by the prospect of her junior informing their master. Will you spend some time with me in the coming days? Hulaina lamented. Gu Yuan reflected that he had not spent quality time with his senior sister lately, so he decided to make amends during these days. Well, let us venture to Spirit City for a bit of enjoyment, he remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he gently patted Hulaina. Indeed. Let us set off at once, Hulaina exclaimed, taking Gu Yuan's hand and leading the way. Meanwhile, in the Tiando Empire, a woman with a frigid expression deterred anyone from approaching her. Yuan has been here, Gu Yu Na stated. In recent days, Gu Yu Na had swiftly made her way towards Gu Yuan's aura. Yuan, do not let me find you, or you shall face dire consequences, Gu Yu Na spoke coldly, her voice laced with menace. Gu Yuan and Hulaina have arrived at Spirit City. Junior brother, there is an abundance of delicacies here. Hurry over, Hulaina exclaimed with a cheerful smile. I'm on my way, senior sister. Please don't rush. The food won't escape, he replied. Hulaina had already acquired some treats from a vendor. You should also have a taste, she said, offering Gu Yuan a skewer of candied hawthorn. The taste of the ancient origin is distinctly different from that of Earth. Senior sister, it is quite delectable. Gu Yue Na smiled and said, isn't it? It has been quite a while since we last visited this place. With that, Gu Yue Na dashed off to another location. Ancient Yuan could only follow behind. After several hours had passed, he was utterly exhausted. Senior sister, enough of the games. Let us head back. It has been quite some time, Ancient Yuan gasped from behind. But, junior brother, it's still early. We've only just begun our outing, she replied. How could this woman possess such stamina when it came to crossing streets? Women truly are enigmatic creatures. Gu Yue Na arrived at a clothing store, glancing back at Ancient Yuan, who had not changed his attire in ages. Junior brother. Perhaps it's time to buy a new outfit? You haven't changed clothes in quite a while, Gu Yue Na suggested. I think not. I find shopping for clothes quite troublesome, Ancient Yuan responded, apprehensive. However, Gu Yue Na was unconcerned with his reluctance and firmly took his hand, leading him inside the store. Upon entering, a young woman approached Ancient Yuan. Excuse me, are you purchasing clothes for this gentleman? She inquired. Gu Yue Na nodded, and the young woman produced a youthful garment. Gu Yue Na took it and urged, quickly, try this on, junior brother. I'll wait for you here. Gu Yuan said nothing as she took the clothes to the fitting room. To be honest, she truly did not wish to be a bother. Just as in her previous life. After a while, Gu Yuan emerged, her strikingly handsome visage etched in Gu Yue Na's memory. Chapter 44, Senior Sister. You have been deceived by him. The attendant beside her was equally captivated, thinking how wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Gu Yuan observed the way the two women gazed at him, pondering why their expressions were so fixed upon him. Indeed, his junior brother was better suited to attire that exuded youthful maturity. This time, I shall bear the cost for my junior brother. After all, I am devoid of funds. Why not give it a try instead of purchasing? Ancient Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as the teacher provided him with no funds to spend. Well, since my senior sister has suggested it, let us expedite the payment and conclude this matter, Ancient Yuan urged. At that moment, a nearby attendant approached and remarked, Miss, your husband is truly handsome. Hearing this, Gu Yue Na's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense was this attendant spouting? The attendant mistakenly assumed that Ancient Yuan was Gu Yue Na's husband. Regardless of how he appears, let us proceed with the purchase, Gu Yue Na said, holding Ancient Yuan's hand. She also cast him a knowing glance. Ancient Fate wondered how his senior sister was truly so remarkable. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes, he said with a smile. Gu Yue Na regarded him, finding his demeanor somewhat endearing yet slightly foolish. She produced a special coin from the Pope and handed it to the attendant before taking her leave. The attendant, astonished by the coin, an item exclusive to the Pope, conjectured whether this individual was indeed affiliated with the papal court. Outside, Ancient Fate attempted to shake off Gu Yue Na's delicate grasp. Yet to no avail. Sister, isn't this enough? Do you genuinely wish to be my spouse? He murmured softly. Pa, who would want to be your spouse? Gu Yue Na retorted, promptly releasing her hold on his shoulder. It's been quite some time since sister left. What else do you wish to accomplish? Gu Yuan disregarded Gu Yue Na and continued on his own path. Frustrated, Gu Yue Na pouted, if it weren't for my payment, you would have left. Humph. All she could do was grumble as she followed behind Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan arrived at his room, which was conveniently situated next to Gu Yue Na's. Gu Yuan felt a throbbing headache, uncertain of how Bibi Dong had orchestrated matters. Was it deliberate or otherwise? Gu Yue Na pinched Gu Yuan, exclaiming, You insolent junior. Do you truly disregard your elder sister? Her grip tightened with increasing intensity. With a sudden jolt of pain, Gu Yuan cried out, Ah, it hurts terribly. Senior sister. What are you doing? Gu Yuan exclaimed. You left without so much as a backward glance. Do you no longer acknowledge me as your senior sister? Have you become so arrogant, you insufferable junior? Gu Yue Na retorted fiercely. Gu Yuan gazed at her as if she were a mere child. How exasperating. Despite her age, she still squabbles with someone much younger than herself. Senior sister, you're the eldest, so please stop this nonsense. Otherwise, I shall have to kiss you. It seemed that kissing Gu Yue Na had become an everyday occurrence. Gu Yue Na closed her eyes and said, Come on, junior brother, as you promised. Make the kiss last a little longer. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, who appeared just like a child, completely oblivious to her own allure. Gu Yuan pressed his lips against hers, and it was nearly half an hour before Gu Yue Na finally released him. In high spirits, Gu Yue Na remarked, Junior brother, I shall let you off this time, with a playful grin. With a light heart, she stepped into the room. Gu Yuan shook her head, truly embodying the demeanor of a petite woman. It seems that the days ahead will be quite intriguing. Gu Yuan has no intention of returning to his room. He wishes to explore his fifth soul skill, which he has yet to test. It is a perfect opportunity to take a stroll to the training ground. As Gu Yuan approached the training ground, a voice called out to him. "Hey, you little rascal, stop. Are you the one pestering Nana?" Upon turning back, Gu Yuan beheld a man with flowing crimson hair. Though he was undoubtedly handsome, he could not surpass my own allure. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Yin. What on earth could he want from me? He accused me of clinging to Nana, when in truth, it was my senior sister who was clinging to me. "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Yin remarked irritably. Gu Yuan gazed at this discordant individual, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Gu Yuan, with a touch of annoyance, remarked, "Isn't this brother Yin? What brings you to me?" Yin gazed at Gu Yuan, feeling a sense of astonishment. Those small eyes bore an intense aura of menace, an impressive sight indeed. "It is you who incessantly pursues Nana, isn't it? I hereby challenge you. Should you lose, you must leave Nana." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan fell silent. It turned out to be a sycophant, however. It was a perfect opportunity to test his fifth soul skill. Gu Yuan spoke grandly, "No problem, since senior brother Yin has said so." "But are you certain you can win?" Upon hearing this, Yin chuckled. "Can a little fellow like you really compete with me? I shall not lose. No need to inquire." "Are you afraid?" "Aha." Gu Yuan felt that this fellow was being overly complacent. "I certainly do not wish to incapacitate you. It is not out of fear, but rather the concern of being scolded by my senior sister for rendering you unable to fight," Gu Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Yin, without responding, ascended the training platform. Beckoning him to come closer, Yin proclaimed loudly, "As a 39th level battle soul sect warrior, I, the Flame Lord of the Martial Soul, humbly seek your guidance. Ancient Fate, the Martial Soul, Moonlit Sword, belongs to a formidable Soul King of level 50 in the Assault category. Please offer your guidance." Upon hearing this, Yin was astounded. To achieve the rank of Soul King at such a young age is truly extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing that of the Pontiff himself. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical and decided to unleash his martial soul to launch an assault. With his second soul skill, Granite Rock, he unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Gu Yuan soared into the sky, employing his sword to fly. This attack was nearly unavoidable, as only a few soul skills proved effective against it. Yin felt that this was quite underhanded. Subsequently, Yin unleashed his third soul skill. Unfortunately, Gu Yuan activated the sword domain, leaving Yin with no recourse. As he was already fatigued, Gu Yuan was growing increasingly impatient. How impressive that Yin still possessed such stamina. It would be best to bring this to a swift conclusion. With his fifth soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, numerous flying swords surged towards Yin. As Yin beheld the onslaught of swords approaching, he feared his demise. However, at that moment, Xiaoyu suddenly intervened and rescued him from peril. Above, Gu Yuan gazed upon Yin, who had been rescued by Xiaoyu, and anticipated this outcome. Xiaoyu, in a state of urgency, swiftly examined Yin's condition. Fortunately, Yin had merely exhausted himself. Turning to glance at the training platform that had been pierced by Gu Yuan, Xiaoyu felt relieved for having arrived in time. Otherwise, Yin would have been destined to lie there for eternity. Gu Yuan inquired, "Is there nothing wrong with that wicked Yin?" To which Xiaoyu replied, "There is nothing amiss, but you are rather cruel, aren't you? If I had arrived later, Yin would have been lost." Gu Yuan pondered, not blaming himself, for it was he who chose to issue the challenge. Xiaoyu inquired, "How did you come to blows with Yin?" Ancient Fate recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Xiaoyu felt a sense of helplessness. How could this person still be so pedantic, akin to a child? Yin, too, had been brought in by the Pope since childhood and inevitably harbored some feelings for Nana. Xiaoyu sighed in resignation. Gu Yuan felt that Yin was indeed a sycophant. It was evident that his senior sister held no affection for him. Since he had nothing else to attend to, he decided to take his leave. "I'll leave the rest of Xiaoyu to you," Gu Yuan remarked. Raising his hands in surrender, Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his acceptance of the responsibility. Once Gu Yuan had concluded his explanation, he took his leave. Xiaoyu, a rather amiable fellow, was quite unlike the reckless Yin. After Gu Yuan departed, Xiaoyu turned to glance at Yin. Why must Yin quibble with the child? Xiaoyu shook his head in exasperation. Yin appeared quite discontent. "You really do not understand," Xiaoyu remarked finally. "It would be wise for you to cease your disputes with Gu Yuan." With that, Xiaoyu departed. Yin remained seated, feeling quite indignant. He was determined to win Nana's affection. The novel has been officially contracted. I invite all esteemed readers to take a look. Your generous support would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 45, The Scheme of Summer Moon. Gu Yuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart aching unexpectedly. "Xiaoyu, what is happening?" "I am quite all right," Gu Yuan said with great difficulty. Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "Oh no. The bloodline I bestowed upon you has not assimilated with my blood. It seems the power of the bloodline is about to penetrate your heart. Gu Yuan, with a hint of frustration, exclaimed, "Isn't this something you should have taken care of? What a pity, I lack the strength. What should we do now? Why didn't you mention this earlier, Xiaoyu?" Gu Yuan coughed up blood as he spoke. Xiaoyu, feeling a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, replied, "I simply forgot. It's been so blissful in your embrace these past few days. There is but one solution," she continued. "You must unite with me." Gu Yuan's heart had already grown cold. If Xiaoyu were to consume her sister, it would surely lead to her demise. Is there truly no alternative if Xiaoyu cannot be dealt with? Gu Yuan said, her complexion paling. Upon concluding her words, Gu Yuan succumbed to unconsciousness. Her eyes filled with helplessness. Xiaoyu transformed into human form and lifted Gu Yuan, playfully asserting, "Little Yuan Yuan, you cannot blame me. You must succumb to me. Dear sister, otherwise, you shall perish." Xiaoyu then conjured a portal and stepped through. Returning to her chamber, Xiaoyu gently placed Gu Yuan upon the bed. She gazed at the man resting there, a smile gracing her lips, for her long-held desires had finally come to fruition. Xiaoyu proceeded to seal all of Gu Yuan's abilities to prevent any chance of escape. Gradually, she shed her garments, revealing her voluptuous form. A figure that could rival any woman from the Douluo Continent. Seated atop Gu Yuan, she caressed his face and remarked, "Little Yuan Yuan, after such a long time. You seem unresponsive. Perhaps it is time for me to take matters into my own hands." With that, Xiaoyu pressed her lips against Gu Yuan's and tore his clothing apart. Upon seeing his physique, she chuckled softly, "I must admit, Little Yuan Yuan, your body is quite delightful for one so petite. This time, there will be no escape." Thus, the night unfolded, destined to be one of wakefulness. As dawn broke, a beautiful woman lay atop a man. Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks still flushed with color. "Little Yuan Yuan, you are now my man. You may rest. But you shall not cast me aside. From this day forth, you shall be my delight." Gu Yuan seemed to hear the voice of Xiaoyu as he slowly opened his eyes. However, upon opening them, Gu Yuan discovered that Xiaoyu was lying nude upon him. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Gu Yuan felt a sense of unease. Why was his body unable to move? Gu Yuan turned his head and noticed a pool of blood, seemingly recalling something. Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuan with a bewitching smile and said, "Little Yuan Yuan, are you surprised? However, you fainted without having the pleasure of enjoying my body." Gu Yuan glanced at Xiaoyu, her heart brimming with a sense of atmosphere. Why must Xiaoyu behave in such a manner? Before Gu Yuan could finish her thought, she was abruptly interrupted by Xiaoyu's voice. With an enchanting tone, Xiaoyu teased, "Little Yuan Yuan, do you still wish to call me Xiaoyu? Or do you prefer to address me as your majesty?" Haha. Gu Yuan felt that Xiaoyu had gone mad this summer, so insatiably craving her body. Enough already. "Yue," Gu Yuan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu seemed rather pleased and nodded in satisfaction. "Just what is it you're after? And I'm nowhere near as good as you imagine me to be." Gu Yuan truly feels quite ordinary. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu chuckled and said, "Xiao Yuan Yuan, it seems you're unaware of your own significance. Just remember that you belong to me, and you must serve me well in the future." Xiaoyu's words reflect the principle of a woman being above a man. How infuriating. Gu Yuan would never yield. Where? You should rest and listen. Alas, Little Yuan has a temper too, but your anger holds no sway over me. Xiaoyu employs her charm to enchant Gu Yuan. Unconsciously, Gu Yuan found his consciousness slipping beyond his control. Wouldn't it be better to be obedient, my dear Yuan? Must you insist on being mischievous? It seems you require proper discipline. Xiaoyu's 9 tails coiled around Gu Yuan, restraining him firmly. Gu Yuan, provoked by Xiaoyu, awakened her fox demon lineage. While Xiaoyu possesses 9 tails, Gu Yuan has merely 3, signifying a clear hierarchy favoring the female. Xiaoyu gently nibbled on Gu Yuan's ear, exhaling a warm breath, and said, "Little Yuan, I understand your discomfort. However, only when you come to your senses shall I grant you your freedom." Gu Yu's ears were exquisitely sensitive as his body nestled within the embrace of Xiaoyu. "Why must you act in such a manner?" "My ears cannot endure the sound of your voice," Gu Yu said weakly. "Oh, little Yuan, since you have already consumed me, I am bound to entangle with you for eternity. Unless you perish, but even then, I shall bring you back to life," Xiaoyu replied with a smile, as if to suggest that escape was not an option for him. Gu Yuan lamented, "How could I have allowed myself to be ensnared by this woman, Xiaoyu? It was never like this before." He warned, "You had best refrain from treating me this way, or you shall come to regret it." Xiaoyu chuckled, finding Gu Yuan quite endearing. "Oh, little Yuan, do you not realize how audacious you are while still in my grasp? Rest assured, I shall release you in a few days." But that time is not yet upon us, she replied with a smile. Gu Yuan felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse these past few days. Gu Yuan merely wishes to express that this woman is exceedingly perilous. Await my ascension to divinity. Very well, Yuan, you should rest well. I shall provide you with my blood. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Gu Yan firmly sealed her lips, aware that drinking was not an option, lest she succumb to her fate. Xiaoyuan, if you continue to be so disobedient, I shall have to take matters into my own hands, she declared. Xiaoya, with a determination born of desperation, held her own blood in her mouth and pressed her lips against Gu Yan's, offering it to him. A warmth enveloped Gu Yan's mouth, a sensation both foreign and familiar. After a moment, Xiaoya withdrew her lips, a playful smile gracing her features. Yue, given your current state, might you consider releasing me? My body still aches, Gu Yan remarked. Xiaoya, recalling the fervor with which she had acted the previous night, acknowledged that her enthusiasm had indeed been excessive, especially since Gu Yan was still so fragile. You are weaker than your years suggest, Xiaoya mused, as she laid Gu Yan upon the bed, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Gu Yuan gazed at the enchanting beauty beside him, sensing a hint of danger in Xiaoyu's affection. He feared the impending rivalry for the position of the primary consort. Xiaoyu, what shall we do if another woman arrives in the future? Gu Yuan inquired, seeking her thoughts. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before replying. Then we shall eliminate them all. After all, I am quite formidable. Is it possible that my dear Yuan has numerous women? She smiled at Gu Yuan, her expression both playful and menacing. Certainly not. As I mentioned before, there are only those few. No others exist, Gu Yuan replied, observing Xiaoyu closely. He realized that her smile often heralded trouble. How would he explain this to his sister? After being caught in the company of Xiaoyu and Bai Dong, his sister would undoubtedly be furious with him. Perhaps it would be best for Yuan to get some rest. You were up quite late last night, Xiaoyu suggested softly. Embracing Gu Yuan, she soon drifted off to sleep. Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyu and decided it would be best to wait until she recovered. After all, it would be a shame to indulge in the presence of such beauty without fully appreciating it. Gu Yuan cradled Xiaoyu, immersed in this fleeting moment. Chapter 46, The Pact with Bibi Dong. Xiaoyu, your disposition is truly unique, Gu Yuan remarked, seated beneath the tree with Xiaoyu in his arms. Xiaoyu smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. The previous night, Gu Yuan had awakened during his journey to find Xiaoyu gazing at him intently. She then bared her heart, which Gu Yuan graciously accepted. Although Xiaoyu had taken the initiative to embrace Gu Yuan, he felt no loss, for her willingness was evident. If you had continued to resist, things might have turned out far worse for you, Xiaoyu teased playfully. Gu Yuan gently pinched Xiaoyu's face and said, Yue, do not be mischievous, I cannot bear such antics. Gu Yuan vowed that in such a state, Xiaoyu truly could not endure. Hiki, then little Yuan. Just be obedient, Xiaoyu chuckled. Gu Yuan remarked that this summer moon is truly enchanting. I must take my leave now, or my teacher will discover my absence. Gu Yuan said, bidding farewell to Summer Moon. Upon hearing this, Summer Moon felt a twinge of disappointment, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. Gu Yuan gazed at the lonely heart of Xiaoyu, understanding her melancholy. Alas, time waits for no one. Fear not, I shall return, he gently said, ruffling Xiaoyu's hair. Do not be disheartened, for your husband would be saddened by your sorrow. Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyu with a smile and remarked, Humph. Let's hurry along. I certainly won't be unhappy. Xiaoyu demonstrated. Gu Yuan planted a gentle kiss on Xiaoyu's cheek and smiled. Instantly, Xiaoyu's face flushed with color. All right, Xiaoyu, please hurry and escort me out, Gu Yuan urged. Xiaoyu shot him a disapproving glance, clearly unimpressed by his eagerness to leave. She playfully tapped his forehead. Hiki, little Yuan, I have bestowed upon you the ability to enter and exit this secret realm. Only you, and I possess this power. Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyu and said, Thank you, Yue. You are not following me outside, are you? I shall not go out, for I have already consumed you. Thus, I will remain for the time being. However, if Yuan desires, we may indulge once more before departing. Gu Yuan swiftly conjured a portal and hurriedly exclaimed, Yue, perhaps next time. There's nothing pressing, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, Gu Yuan dashed inside. Summer Yu observed Gu Yuan's hurried departure, remarking, Little Yuan truly cannot withstand the pressure. Oh well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. With that, Summer Yu vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan had already returned to the place from which he had been taken by Summer Yu. Gu Yuan glanced up and noted that it was still reasonably early. This woman, Xiaoyu, is truly enchantress. I shall seek out Dong and discuss the matter of our departure with her. Gu Yuan approached the door of Bibi Dong's chamber and gently knocked, inquiring, "Teacher, are you there? I have something to discuss with you. If you have something to say, then come in," Bibi Dong replied languidly. As Gu Yuan pushed the door open, he beheld Bai Dong clad in a flowing violet gown, through which the delicate contours beneath were subtly discernible. "What is the intention of the teacher?" "Yuan, what is the matter with your gaze?" Bai Dong inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Teacher, I merely wish to convey that I plan to go out tomorrow. That is not permissible. You cannot leave for these few years." Gu Yuan did not anticipate that Bibi Dong would outright refuse. "Teacher, please agree to my request. If I don't leave soon, I will surely be driven to madness within the spirit hall," Gu Yuan implored, her large, captivating eyes wide with earnestness. Bibi Dong maintained her resolute stance, replying, "No means no, Yuan. Do I need to repeat myself for the third time? What must I do for you to acquiesce? I truly cannot bear this tedium any longer," Gu Yuan said, exasperation evident in her voice. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before responding, "Unless you can defeat me within the next decade, I shall not relent." Bibi Dong's ambition had begun to unfurl slowly. "A decade?" Gu Yuan mused silently for a while. "Teacher, I accept your challenge, but what will happen if I fail?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. "Should you fail to overcome me, you will be compelled to remain by my side. If you choose to flee, you must forfeit your legs and all your soul power. After all, you cannot truly perish." Gu Yuan gazed at Bai Dong, who spoke so casually. Yet the content left him gasping in shock. "And when I ascend to divinity, I shall bring you to the divine realm, ensuring you remain by my side for eternity." Bai Dong had already made her plans, fearing only that Gu Yuan might refuse. Upon hearing that Bibi Dong had a plan, Gu Yuan remained silent. Bibi Dong, observing Gu Yuan's reticence, provocatively remarked, "What's wrong, Yuan? Are you afraid? Perhaps it would be wiser for you to stay by my side." Yet, a man cannot simply admit to fear. "Teacher, I assure you," Gu Yuan responded resolutely. Bibi Dong had not anticipated Gu Yuan's compliance, but such words would gradually allow her to exert control over him. "Very well, we have an agreement. Hurry and inform your senior sister. We shall set off tomorrow." Bibi Dong had already made arrangements for Gu Yuan's departure. "All right, I shall take my leave, teacher." Gu Yuan promptly closed the door behind him. Bibi Dong, alone in her chamber, allowed a smile to grace her lips. "Ah, Yuan, I eagerly await to see how you evolve over the next decade. Even if you ascend to godhood, my Rakshasa divine power within you will always grant me the ability to command you." Gu Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that he had already fallen into Bibi Dong's scheme. As Hu Laina strolled along, she spotted Gu Yuan and called out, "Junior brother, over here." Gu Yuan turned to see Hu Laina, who was dressed rather scantily, perhaps due to the sweltering heat. Was she not afraid of attracting the attention of a man? Gu Yuan stepped forward with a smile and remarked, "Senior sister, be cautious with such little attire. You might attract unwelcome attention." Hu Laina huffed in response, "I have no fear, for this is the Pope's palace. The only potential intruder here would likely be you." "Junior brother." Gu Yuan sighed, pondering how this young lady could perceive him in such a negative light. "Sister, how could I possibly be that way? I assure you, I am quite earnest," he replied humbly. Hu Laina, amused by Gu Yuan's bravado, chuckled, "You, earnest? You're speaking so grandly without even a hint of embarrassment. All right, all right. I truly cannot outmatch you, this little enchantress. However, I have something serious to discuss," Gu Yuan stated. "What important matter could it be?" Hu Laina asked, her demeanor becoming tense. "I am leaving tomorrow. If I stay any longer, I fear I might become useless, so I wanted to inform you in advance," Gu Yuan said. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina's spirits plummeted. "Brother, when will you return? It may be quite some time, but I promise I will come back to see you." Gu Yuan had not anticipated that Hu Laina would care for him so deeply. Hu Laina readily replied, "Then it's settled. If you do not return, I shall ignore you." She bore an expression that conveyed, "Should you dare not return, your fate would be sealed." Guyan smiled, truly a child at heart. "Well, I shall take my leave now." After speaking, Guyan planted a gentle kiss upon Hu Laina's cheek. Gu Yuan glanced at the dazed Hu Laina and smiled before returning to his chamber. Hu Laina, feeling a warm sensation on her face, couldn't he help but think about her junior brother. A profound sense of happiness filled her heart, and afterwards, she too retreated to her own room. After a night passed, Gu Yuan chose not to bid farewell to Hu Laina in person, instead leaving behind a letter. In the morning, Gu Yuan sought out Bai Dong, who provided him with some items for his journey. Afterward, Gu Yuan departed. Bai Dong watched Gu Yuan's retreating figure and remarked with a smile, "Yuaner, let me see how much you have grown in these 10 years. Chapter 47. Gu Yu Na interrogates Gu Yuan at last. They had arrived at the Tiando Empire. Gu Yuan had traversed a considerable distance, soaring through the skies on his sword, reaching his destination before nightfall. It had been a long time since he had last visited this place. As Gu Yuan ventured into the heavenly Dou Empire, an unseen figure quietly observed him from behind. It had been quite some time since his last visit to this tavern. He wondered if the culinary skills had improved. Gu Yuan mused, feeling a pang of desire. As Gu Yuan stepped inside, a tavern maiden approached him. This young woman possessed a slender figure, and with a few more years of development, her bosom would likely become even more ample. She appeared quite charming to others. Gu Yuan wondered why he hadn't noticed her during his last visit. In her eyes, Gu Yuan was strikingly handsome. She never expected to encounter someone so captivating. "Greetings. I am one of the servers here. How may I assist you?" she inquired. "We have private rooms available, should you desire one. And since you are so dashing, I can offer you a 50% discount." The maiden smiled at Gu Yuan, clearly enchanted by his extraordinary looks, as it was indeed her first time encountering such a handsome gentleman. Gu Yuan smiled at the waitress, pleasantly surprised that even handsome individuals could enjoy discounts. Fortunately, before leaving, he had borrowed a few golden soul coins from Dong Air. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. "Very well, a single room will suffice. Thank you," Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. The young lady replied sweetly, "Certainly, no problem at all. Please follow me to the 3rd floor." Gu Yuan followed the woman all the way to the 3rd floor. It had been a long time since his last visit, and the renovations were significantly improved compared to before. As Gu Yuan stepped through the door, the familiar surroundings enveloped him, prompting a genuine desire to savor this moment. Such times are rare. Aside from his sister and teacher, are there any other women to consider? Nevertheless, he felt capable of managing. What would the young master like to eat? A woman inquired, presenting Gu Yuan with a menu. Gu Yuan glanced at an intriguing object that captured his attention, named intoxication. Gu Yuan presented the menu to her and ordered several intoxicating beverages along with some dishes. As the woman was leaving, she inquired specially about the potency of the drinks, which were indeed quite strong. However, Gu Yuan appeared unfazed, leading the woman to refrain from further comments. Gu Yuan sat by the window, gazing at the falling cherry blossoms outside. Suddenly, he caught sight of a woman strikingly resembling Gu Yue Na. How could this woman bear such a resemblance to my sister? It is impossible. She should still be in seclusion and unable to emerge, Gu Yuan firmly believed. However, the woman was indeed Gu Yue Na, and she had been following him ever since he entered the city. Gu Yue Na glanced at the tavern, pondering if this was the establishment where Yuan had once visited. "Allow me to accompany you this time. You have been frolicking outside daily, neglecting your well-being." Upon entering the tavern, Gu Yue Na captivated the attention of all with her exquisite beauty. Gu Yue Na addressed the waiter, requesting the room adjacent to the gentleman she had just seen. "Very well, understood," the waiter replied, guiding Gu Yue Na to the room beside Gu Yuan. Gu Yue Na sat quietly in her room, gazing out at the scenery beyond. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan indulged in a hearty drink, savoring the exquisite flavor of the wine. It was truly delightful. She resolved to take a few bottles home to enjoy later. Gu Yuan relished her meal, drinking and feasting contentedly. As Gu Yue Na listened to Gu Yuan's boisterous remarks from the adjacent room, a smile flickered across her face. The soundproofing of this tavern was commendable, yet Gu Yue Na possessed a remarkable acuity that allowed her to hear such sounds distinctly. "Yuan, oh Yuan, let us see how you evade this time. Have you dared to indulge in drinking as well?" Gu Yue Na said with a fierce tone. At this moment, Gu Yuan's head began to feel slightly dizzy. However, the exquisite taste of the wine was enough to distract him from such sensations. Longing for someone who was no longer by his side weighed heavily on his heart. Unbeknownst to time, the ancient origins began to weave verses. Gu Yue Na, with a beaming smile on her face, was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yuan Er was well-versed in classical poetry, truly an eye-opener for her. Time passed, and Gu Yuan was thoroughly inebriated, completely devoid of her earlier vivacity. This was what it meant to be drunk. She was tipsy after just a few cups. Gu Yue Na observed that the time had come to deal with this fellow. At such a tender age, rather than pursuing virtuous endeavors, he indulged in the vice of drinking. It was only a matter of time before he faced the consequences of his actions. Gu Yue Na rose and entered Gu Yuan's room. Upon stepping through the door, she beheld Gu Yuan, who shared her striking silver hair and purple eyes. His appearance was even more handsome than before. Gu Yue Na smiled and took a seat opposite him, surprised that he had become even more charming over the years. Gu Yuan seemed to notice someone sitting opposite him, yet due to his inebriated state and hazy consciousness, he could not recognize Gu Yue Na. "Who are you? You are quite beautiful. What business do you have with me?" Gu Yuan slurred. Gu Yue Na smiled and said, "So, can you guess who I am?" Upon hearing the voice, Gu Yuan felt a striking resemblance to that of his sister. However, recalling that Gu Yue Na was still in seclusion, he dismissed the thought. "Your voice bears an uncanny similarity to my sister's, yet your beauty is on par with hers." Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na chuckled softly, realizing the thoughts that occupied Gu Yuan's mind. "And what kind of person is your sister?" Gu Yue Na inquired. Seizing the opportunity to draw out more from him while he was asleep, Gu Yuan found himself lost in contemplation, reflecting on his sister's character. "My sister is indeed wonderful. Though somewhat stubborn, it's hard to say whether she is foolish or simply not very bright. In any case, she remains no match for me. If she were to surpass me, I would certainly feel a sense of trepidation." As Gu Yuan sipped his drink, Gu Yue Na suppressed her anger, maintaining a smile as she gazed at him. "Ah, so this is how you think, Yuan? Just wait, your leg shall surely be broken." Gu Yue Na held back her fury. However, Gu Yuan could no longer endure and succumbed, resting his head on the table. Gu Yue Na gazed at the inebriated Gu Yuan, shaking her head in resignation. "You are so young yet already indulge in alcohol. Should I consider forbidding you from drinking in the future? However, I wonder whether your awakening from this drunken stupor will bring delight or dismay." Gu Yue Na lifted Gu Yuan, leaving the money on the table, and with a swift movement, vanished from the room. Gu Yue Na cradled Gu Yuan as she arrived at the inn they had previously frequented in the Heavendo Empire. Gently, she laid Gu Yuan upon the bed. The scent of alcohol lingered around him. "You must refrain from drinking in the future." Gu Yue Na gazed upon the slumbering Gu Yuan and thought, perhaps it is best to wait until he awakens to discuss this matter. I shall see what he has to say upon waking. Gu Yue lay gracefully on the bed, indulging in a restful slumber. Before long, an entire night had elapsed. However, Gu Yue was awakened prematurely by the warm embrace of sunlight. Ah, what a delightful sleep it was. Wait, where am I? Gu Yue distinctly recalled being in a tavern. Yet, a familiar voice pierced through the tranquility. "How are you, Yuen? Did you sleep well?" Gu Yue said with a smile that concealed a hint of malice. Upon turning around, Gu Yuan was startled. The identical hair and eyes, along with that familiar figure and legs, unmistakably belonged to her sister. "Sister, what brings you here? And where have my clothes gone?" Gu Yuan suddenly realized that his clothes were missing, replaced by a white garment that exuded a faint, delicate fragrance. Could it possibly belong to his sister? Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yu in speechless disbelief, pondering when she had ever been blessed with such a brother. "Do not look so bewildered. These are my garments. Yesterday, they reeked of alcohol, so I helped you change into my attire," Gu Yue Na remarked calmly. "Moreover, isn't it time for Yuan Air to settle certain matters?" Gu Yuan gazed upon Gu Yuelna's smile and thought to himself, "It is over, this time. My legs are surely doomed." Chapter 48, Courage Fueled by Wine. Gu Yuan is currently in a very distressed state, fearing that Gu Yue Na will undoubtedly bring ruin upon him. "Sister, please do not blame me." "What is going on, sister? How come I am completely unaware?" Gu Yuan trembles as he speaks. Gu Yue gazed at Gu Yuan's fearful expression, pondering whether she truly appeared so terrifying. This fellow must be concealing something from his sister. "Yuan, what are you afraid of?" Gu Yue inquired with a smile. "By the way, do you recall what you said when you were intoxicated?" Gu Yuan pondered over Gu Yue's inquiry, wondering if the woman who had previously sat opposite him was indeed his sister. "Sister, I am unsure of what you are referring to," he replied, lowering his head and diverting his gaze from Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue gazed at Gu Yuan, realizing that escape was an impossibility. "You dare to claim that someone is stubborn, yet you remain quite unconvinced by me." Gu Yue Na, upon finishing her words, began to tug at Gu Yuan's ear. Gu Yuan felt a sharp pain in his ear as his sister released her grip. "Is it not enough for me to admit my mistake? Those were merely the ramblings of intoxication and should not be taken seriously." Gu Yue still refused to let go, thinking that I was foolish. "Do you really believe that everything said while under the influence of alcohol is the absolute truth? Yuan, resting and deceiving me, is it? Very well, kneel down now." Gu Yue released her grip and produced a washboard, placing it before Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was bewildered about where her sister had acquired the washboard and how her sister had come to know about it. Upon her arrival in the Heavendo Empire, Gu Yue quickly acclimated to the human environment. One day, she unexpectedly heard that men who committed mistakes must kneel on a washboard as punishment. Having been prepared for such a scenario, she exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Kneel down at once. Do you require my assistance?" In a fierce tone, Gu Yuan gazed upon Gu Yue, and it appeared to be genuine. Reluctantly, he knelt down, and upon doing so, the sensation was indeed strikingly familiar. Gu Yue Na observed that it was about time to inquire about other matters, so she moved a stool and sat down before Gu Yuan. Go ahead, Yuan. Have you recently gained any insights? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan realized there was no escaping the truth. Sister, could you please refrain from speaking? She implored. That is not an option. At this juncture, do you still wish to deceive your sister? Came the firm response. If you choose not to speak, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my sister. Gu Yue Na exclaimed in anger. Gu Yuan gazed at his sister's demeanor, realizing that it was all over. It seemed she was destined for ruin. She is my mentor. Before Gu Yuan could finish speaking, he noticed that the pressure emanating from Gu Yue Na had already been unleashed. Sister, please do not be angry. We are on human territory, Gu Yuan exclaimed loudly. Gu Yue Na realized that she had lost control. It seemed she had been disturbed by these ancient matters of fate. From now on, as previously stated, you shall no longer be my brother, Gu Yue Na articulated, each word deliberate and resolute. After hearing the tale of ancient origins, her eyes lost their luster, revealing the truth of her own misjudgment. Sister, Gu Yue Na exclaimed in anger. Silence. I have no brother like you. Gu Yuan knelt silently, lost in despair, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Sister, please don't abandon me. I erred, but can you not forgive me? Gu Yuan implored through her sobs. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan's listless demeanor, feeling an inexplicable ache in her heart. It seemed she had truly allowed her anger to escalate, prompting her to hastily embrace Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gazed at herself being embraced by Gu Yuan, her heart gradually beginning to mend. Yuan, do not blame your sister. She merely intended to teach you a lesson. I would never abandon you, Gu Yuan said sorrowfully while holding on to Gu Yuan. How could she forget that Yuan was merely a 9-year-old child, growing up far too swiftly, and that she still remained an innocent, undeveloped soul? Gu Yuan felt the warmth of Gu Yue Na's embrace, and with tears in her eyes, she smiled and said, I knew my sister would never abandon me. From now on, I shall never dare to disobey you again. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na realized that her teaching methods, although effective, were rather harsh. She gently wiped away the tears from Gu Yuan's eyes. As long as you understand, then let us return and spend the next 2 years together, Gu Yue Na said. Gu Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce, placing his unwavering faith in his sister's words. I shall heed your advice, dear sister, however. Might I embark on a journey for half a year before returning? Gu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with anticipation. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, initially intending to take her away without hesitation. However, upon seeing Gu Yuan's predicament, she found herself compelled to acquiesce. All right, sister, I shall agree to your request. But I will remain by your side for the next 6 months, until we return to the starry forest, Gu Yue Na said with a smile. Upon hearing the agreement, Gu Yuan, feeling fatigued, succumbed to slumber in the embrace of Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na looked at Gu Yuan and smiled helplessly. Can't we just sleep for a little while longer? Gu Yue Na carried Gu Yuan to the bed and tucked him in with a blanket. Yuan, I truly miss the way you looked when you were young. You have become increasingly mischievous as you've grown. However, upon closer inspection, Gu Yue Na noticed that Gu Yuan had become even more handsome than before. Yuan, she remarked, with such striking looks, how many people must be enamored with you? Yet, when you awaken, we shall need to establish some clear boundaries regarding your behavior. Gu Yue Na has already envisioned what Gu Yuan will resemble in the future. It is improbable that there are few women who do not share this sentiment. Gu Yue Na has come to a realization. She must impart a valuable lesson to Gu Yuan. Gu Yue Na said nothing further and lay down to embrace Gu Yuan as she fell asleep. It must be said that sleeping while holding Gu Yuan is indeed quite comforting. From now on, there will be no need for a pillow, as I shall embrace Yuan instead. Gu Yue Na made her decision and gradually drifted off to sleep. Gu Yuan is currently dreaming. Yet a figure appears to be conversing with him. Who are you, and what do you seek? How did you come to be in my dream? Gu Yuan inquires loudly. Suddenly, a shadow of a sword materializes before Gu Yuan. Upon observing, Gu Yuan realized that this was indeed his martial spirit. How could it articulate human speech? The sword regarded him and proclaimed, You are the heir of my master. Upon hearing the term heir, Gu Yuan immediately comprehended that it referred to the master who had perished. It is not my fault. My awakening as a martial spirit is simply this way. Why did you not speak to me before? Gu Yuan inquired, filled with curiosity. Jianing elucidated, previously, the master was wrongfully accused, which caused me to fall into a deep slumber. It is only now that I am gradually awakening. The thought of the master's unjust fate ignited Jian Ying's anger. What is it that you seek from me? Gu Yuan questioned, still perplexed. You are the heir of my master. Before departing this world, the master instructed me that if the next master were to awaken me, I should grant you the means to break the seal. Jianing explained. A seal? Gu Yuan echoed in confusion. Indeed, your current strength is insufficient. Only when you ascend to divinity will you be able to unleash my full potential. Gu Yuan couldn't escape the notion of weakness, no matter how hard he tried. Well, having said that, you may now refer to me as Yuan Yujian, he declared, addressing his martial soul. Very well, Gu Yuan responded. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I need to rest. Farewell. With that, Yuan Yujian swiftly expelled Gu Yuan from the dream realm. Gu Yuan still wished to inquire about how to summon you in the future, only to be unceremoniously expelled. Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. He pondered whether such occurrences might repeat themselves. As he contemplated, Gu Yue Na lay beside him, her serene slumber exuding an undeniable beauty that gradually captivated him. At that moment, Gu Yue Na suddenly stirred awake, noticing Gu Yuan still in slumber. Without hesitation, she cuddled closer to him and resumed her sleep. I say, sister, must you be so lethargic? Are you still the aloof sister I once knew? Gu Yuan teased, sensing her awareness. Stop pretending, you rascal. I know you're awake. Do you think you can fool me, dear brother? Gu Yue Na murmured softly, eyes still closed. Ah, sister. You realized. I wasn't aware you were awake. I merely wished to indulge in a little more sleep. Gu Yue Na opened her eyes and turned to look at Gu Yuan, offering a gentle smile. Yuan, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? It is simply that my sister is too alluring to resist. How could Gu Yue Na discern the thoughts of Gu Yuan? Gu Yuan was utterly flustered. Sister, are you not aware of my fears? Besides, your appearance is undeniably alluring. Gu Yuan whispered softly. Gu Yue Na, cradling Gu Yuan, couldn't be bothered to engage with him and merely observed as he spoke to himself. She remarked, it seems that your ears are quite amusing. As she leaned closer to Gu Yuan's ear. Upon the realization that something was amiss, Gu Yuan lamented the loss of an entire night to his master. Sister, please refrain. Yet, Gu Yue Na had already clamped her teeth upon Gu Yuan's ear, causing him to tremble and lose all strength. Sister, why are you so mischievous? Hee. Yuan Na actually dares to say such a thing. There's no other choice. I shall continue to bite. It is truly distressing. Gu Yue Na is certainly not like this. How has she come to be this way? Gu Yuan could not comprehend why, upon arriving at the Douluo Continent. His ears had become the most sensitive part of his being. Yuan Na, may I indulge in you? Gu Yue Na inquired with a playful smile. Gu Yuan shook his head, exclaiming, this won't do. I've been consumed several times over the past few days. If it happens again, I fear I shall be utterly ruined. Gu Yue Na, feeling troubled in her heart, decided to vent her frustrations on Gu Yuan. Gu Yue Na said sulkily, Yuan Na, do you intend to discuss those matters with your uncle Ditian and the others? Upon hearing the suggestion, Gu Yuan immediately declined, saying, No. Let's wait a few days, sister. Otherwise, my health will deteriorate. All right, that works, replied Xiao Yuan, but you must keep your word. Gu Yuan gazed upon Gu Yuna's malevolent smile, realizing that he had perhaps spoken too freely. Gu Yuan inquired, Sister, please rise. We must journey to other destinations. Gu Yue Na could only reluctantly release Gu Yuan, rising from her slumber, unaware of how many wished to share the bed with her sister. Yet you dared to express disdain towards me. Gu Yuan discovered that Gu Yue Na was not as aloof as she seemed. She resembled a young girl in many ways. Perhaps his presence had altered Gu Yue Na's demeanor, or perhaps it was the result of the playful teasing he had endured since childhood. He boldly asserted, Sister, regardless. You already have me as your brother. No other man can compare to my charm and cuteness. Are you truly certain that you could find anyone else appealing apart from your brother? Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na couldn't help but feel that Gu Yuan was rather audacious. However, she had to admit that there was indeed no one more handsome than her younger brother. Gu Yue Na chuckled, no one is more handsome than Yuan. So, sister, you shall be the rightful consort. Of course, she replied with a playful giggle, Yuan has promised, after all. Gu Yue Na laughed joyfully. Destined love discovered that fate had ensnared it. How terrifying such a perilous creature as an elder sister can be. As Gu Yue Na sweetly rose from her slumber, Gu Yuan interjected, wait a moment, sister, you may step outside to change. Gu Yue Na chuckled, what's the matter? After all, I've seen you grow up. Gu Yuan replied helplessly, then what should I do about my clothes, dear sister? Gu Yue Na pondered for a moment and indeed realized that Yuan Na's clothes had been washed yesterday. Then Yuan Na, you may wear my clothes. After all, we resemble each other quite closely, Gu Yue Na remarked lightly. Gu Yuan resolutely opposed. Yet Gu Yue Na's gaze left her with no choice but to acquiesce. Gu Yue Na presented a garment she deemed her finest to Gu Yuan, and then proceeded to adorn her. Shortly thereafter, a beauty akin to Gu Yue Na emerged. Gu Yue Na never anticipated that Gu Yuan's feminine attire would be so exquisite. Gu Yuan gazed back at Gu Yue Na, perplexed by the peculiar look in her eyes. Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Gu Yuan inquired with a hint of confusion. Gu Yue Na said nothing, merely presenting him with a mirror for his gaze. Gu Yuan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, somewhat entranced. Is this truly me? I possess the same hair, eyes, figure, and legs as my sister. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, entranced, and then roused her by saying, What is the matter, Yuan? Are you surprised? Gu Yuan nodded. I never expected that I would look so stunning in women's clothing, hee. Perhaps it's due to the feminine features of my face. Gu Yue Na smiled and said, Yuan, let us go. No one outside will recognize you as a boy. Indeed. But must I remain like this indefinitely? Gu Yuan lamented. Gu Yue Na suddenly conceived a brilliant idea, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. Indeed. You must don women's attire for half a year. Since there are no funds to purchase clothing for you, and you are prohibited from buying any yourself. This arrangement is quite advantageous. After all, only your sister is privy to this secret. Ancient Fate, upon hearing 6 months, exclaims, How long will this take? Please, dear sister, do not let it be so. Gu Yue Na cast a fierce glare at him, as if to say, If you do not agree, you shall return with me this instant. Gu Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce, for this was nothing short of blatant retaliation. All right, Yuaner, let us depart. The time is opportune, Gu Yue Na remarked. Understood, Gu Yuan replied as he summoned his martial spirit and cleaved open a rift in space. Ancient Yuan grasped the hand of Ancient Yu Na as they ventured inside. Before long, they found themselves within a forest. Ahem, sister, it appears the location was miscalculated. Ancient Yuan remarked with a cheerful smile. Do you not truly wish to strike him? It was utterly baffling how he could be so single-minded. Thus, 2 women, one of whom was the cross-dressing Gu Yuan, traversed the forest, drawing the attention of anyone who happened to pass by. All right, sister, let us hasten our departure. We must leave before nightfall, Gu Yuan urged with urgency. There was an inexplicable sensation that his martial soul was beckoning him toward a particular location. Sister, I sense that there is something within this forest. Could you accompany me to investigate? Gu Yue Na felt somewhat perplexed. Are you certain about this remote mountain forest? She inquired. Yes, Gu Yuan promptly nodded in affirmation. Gu Yue Na agreed to him and, hand in hand with Gu Yuan, arrived at the entrance of a peculiar secret realm. Gu Yuan gazed at the secret realm, realizing that this was indeed the place. It seemed that the treasures lay hidden within the mountain's depths. Gu Yue Na pondered for a moment, realizing that such a hidden realm could not possibly exist in Douluo Continent, except in certain extraordinary locations. Yuan, are you certain? Such places are exceedingly perilous. Gu Yue Na questioned with a hint of doubt. Gu Yuan said with unwavering conviction, Sister, I am absolutely certain. Besides, with your formidable strength, what is there to fear? And if need be, I still have the moonlit fate sword by my side. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na fell silent and accompanied Gu Yuan inside. Gu Yuan and Gu Yue Na seemed to have traversed through a portal. Gu Yue Na opened her eyes once more, and a sea of flowers blossomed before her gaze. When will there ever be such a place in the Douluo Continent again? Gu Yuan was perplexed. Previously, he felt that the former secret realm was beautiful. Yet now it seemed that this secret realm was even more enchanting. Gu Yuan had no particular thoughts in mind, and simply intended to accompany Gu Yue Na to appreciate the scenery. For it was likely that she had never seen such beauty before. Is there anyone who has read this book? If so, please drop a comment, as it seems that this book has garnered little attention. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Sea of Flowers. Gu Yuan observed Gu Yue Na's captivated demeanor and, feeling reluctant to interrupt, chose instead to sit quietly in place, gazing into the distance. In the depths of Gu Yuan's heart, the Yuan US sword suddenly sensed, alas. Your sister is indeed a stunning beauty. The Yuan US sword was not only filled with admiration. Guyan sensed the words spoken by the Yuan US sword, pondering the peculiar notion that even a sword could comprehend the intricacies of a woman's heart. Oh, Yuan US sword, how is it that you possess such insight? Surely, having accompanied your master, you must have encountered other women, Guyan inquired. The Yuan US sword fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, its former master had met many holy maidens of the human race, yet none appeared to rival the woman before them. I have encountered others, yet none can compare to your sister, the Yuan US sword replied. Well, my sister would be overjoyed to hear that. However, she is rather single-minded. Guyan reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, the Yuan US sword became somewhat discontented, pondering the oddity of a person who yearned for others yet failed to relish the present. Thus, Guyan and the Yuanyue sword continued their inner dialogue about Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na regained her senses and discovered Gu Yuan sitting on the ground, lost in thought. She waved her hand in front of him. "What are you doing, Yuan? Are you perhaps admiring your sister's beauty?" Gu Yue Na chuckled. "Of course, if my sister is not beautiful, who could possibly be?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na felt a surge of joy in her heart. At this moment, Gu Yuan was boasting about her sister to Yuan Yuejian, seemingly oblivious to Gu Yue Na's presence. However, her words inadvertently addressed Gu Yue Na's concerns. Yuan Yuejian could no longer tolerate Gu Yuan's brazen demeanor and chose to disregard her completely. To my surprise, the ancient spirit never anticipated that a sword soul could become enraged. Haha. Gu Yuan stretched lazily, only to discover that Gu Yue Na was gazing at him. "Sister, why are you looking at me like that?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing," she quickly clarified. "I was just watching you daydream and thought I might wake you up." Gu Yue Na hurriedly explained, wishing to conceal the fact that she had been staring at him while he was lost in thought. Gu Yuan was not contemplating much. As he gazed at himself in his sister's attire, he realized that being a girl wasn't so bad after all. "Gu Yuan, what are you thinking? You are a boy." He corrected his thoughts, surprised that he had just entertained the notion that being a woman might indeed be quite pleasant. Gu Yue Na lightly tapped Gu Yuan on the head and said, "Yuaner, if you continue to daydream, do you believe I will strike you until you cannot rise? Have you understood?" Gu Yuan glanced at Gu Yue Na, who was visibly upset, and hastily spoke, "Sister, it's nothing. Let us depart quickly. Surely, you have had your fill of the sea of flowers." Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless in his presence. A sea of flowers? It is indeed beautiful, yet I recall that such a place does not exist in the Douluo Continent, nor does it seem to be found in the divine realm. Upon hearing about the divine realm, Gu Yuan found it rather peculiar. The last secret domain had been left by the esteemed Elder Mie for his successor. So could this secret domain also belong to a powerful individual? No. This sea of blossoms is evidently much larger than the previous one and seems to exude a sense of safety. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Sister, how foolish you are. You have not ventured out for so many years. There is much you are unaware of, Gu Yuan remarked. Gu Yue Na suddenly realized that Yuan was implying that she was older. How dare you, Yuan, to consider my age a fault? With that, she struck a blow on Gu Yuan's head, leaving a noticeable bump. At that moment, Gu Yue Na felt much better. Gu Yuan gingerly touched the large bump on his head, refraining from uttering a word for fear of inciting another blow. His sister's imagination seemed boundless. As she followed him, Gu Yuan sensed the presence of their destination nearby, amidst the sea of flowers. "Let us proceed. There is no need to fear. My sister's abilities are formidable," Gu Yue Na declared with unwavering confidence. Gu Yuan gazed at his proud sister, feeling helpless, and could only let go of his inhibitions as he moved forward. After a considerable while, he still found himself ensnared in the sea of flowers, with nothing but blossoms surrounding him. "Yuaner, are you certain we are on the right path? It seems to me that the further we walk, the more lost we become," Gu Yue Na remarked. Gu Yuan glanced at her sister and said, "I am uncertain. I distinctly sense its presence here, yet I am perpetually unable to locate it." Gu Yuan contemplated for a moment and realized that it was not a matter of being unable to escape, but rather being ensnared within a labyrinth. Gu Yuan glanced at Gu Yue Na and smiled, saying, "Sister, I have both bad news and good news. Which would you like to hear first?" "Of course, the good news." "Please, do hurry," Gu Yue Na urged. Gu Yuan exclaimed, "The good news is that the object we seek is quite close to us." Upon hearing that she could finally find it, Gu Yue Na wondered about the bad news. Gu Yuan feared that his sister did not wish to depart. The unfortunate news was that we found ourselves ensnared in a labyrinth. Gu Yue Na has now developed the inclination to bring Gu Yuan to his knees. "I accompanied you here, yet you claim to be trapped." "Sister, there is no need for such concern. At most, we shall remain here for a few days." Gu Yuan first seeks to soothe Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na was exceedingly vexed to find herself trapped in this place. Reflecting on her previous encounters in the divine realm, she mused that had it not been for the ambush, she would never have fallen to the lower realm. To her dismay, she now found herself ensnared here. "Yuan, you must hasten to free me from this secret realm, or your return will be quite dire," Gu Yue Na proclaimed, casting all the blame upon Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a profound sense of helplessness. How could this be the demeanor of an elder sister? Just look at other sisters, so admirable. And then there's mine. Alas, what can I do? After all, my sister is the most beautiful of them all. All right, dear sister, take a moment to rest. I assure you, I will have everything sorted out in just a few days, Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. Gu Yue Na nodded and took a seat beside her to rest for a moment. Yuan, do not blame your sister. The labyrinth is rather simple, and I could unravel it effortlessly. However, I wonder if you could muster such strength for your upcoming examination. This is merely the first step. Gu Yue Na mused with a smile in her heart. In this moment, the ancient connection beckons the heart's affinity for the Moonblade. The intricate labyrinthine formation of the Moonblade. What exactly is its nature? Until now, I have been oblivious to it. It appears to be a trial left for the successor by the remnants of an ancient power, the Moonblade declares. Upon reflection, Gu Yuan felt that becoming the heir of this master was exceedingly challenging. Is there any way to unravel this? He exclaimed anxiously. Otherwise, my sister might just take drastic measures against me. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Yujin replied, it is quite simple. You merely need to focus your mind to discover the breakthrough in the formation. Gu Yuan inquired, how can one transcend through the power of thought? The response came gently. Simply sit down and slowly locate the breakthrough point within your heart. Indeed, the solution lies within. After uttering these words, Yuan Yuejian ceased to respond to Gu Yuan. A smile graced Yuan Yuejian's heart, for the master sister was truly committed to testing her brother's resolve. Yuan Yuejian had long perceived that Gu Yue Na possessed the strength to overcome, for her power was formidable. However, he refrained from voicing this. Eager to witness how far his master could grow, Guyan gazed at the Yuan Yu sword, which seemed indifferent to his presence, leaving him with lingering questions. Resigned to his fate, he decided to rely on his own abilities, contemplating the breakthrough he envisioned. With this resolve, Guyan settled down and began to attune his heart and mind. Gu Yue Na smiled as she observed Gu Yuan's earnest demeanor, remarking, Yuan, your serious expression is quite commendable. Haha. Chapter 45 is undergoing modifications due to certain violations and will be unlocked in a few days. Please cast your votes for recommendations. Chapter 51, The Former Master. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, who had been searching for a considerable time without success, and wondered if his anxiety might lead to danger. At that moment, Gu Yuan's consciousness was on the verge of discovering a breakthrough. Why haven't I found it yet? I can clearly sense it. Gu Yuan exclaimed with impatience. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, and suddenly a glimmer of insight illuminated his mind. Let me see exactly where you are. Gu Yuan harnessed his mental prowess to discover a breakthrough within his heart, ultimately achieving his goal. Soon, Gu Yuan gradually awakened, and his sister had successfully resolved the matter. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan with delight as she exclaimed, as long as it's resolved, that's all that matters, Yuan. Suddenly, Gu Yue Na was enveloped in an embrace by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan stood upon the moon sword, embracing Gu Yue Na as they soared through the sky on their enchanted blade. It is undeniable that anyone would feel envious of such a spectacle. Gu Yue Na was taken aback. Gu Yuan was surprisingly audacious. Sister, please do not gaze at me with such eyes. This will expedite our search, she remarked. Since the formation has been shattered, the rest will be quite simple, Gu Yuan said with a cheerful grin. Gu Yue Na chuckled softly in Gu Yuan's embrace, saying, Yuaner, your thoughts are quite considerate, but you need not articulate such reasons to hold your sister close. Gu Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized that he truly wished to embrace Gu Yue Na. If he did not hold her, she could effortlessly soar into the sky on her own strength. Gu Yue Na blushed as she cast a glance at the ancient face, smiling softly and engaging in constant conversation. Throughout the journey, Gu Yuan embraced Gu Yue Na, savoring the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Gu Yue Na seized the opportunity to linger a little longer in Gu Yuan's embrace. After all, ever since their fateful encounter, she had dreamed of being held by him in such a manner, though she had not anticipated it would happen so soon. Guyan discovered a radiant spot and subsequently descended to the ground. All right, sister has landed. Why does she not wish to come down? Guyan chuckled. Gu Yue Na suddenly realized that they had already landed, having become quite accustomed to being in Gu Yuan's embrace. Flustered, Gu Yue Na hurriedly descended, feeling utterly embarrassed. Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Yue Na's actions. Gu Yue Na discovered Gu Yuan and chuckled to herself, saying, What is so amusing about this silly Yuan? If you laugh again, I swear I shall strike you. Gu Yuan leaned in with a cheeky grin and playfully asked, Come on, sister. Would you really be willing to hit me? Gu Yue Na gazed upon that handsome visage, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Alas, your charm has triumphed. Gu Yue Na finally decided to cease her relentless pursuit of Gu Yuan, exclaiming, Yuan, you are truly shameless. Gu Yuan chuckled, What a lack of shame. This is clearly a testament to your affection for me, isn't it, dear sister? Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na's face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry along," she urged. Gu Yuan gazed at his sister with a hint of exasperation, saying, "Sister, why do you not admit your affection for me? Regardless, you will inevitably belong to me, sooner or later." Gu Yue Na arrived at a location and paused. "Yuaner, is this the object you were searching for?" It was a shadow that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own martial soul. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan glanced around and called out to the Yuan Yu sword, saying, "Is this the object we seek? Indeed, this is what we have been searching for. Yet I never anticipated that the means to unravel the seal left by my former master would be found here," replied the Yuan Yu sword, perplexed. "By the way, you can simply touch it directly," it added. "All right, I understand," Gu Yuan responded, stepping forward, only to be abruptly pulled back by Gu Yue Na. "Yuan, shouldn't you first ascertain whether there is any danger?" Gu Yue Na asked with concern. Gu Yuan, filled with self-assurance, remarked, "Sister, who am I if I do not take a glance?" After speaking, he continued to stride forward. Gu Yue Na gazed at him with concern, for he remained rather reckless. Upon the mere touch of the sword shadow, Gu Yuan's consciousness was drawn to an enigmatic realm. Confusion enveloped him as he pondered the nature of this occurrence. Soon, a strikingly handsome young man adorned in traditional garb materialized before Gu Yuan. The spirit of the Yuan Yu sword then emerged, addressing him as master. The figure chuckled, "Ah, little sword, it has been quite a while. This is the little one who has inherited my powers." Little sword was the affectionate title bestowed upon the Yuan Yu sword in those days. Gu Yuan then respectfully said, "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Gu Yuan, the current master of the Yuan Yu sword." The shadow of the sword subsequently replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Tian. However, what you see before you is merely a remnant of my former self, as my true essence has long since vanished from existence." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was taken aback. Even the residual shadow exuded an overwhelming power. "Is it true that you possess immense strength, esteemed elder?" Gu Yuan inquired. Qin Tian replied, "I wouldn't say I'm particularly strong. At most, I could be considered a celestial emperor." Gu Yan was taken aback. The celestial emperor depicted in the previous life's novel was indeed immensely powerful. "Enough of this chatter. My ephemeral form can endure no longer. I shall now bestow upon you my remaining strength, enabling you to unravel the seal of the Yuan Yu sword." With that, Qin Tian gently tapped the center of Gu Yan's brow. Gu Yuan felt a powerful force surging within him. "All right, little one, farewell. I hope you can make good use of this strength." With those words, Qin Tian vanished before Gu Yuan's eyes. The soul of Gu Yuan returned to his body, subsequently unleashing a formidable force around him. "Yuan," exclaimed Gu Yue Na, observing Gu Yuan with longing, regretting her inability to reach him. After a considerable while, Gu Yuan's power gradually dissipated, and he finally collapsed, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the force he had just endured. "Yuan," Gu Yue Na then caught him gently. Gu Yuan lay in Gu Yue Na's embrace, drifting into a peaceful slumber with a smile. "Ah, so she has indeed fallen asleep. It seems that this time, Yuan has gained quite a lot," Gu Yue Na remarked with a gentle smile as she held her close. Gu Yue Na swiftly embraced Gu Yuan and departed from the secret realm. Gu Yue Na casually found an inn and rented a room. The humanity she encountered along the way was utterly repugnant. Were it not for Yuan's mercy, they would have been obliterated long ago, she remarked with impatience. Throughout their journey, Gu Yue Na embodied unparalleled beauty, and with Gu Yuan adorned in feminine attire. Their presence on the street elicited gazes from passers-by. As Gu Yue Na checked into the room, the attendant regarded her with an unusual stare. "Is this truly the face of your kind, Yuan? It is quite vexing," Gu Yue Na expressed. Subsequently, she gently placed Gu Yuan upon the bed and used her soul power to seal the room, ensuring that no intruders could enter unnoticed. Gu Yue Na then leaned beside Gu Yuan, admiring her features. "Yuan, why are you so exceptionally handsome? Even in women's attire, you surpass your sister in beauty. It truly evokes envy," Gu Yue Na remarked with a pout. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan as he gradually succumbed to slumber. Outside the door, a group of individuals loitered. An unsightly man exclaimed, "Why can't we open this door?" Another even more grotesque figure remarked, "The boss probably sealed it with soul power." The leader replied, "No matter, we shall wait for him to emerge. Those two women are truly exquisite. It seems we may indulge ourselves." The second man added, "Boss, I find the woman holding the other girl to be exceptionally beautiful. I have never encountered such a stunning lady. I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life to possess her." Thus, these two unscrupulous individuals remained stationed outside, unaware that Gu Yue Na was the sovereign of the soul beasts. Perhaps these men had been active for too long and were yearning for their demise. Gu Yue Na seemed to sense something, yet she remained undisturbed, continuing to slumber beside Gu Yuan. Chapter 52. The one who must be eliminated. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Gu Yue Na and Gu Yuan were indulging in their sweet dreams. However, the individuals outside exhibited far less patience. The second one anxiously exclaimed, "Boss, why haven't those two women emerged yet? I can hardly wait any longer." The leader pondered for a moment before declaring, "Let us just charge in." Consequently, the two rushed inside. But could Gu Yue Na's barrier truly be so easily breached? Gu Yue Na soon sensed that the barrier she had established was under attack. She was awakened, yet upon turning her head, she noticed that Yuan had not yet roused. "How dare this wretched creature disturb our slumber?" Gu Yue Na exclaimed in indignation. Gu Yue Na peered through the wall and discovered that it was two individuals on the street, fixated on her and Gu Yuan. How audacious they were to provoke me with such feeble strength. After uttering these words, Gu Yue Na pushed the door open and stepped outside. Upon seeing her emerge, the two men exchanged amused glances. "Looks like the little lady couldn't wait any longer," the leader remarked shamelessly. Gu Yue Na chuckled softly and inquired, "Do you have any final words?" When met with silence, she continued, "If not, prepare to embark on your journey." The two men erupted into laughter. One of them retorted, "Are you dreaming? We are soul lords. Moreover, we do not sense your soul power. It appears you are not a soul master, are you? Gu Yue Na is certainly not a mere embodiment of soul power, but rather divine strength. Well, have you finished your dying words? Let us prepare to embark on our journey." After Gu Yue Na spoke, she began to make her move. The leader urged, "Do not waste words with this woman." With that, the two men sprang into action. Unfortunately, Gu Yue Na's overwhelming aura rendered them immobile. The two men, drenched in sweat, gazed at Gu Yue Na, bewildered by her formidable strength. The leader, trembling, implored, "Heroine, spare my life. I shall not dare again." However, Gu Yue Na coldly retorted, regretfully, "There is no opportunity for mercy." With that, she swiftly struck down the man. Gu Yue Na, with expertise, swiftly eliminated the second target, who similarly met their demise. "How dare you disturb me with such feeble attempts? If it weren't for Yuan's slumber, I would have obliterated this place long ago," Gu Yue Na coldly declared. Subsequently, she infused the two men with a substance, and in an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Gu Yue Na entered the room and observed the gentle expression on Gu Yuan's face, a tenderness that was reserved solely for him. Gu Yuan gradually opened her eyes upon awakening. "Why aren't you sleeping, Yuan?" Gu Yue Na inquired with a smile. Gu Yuan, in a daze, inquired, "Sister, what has transpired?" "It's nothing, just some trivial matters," Gu Yue Na replied. After a while, Gu Yuan gathered herself and got out of bed. "Sister, it turns out I fainted while enduring the power," Gu Yuan exclaimed. Gu Yue Na tapped Gu Yuan's head lightly and remarked, "How can you still boast about your arrogance? If it weren't for my presence, you would have perished long ago." Guyan beheld her sister's expression of anger and found it rather amusing. "Hee, I understand now, dear sister. After all, you are quite formidable," Guyan remarked with a smile. Gu Yue Na pouted and said, "Do not be glib. Has there been any change in your body this time?" Gu Yue Na gazed upon Gu Yuan, who had inherited an immense power. Upon reflection, Gu Yuan suddenly recalled the martial soul. The ancient origins summoned forth the moonblade, revealing a transformation that rendered it even more striking than before. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan's martial soul with a hint of perplexity, saying, "Yuaner, it appears that your martial soul has undergone a transformation. It also seems to possess a newfound strength." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a sense of reality. Yet he could not personally perceive it. His sister not only experienced a transformation in her martial spirit, but both his mental acuity and physical prowess had also significantly enhanced. Gu Yuan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na remarked, "You claim to have grown stronger. Let me witness the extent of your spiritual power's development." After speaking, Gu Yue Na unleashed her spiritual pressure. She had calibrated her power to the level of a 60th ranked soul master, for prodigies like these could easily withstand such an intensity. Gu Yuan observed as his sister unleashed her imposing aura, promptly taking a seat to withstand it. "Is this truly your might, sister? It feels rather lackluster," Gu Yuan remarked with a smirk. Gu Yue Na, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. "You are the first and only one to claim that my mental fortitude is lacking. You err, do not regret the words you have spoken." Gu Yuan seems to have inadvertently let something slip. Gu Yue Na immediately elevated her spiritual power to the level of a soul Douluo. Gu Yuan's body suddenly trembled. "How cruel of my sister. Was it merely a single remark?" Gu Yuan exerted all his strength to resist Gu Yue Na earnestly. Although Gu Yuan can withstand it, his stamina is rapidly nearing exhaustion. Upon observing that Gu Yue Na could still endure, she realized that the outcome surpassed her initial expectations, albeit slightly. With that, she proceeded to elevate her level by several tiers. In a moment of desperation, Gu Yuan implored, "Sister, I can endure no longer. Please, release me." Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, and it seemed that the time was just about right. Gu Yuan gazed as Gu Yue Na retracted her mental pressure, instantly relaxing and reclining on the ground. "Surely, sister, you need not be so ruthless," Gu Yuan exclaimed, breathless. Gu Yue Na chuckled lightly and said, "You deserve it. Who told you to claim that my mental strength is lacking? I believe you are simply asking for a reprimand." Gu Yuan listened to Gu Yue Na's words and then smiled. "Sister, if you continue like this, I fear I may perish." Gu Yue Na chuckled softly and said, "If you wish to avoid such outcomes, then it would be wise to comply and refrain from your incessant banter." Upon realizing the situation, Gu Yuan understood that silence was imperative. Otherwise, she would inevitably face the wrath of her sister. "Sister is hungry," Gu Yuan remarked. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na chuckled softly. "What does Yuan wish to eat? Is it a meal that she desires first, or perhaps me?" Gu Yue Na suddenly transformed into a fairy, laughing playfully. Gu Yue Na, having spoken, gradually approached Gu Yuan. At this moment, Gu Yuan feels that his sister is truly enchanting. Her character so elusive that even I am unable to comprehend it. Gu Yuan chuckled. "Sister, please stop teasing. If I were to consume you, you would be utterly powerless." Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, feeling exasperated. Why is Yuan so oblivious? I have been so forthcoming. With a sigh, she continued, "If you do not wish to eat, then let us proceed to the northern part of the Tiando Empire. Ancient origins arise as we prepare ourselves to embark on a journey. Let us proceed. I sense that the north shall undoubtedly be a realm of intrigue and fascination." Gu Yuan glanced at her own figure, wondering when she would be able to change out of this attire. It would be nice to purchase something different. "By the way, sister, may I go and buy some clothes?" Before Gu Yuan could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Gu Yue Na's sharp retort. Gu Yue Na conveyed with a glance, "No, you must either wear my clothes or refrain from wearing anything at all. Do not overreach. The notion of changing clothes is utterly preposterous." Gu Yuan pondered. "When did I become so insatiable? I have always been well-behaved. I was once a charming little lad. And now I have transformed into a captivating beauty. It's truly difficult to articulate." Gu Yue Na stepped out of the door, with Gu Yuan trailing behind her. Resembling a frightened little kitten, Gu Yuan firmly remembers that one day he shall undoubtedly traverse the vast expanse of the world. Gu Yue Na inquired, "By the way, Yuan, has your soul power recovered? That soul skill of yours is quite convenient." Gu Yuan immediately replied, "It is impossible unless you ask me to change my clothes." Gu Yue Na exclaimed in exasperation, "Have I not made myself clear? Hurry up." All right, Gu Yuan promptly replied. As the saying goes, when faced with difficulties, one must concede. Much like Gu Yuan in this situation. Chapter 53, The City of Wanyang. On the journey, Gu Yuan found herself subjected to the relentless teasing of her sister, Gu Yue Na. Alas, there was little she could do, for Gu Yue Na was indeed her elder sister. Yuan had already reached the northern borders of the Tiando Empire. Yet she had to traverse this treacherous canyon ahead. Gu Yue Na gazed into the distance and spoke. Before them lay a desolate expanse, utterly inhospitable, with barren land stretching as far as the eye could see. Gu Yuan gazed ahead and remarked, "Sister, this place is quite peculiar. Let us fly over there." Gaian's heart urged him not to traverse the central gorge. "What I have to fear, dear sister, unless beings from the divine realm arrive. Even the most formidable limit Douluo would not stand a chance against me," Gu Yue Na proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Gu Yuan glanced at her sister with a sense of helplessness. If Xiaoyu were to arrive, would she be able to defeat her sister? Gu Yuan found herself quite concerned about this question. Suddenly, the Yuan Yu sword in her heart spoke. She could indeed prevail. Xiaoyu is formidable. Yet she has sealed her own power. She is unaware of her true age, and still engages with younger beings. Ha. This revelation left Gu Yuan somewhat astonished. Could it be that Xiaoyu is hundreds of years old, and she has even mentioned it to me? Not to mention, she may be thousands of years old. Her innate talent is exceptional, and her cultivation is remarkably strong. Given a few hundred more years, she might even surpass my master, the Yuan Yu sword gradually articulated. Gu Yuan was astonished. Xiaoyu is unexpectedly powerful. Who would have thought that she, so enchanting, possessed such strength? That is all for now. Moreover, Xiaoyu should ensure that her sister does not provoke her, lest Yuan Yu's sword speaks and departs, leaving Gu Yuan to contemplate alone. After contemplating the ancient ties, one realizes the wisdom of not bringing Xiaoyu before these women, otherwise one might face dire consequences. Suddenly, Xiaoyu sneezed. Pondering who might be missing her, could it be Xiao Yuan Yuan? Xiaoyu reflected on the visage of Gu Yuan. Do not worry, Xiao Yuan Yuan, in due time. I shall seek you out, she chuckled mischievously. Sister, heed my advice and fly with your sword. Gu Yuan spoke earnestly. Upon witnessing Gu Yuan's earnestness, Gu Yue Na felt compelled to acquiesce and nodded in agreement. Gu Yuan skillfully embraced Gu Yue Na, then soared into the air, stepping upon the blade of Yuan Yu. Gu Yue Na lay nestled in Gu Yuan's embrace, her hands tightly entwined around him. Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming heaviness, were it not for his immense strength. He feared he might have tumbled down. Throughout the journey, he gazed downwards, observing an array of bizarre and incomprehensible phenomena. Gu Yuan soon crossed the vast canyon and quickly beheld a town, which appeared to be the illustrious evening bright city, renowned for its radiant illumination during the nighttime. As recounted by the teacher, Gu Yuan landed gracefully before the door and gently tapped Gu Yue Na, signaling her to descend. Unfortunately, the response was, "Your Honor, could you allow me a moment? I am reluctant to come down. Would you dare refuse your elder sister?" Gu Yuan widened her eyes and gazed at Gu Yuan as she spoke. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, who hesitated, her eyes exuding an irresistible charm. Why did her sister possess such a multitude of personalities? Could it be that her prolonged stay in the human world had rendered her accustomed to it? Ever since Gu Yue Na arrived in the Tiando Empire, she had observed various young couples indulging in affectionate displays, prompting her to follow suit. Sister, please don't. There are so many people watching, Gu Yuan implored. Oh, come now. It doesn't matter. After all, you're dressed as a woman, and others can hardly contain themselves. Gu Yue Na teased, revealing Gu Yuan's inner thoughts. Gu Yuan has been defeated. Oh heavens! Why must I don women's attire? Gu Yue Na chuckled, observing Gu Yuan's expression of utter despair. Was this the first time she had seen such a sight? All right, just this once, but there shall be no next time. Gu Yuan replied earnestly. Gu Yue Na nodded, acknowledging that this fortunate encounter would not present itself again. Gu Yuan observed Gu Yue Na's demeanor and sensed a certain nonchalance. Assuredly, this would be a singular occasion with no prospect of recurrence. Gu Yuan embraced Gu Yue Na as they entered the town, immediately fixing his gaze upon the branch of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is spread across various regions of Douluo Continent, dedicated to the awakening of martial souls. Thus, before Gu Yuan departed, Bibi Dong bestowed upon him a papal decree. Gu Yuan approached the entrance of the Spirit Hall's branch and stepped inside, where he encountered an elderly man. May I inquire what brings you here? I am the branch master of this hall, the master inquired. Gu Yuan produced a papal decree, causing the temple master to break into a sweat. The sight of the decree was akin to encountering the Pope himself. Thus the elderly man realized that Gu Yuan was no ordinary individual. May I inquire, esteemed guest, what brings you to this place? The temple master respectfully inquired. Gu Yuan politely requested, could you kindly arrange a room for me? Subsequently, the hall master accommodated Gu Yuan by assigning him to a chamber. Upon entering, Gu Yuan expressed profound gratitude towards the lord of the hall, for this must surely be the finest chamber in the establishment. Gu Yuan sat on the sofa and playfully pinched Gu Yue Na's nose, saying, how about it, sister? Can you come down now? Gu Yue Na, still enveloped in drowsiness, replied, Your Honor, please don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer. Gu Yue Na fell soundly asleep in Gu Yuan's embrace. One must be exceedingly weary to achieve such rest. Gu Yuan placed Gu Yue Na on the bed, subsequently closing the door. Finally managing to detach his sister from himself proved to be quite a challenge. Akin to disentangling an octopus, Gu Yuan remarked wearily. Gu Yue Na suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, You naughty brat, what mischief are you up to this time, leaving your sister behind? Never mind. Since I possess the heart of the dragon, I have nothing to fear. I shall indulge in a little more slumber. With that, Gu Yue Na lay back down and drifted off to sleep once more. Gu Yuan ventured outside alone, having heard whispers of a peculiar phenomenon that graced the nights here. As Gu Yuan strolled along the road, he chanced upon a clothing store. Upon glancing at his own attire, he felt a wave of embarrassment, fearing that he might be mistaken for a pervert. Thus, Gu Yuan casually approached a passerby, seeking assistance to cover the cost of a new outfit, specifically a set of men's clothing. The man readily agreed, as it was undeniable that Gu Yuan, dressed in women's attire, possessed a striking beauty. Indeed, Gu Yuan mused, one must not wear sisters' garments, lest they be misunderstood, and besides, sisters' clothes were all dresses. Gu Yuan expressed his disdain. Gu Yuan observed a man emerging with a set of male attire, and without hesitation, he swiftly seized the opportunity to abscond with it. The man, having neglected to request contact information, soon vanished from sight. How fortunate I was to escape quickly. I have no desire to entangle myself with strangers, Gu Yuan remarked. Subsequently, he sought out a secluded spot to change his clothes. As he emerged, he gazed at his attire and mused, indeed, male clothing is far more comfortable. After donning women's garments for so long, I almost convinced myself I was a woman. Gu Yuan swiftly made his way to the center of Twilight City, marveling at the brilliance of the town. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow lurking behind him. Who could it be? The shadow, realizing it had been spotted, took off in haste. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan followed suit, demanding, "Do not flee. Why are you trailing me?" The shadow retorted, "You will find out in due time. But consider this a lapse on my part. Our next encounter will not be so easily resolved." The shadow vanished into the depths of the forest. Ancient Yuan gazed into the forest, which had grown too dark to discern anything. Damn it. Just you wait. Chapter 54. The mysterious evil man Gu Yuan returned to his original place, yet he harbored a lingering question. Why did that person evoke a sense of familiarity? Suddenly, the evening of Wanyang City erupted into a spectacle of sparks. It was fireworks. In his past life, he had always watched the fireworks alone during the festive season, and he never anticipated that this time would be no different. The solitary figure of Gu Yuan perched upon the eaves elicits a profound sense of melancholy. How could such a handsome man find himself without companionship? Suddenly, a pair of hands encircles him from behind, an exasperating presence, a woman he knows all too well. "Oh, Yuan, why do you speak of loneliness? Have you ever truly been alone when you have me, your sister, by your side?" Gu Yue Na chortles playfully. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, astonished to discover that his adoptive guardian was none other than her. He had anticipated that she would hail from a prestigious family. It seems that the deity possesses remarkable capabilities. However, I find myself struggling to adjust to the whims of someone as multifaceted as Gu Yue Na. If that deity were to overhear this, he would likely erupt in anger, exclaiming, "Why couldn't I have placed you elsewhere? I bestowed upon you such exceptional abilities that any girl who lays eyes on you would be utterly enchanted, not to mention your striking appearance. Yet, you remain unsatisfied. Moreover, I seem to have caught a glimpse of your past life," Gu Yuan inquired. With a lingering hesitation, Gu Yuan contemplated whether to speak up. After all, it was merely an utterance from her elder sister, and it would bear no consequence. Gu Yuan, with a furrowed brow, murmured, "Sister, I." Before Gu Yuan could finish speaking, Gu Yue Na suddenly embraced him and declared, "Yuaner, regardless of who you are, you shall always be my cherished Yuaner." Tears flowed abundantly from the ancient source. "Sister." In a sudden burst of emotion, Gu Yuan nestled into Gu Yue Na's embrace, tears cascading onto her clothing. Yet, rather than feeling anger, Gu Yue Na responded with her characteristic gentleness. At long last, Yuan had come to rely on her sister. In stark contrast to her previous reluctance to share anything, Gu Yue Na sweetly remarked that this was the first time she had witnessed such vulnerability from Gu Yuan, who had never treated her this way before. It seemed that even their little Yuan possessed a tender heart. Together, they watched the fireworks, a sight that would surely evoke admiration in anyone who beheld it. Once the display concluded, Gu Yuan wiped away her tears but reverted to her familiar demeanor with Gu Yue Na. "What is the matter? Have you cried enough?" Gu Yue Na inquired with a smile. "Who has cried enough? I'm merely feeling a bit down, and it's quite inappropriate for you to eavesdrop on my conversations." Gu Yuan replied earnestly. Gu Yue Na said nothing and simply tapped Gu Yuan's head. Floating, huh? Still daring to act tough in front of her sister. Gu Yue Na's hands hurt from tapping every day. Gu Yuan, touching the bruised spot, said with a hint of grievance, "I understand now, sister. Next time, could you refrain from hitting my head? Otherwise, I might become foolish." Gu Yue Na couldn't help but chuckle. "Yuan, I find it hard to believe that you could ever become foolish. Moreover, the good deeds you have accomplished serve as irrefutable evidence of your inherent cleverness." Gu Yuan gazed at her sister's predicament with a sense of helplessness. She could neither contend with her nor flee from the situation. "Well, let's hasten our preparations. We are about to embark on our journey home." Suddenly, Gu Yue Na realized that her attire had been exchanged by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan suddenly felt an urge to escape, but was promptly seized by Gu Yue Na. "Sister, I couldn't resist changing clothes as soon as I stumbled upon a boutique. And I still have your outfit with me," Gu Yuan said, drenched in sweat. Gu Yue Na smiled playfully and said, "Actually, it's nothing major. When you come to the Stardo Great Forest, I'll have you wear women's attire to show your sister Bijou and Uncle Detian." At this moment, Gu Yuan felt that Gu Yue Na had transformed into a malevolent fairy, committing all manner of wickedness. Gu Yuan drew the Yuan Yu sword and cleaved a fissure. Rushing inside, Do you truly believe you can escape, Yuan heir? With your meager strength, do you think you can flee? With that, he vanished from the spot. Phew. I finally made it out, Gu Yuan gasped. Yuan heir, did you think you could evade me? Gu Yue Na suddenly materialized behind Gu Yuan. Gu Yue was taken aback and could not help but exclaim, Sister, one may kill but cannot humiliate. With that, she launched an attack towards Gu Yue. Humph. Do you think your sister is an easy target? Gu Yue replied with a light chuckle. Subsequently, Gu Yue and Gu Yue engaged in a fierce battle that lasted for an entire hour. However, it goes without saying that Gu Yue was ultimately defeated. Yuan Na, have you finally come to your senses? For now, I shall temporarily seal your soul power. If you do not learn your lesson, you will no longer regard me as your sister, Gu Yue said, filled with indignation. Gu Yuan lay on the ground, utterly devoid of strength, while Gu Yue was nothing short of a demon. Subsequently, Gu Yuan, brimming with defiance, proclaimed, Grant me 10 years, and you shall see me render you incapable of rising. Gu Yue remarked with interest, Oh, even if I grant you a decade, it would be impossible for you to defeat me. Very well. I shall give you 10 years. Gu Yuan replied directly, Sister, heed your words. May you not come to regret them. Gu Yuan felt compelled to avenge the suffering of today. All right, you will return with me now, Gu Yue stated. Impossible. I refuse to go back. Do not harbor such dreams, sister, Gu Yuan retorted defiantly. Gu Yue gazed at Gu Yuan, feeling that if this continued, the world would truly be turned upside down. If you refuse to return, I have my own ways, Gu Yue remarked with a smile. Gu Yuan felt an ominous premonition. Gu Yue directly activated the dragon heart within Gu Yuan's body, rendering Gu Yuan utterly incapable of resistance. Humph, my dear Yuan, just sleep peacefully for a while. By the time you awaken, you will have arrived at your destination, Gu Yue declared before rendering Gu Yuan unconscious. Sister, you. Gu Yue smiled at Gu Yuan and then embraced her, as they set off for their next destination, the Douluo Forest. Gu Yue hastened towards the starry forest with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, a figure tracking Gu Yuan remarked, I have indeed been discovered. But it seems that the young lad is under the protection of a formidable individual. Is that so? Responded a tall man, exuding an aura of malevolence. I must possess that boy. He is the key to our dominion over the continent. Continue to follow him and report any developments to me, he commanded. Understood. The man replied before departing. Once he was gone, the leader chuckled wickedly, Little one, once I have you in my grasp, it will mark the beginning of our unification of the continent. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Gu Yue sensed the periphery of the starry forest. Gu Yue suddenly halted her steps, observing a human engaging in the hunt of a soul beast ahead. To her astonishment, it was a soul beast nearing the age of 100,000 years. The human ought to hasten their departure. Gu Yue's voice resonated in the ears of those humans. Startled, they fled in terror, their bodies trembling violently as an instinctual awareness gripped them, warning that remaining would spell their doom. Subsequently, the soul beast glanced at the fleeing humans, offering a gesture of gratitude towards Gu Yue before departing. Gu Yue observed the movements of the soul beast and nodded, surprised that these humans dared to approach the heart of the forest. It seemed imperative to keep a vigilant watch this time. Subsequently, Gu Yue swiftly made her way towards the center. Chapter 55. Reunion with Bai Ji at the lakeside in the heart of the Douluo Forest. Two soul beasts stood nearby. Tian inquired. Do you think Yuan might be worried about our master, Bai Ji? Bai Ji held an extraordinary fondness for Gu Yuan, to the extent that every time she made a mistake, she would run to Bai Ji. Tian shook his head. Just think about how furious our master was when she left. It would be remarkable enough for her to return unscathed. Although Tian sometimes feigned disdain for Gu Yuan, he secretly cherished the little one. Ever since Gu Yuan arrived in the Douluo Forest, laughter and joy had filled the air, dispelling the previous coldness. Now, both Tian and Bai Ji could only hope that their master would treat Gu Yuan with a touch of gentleness. Suddenly, a voice pierced their ears. Hey, have I been that harsh towards Yuan? Gu Yue asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Tian shivered at her words, realizing that their master had overheard him. He slowly replied, Master, it was only that you appeared so angry when you departed, which made me fear for Yuan. Bai Ji chimed in, Indeed, Master. Your expression when you left was particularly fierce. Gu Yue now harbored doubts about her subordinates, as they had acted in such a manner for the sake of her brother. Subsequently, she cradled Gu Yuan before them. Look, Yuan is unharmed, so please cease your incessant worrying, Gu Yue said with a hint of exasperation. Tian and Bai Ji both turned their gazes toward Gu Yuan and Gu Yue's embrace, a dashing young man who had been rendered unconscious by her. Why has our Lord Yuan not awakened? Bai Ji inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. This question from Bai Ji left Gu Yue Na feeling somewhat helpless. Ahem. Yuan was unwilling to return willingly, so I had no choice but to render him unconscious and bring him back by force, Gu Yue Na explained. Looking at Gu Yuan in Gu Yue Na's arms, Bai Ji's heart softened. My lord, may I hold Yuan for a moment? Gu Yue Na gazed at Bai Ji with an undeniable intensity in her eyes. Consequently, she placed Gu Yuan into Bai Ji's embrace. Gu Yue Na contemplated for a moment, realizing it had been quite some time since she had reminisced with this group of spirit beasts. She decided to entrust Yuan to their care for the next few days before summoning him back to her. Having spoken her mind, Gu Yue Na gracefully descended into the depths of the lake. Tian, observing her departure, was momentarily taken aback. Do you think her sovereign, Bai Ji, has changed? It seems that ever since she acknowledged Yuan as her younger brother, the chill in her demeanor has dissipated, he remarked. Enough of this chatter, Bai Ji replied. I shall take Yuan back to my quarters now, and tomorrow, I will let him come out to play with you all. With that, she swiftly made her exit. Tian watched her retreating figure and mused, since Yuan has arrived, he certainly enjoys the attention of these lovely ladies. Bai Ji hurried to her abode. A spacious room that, while unassuming from the outside, revealed its opulence within. She gently placed Yuan onto her bed and settled beside him, a smile gracing her lips. It has been such a long time since we last met. You haven't even thought to visit your sister, she teased, her eyes reflecting a hint of playful reproach. Suddenly, she caressed Yuan's cheek, admiring his handsome features. Yuan, you have become even more dashing than before. Gu Yuan felt a captivating fragrance enveloping him. He suddenly opened his eyes to behold Bai Ji. Gu Yuan, in a state of confusion, remarked, Sister Biji, it has been such a long time since we last met. Have you missed me? After speaking, she smiled gently. To be honest, Gu Yuan felt that even if she were to suffer a broken leg, it would still be worth it. Upon seeing Gu Yuan awaken, Biji smiled with a sense of relief and said, Indeed. It has been far too long since I last saw you. Gu Yuan subsequently said, Sister Biki, please allow me to rest a little longer. My body is unaccustomed. Gu Yuan was undoubtedly fatigued. Throughout the journey, Gu Yue Na had been cradling him, leaving his body sore and yearning for rest. Naturally, Bai Ji consented, saying, All right, Yuan, take a moment to sleep. I, too, am feeling drowsy. It reminds me of our childhood when I would hold you to sleep. After uttering these words, Bai Ji, resembling a curious little one, lay beside Gu Yuan. To be honest, Bai Ji's demeanor struck Gu Yuan as exceedingly endearing. Soon after, he fell silent and succumbed to slumber. Throughout the night, he was graced with the company of a beauty, yet regrettably, he lacked the energy to truly appreciate it. Before long, the night passed. Upon awakening in the morning, Gu Yuan discovered that Bai Ji had already departed. As he arose and ventured into the courtyard, he spotted a beautiful figure seated there, admiring the flowers. It seemed to be her habit, for Bai Ji often rose early to revel in the beauty of blossoms. Given the abundance of trees and flowers in this place, Gu Yuan approached and remarked, Sister Bai Ji, you look even more radiant today. Gu Yuan beamed with joy. Bai Ji turned her head, and upon recognizing him, her cheeks flushed slightly at the sight of his smile. You've risen, Yuan. I thought you might sleep until noon. Bai Ji said, her face adorned with a rosy hue. Gu Yuan gazed at Biji's flushed face and speculated that it might be due to her own constitution. Sister Biji looks quite adorable when she blushes, he chuckled. Biji then realized that she had become the subject of Gu Yuan's teasing. Yuan, what are you laughing at? Have you forgotten to regard your sister Biji, who has come to see you recently? Ancient Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, taken aback by Biji's unexpected inquiry. And the gaze she directed towards him was laden with complaint. Sister Biji, how could you think that? In truth, Yuan has missed you dearly. It's merely that some matters remain unresolved. Rest assured, I will surely come to find you once everything is in order, he replied with an innocent smile. Biji continued to scrutinize him, and then stated, Very well, Yuan, I shall take your word for it. A sigh of relief escaped ancient Yuan, fortunately. Biji was not the Navi type, otherwise, he could scarcely fathom how he might meet his end. Suddenly, Biji remembered to ask, By the way, Yuan, have you experienced any increase in strength lately? I've sensed a distinct change in your energy. Indeed, I recently reached level 50 and have encountered some fortunate opportunities, which have enhanced my abilities, Ancient Yuan responded with a grin. Biji perceived that Ancient Yuan was markedly stronger than before, after all. How remarkable it was for a 9-year-old to possess the power of a level 50 soul. That was truly extraordinary. Perhaps you should seek out your uncle Tian for some training? Biji remarked with a subtle chuckle. Gu Yuan gazed at Bai Ji's smile with a tinge of trepidation, sensing that she concealed something. All right, I shall go, he declared, for after all, Bai Ji was the one who indulged him the most. Heh. Gu Yuan donned a radiant smile. No, Yuan's smile is simply too enchanting, Bai Ji mused to herself. Nevertheless, her cheeks flushed, perhaps due to his undeniable charm or adorableness. Haha. Thus, Gu Yuan boldly embraced Bai Ji and set off, standing firmly upon the Yuan Yu sword. Bai Ji was taken aback. Gu Yuan's audacity was unexpected. And in that posture, her face grew even warmer. Gu Yuan gazed at Biji, whose face was particularly flushed, and thought to himself, Sister Biji is truly a naive and innocent soul, untouched by the trials of life. Your blush is utterly adorable, Sister Biji. Upon hearing this, Biji realized that her current state was utterly mortifying. Don't look. Just face forward, she exclaimed hurriedly. For she had always been the elder sister figure in front of Gu Yuan. All right, whatever you say, Sister Biji, Gu Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 56, Emperor Tian tests Gu Yuan's strength. Uncle Emperor Tian, Gu Yuan shouted as he embraced Biji. At that moment, Biji's face burned crimson. Feeling as if she were a delicate woman cradled in his arms, and her embarrassment deepened upon being seen by Emperor Tian. Yuana. Emperor Tian turned and was taken aback to find Biji in Gu Yuan's embrace. A pang of heartache struck him, after so many years without even a touch of Biji. This little rascal had the audacity to hold her so closely. Gu Yuan gazed into Tian's eyes, only to realize that he was still cradling Bai Ji in his arms. Gu Yuan hastily set Bai Ji down, exclaiming, My apologies, dear Bai Ji. At that moment, he was so engrossed in the thrill that he forgot. Bai Ji, blushing slightly, replied, It's fine, just be more careful next time, Yuan. Tian was utterly bewildered. This was not the usual demeanor of Bai Ji. Suddenly, Bai Ji interjected, By the way, Tian, I asked Yuan to test his strength against you. Indeed. Uncle Tian, Gu Yuan exclaimed with wide eyes. You want me to test your strength? What is your current level of power? Tian inquired. Gu Yuan confidently declared. I have reached the 50th level of my martial soul. It should be rather ordinary. Upon hearing this, Tian nearly spat blood in disbelief. Such an ability is unparalleled across the entire Douluo Continent, and you dare to call it ordinary? How excessively modest of you. Very well, if you wish to engage. Then let me witness the extent of your growth. Tian readied himself. All right, Uncle Tian, Gu Yuan responded as he began his preparations. Biki, watching Gu Yuan with concern, warned him, Tian, should you dare to harm Yuan, I will not let this matter rest. Tian felt a pang of distress at her words. You challenge me to a duel, yet expect me not to inflict any harm? How is that even feasible? Gu Yuan sensed that his sister Biki was being overly protective of him. Biki merely shot Gu Yuan an exasperated glance, silently urging him to understand her feelings. Gu Yuan could only accept it in silence. Yuana, just come directly. I am not as bound by the rules as you humans, Tian said impatiently. Eager to conclude the matter and depart, truly exasperated by the two individuals who regarded him merely as a tool. All right, then uncle, be cautious. The domain of sorts. With that, Gu Yuan summoned a vast expanse of territory. Tian gasped in astonishment, a gifted domain. Gu Yuan chuckled. No. This is my fourth soul skill. Tian smiled slightly, but said nothing further as he launched an attack. However, he sensed that his own strength had diminished by half. Gu Yuan wielded his sword and launched a series of attacks, yet each strike was deftly parried by Tian. Humph, you little brat. Do you think your Uncle Tian is a pushover? Tian chuckled. Humph, we'll see about that, Gu Yuan retorted, intensifying his relentless assault. The duel continued for an extended period. Even though Tian's strength had been halved, his power remained formidable. Gu Yuan sensed that his soul power was nearly depleted, leaving him with no choice but to utilize his fifth soul skill. All swords return to the origin, Gu Yuan exclaimed, as a myriad of swords surged forth to assail Tian. Although Tian felt a sting from the onslaught of swords striking his form, he could not help but wonder why it did not seem to reflect the prowess of a mere level 50 soul power. Consequently, Tian unleashed his ultimate move. However, despite Gu Yuan's valiant efforts, he was ultimately sent flying due to his insufficient strength. Gu Yuan swiftly thrust his sword into the ground to prevent himself from collapsing. Yet the overwhelming force compelled him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ji's heart nearly shattered. She shot a reproachful glance at Tian and proceeded towards Gu Yuan. Tian, observing Bai Ji, felt a pang of anguish. After all, in such contests, injuries were inevitable. Moreover, this would reveal the extent of Gu Yuan's prowess. Bai Ji hurriedly inquired, Yuana, are you all right? I am fine, Sister Bai Ji. Please do not blame Uncle Tian. I have come to understand the limits of my own strength, Gu Yuan replied with a smile. Bai Ji shot him a disapproving look and said, Dare you speak further? If you do not heed my warning, do you believe I will inform the Lord? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan sighed and said to her sister, Let it be, Bai Ji. You say whatever you wish, just please do not inform my sister. Bai Ji chuckled at this, realizing that the fearless Gu Yuan was, in fact, afraid of their sovereign. Tian observed Bai Ji and Gu Yuan, feeling somewhat superfluous, and decided to distance himself from this group, pondering whether he should seek out Xiong Jun instead. Oh, Bai Ji, please refrain from mocking me. Besides, my sister could never possibly defeat you, Gu Yuan remarked. If I cannot best you, then you have no hope of overcoming our sovereign, Bai Ji replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan also realized that if even Sister Biji could not prevail, then her own sister would be no match. However, once I inherit the divine position, my sister shall inevitably be subdued by me. Suddenly, Gu Yuan turned around and noticed that Tian had vanished. She inquired, Sister Bai Ji, where has Uncle Tian gone? Bai Ji, glancing at the absence of Tian, replied, He is likely off to seek out Xiong Jun. Never mind. I shall thank him later. After all, your Uncle Tian has had quite a challenging time this round. Observing Bai Ji's smile, Gu Yuan felt a deep sympathy for Tian's plight. Yuaner, come here. I have something to discuss with you. A gentle voice reached Gu Yuan's ears. Bai Ji looked at Gu Yuan and urged, Go on, Yuaner. It would be unwise to provoke the Lord's ire later. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, recognizing the undeniable truth that his sister was indeed quite formidable. Well then, Bai Ji, I shall take my leave now, but I will return to play with you again, he declared before swiftly turning to depart. Observing Gu Yuan's hurried demeanor, Bai Ji chuckled. It seems that Yuan truly fears our master. However, if you are unafraid of me, I suspect that in the future, you shall hold no fear of the master either. Bai Ji had already envisioned how Gu Yue Na would be treated by Gu Yuan in a manner akin to her own. Gu Yuan hurriedly arrived at the bottom of the lake, pondering why his sister, instead of returning to her room, was practicing in this secluded place. Sister, I have entered, Gu Yuan announced. Come in. You simply need to pass through that ethereal mirror, Gu Yue Na replied. Ancient fate traversed directly, akin to wading through a puddle of water. At first glance, Gu Yuan was captivated by the alluring long legs of Gu Yue Na. As the saying goes, one should first admire a woman's legs. Gu Yue Na inquired, Why is Yuaner staring at your legs, sister? Gu Yuan was startled to hear she had been discovered. It's nothing. I just happened to see it by accident. So Yuana actually likes elder sister's legs? Gu Yue Na teased playfully. Gu Yue Na remarked that it is indeed rare not to appreciate legs, considering one can enjoy them for a lifetime. By the way, I just witnessed your battle with Emperor Tian. It was quite impressive, and you have made significant progress lately, praised Gu Yue Na. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan realized it was the first time her sister had praised her so highly. She felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Thank you for the compliment, dear sister. However, may I inquire what you summoned me for? Gu Yuan asked. Gu Yue Na remarked, You must remain here for a few years before departing. It is essential for you to do so as a means of compensating me. Gu Yuan, upon hearing his reluctance, expressed his desire to venture out and charm some ladies. Sister, could you not take so long? Gu Yuan inquired. Gu Yue Na mused to herself. It is a miracle that this Dragon King has not shattered your legs. How dare you quibble with me? Humph, you are overestimating yourself, Yuan. With that, she lightly tapped the center of Gu Yuan's brow. Gu Yuan felt as though his entire soul power had been sealed. Humph, Yuana. When the time comes for you to unleash your soul power, it shall be released. Even if you wish to flee, escape is futile, without your soul power. Even the smallest of soul beasts could bring about your demise, Gu Yue Na remarked with a smile. Oh, the heartache of ancient ties. Why must I languish in this tedium for yet another year? Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan and couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 57, Tormented by Sister for 4 whole years. In the Stardow Forest, for years later, a man clad in white, resembling snow, was being pursued by a silver-haired woman. Sister, don't come any closer. I no longer wish to try on clothes. After all, I have endured countless fittings over the years. Please, just let me be. Gu Yuan exclaimed before hastily fleeing. For a full 4 years, Gu Yuan had promised Gu Yue Na to remain there, dedicating his time solely to cultivation, while also teasing Sister Biji and enduring the relentless torment from Gu Yue Na. What infuriated Gu Yuan the most was an occasion when Gu Yue Na insisted he dress as a woman to meet Biji. To his surprise, Biji failed to recognize him at all. However, upon discovering his true identity, Biji burst into laughter, and Gu Yue Na, having witnessed the scene, continued to insist that Gu Yuan try on more dresses. This one will do. And you have often dreamed of wearing women's clothing. Gu Yue Na declared, yanking Gu Yue Na back with determination. Gu Yue Na listened to Gu Yue Na's words, utterly unconvinced that it would always be this way. Sister, I no longer wish to try, and I feel as though I am not even your brother anymore. Gu Yue Na trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na pondered, perhaps Yuan should forego being a man entirely. Being a woman is also an option. No. Gu Yuan firmly rejected. Gu Yue Na embraced him directly, which would suffice. Hurry and change it for me. No, do not. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na's hand, despair beginning to envelop him. It was not my fault that she resembled a woman. Moments later, another woman, strikingly similar to Gu Yue Na, stood beside her. Gu Yue Na observed and chuckled. Look, this time Yuan's attire is even more exquisite than before. How could one not be enamored? Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na's smiling visage, a pang of discomfort stirring within him. His sister took advantage of her superior strength to bully him. Sister, please spare me, he lamented. Moreover, it is not my fault that my face resembles that of a woman. Gu Yue Na chuckled softly. Yuan, you cannot be blamed for this. It's simply that your face appeals to all genders and ages. Gu Yuan was unaware of the immense charm that fate had bestowed upon him. It was all the fault of that deity, had he known it would lead to this. He would have refrained from allowing him to alter his appearance, especially to that of a youthful boy. Sister, may I venture outside? It has already been 3 years. Gu Yuan remarked as he opened his eyes to gaze at Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. It would not be impossible for Yuan ere to go out, perhaps tomorrow would suffice. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing that having stayed here for 4 years, Gu Yuan would likely resent herself if she did not venture outside. Yea, sister is the best. Muma. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was filled with joy and, in a moment of exuberance, bestowed a kiss upon Gu Yuan. Gu Yue Na appeared no different from her usual self, simply smiling, as over the past 4 years. Both Gu Yuan and Gu Yue Na had shared countless kisses. However, her cheeks flushed slightly, for Gu Yuan's affection was particularly fervent this time. Yuan, go bid farewell to your sister Biji. Come to me when you leave tomorrow, Gu Yue Na instructed. All right, but sister, may I change my clothes first? Gu Yuan inquired. Yet. Gu Yue Na shot him a disapproving glance and replied, Fine, but if you change, do not go out. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan hastily retorted, Who said that, sister? I adore cross-dressing. With that, he dashed out, eager to avoid being left behind. Gu Yue Na looked at the fleeing Gu Yuan and smiled, saying, Yuan, this time will be different from before. Gu Yuan donned a delicate dress, appearing scarcely distinguishable from a woman. You insufferable sister. You spent 4 years dressing me in your style, Gu Yuan lamented. As Gu Yuan traversed the path, he beheld a breathtaking figure. Sister Biji, he exclaimed. Biji turned her gaze and, upon seeing a woman even more beautiful than herself, quickly deduced that it must be Yuan. Yuan, once again. You have been dressed in women's garments by our master, and you are even more exquisite than I. How enviable you make your sister feel. Biji teased. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yuan nearly stumbled. For the past 4 years, Biji had always jested in this manner, leaving Gu Yuan almost convinced that he was destined to become a girl. Gu Yuan lamented, Sister Biji, please refrain from further remarks. Moreover, my sister incessantly bestows upon me her garments. I am left to ponder whether she truly regards me as her brother. Biji said nothing in response. Yet she contemplated that had it been anyone else, the master would have long since eradicated that individual. It is only Gu Yuan who can elicit such profound affection from the master. Gu Yuan jestingly remarked, Yuan, why not become a girl? Even Di Tian and the others are envious of you. Ah. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was bewildered. Have these soul beasts never encountered a woman? Moreover, it is not easy for me either. Ancient fate lamented, Sister Biki, please do not utter a word. I have lost all dignity standing before these soul beasts. Yuan replied. Why should you fear, being human? Enough of this talk. What has you in such a hurry? As Gu Yuan conversed with Bai Ji, he nearly forgot to address the matter at hand. Sister Bai Ji, I shall depart tomorrow. It has already been 4 years, Gu Yuan remarked. Bai Ji, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. After 4 years, she had developed a flicker of affection for Gu Yuan, though he remained oblivious to her feelings. It has indeed been 4 years. Is there anything you wish to share with me, Yuan? Bai Ji inquired. Guyan contemplated, perhaps a kiss would suffice. Gu Yuan gently pressed his lips against Biji's cheek. A sudden flush spread across her face. This was the first time Gu Yuan had kissed her. Sister Biji, that's all there is to it. Farewell, he said casually. Unbeknownst to him, this simple act set Biji's imagination ablaze. Does Yuan have feelings for me? No, I must remain composed, Biji thought to herself. A woman must not entertain such wild thoughts, or she risks losing everything. With a sigh, she resolved to seek her sister without delay. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan continued on his way, only to encounter Emperor Tian unexpectedly. A wave of awkwardness washed over him. Isn't this Yuan air? What's this? Has the master dressed you in women's attire again? Emperor Tian chuckled. Gu Yuan felt a surge of frustration, astonished to discover that he echoed the very sentiments expressed by Bai Ji. Ah, so it is Uncle D Tian, he exclaimed. And enough of this. My sister is nearly driven mad by it all. Gu Yuan lamented. D Tian also remarked how this young man failed to recognize the value of their sovereign. Yuana, he continued, our sovereign holds you in a unique regard. Any other man daring to approach our sovereign would surely understand the peril that awaits. Gu Yuan is aware. However, ever since Gu Yue Na donned women's attire for the first time, she has become quite enamored with it, and thus she can no longer venture into the human world. By the way, Uncle D Tian, I shall be departing tomorrow, and I wanted to inform you, Gu Yuan stated. D Tian felt a twinge of melancholy. After all, Gu Yuan's presence brought much amusement, and now with her departure, boredom would surely ensue. Have you thought about how to arrange your journey? I believe a visit to the Tian-Do Empire could prove to be quite delightful, as I sense there are intriguing experiences awaiting you there. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled Qian Rinxue. It was time to pay her a visit. Understood, Uncle D Tian, I shall go find my sister, Gu Yuan declared before taking his leave. D Tian, observing Gu Yuan's demeanor, felt a flush of warmth. What a pity it was that such a figure as Yuana was not regarded as a woman. The ancient ties have not yet faded, allowing one to hear clearly. Though I nearly stumbled. Is this how humans converse? Chapter 58, The Fragrance of Wine Drifting In. Gu Yuan, brimming with excitement, eagerly sought out Gu Yuan. For tomorrow heralded the day of departure. Gu Yuan's disposition has transformed significantly. He is no longer the reckless child he once was. For he has now reached the age of 13. Sister, I have arrived. Gu Yuan entered the room and approached Gu Yuna's side. Gu Yue Na turned to gaze at the excited Gu Yuan, pondering whether her sister was so delighted because she longed to part ways with her. Gu Yuan contemplated and said, No, but sister, you must allow me to go out. After all, if this continues, I shall fall into despair. Gu Yue Na chuckled. I was merely teasing you to see how frightened you would become. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, contemplating how her nature remained unchanged. By the way, didn't Shi mention she had something for him? Sister, didn't you say you would give me something? Where is it? Gu Yue Na smirked wickedly and said, Drink this. Gu Yue Na handed Gu Yuan a glass of water. Gu Yuan accepted it, gazing at Gu Yue Na with a smile, certain that there was something amiss. Gu Yuan expressed his doubt. Sister, what is this substance? Am I obliged to consume it? Gu Yue Na urged, Hurry, if you do not drink, then do not leave. Upon hearing the news, Gu Yuan immediately consumed it. Is there anything more significant than not departing from Gu Yue Na? Gu Yuan felt a sweetness, yet sensed something had entered her mouth. Sister, what is this? It feels rather strange, Gu Yuan inquired in confusion. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, who had fallen into her trap, and said with a smile, Within your essence lies a drop of my blood. Should you dare to engage with another woman, that woman shall perish alongside you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a tumult of emotions. Indeed, his sister was genuinely frightened. Sister, is this a threat? What do you hope to accomplish with such tactics? Gu Yuan replied, exasperated. Gu Yue Na feigned ignorance, for there was little choice. After all, Yue Na was being disobedient, and thus, her sister had no alternative but to act in this manner. Guyan found himself in a predicament, yet he was already sufficiently powerful, and thus would not encounter the same fate as Bibidong and Siya. Over the past 4 years, Guyan's soul power had not increased, as Gu Yue Na had directed him to cultivate his mental fortitude and physical prowess. Consequently, both his body and spirit were exceptionally strong, enabling him to triumph over a soul emperor using only his martial spirit, without relying on soul skills. The seal of the Yuanwei sword had been lifted. Although Guyan could not wield it for a full 3 hours, the few hours he could manage were more than adequate. All right, whatever my sister says goes. I shall take my leave now, Guyan promptly declared. Gu Yue Na watched Gu Yuan prepare to depart, feeling a subtle sense of loss within her heart. However, there was no alternative, otherwise, Yuan would surely hold it against her. Gu Yue Na, in a state of displeasure, remarked, Let us hasten our departure if you are so eager to leave. Gu Yuan gazed at her sister and smiled gently. Her sister, surprised, realized that her emotions were clearly written on her face. She then embraced Gu Yue Na and exclaimed, Sister, I have no choice. I must do this. I still have the divine examination ahead of me. Gu Yue Na nestled in Gu Yuan's embrace, lacking the demeanor of an elder sister. Yuana, I understand. But it feels strange to me that you have suddenly left. Gu Yue Na expressed her innermost feelings. Guyan gazed at Gu Yue Na, reluctant to part ways. He then leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Suddenly, Gu Yue Na was enveloped by a tingling sensation, feeling the warmth of Guyan's lips. And she began to succumb to an intoxicating allure. Soon after, their lips parted. Gu Yuan gazed at the blushing Gu Yue and said, "How about it, dear sister? This time, you can rest assured, can't you?" Gu Yue whispered softly. Gu Yuan pondered, "Indeed, all women require a touch of flattery. Even a dragon is no exception." "Sister, I truly must take my leave," Gu Yuan declared, drawing forth the Yuan Yu sword to cleave open a rift. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, who was on the verge of departing, and bit her crimson lip, saying, "Yuaner, be obedient and do not associate with other women. Do you understand? Sister, if you do not find it bothersome, I am beginning to feel quite vexed." Gu Yuan replied with a smile. Gu Yue Na shot a glance at Gu Yuan and urged, "Hurry along, do not trouble me any further." With that, Gu Yuan stepped inside, vanishing from Gu Yue Na's sight. "Oh dear, my dear brother, you must behave, or else I shall truly lead the soul beasts to annihilate the human realm," Gu Yue Na stated coldly. "In this ancient realm? Where might this place be?" Gu Yuan glanced around his surroundings and realized he was in Soto City. "Isn't this the place of Shrek Academy? Well, never mind. I shall venture inside to take a look." Gu Yuan suddenly realized that this place was different. It was unlike the Soto City she had seen in her past life. It was not as dilapidated. She decided to visit the Rose Hotel, a place she had longed to see, yet her sister had previously forbidden her from going. Gu Yuan sighed in resignation. Throughout his journey, Gu Yuan attracted the attention of numerous women due to his striking handsomeness. However, he graciously declined their advances, for he had no desire to entangle himself with any of them. Gu Yuan was suddenly enveloped by a delightful aroma, compelling him to approach and discover its source, a tavern. How could this establishment exude such an enticing fragrance? "Oh, how I long for a drink," Gu Yuan lamented. Throughout the past 4 years, every time he yearned for a sip of alcohol, Gu Yue Na had confiscated it, even pouring it out before his very eyes. In those moments, Gu Yuan harbored a profound resentment towards Gu Yue Na. Consequently, he brandished the Yuan Yu sword and engaged her in battle, asserting that while his freedom might be restricted, his access to wine must not be denied. Gu Yue Na cannot be said to have continuously overwhelmed him. Yuan Heir's desire for alcohol is unattainable. Furthermore, all those concealed bottles of liquor you hoarded have been disposed of by me. At such a tender age, how dare you indulge in drinking?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was plunged into despair. After all, it was exquisite wine that he had purchased, quite an expensive variety, indeed. "You unreasonable sister. What does my drinking have to do with you? I shall no longer pay you any heed," he declared, turning away from Gu Yue Na with a dismissive air. Gu Yue Na was utterly furious, exclaiming that they had gone too far, disregarding even the words of her sister. Gu Yuan chose to disregard him entirely. "With the wine you have poured out, what shall I do to pass the time?" Gu Yuan directly took Gu Yuan into the room. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, whose fury was palpable, and thought to himself, "Do not presume that your display will quell my anger." Gu Yue Na's face flushed with anger. There was no need for her to feign indifference, for I would simply compel her to obey. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na and remarked, "Sister, the more one is consumed by anger, the more hastily one ages." Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na could no longer restrain herself and struck out. "Ah!" A tragic scream echoed from outside the house, belonging to Gu Yuan. After being struck, Gu Yue Na felt significantly more at ease, while Gu Yuan lay there, unable to move. After some contemplation, Gu Yuan became acutely aware of the pain coursing through her body. This simply wouldn't do. Her sister's demeanor was utterly terrifying, resembling nothing of a dragon. Gu Yuan lamented helplessly. Guyan gazed at the tavern before him, the enticing aroma of wine wafting through the air, and thought that he could finally indulge in a sip, especially since his sister was not around. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that he possessed no golden soul coins, completely captivated by the intoxicating fragrance. Upon entering, Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of countless bottles of liquor before him. At last, he could indulge to his heart's content. He exclaimed with excitement. However, he soon sensed a gaze fixed upon him from behind. Chapter 59. Ultimately defeated by his craving for alcohol as Gu Yuan remained in a state of astonishment, a waitress approached him. She was petite yet possessed a well-proportioned figure. "May I inquire what type of liquor you would like to enjoy, young sir?" "We have an extensive selection available," the young woman said gently. Upon hearing a voice, Gu Yuan returned to her senses and noticed a waiter observing her. "I apologize. I was momentarily distracted by the wine," Could you please assist me in securing a room? Thank you, Gu Yuan said gently. Certainly, the waiter replied, beckoning Gu Yuan to follow. She quickened her pace and accompanied him. As Gu Yuan gazed upon the tavern, he couldn't help but feel that its decor must be quite extravagant. Upon hearing this, the attendant chuckled lightly, stating, "This is the finest tavern in the Tiando Empire." The decorations are indeed exquisite, and this establishment has been in operation for several hundred years. The notion of a tavern thriving for centuries left Gu Yuan somewhat astonished, for such longevity is not easily achieved. Subsequently, the attendant regaled Gu Yuan with numerous tales from the tavern's illustrious history. Gu Yuan listened with rapt attention, captivated not only by the stories but also by the attendant's melodious voice. Eventually, the attendant ushered him into a modest room that had been prepared for his stay. The ambience of Gu Yue Na is undeniably minimalist, yet it evokes a sense of tranquility. The server then smiled and inquired, "What beverage would you prefer, young sir?" "I recommend our signature cherry blossom brew, which is not particularly potent." Not particularly potent, Gu Yuan mused to himself. Gu Yuan was in a dilemma. He had a fondness for those with a hearty tolerance for liquor, yet he feared losing himself in inebriation. "Please bring me a few cups of cherry blossom brew." "Thank you," Gu Yuan replied with a smile. "Certainly," the waiter responded, and then proceeded to prepare the drinks. Gu Yuan couldn't help but admire the decorations within the room. The soundproofing was superb, designed for those seeking tranquility. One must commend the proprietor of this tavern for such thoughtful attention to detail. It certainly warrants frequent visits in the future, Gu Yuan resolved. After the passage of half an hour, a server brought forth several cups of cherry blossom wine. The enchanting aroma of the wine wafted into Gu Yuan's senses, a fragrance he found utterly delightful. Observing Gu Yuan's enjoyment, the server discerned that this gentleman was quite pleased, and thus chose to withdraw quietly from the room. Gu Yu watched as the waiter departed, then raised a cup of cherry blossom brew to his lips and drank it in one swift motion, the exquisite flavor speaking for itself. This was precisely the taste he desired. Savoring the lingering essence of cherry blossoms on his palate, he declared, "All right, I must finish this quickly and be on my way. I have pressing matters to attend to." Upon realizing that there were pressing matters at hand, Gu Yuan ceased his leisurely attempts. It was only after Gu Yuan finished his drink that he discovered his pockets were devoid of any money. With a resigned smile, Gu Yuan realized that he had forgotten to bring money. What should he do now? Must he resort to part-time work? No, that won't do. Some matters cannot be neglected. If only Shui were here. Little did anyone know, this tavern had long been acquired by Qian Rinxue. Unfortunately, Qian Rinxue was not present at the moment. Ancient Yuan is currently feeling quite distressed, unable to conceive of any solutions. "What should I do?" he lamented. Outside the tavern, a fair-skinned young man with golden hair approached the entrance. This was Qian Rinxue, disguised in male attire. Ever since secretly assassinating the true Shuqinghe, Qian Rinxue had been stealthily residing within the Heavendo Empire. Shuqinghe gazed at the tavern, recalling the last time he had visited to drink. He had long suppressed the urge to acquire this establishment. Upon entering the tavern, the manager approached him with enthusiasm. "Isn't this our esteemed owner? I mentioned that in public. You should be addressed as Prince Shui." Shuqinghe replied coldly, "Indeed." The manager, feeling a shiver run through him at Shuqinghe's gaze, quickly responded, "Of course, Prince Shui. What brings you here today?" Shuqinghe commanded, "Tend to your duties. Prepare me a private room and some fine drinks." "Yes, Prince Shui," the manager replied, hastily complying, fully aware of the importance of appeasing royalty. Meanwhile, Shuqinghe had decided to take a stroll outside, when suddenly, a figure caught his eye, evoking memories from long ago. He thought to himself, "Isn't that little Yuan? No, he wasn't this handsome before. I must investigate further." At that moment, Ancient Yuan hurriedly stepped outside to catch some fresh air, hoping to devise a plan. Gu Yuan gazed down at the wealthy individuals below, feeling quite vexed. Had he known better, he would have refrained from drinking beforehand. Suddenly, Shuqinghe appeared before him. "May I inquire if your brother Gu Yuan?" Shuqinghe asked. Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the pristine Shuqing River before him, bewildered by the unexpected presence of Qian Rinxue in this location. Gu Yuan suddenly thought of a way to make a payment. With a gentle voice, Gu Yuan remarked, "Indeed. Has Brother Qinghe forgotten me?" Shuqinghe gazed at the man before him, and indeed it was Gu Yuan. It had been such a long time, and he had grown even more handsome. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue's thoughts were filled with resentment. "You insufferable man, you wretched creature, it has been ages since you last visited me. This time, I shall hold you accountable." It was a rather ordinary reunion, considering they had not seen each other in 4 or 5 years. The last time they had met was also over drinks. Gu Yuan chuckled softly. So you do remember it has been 4 or 5 years. At that moment, Qian Rinxue attributed all her grievances solely to Gu Yuan. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment and indeed recalled that their last encounter had also involved alcohol. That's right, and brother Gu Yuan enjoys drinking as well. How about we share a few drinks? Xue Qinghe proposed to Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a surge of joy, as it meant he would not have to pay for the drinks and could forget about repaying his previous debts from his part-time job. Since Qinghe had expressed such intentions, there was no doubt he would attend. Gu Yuan promptly agreed. Xue Qinghe observed Gu Yuan's eagerness for the drink with a wry smile, thinking to himself that this man would rather indulge in libations than engage in conversation with him. Subsequently, Gu Yuan followed Xue Qinghe to another room. Upon entering, Gu Yuan's gaze fixated on the array of bottles on the table, rekindling his yearning for alcohol. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, remarking, Gu Yuan, your eyes are gleaming with desire. Fear not, indulge freely. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Gu Yuan gazed at Xue Qinghe, astonished that he would dare to speak so boldly. Come, let us drink until we can no longer return. With that, Gu Yuan began to indulge in the wine. Gu Yuan had indulged in copious amounts of cherry blossom wine, and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Xue Qinghe, observing Gu Yuan's intoxicated state, chuckled, Brother Gu Yuan, what has befallen you? You appear quite inebriated. In truth, Xue Qinghe had abstained from drinking, while Gu Yuan was too preoccupied with his revelry to notice Xue Qinghe's subtle gestures. Brother Qinghe, your capacity for liquor is commendable. I concede this round, Gu Yuan attempted to articulate before succumbing to unconsciousness. Xue Qinghe watched Gu Yuan's drunken demeanor and smirked. Humph. This foolish man has such a poor tolerance yet dares to drink so excessively. Gazing at Gu Yuan's handsome visage, she couldn't help but acknowledge that this fellow had grown more attractive during their years apart, even though he had developed a penchant for alcohol at such a tender age. Suddenly, a thought crossed Qian Rinxue's mind, and a playful smile graced her lips. Chapter 60. Qian Rinxue's Patience. Humph. This foolish man drinks without even sparing a glance at me. He shall soon face the consequences, Xue Qinghe declared, as she observed Gu Yuan becoming increasingly enraptured. She noted his youthful charm, which rendered young maidens utterly captivated by his mere smile. However, Xue Qinghe soon found herself momentarily dazed, realizing she had become entranced by Gu Yuan. How could I, the illustrious Qian Rinxue, ever develop an infatuation for a man? Yet, here I am, inexplicably drawn to this insufferable fellow, a mere drunkard, she thought, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Gu Yuan lay soundly asleep on the table, completely oblivious to Xue Qinghe's attempts at conversation. With a sense of exasperation, Xue Qinghe stepped outside and instructed several individuals. Please carry that man from the room to my quarters. Subsequently, a group of men entered the room and, as commanded, transported Gu Yuan to the inn's accommodations, presumably the proprietor's lodgings. Observing that Gu Yuan had been settled in, Xue Qinghe busied himself with other matters, for Gu Yuan was, after all, a notorious sluggard. After a considerable passage of time, well past midnight, Gu Yuan gradually stirred from his slumber. Ah, my head aches terribly. I almost drank myself into oblivion, he lamented, rubbing his temples in discomfort. Where am I? I distinctly recall being in the inn's room, not here. Gu Yuan soon realized he had been carried into an unfamiliar bedroom. You have awakened, Gu Yuan. I noticed you were inebriated, so I had someone bring you here, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Upon entering the room, Xue Qinghe found Gu Yuan already conscious, yet he was surprised to see that Gu Yuan had not noticed him. It seemed that the effects of the alcohol still lingered. Gu Yuan turned to glance at Xue Qinghe, who stood beside him, observing him intently. Ah, Brother Qinghe, it appears I may have had a bit too much to drink. Is it just me? Or do I sense that Brother Gu Yuan might be short on funds to settle the bill? Xue Qinghe remarked teasingly upon noticing Gu Yuan's lack of money. Gu Yuan was instantly flushed with embarrassment upon encountering this question. Gu Yuan began to speak, clearing his throat. Ahem, you guessed correctly, Qinghe. I forgot to bring money when I came out. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and replied, Then it seems, Gu Yuan, that your capacity for wine is rather poor. Gu Yuan felt that his capacity for alcohol was quite decent. However, he indeed came perilously close to losing consciousness. Gu Yuan glanced at the garments adorning his form, only to discover that they had been replaced. Curious about the situation, Gu Yuan inquired, Brother Qinghe, was it you who changed my clothes? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, seizing the opportunity to tease him. Indeed, I noticed the scent of alcohol clinging to you, so I took the liberty of changing your attire, Xue Qinghe replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but ponder what schemes that girl, Qian Rinxue, was concocting. Xue Qinghe approached once more and remarked, "Could it be that Brother Gu Yuan is still feeling bashful?" Haha. Gu Yuan, lost in thought, felt a sense of vexation as he pondered the audacity of being teased by a mere woman. He vowed that one day he would repay this slight. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue mused to herself, finding Gu Yuan's flustered demeanor surprisingly endearing, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that he was entangled with more than just herself. Gu Yuan then said, "Hey, Qinghe, do you not feel you are diminishing your princely demeanor by teasing me in such a manner?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe felt an urge to retaliate, yet he managed to restrain himself. "Brother Gu Yuan, there is no need for concern, after all. Who else would be aware of it?" Xue Qinghe retorted. Gu Yuan felt that this woman was remarkably stubborn. Gu Yuan remarked, "Oh, is that so? I never anticipated that while you appear gentle on the surface, your heart harbors a different disposition, Qinghe." Xue Qinghe, of course, discerned the underlying implications of this statement, recognizing the audacity of the man before him. With a smile, Xue Qinghe replied, "There is no need for you to concern yourself with that, Gu Yuan. Rather, what brings you to the Heavendo Empire? It has been 4 or 5 years since we last crossed paths, has it not?" Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, he looked at the girl before him, who was dressed in male attire, and a faint smile graced Qian Rinxue's lips. Gu Yuan jested, "It's nothing. Just here to see a foolish woman." Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's mood twitched slightly. What did he mean by a foolish woman? No one had ever dared to utter such words about her since her birth, and she vowed to make him pay for it later. Qian Rinxue had already noted Gu Yuan's remark in her little notebook, eagerly anticipating her revenge. A foolish woman? Is there truly a woman who can capture Gu Yuan's heart? Xue Qinghe smiled enigmatically. Indeed, ever since that fateful encounter, it felt as if she belonged here. However, since I couldn't find her, I decided not to search any further and enjoy a few more carefree days. Gu Yuan provocatively teased Qian Rinxue. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt an overwhelming urge to draw her sword and slay this insufferable man. What did he mean by not searching? It was already a miracle that she could even tolerate him. Xue Qinghe maintained her usual demeanor, saying, "Gu Yuan, I sense that this is quite inappropriate. Your attitude does a disservice to that woman." Gu Yuan gazed at the seemingly unremarkable figure of Qian Rinxue, who was dressed in men's attire. He pondered to himself, how can this woman possess such remarkable patience? Very well, if she enjoys this charade, I shall indulge her. Gu Yuan chuckled, saying, "You have no idea. When she gets angry, she resembles a ferocious tigress. Though she is quite beautiful, she is exceedingly perilous." Xue Qinghe's face twitched slightly, "Then tell me her name. I might be able to inquire about her later." Gu Yuan, once again incensed, remarked, "It seems I have forgotten. After all, she is merely a woman, and I am not lacking in such company." Gu Yuan found it hard to believe that Qian Rinxue could still endure. If it became unbearable, she would refrain from speaking further. Qian Rinxue had already restrained herself from slaying that despicable man, who, astonishingly, seemed oblivious to his own name. No, she must hold back. She would teach him a lesson later on. Gu Yuan gazed at the calm demeanor of Xue Qinghe with admiration. This young lady remarkably managed to endure. Perhaps I shall concede this time. If I truly provoke her, it feels as though death would be imminent. I must say, Brother Gu Yuan, you are quite the irresponsible man to have forgotten a lady's name, Xue Qinghe remarked with an expression of serene composure. Gu Yuan gazed at Xue Qinghe with a playful smile, saying, "Perhaps Brother Qinghe is unaware of the circumstances. Even if I were to find her after all these years of separation, I fear I might be met with a blade instead." Gu Yuan speaks the truth. Given Qian Ernst's temperament, it is already commendable that he is not compelled to kneel. Su Qinjh paused momentarily, contemplating that while he may be perceptive, the consequences may not be as straightforward as merely facing execution. With a smile, Su Qinjh remarked that the woman bears no fault. The true blame lies with Brother Gu Yuan for his irresponsibility. Were I in his position, I would find it wholly inadequate. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Yuan could not help but associate it with Bai Bai Dong, yet the two were fundamentally dissimilar. Gu Yuan thought to herself, "It is no wonder they are mother and daughter. Even under such circumstances, they still wish to see me harmed. How could Qinghe know so much about these matters without ever having been in love?" Gu Yuan inquired. Xue Qinghe chuckled, for he certainly had his insights on such affairs. Although Gu Yuan had never experienced romance, having spent considerable time in the palace, he had encountered all sorts of individuals. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, acknowledging that after such a prolonged period of concealment, Qian Rinxue must have endured numerous experiences. "Haha, Brother Qinghe, you are quite something. By the way, do you still have any wine?" Suddenly, Gu Yuan felt a craving for alcohol. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue retorted, You dog of a man, dare to drink? Why don't you just go and drown yourself in wine? Chapter 61. A pox on you, scoundrel. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue, who was disguised as a man, with a hint of irritation on his face, while she herself appeared puzzled as to the cause of his displeasure. Gu Yuan pondered to himself. Why does the mere mention of drinking provoke such anger? These women truly are peculiar. Why does Brother Qinghe seem a bit irritable? Are you perhaps worried that I might drink away your fortune? Gu Yuan teased. Shui Qinghe felt a surge of indignation within, exclaiming silently, how infuriating. If you could drink me bankrupt, I would change my surname to something else. She couldn't help but admire the striking handsomeness of this man, yet found his fondness for alcohol rather perplexing. Huh, Brother Gu Yuan, you could drink me bankrupt? You can't even afford to pay for your own drinks, let alone mine. Shui Qinghe chuckled lightly. Moreover, should we continue drinking, I fear I might incur a loss. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was taken aback. Shui Qinghe, observing Gu Yuan's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle, sensing that this fellow was trying to evade the bill after indulging. Shui Qinghe pulled out a stool and sat down, remarking, indeed. Do you truly believe you can enjoy a stay without paying? While you need not cover this expense, should Brother Gu Yuan wish to continue drinking, he must earn his keep in return. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of envy. How could this woman so casually declare her purchases? Those damned wealthy individuals. To his surprise, Qinghe had displayed such generosity, declaring his purchases without a second thought. Gu Yuan feigned astonishment, and Qinghe, reveling in his triumph, responded, do not blame me, my friend. I cannot afford to be upset over a loss. Ah, you need not worry about the expenses. I can simply dine out with a few acquaintances. I recall a role where I pretended to be a boyfriend, which I could easily undertake, Gu Yuan remarked. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of anger, thinking, you wretched man, you shall not leave here alive today. Qinghe chuckled, my dear Gu Yuan, I never imagined you would fall to such depths. Would you care to join me in the palace? I have an abundance of fine wine within. Gu Yuan gazed at Shui Qinghe with certainty that he harbored ulterior motives. No need for that. I cherish my freedom and have no desire to enter imperial palaces or such places. Since there's nothing of interest here, I shall take my leave. As Gu Yuan rose to depart, Shui Qinghe suddenly launched an attack. Watching Gu Yuan attempt to leave, Shui Qinghe knew he couldn't permit his escape. Either he must stay willingly, or his legs would be broken. Brother Gu Yuan, if you refuse to comply, I'm afraid this will become quite troublesome for me, Shui Qinghe remarked. Feigning a look of reluctant distress, Ancient Yuan glared at Snow Qinghe, exclaiming, what do you mean by this, Qinghe? Are you implying that you wish to engage in a one-on-one duel? Snow Qinghe chuckled in response, I advise you to reconsider, Brother Ancient Yuan. Should you attempt to drive me away, you must remember that outside lurk soul Douluos and numerous soul emperors. Upon his arrival, Snow Qinghe had observed that Ancient Yuan had many individuals lying in wait nearby, precisely to thwart any notion of a fair contest. Gu Yuan felt a sense of difficulty approaching. There were still several to go, including Soul Fighter and Soul Emperor, which posed quite the challenge. To his surprise, Brother Qinghe had come prepared. Gu Yuan said, slightly irritated, what on earth? How long does this girl intend to perform? I merely wanted to enjoy a drink. Why must it be so complicated? Gu Yuan felt a profound sense of discomfort as he contemplated the situation. Shui Qinghe chuckled and said, that is certainly the case. Gu Yuan, are you coming along with me willingly, or shall I compel you to accompany me? Gu Yuan silently contemplated. It was time to cease this charade and unveil the truth. Ancient Yuan donned his attire with grace. As Snow Qinghe observed Ancient Yuan's demeanor, he stepped outside to prepare the carriage. However, he was momentarily stunned into stillness by Ancient Yuan's unexpected remark. So, should I accompany Brother Qinghe? Or shall I follow Miss Qian Rinxue? Ancient Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Snow Qinghe gazed at Ancient Yuan and replied, what are you speaking of? Brother Ancient Yuan? I fail to comprehend your words. Gu Yuan gazed at Shui Qinghe, pondering how this woman revels in theatrics, approaching with an air of nostalgia. I implore you to cease your pretense. I have no desire to partake in this charade any longer. I shall take my leave. Gu Yuan was poised to leap from the window in a bid to escape, but was swiftly apprehended by Shui Qinghe, who promptly pinned her to the ground. As Shui Qinghe tore away the mask, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged, her skin fairer than snow, with delicate phoenix-like eyes and an exquisite visage that bore an air of formidable elegance. Gu Yuan gazed at the unveiled beauty of Qian Rinxue, contemplating to himself, I never anticipated that this woman would grow increasingly exquisite, and that particular aspect of her would also mature so remarkably. Qian Rinxue smiled and said, Gu Yuan, it has been quite some time. I didn't expect you to recognize me so soon, and to play along for so long. It seems I indeed underestimated you. With that, Qian Rinxue drew a blade and rested it against Gu Yuan's neck. Gu Yan observed the perilously close distance of merely 0.01 from his neck, and at that moment, he was drenched in sweat, fearing that Qian Rinxue might inadvertently slip away. Swear, please do not jest. It is rather inappropriate to greet each other with blades after such a long separation. Gu Yan hurriedly urged Qian Rinxue to regain her composure. Noticing Gu Yan's palpable fear, Qian Rinxue chuckled. Oh, Gu Yan, were you not so confident just a moment ago? You even referred to me as Miss Qian Rinxue. When did we become such strangers? As she finished her words, the temperature in the room seemed to rise several degrees. Gu Yuan hastily reassured, Shuer, remain calm. It's merely a matter of indulging in a few drinks. Those were merely the ramblings of someone just awakening, still under the influence of alcohol. Qian Rinxue gazed at Gu Yuan, recognizing the absurdity of his fabrications. Who among them was unaware of such truths? You deceitful man. Do you truly believe you can fool me? With your pitiful tolerance for alcohol, how is it that you haven't already succumbed? At this moment, I feel as though you deserve to perish. As she spoke, Qian Rinxue nearly shifted her blade in response. Gu Yuan observed Qian Rinxue's agitated demeanor, pondering that this girl truly wished to do him harm. Was it merely a matter of sharing a drink after years apart, and perhaps indulging in a few flirtations? Surely, it could not warrant such extreme animosity. Shuer, you must remain composed. It has only been a few years, and I have not forgotten you, Gu Yuan hastily clarified. Qian Rinxue retorted loudly, if you haven't forgotten, then why have you not sought me out even once during these years? As her words echoed, the atmosphere in the room became instantly charged with tension. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue, preparing to utter something, when suddenly, a few drops of tears fell upon his face. Gu Yuan gazed intently into Qian Rinxue's eyes, realizing she was struggling to hold back her tears. Yet a few drops still escaped. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue set down the knife and sobbed. Why? Why did that woman treat me this way? And you didn't come to see me for over 4 years either. You're just as heartless as she is. Leave. Just go. With that, Qian Rinxue released Gu Yuan, urging him to depart. Gu Yuan gazed upon the weeping figure of Qian Rinxue, plagued by a sense of guilt. How could he allow the woman he cherished to shed tears? As Gu Yuan was about to embrace Qian Rinxue, she suddenly shouted, Gu Yuan, get away from me. You are just as heartless as that woman. I do not require your pity, so leave me be. Qian Rinxue continued to speak loudly to Gu Yuan. Without regard for the consequences, Gu Yuan boldly stepped forward and embraced Qian Rinxue forcefully. Qian Rinxue patted Gu Yuan's back, yet hesitated to exert any real strength. Why must you act this way? You are fully aware of my loneliness, yet you choose to remain distant. Tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's face. Gu Yuan gazed upon the sorrowful visage of Qian Rinxue, his heart aching profoundly. Indeed, Bibi Dong had perpetually treated her with indifference. Apart from the exceptional affection shown by Qian Douluo, she too yearned for a man to bestow upon her the love she so desperately sought. Gu Yuan spoke earnestly, Shuer. It's all my fault. I shall never leave you again. Please, do not cry. However, Qian Rinxue would not listen and retorted, You're lying. I won't listen to you. There isn't a single good man among you. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue, feeling a profound sense of remorse. He realized he had neglected her feelings. So, Snow, how can you ever forgive me? Do you truly believe my death would bring you peace? Gu Yuan lamented. Kiss me, Qian Rinxue suddenly declared. Ah, Gu Yuan thought he must have misheard. I said kiss me. Did you not hear me? Qian Rinxue reiterated. After a profound moment, Gu Yuan directly pressed his lips against Qian Rinxue's, and suddenly a delightful fragrance enveloped his senses. As Qian Rinxue felt the warmth of Gu Yuan's lips, she began to reciprocate. Thus, their lips entwined, lingering in a tender embrace for an extended period. Chapter 62. I shall remain by your side for now. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Yuan gently withdrew, only to catch a glimpse of the reluctant longing in Qian Rinxue's eyes. Oh, Shuer, please don't look at me that way. You've kissed me for quite a while now. My lips might just burst from your affection, Gu Yuan lamented. Qian Rinxue retorted, It's not my fault. Who told you to stay away for so long? This is your punishment. Besides, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't even consider kissing them. At this moment, Gu Yuan perceives Qian Rinxue as an epitome of a tsundere girl, a character that proves to be quite challenging. After all, she will continue to exist in the future. If she were easily subdued, it would diminish the sense of achievement. Gu Yuan pinched Qian Rinxue's soft cheeks and said, Shuer, can't you temper your disposition a little? If it weren't for seeing you like this today, I would have considered giving you a good thrashing. Qian Rinxue, feeling indignant at Gu Yuan's audacity to pinch her face, retorted, How dare you speak of hitting me? Have you lost your mind? Since my birth, no one has ever dared to utter such words to me. Pointing an accusing finger at Gu Yuan, she threatened, "You insolent man, how dare you say such a thing? No one has ever spoken to me in this manner. You are the first." Gu Yuan observed Qian Rinxue's excited demeanor and mused to himself, "Goodness, I merely spoke a few words and she is already furious. Does this mean I shall never be able to voice my thoughts again? Shuer, do temper your temper. It would make our lives much more harmonious," Gu Yuan suggested. Qian Rinxue pondered momentarily. "You ought to indulge my temperament. Why should I heed your words?" The conviction within her grew stronger, as she increasingly felt that her perspective was undeniably correct. "Humph, you once promised to take responsibility, and you must indulge my temperament. Why should I listen to you?" Qian Rinxue bared her little tiger teeth in a playful attempt to intimidate Gu Yuan. To Gu Yuan, the sight of Qian Rinxue's tiny tiger teeth was utterly adorable. How could one resist cherishing such a lovely and enchanting woman? After all, she was certainly more agreeable than the others. Gu Yuan gently tapped Qian Rinxue's forehead and said, "Are you worried that you are not capable enough? For now, I will remain by your side." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's heart surged with excitement. Initially fearing that Gu Yuan would depart once again, but to her surprise, he chose to stay with her this time. With a joyful smile, Qian Rinxue inquired, "Is what you say truly genuine, Xiao Yuan?" She sought reassurance once more, fearful of the possibility of this man leaving her again. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue's flustered demeanor and chuckled. "Of course it is true. Moreover, consider it my assistance to you these past few days. Your time in the palace must have been quite challenging, has it not?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's refusal to leave brought Qian Rinxue a sense of relief. "Indeed, I have had to disguise myself as a man before others consistently, and many within the palace have become quite bothersome," Qian Rinxue lamented, nestled in Gu Yuan's embrace. She poured out the grievances she had accumulated over the years, expressing her profound loneliness within the palace walls. After listening to Gu Yuan, Qian Rinxue reflected on the experiences of the past few years. She never anticipated that one individual would have to bear so much. It seems that she must remain here a little longer. Gu Yuan contemplated assisting Qian Rinxue in returning to the spirit hall in the coming days. However, upon hearing that Qian Rinxue felt quite lonely within the palace and faced much skepticism from others, he decided to abandon his intention to return immediately. "Very well. I shall accompany you a while longer before we head back to the spirit hall. I will arrange for someone to send a message to my master," Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. Initially, Qian Rinxue was pleased, but her mood soured upon learning that Bibi Dong was Gu Yuan's teacher, igniting her anger. Pouting, she exclaimed, "Could you please refrain from any association with that woman? I do not like her. Alas, she is my teacher, and moreover, she is also your mother." Gu Yuan began to respond, but was quickly met with the piercing gaze of Qian Rinxue, which conveyed a sense of imminent threat. "I do not acknowledge such a mother. Xiao Yuan, please do not mention her," Qian Rinxue replied fiercely. Upon sensing the situation was amiss, Gu Yuan swiftly sought to calm Qian Rinxue. "Shuer, maintain your composure. Let us not dwell on this, shall we? Becoming angry will only mar your beauty," Gu Yuan teased playfully, as she basked in Gu Yuan's warmth. Qian Rinxue's gaze gradually softened. "Who said that? Regardless, even if I were to become ugly, you must take responsibility for me. You cannot abandon me," Qian Rinxue pouted. Gu Yuan gazed at the whimsical Qian Rinxue, a wry smile gracing her lips. If she had known that she had been devoured by her mother, would they have engaged in a conflict? "Well, it is certainly not ideal to abandon you, but we must take our leave," Gu Yuan remarked. Only then did Qian Rinxue realize she had been nestled in Gu Yuan's embrace and hurriedly rose to her feet. Gu Yuan gazed at the adorable expression on Qian Rinxue's face and chuckled softly. It seemed that Qian Rinxue had a sudden thought and promptly exclaimed, "Right. When you enter the palace, just say you are my brother, and that way you can remain by my side." "Ah," Gu Yuan responded, realizing that being a guard might not be so bad after all. "Hey, Shuer, do you think I will have any special privileges?" Qian Rinxue smiled, teasingly replying, "Dare you even bring that up? This is merely a form of compensation for me." All right. I concede this time," Gu Yuan said with a hint of resignation. Inside, Qian Rinxue felt immensely pleased, envisioning the delightful experiences awaiting him in the palace. "Hiki, let's hurry up then." With that, Qian Rinxue changed her appearance swiftly. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue, who had suddenly transformed into Xue Qinghe, and thought to himself that he must learn from Shuer at times. "To be honest, this appearance of yours is quite awkward," Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. Qian Rinxue looked at Gu Yuan and felt a surge of annoyance. "What's wrong? Have I become unpleasant just because I changed my appearance?" Qian Rinxue complained. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was filled with trepidation. Gu Yuan quickly clarified. How could I dare to? It is merely that I am unaccustomed to your manner. Qian Rinxue felt that this man was excessively concerned with trifles. Enough of this hesitation. She declared, Come, accompany me. And do not forget, when we are in public, refer to me as Brother Qinghe, but in private, you may call me Shuesh. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, no problem. Qian Rinxue remarked, Once we arrive at the palace, to be a bit more obedient. Gu Yuan felt a headache. How could he have encountered this troublesome woman? Qian Rinxue secretly rejoiced, thinking, Am I being too lenient with you? This time, it is my turn to put you to good use. Gu Yuan said nothing and simply followed Qian Rinxue outside. Before long, the two of them arrived at the exterior. As Gu Yuan glanced back, he contemplated having a sip of wine, but upon reflection, he deemed it unwise, considering that Qian Rinxue would likely prevent him from indulging. Suddenly, a tall soldier approached and announced, Your Highness, the carriage is ready. Disguised as a man, Shui Qinghe replied, Very well, you may leave now. I shall board the carriage. Qian Rinxue promptly ascended into the carriage and gestured for Gu Yuan to follow. Gu Yuan swiftly boarded the carriage and inquired, Qinghe, when do you anticipate our arrival at the imperial palace? Every time Gu Yuan called out to his master, he felt a sense of grievance. After all, as her man, he had to take responsibility when his woman cried. Qian Rinxue smiled and said, Come here quickly and give me a massage. Gu Yuan silently noted this down, anticipating a day when she would be begging for mercy on the bed. Chapter 63, You must become a titled Douluo before you can marry me. At long last. They were nearing the imperial palace, and Gu Yuan sighed, feeling utterly exasperated by the journey. Throughout the trip, Qian Rinxue incessantly ordered him about, making him feel as though he would perish from her demands before they even arrived. TSK, with such little strength, you tire so easily. You men are even weaker than us women, Qian Rinxue remarked. Inwardly, Gu Yuan yearned to retaliate against her. He thought to himself, Come and try it yourself, and you will understand what it means to command others. A soldier outside the carriage announced, Your Highness, we have arrived. Please prepare yourself. Understood, Qian Rinxue replied. Soon, the carriage entered the palace, and both Qian Rinxue and Gu Yuan disembarked. Qian Rinxue instructed, Come with me to greet my father. And remember not to call my name carelessly. Gu Yuan nodded solemnly, reassuring Qinghe, Do not worry, my friend, and make haste. As Gu Yuan prepared himself, Qian Rinxue followed him into the imperial palace. Along the way, Gu Yuan marveled at the grandeur of the palace, adorned with carvings of various figures, seemingly representing former emperors. Soon, he spotted an elderly man in the distance, his hair mostly gray, indicating that the emperor's health had not been well of late. Ahead lay the emperor of the Tiando Empire, the esteemed Emperor Shueye, and it was imperative that their meeting be conducted with decorum, as Shui Qinghe urged. Gu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, for it was evident that the emperor of the Tiando Empire possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, he would not have held the throne for so many years. Upon the return of Shui Qinghe, Shuyi greeted him with a benevolent expression and inquired, Qinghe has returned. And who is this gentleman by your side? Inwardly, Shuyi mused that the young man Qinghe brought back was quite impressive, even surpassing Qinghe in attractiveness. Observing the interaction between Shuyi and Gu Yuan, Shui Qinghe appeared quite pleased. Father, this is a friend I made during my travels, and he is remarkably strong, Shui Qinghe announced with a broad smile. Intrigued, Shuyi listened attentively, wondering just how strong this young lad, barely in his teens, could be. Father, perhaps Gu Yuan could demonstrate his prowess for us, suggested Shui Qinghe, who secretly wished for Gu Yuan to showcase his abilities, hoping to quell the interest of those who had been casting curious glances at him throughout their journey. A twinge of jealousy stirred within Shui Qinghe as he noted the attention Gu Yuan attracted from several women along the way. Gu Yuan was uncertain of what Shui Qinghe was thinking. Nonetheless, he decided to proceed according to his wishes. Oh, Qinghe, I'm curious to see just how strong this fellow can be, Shui remarked with a smile. Gu Yuan said nothing but took a step forward and remarked, Since His Majesty the Emperor has said so, I shall humbly present my skills. With that, a surge of purple-black energy emanated from Gu Yuan, revealing 5 martial souls in unison. Gu Yuan, a soul king of level 55, wielded the martial soul known as the Moonlit Sword. What do you think of the Snow Knight Emperor? Gu Yuan inquired with a smile. With a myriad of 10,000-year soul rings, he possessed 4 in total, a feat nearly unattainable on the Douluo Continent. The Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the little one brought by Shui Qinghe would be so formidable, and it appeared to come effortlessly to him. It could hardly be described as monstrous talent. The Snow Knight Emperor asked, "How old are you, little one?" Gu Yuan replied, 13 years old. Shui was further astonished. Realizing that someone could attain the rank of Soul King at such a tender age, a level many could scarcely hope to reach. Well, Qinghe. You have brought back an extraordinary friend, Shui remarked softly. Qinghe, observing the astonished expression of the Emperor Shui, felt a twinge of surprise himself. He had not anticipated that Gu Yuan had already achieved the status of Soul King without informing him. I shall certainly have a word with him later, he mused. Father. Indeed, the person I have brought is exceptionally strong, Qinghe replied with a grin. He then added, You may take him downstairs now. I have matters to attend to. Sensing that Shui had yet to fully recover from his shock, Qinghe led Gu Yuan away. After they departed, Shui remarked with a hint of solemnity. It seems the Douluo Continent is on the brink of transformation. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered someone of such formidable strength. And he understood that a significant change was destined to unfold in the Douluo Continent. Gu Yuan followed closely behind Qinghe. Hey. Did you catch a glimpse of the Snow Knight Emperor? You looked utterly astonished, Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. Qinghe, wearing an expression of deep melancholy, replied. Why didn't you inform me that you had reached the Soul King level? Gu Yuan, taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, suggested, Let us return to your palace first. It is not suitable to discuss such matters here. Qinghe remained silent as they swiftly made their way back to her palace. Upon their return, shedding her disguise, the enchanting figure of Qian Rinxue revealed herself, still radiating beauty. Gu Yuan was perplexed, for every time he laid eyes on Qian Rinxue, he would find himself utterly entranced. Now, you ought to speak up, Qian Rinxue inquired. Gu Yuan pondered whether he would have been killed if he had reached the Soul King at the age of 9. He speculated that if he had devoted these past years to cultivating his soul power, he would likely have already attained the rank of Soul Emperor. Gu Yuan hesitated, realizing that some things are better left unsaid, lest one finds themselves unaware of their own demise. Coughing softly, he admitted, In truth, there was something I wished to express. But it has slipped my mind. Qian Rinxue gazed at Gu Yuan with a look of profound sorrow, her expression conveying a sense of neglect. What do you mean it slipped your mind? It is evident that you no longer care for me, she lamented. Sha Yuan, have you truly not held me in your thoughts? Gu Yuan felt a slight headache and remarked, Dear aunt, please refrain from overthinking. The more you speculate, the worse it becomes for me. Clearing his throat, he continued, It's nothing significant. After all, upon our first meeting, who could possibly express everything? We must nurture our emotions. Right? Gu Yuan said, trying to persuade Qian Rinxue. Gu Yuan sensed that Qian Rinxue was markedly different from before. Upon their initial encounter, she nearly took his life. Qian Rinxue contemplated this as well and resolved in her heart to spare him. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue and inquired, By the way, where shall I spend the night? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue glanced at the spacious bed beside her and felt a delightful notion of embracing Gu Yuan as they slumbered together. With a smile, Qian Rinxue replied, Of course. You shall sleep with me. Do you truly wish to rest on the floor? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was taken aback. Should not this woman have insisted that I sleep on the sofa? To my surprise, she is so open-minded. However, you are allowed to do nothing but sleep. And we cannot engage in any relations until we are married, Qian Rinxue stated. Gu Yuan felt a hint of despondency, pondering if he could merely embrace her. How can we possibly wed? There must be a goal to strive for, Gu Yuan inquired. Qian Rinxue contemplated and set forth a target. Once you attain the rank of title Douluo, I shall become your bride, Qian Rinxue declared with a smile. Deep within her heart, she sensed that the time required would be ample for her to surpass the man before her. Title Douluo. Gu Yuan mused for a moment, concluding that it was not an insurmountable challenge. Gu Yuan spoke casually, All right, just a title of Douluo. Give me a few years, and I shall marry you. Then you will have to obey me. Qian Rinxue felt a tinge of regret, realizing that she should have set a more distant goal, as his tone was rather nonchalant. Chapter 64. Gu Yuan's letter within the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong was engrossed in important affairs. After a considerable time, she finally completed all her tasks. Alas, it has been 4 years, and I have not seen you, my Yuan, Bibi Dong pouted. Whenever she thought of Gu Yuan, her demeanor softened, revealing a side of her that was far from the austere Pope she usually portrayed, but only in solitude. The more she reminisced about her past encounters with Gu Yuan, the more her cheeks flushed. No, I am the Pope. I cannot blush over such matters. Yet, she wondered what he was up to after 4 years of absence. When you return, I shall ensure you are properly trained. As Bibi Dong pondered, Yu Guan suddenly entered. Noticing his presence, she swiftly resumed her aloof demeanor. "Is there something you require, Yu Guan?" Yu Guan respectfully replied, "Your Holiness, I bring a letter from your disciple." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's spirits lifted. "Ah, the little rascal has finally sent word. I thought he had forgotten me." "Oh, is it from Yuan?" she inquired, as she summoned the envelope to her hand with her soul power. Observing the envelope float into her grasp, Yu Guan took his leave from the hall. Watching him depart, Bibi Dong mused that Yu Guan was perceptive enough to understand her unspoken wishes. She began to read the letter sent by Gu Yuan, which read, "My Dong, have you missed me in these for years? I have longed for you. But I must remain in the Heaven Do Empire for a while before heading to the Spirit Hall." The letter concluded with, "Yours lovingly, Yuan." Bibi Dong finished reading, a warm smile gracing her features. Though she had aged considerably, her beauty still outshone all in Douluo. This little scamp finally knows how to write back. But why must he stay in the Heaven Do Empire for so long? She pondered deeply. Heaven Do, Heaven Do, Heaven Do, her thoughts spiraled. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Could it be that he is spending time with that child? The thought ignited her ire, and she associated Qian Rinxue with Qian Xuanqi. An icy aura enveloped the entire hall as Bibi Dong's power surged, creating a chilling atmosphere. "No, I cannot allow this." She suddenly suppressed her emotions and coldly remarked, "Yuan, I hope it is not as I fear." "Ah, I wonder if Dong would be delighted to receive my letter," Gu Yuan chuckled. Gu Yuan had intentionally borrowed a considerable sum of money from Qian Rinxue to discreetly send it away. If it were to be discovered that the parcel had originated from Qian Rinxue, I fear my demise would be imminent. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue appeared, inquiring, "What is it?" "Xiao Yuan, why are you so cheerful?" Ever since Gu Yuan had borrowed a significant amount from her, he had ventured out alone, seemingly in high spirits without sharing his thoughts with her. "Ahem, I merely went out to purchase some wine," Gu Yuan replied with a smile. Gu Yuan spent the remaining money to purchase some wine, fearing that Qian Rinxue might grow suspicious. Upon hearing about the wine, Qian Rinxue's expression shifted, and noticing her discontent, Gu Yuan hastily remarked, "Shuan, I only bought a few bottles. Is that really so alarming? Moreover, you should temper your temper." Qian Rinxue retorted, "You should have informed me before buying the wine. I could have sent someone to do it. And honestly, can you not survive without alcohol? You insufferable man." Faced with Qian Rinxue's barrage of questions, Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, Hey, is this a three-part interrogation because I can't come up?" As Qian Rinxue noticed Gu Yuan's silence, her heart brimmed with grievances. Gu Yuan gently inquired, "Does one need a reason to love someone, Shui? Is it necessary?" Qian Rinxue, taken aback by the question, pondered for a moment and realized that perhaps it was not. "It seems unnecessary, yet you must kiss me first," she replied, her cheeks flushing. With a sense of helplessness, Gu Yuan sighed, pondering why they hadn't simply kissed earlier. Resolutely, he approached Qian Rinxue. Before she could utter another word, Gu Yuan pressed his lips against hers. In an instant, Gu Yuan's mind went blank. This time was different from the last. Qian Rinxue had yet to be prepared. After a long while, their lips parted. A gentle fragrance lingered on Gu Yuan's lips. Qian Rinxue stood there, flushed and flustered, her face a deep crimson. "Xiao Yuan, you are moving too quickly. I am not ready yet," Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. In Gu Yuan's heart, a sense of confusion lingered. Must one prepare for a kiss? Did not Annie say that a kiss was to be shared? Gu Yuan chuckled and said, "It's nothing. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, I shall retreat to my abode and indulge in some wine." After Gu Yuan finished speaking, he hurried back inside to drink, determined to indulge himself thoroughly this time. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue stood there in a daze, for she had heard that opportunities were abundant ahead. At that moment, she had even envisioned her future, from marrying to having children. It can be said that a woman's imagination is akin to a gift freely given. Yet fearing that too much would be too much for Gu Yuan to manage, Gu Yuan was inside the room, uncorking a bottle of wine as its rich aroma instantly permeated the entire space. "Ah, this peach blossom brew is far superior to the last batch," he mused with delight. And how splendid it would be to savor this while soaring through the skies on a flying sword. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan was about to tilt the bottle to his lips when Qian Rinxue swiftly snatched it away. "Want a drink? Then I shall have some too," she declared imperiously. "Otherwise, you shan't have any either." Gu Yuan pondered, for it seemed rather improper for a lady to indulge in spirits. "Swear, are you certain? Is it truly fitting for a woman of your stature?" he inquired cautiously. Qian Rinxue puffed her cheeks in indignation, her eyes flashing with defiance. "Of course I can. And pray tell, Why ever wouldn't I? Gu Yue found himself compelled to acquiesce, albeit with the condition of moderation in their libations. Subsequently, he and Qian Ruxiwei indulged in a fervent drinking spree. After a while, half of the wine had been consumed, and Gu Yue's face flushed a vibrant crimson. Qian Ruxiwei, on the other hand, remained composed. While Gu Yue drank recklessly, she had only partaken of 3 bowls, maintaining a clear awareness of her surroundings. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Ruxiwei with a smile and said, "Do you know? I have an elder sister who is particularly fierce." "Really?" Qian Ruxiwei, intrigued, inquired further. "Why have I never heard you mention this before?" "Perhaps the truth spills forth after a few drinks," Gu Yuan replied, revealing his heartfelt words. "I simply chose not to speak of it. Although my sister is fierce, she dotes on me greatly." After a moment of reflection on Gu Yue Na, a smile spread across his face. Qian Ruxiwei then probed, "And what of your parents?" As Gu Yuan regained a semblance of consciousness, he found himself in the presence of his sister, unaware of the circumstances that led him there, as he was an orphan. Upon hearing about Gu Yuan's tragic background, Qian Ruxiwei felt a pang of sorrow, questioning why this foolish boy had not confided in her. "Swear, I merely wish to keep it to myself. Do not blame me." Gu Yuan began, but before he could finish, he succumbed to intoxication once more. Little did Gu Yuan realize that his revelation would profoundly alter Qian Ruxiwei's demeanor and disposition. "Fool, how could I ever blame you? I promise I shall never lose my temper with you again." Qian Ruxiwei had resolved to become a devoted wife, even though they had yet to wed. Chapter 65, The Funeral Pyre After a Night of Revelry. The intoxicating aroma of Gu Yuan's inebriation elicited a sense of disdain from Qian Ruxiwei. With a swift motion, she hoisted Gu Yuan onto her back. Lamenting the foul man for indulging excessively in drink, it seemed imperative that she exert some control over him henceforth. "Do I require your supervision?" "My capacity for alcohol is commendable," Gu Yuan slurred, his words tumbling out in a haze of drunkenness. Gu Yuan's consumption of the peach blossom brew surpassed that of his previous indulgence, for he had, in a single instance, captured Gu Yuan's affection. Gu Yuan's consciousness was somewhat hazy, and it seemed that Qian Ruxiwei held an increasingly significant place in his heart. Qian Ruxiwei was not angered, after all. She aspired to be a devoted and loving wife. She treated Gu Yuan with gentleness, despite her playful admonition, "You incorrigible man. If you dare to betray me, I shall take your life, and then end my own." Qian Ruxiwei had resolved that should Gu Yuan dare, she would not hesitate to follow suit. "Rest assured, even if I am somewhat fickle, I shall never be unfaithful to you," Gu Yuan replied, prompting a mix of irritation and amusement in Qian Ruxiwei. This man truly never failed to keep her on her toes. Soon, Qian Ruxiwei gently assisted Gu Yuan onto a large, soft bed. The sky had darkened, and tonight's moon shone exceptionally bright, accompanied by the presence of a beautiful companion. With a crescent moon smile, Qian Ruxiwei remarked, "You do possess a hint of charm when asleep. And this bed has never known the presence of another man." Reflecting on her past, she realized that no other man had ever captured her heart, save for this insufferable fellow before her. She recalled her mother's indifference in the years spent masquerading in the Tian-Do Empire, with only her grandfather showering her with affection. It was perhaps during that vulnerable moment in the Star-Do forest, when he had inadvertently glimpsed her bare form, that their fates became irrevocably intertwined. At times, Qian Ruxiwei felt an urge to chastise Gu Yuan, yet she could not bring herself to do so, captivated by his handsome visage. "What a torment! To want to strike you yet be unable to," she sighed as she settled beside him. The handsome visage of Gu Yuan captivated Qian Ruxiwei, for he appeared most endearing while asleep. Qian Ruxiwei lamented the impropriety of such a situation. As she pondered, she was suddenly enveloped in Gu Yuan's embrace. She attempted to pry his arms apart, but her strength proved insufficient, leading her to abandon the effort. "Swear, do not fuss. Allow me to hold you for just a moment," Gu Yuan murmured in his sleep. "Little Yuan, you reek of alcohol, even in your embrace." "One must keep track of the time," Qian Ruxiwei remarked. In the realm of dreams, Gu Yuan finds himself enchanted by the words of Qian Ruxiwei, who nestles comfortably in his embrace. Alas, this fool truly offers no respite. Soon after, Qian Ruxiwei discovers the contours of Gu Yuan's chiseled physique. Exclaiming in awe at his remarkable form, which she had never noticed before, a mischievous thought crosses her mind. She intends to bind Gu Yuan to her side. For such a celestial boy is a rare find. Having encountered him, she resolves not to let him slip away. As the night deepens, Qian Ruxiwei drifts into slumber within Gu Yuan's arms, having firmly decided that this extraordinary young man must not be shared with anyone else. In the morning, Gu Yuan slowly opens his eyes, only to unexpectedly touch a soft form beside him. A gentle sound escapes Qian Ruxiwei's lips. Yan, startled, quickly glanced down at his embrace, realizing that his hand was resting upon the well-developed form of Qian Rinxue. "Ah," he exclaimed, "Snow, why are you in my arms? Moreover, what transpired yesterday? I cannot recall a thing." Gu Yuan expressed his bewilderment at the situation, particularly since Qian Rinxue had always forbidden him from approaching her. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue pulled Gu Yuan down, suggesting that since his father and the others were resting today, he might as well take the opportunity to sleep for a while. Reluctantly, he agreed. Gu Yuan embraced Qian Rinxue, allowing her to rest peacefully in his arms. Gu Yuan suddenly called out, "Yuan Yujian, what did I say last night?" Yuan Yujian pondered for a moment and replied, "Never mind, let me help you recall." With that, Yuan Yujian vividly recounted the events of the previous day. His memories crystal clear, a rarity in Douluo. As Gu Yuan absorbed the recollection, a flicker of ennui stirred within him. He had not anticipated that Shui would find his sin of alcohol so distasteful. Gu Yuan pondered. However, Shui managed to temper her temper somewhat after last night. After a while, Qian Rinxue gradually stirred from her slumber. As she squinted her eyes open, she found Gu Yuan smiling at her. "What are you laughing at, Xiao Yuan?" Gu Yuan quickly tucked away her smile. "When did Qian Rinxue awaken? Also, could you possibly loosen your grip? I was just wondering why my body feels so sensitive." Qian Rinxue remarked with a hint of irritation. She had initially wished to let the matter slide, but being touched in such a manner early in the morning, and for such an extended period, was quite intolerable. With that, she gave Gu Yuan's ear a playful tuck. Gu Yuan felt a sudden pain in his ear and hastily released his grip. "Swear, it hurts. I promise I won't do it again." "All right. This time it is indeed my fault," he conceded. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you may forget who you truly are. And it seems you have developed quite an addiction. We have yet to discuss your drinking problem from yesterday." Qian Rinxue chastised Gu Yuan. Resembling a husband under the strict thumb of his wife, he may have basked in glory upon marrying her, but once she took control, his situation became quite dire. Gu Yuan felt a tinge of regret, pondering why he had indulged in such excessive drinking. "Swear, after making a mistake, I would never dare to do so again. And how is it that you have become so adept at pulling airs?" Gu Yuan lamented in distress. Qian Rinxue, too, was uncertain of the reasons behind this inquiry, questioning if it was merely a diversion from the topic at hand. "From now on, I must keep a close watch on you. Wasn't your appearance while drinking last night rather splendid?" Qian Rinxue admonished. Ancient ties reveal that the splendor of indulging in wine is inversely proportional to the misery experienced upon sobering up. Gu Yuan smirked and said, "Swear, if you continue like this, do not hold me responsible." Qian Rinxue glanced at Gu Yuan's mischievous expression, feeling a twinge of apprehension in her heart. Suddenly, Gu Yuan leaned in to kiss her. Qian Rinxue gasped in surprise. She had not anticipated Gu Yuan would take such a bold action, but she thought to herself that she had nothing to lose. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Qian Rinxue shyly nestled into Gu Yuan's embrace. Her cheeks flushed after the kiss. "So, what do you say, Shui? Do not force my hand," Gu Yuan teased with a grin. Qian Rinxue blushed and retorted, "Xiao Yuan, you are truly shameless. You simply cannot handle it." "Haha, if you cannot handle it, do not blame me. After all, do you not enjoy the kiss?" Gu Yuan chuckled. Qian Rinxue pouted adorably, revealing perhaps a more delicate side to her character. "All right, let us hurry and get out of bed," she urged. Gu Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided to visit the Soul Arena for a duel. "All right, I intend to head to the Soul Arena of the Tiando Empire," Gu Yuan remarked. "Then, you should hurry and get me out of bed," Qian Rinxue replied with a glance at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan pouted and urged himself to rise swiftly. A gentle reminder to express gratitude through a mere click of support and appreciation. Chapter 66. Ningfengji. The morning sunlight was particularly warm, and the presence of a beautiful companion only enhanced the experience. Gu Yuan beamed as he gazed at Qian Rinxue, who cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "Stop your banter. Are you in need of a reprimand?" Gu Yuan took a few steps back and said, "Forget it. Swear, I shall proceed to the duel." In the morning, upon awakening, Qian Rinxue urged Gu Yuan to take a bath, but he found himself unable to do so due to the overwhelming scent of alcohol lingering on him. With a mischievous smile, Qian Rinxue remarked, "All right, little Yuan. I shall no longer tease you. You need not participate in the duel." "Swear, are you not going?" Gu Yuan inquired. Glancing outside, Qian Rinxue suddenly remembered, "You go ahead. I will join you shortly." With that, she ushered Gu Yuan out, leaving him somewhat bewildered by her mysterious demeanor. Gu Yuan said nothing and hurriedly made his way to the soul fighting arena. After Gu Yuan departed, a figure suddenly materialized within the chamber of Qian Rinxue. What brings you here, Snake Elder? Qian Rengshu inquired abruptly. The figure was none other than the Snake Spear Douluo. Qian Dalu had specifically assigned the Snake Spear Douluo to watch over Qian Rengshu, and it appeared that he had urgent matters to discuss. The Snake Spear Douluo promptly stated, Your Highness, the Grand Offering has sent me to keep a watchful eye, considering that man is still associated with the Papal Hall. To Qian Rengshu's surprise, her grandfather was already aware of the situation. Perhaps Qian Dalu was oblivious to the fact that Gu Yue Na was together with Qian Rengshu, which is why he had dispatched the Snake Spear Douluo for advance notice. Qian Rengshu coldly responded, I understand. I shall heed my grandfather's words. The Snake Spear Douluo reiterated, Your Highness, if it proves difficult, perhaps I should eliminate him directly. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger ignited within Qian Rengshu. After all, the Snake Spear Douluo was merely an informant assigned by her grandfather. With fury, she retorted, Snake Elder, I hope you comprehend the gravity of your words. I would prefer not to hear such sentiments again. As you wish, Your Highness, the Snake Spear Douluo replied, taken aback by Qian Rengshu's profound regard for the boy. With that, he vanished from the room. Qian Rengshu's emotions were tumultuous. Gu Yue Na was the disciple of that woman, yet she found herself drawn to him. How vexing, she thought. I must stop dwelling on this and hurry to watch little Yuan's competition. Gu Yue Na took out the fox mask that Hulaina had previously given him. Gu Yue Na gazed at the exquisite mask and sighed, It has been quite some time since I last wore this mask. Each time I don it, it is solely to ward off romantic entanglements. Wearing a fox mask, Gu Yue Na's true visage remains concealed, yet it exudes an air of enigma. Primarily, it is his captivating violet eyes that render one utterly entranced. Gu Yue Na gazed at the grand battle arena, a place he had not visited in quite some time. And it seemed as lively as ever. Before long, he arrived at the service station. Gu Yue Na approached the front desk, observing that the attendant's physique was rather unimpressive. It seemed that the previous individual was no longer present. Hey, I would like to register for the competition. Gu Yue Na smiled at the young lady at the front desk. The attendant was immediately captivated by Gu Yue Na's enigmatic aura, and even beneath his mask, he exuded an undeniable charm. Intrigued, the front desk attendant noted that none of the previous gentlemen had matched the striking appearance of the man before her. Greetings, please present your identification, she requested. After listening to Gu Yue Na, he took out a piece of iron inscribed with the characters Yuan Yi, which seemed to have not seen the light of day for quite some time. He promptly handed it to the young woman at the front desk. The woman gazed at the two characters, Yuan Yi. Is it you? I recall hearing from a friend that the person with the inscription Yuan Yi was quite handsome. I never imagined I would encounter him, the woman said with a sweet smile. Gu Yue Na speculated that it might be the same woman from before. He was astonished by the extent of her beauty. The woman remarked as she finalized everything for Gu Yue Na, I have taken care of everything for you. Gu Yue Na offered a smile to the woman and expressed his gratitude. After Gu Yue Na departed, the young woman remained there, lost in thought. Wow, how handsome, she exclaimed with a smile. Gu Yue Na would never have anticipated that his appearance would garner such admiration, and the sensation of receiving such praise feels rather delightful. Gu Yue Na sat on one side, awaiting the commencement of the competition. On the opposite side, the elegantly dressed Qian Ruxue had already taken her seat among the spectators. Xue Qinghe approached, noticing a gentleman observing the event, with a refined mask adorning his features and long black hair. It was evident that he was once a strikingly handsome young man. Xue Qinghe stepped forward and greeted, Teacher, you have come to watch the competition as well. Ning Fingji turned around, recognizing Xue Qinghe. I didn't expect you to be here, Qinghe. I came to see if there are any promising talents. In his heart, Xue Qinghe mused that those present were hardly noteworthy compared to Gu Yue Na. Beside Ning Fingji stood the Sword Douluo, who had also accompanied him. I fear today might not yield any discoveries, Sword Douluo remarked. Ning Fingji shook his head in response, there is little we can do. While there are many talented individuals on the Douluo Continent, very few truly deserve the title of genius. Most have already been claimed by the Spirit Hall. Xue Qinghe, overhearing, thought to himself, although our Spirit Hall has indeed gathered numerous talents, your sects have also engaged in their share of clandestine dealings. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected, Teacher, I believe you should wait a little longer. There is someone who may truly astonish you. Intrigued, Ning Fingji asked, someone who can dazzle me? Pray tell. What manner of individual could possibly captivate my attention? Sword Douluo also became interested. Have you ever encountered a soul master who reached the Soul King level at such a tender age? Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo were both taken aback. Sword Douluo remarked, Fingji, based on what your student has indicated, it seems we ought to hold our judgment a while longer. Ning Fingji, grinning, replied, Very well, since Qinghe has suggested it, I shall await the revelation with great anticipation. Gu Yuan had already seen his name displayed on the screen, and thus he swiftly made his way to the arena. Upon the stage, a winged woman was articulating, "Let us extend a warm welcome to the arrival of our two contestants." As Gu Yuan approached the arena, a wave of cheers surged towards him. Indeed, he found himself unable to withstand such exuberance. Tranquility seemed more fitting for his disposition. On the other side stood a strikingly handsome man, yet he paled in comparison to Gu Yuan's presence. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yuan and the man engaged in the customary exchanges expected before a duel. "What a hassle," Gu Yuan remarked. "Next time, it would be preferable to skip the pleasantries and go straight to the fight." The commentator then announced, "Now, let us invite both participants to unleash their martial spirits." Gu Yuan proclaimed loudly, "I am a level 55 offensive spirit master, wielding the spirit of the Moonblade. I welcome your guidance." On the other side, the man replied, "I am a level 53 offensive spirit master, possessing the spirit of the long spear. I seek your instruction as well." The woman then urged, "Now, let us reveal our spirits." Subsequently, the man unveiled his spirit, a vibrant display of yellow, purple, and black. "What say you, young one? It is not too late to surrender." Gu Yuan observed the man ahead and perceived him to be yet another arrogant individual. "Oh, if you wish for me to concede, you might want to reconsider," Gu Yuan remarked with a light chuckle. Subsequently, his purple-black martial soul manifested, plunging the arena into a profound silence. Chapter 67. Astonishing the audience, the man opposite him trembled, exclaiming, "For 10,000-year spirit rings." He could scarcely fathom that such an individual possessed 4 rings of such extraordinary age. On the viewing platform, Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo were both struck with astonishment. "For 10,000-year spirit rings," they echoed in unison. Ning Fingji, having traversed the Douluo Continent for many years, had never anticipated the existence of someone so extraordinarily gifted. He was particularly taken aback to discover that the individual's second spirit ring was a 10,000-year one. Sword Douluo shared similar sentiments, reflecting that despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered anyone of such caliber. Today, he felt his horizons had expanded, and the prospect of taking this swordsman as a disciple was indeed enticing. Ning Fingji quickly composed himself and inquired, "Qinghe, is this the friend you mentioned?" Shui Qinghe felt a surge of pride, for her partner was undeniably formidable. "Indeed, teacher. This is the one I spoke of, and he is merely 13 years old," Shui Qinghe replied with a calm demeanor. Ning Fingji was taken aback to learn that this young lad was so powerful at such a tender age. It seemed the Douluo Continent was on the brink of transformation. On the combat platform, Gu Yuan taunted, "So, do you find me to be too weak?" Your expression remains unmoved. The man, choosing silence, surged forward with his assault. "I have encountered many, yet you are the strongest I have seen thus far. Prepare yourself. Dragon strike." With that, the man's spear morphed into the head of a dragon, gradually coalescing into a majestic serpent. Gu Yuan gazed at the oncoming assault, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. It seemed that although this individual lacked innate talent, he compensated with unwavering diligence. Such determination warranted my utmost effort. Guan shouted loudly, "Holy sword assault!" Brandishing the Yuanyu sword, he advanced to engage, as the sword began to take on an ethereal expansion. Subsequently, the two clashed, creating a significant cloud of smoke on the battlefield. The man staggered back a few steps and remarked, "Kid, you have truly excited me today. Flattery will get you nowhere." "You have stirred my blood as well," Guan replied with a smile. The man then declared, "I shall refrain from further words. 4th soul skill, Holy Spear Quintuple Strike." Following this, the man's spear unleashed a series of 5 strikes. Guyan observed the even more ferocious assault than before, compelled to invoke his domain, the domain of the sword. Subsequently, he found himself enveloped by this realm. On the observation platform, Ning Fingji suddenly remarked, "What a remarkable innate domain." However, the sword Douluo, after years of wielding a sword, discerned that this was not an innate domain at all. "Ning Fingji, this is a soul skill, not an innate domain," he elucidated. "Nonetheless, such a soul skill is not inferior to an innate domain." Ning Fingji continued, "It appears that this young man possesses a rather extraordinary background." The man, witnessing his own attacks gradually diminishing in potency, was taken aback, realizing the formidable nature of this individual's soul skill. "Youngster, let us not disregard the principles of martial ethics," he cautioned. Gu Yuan gazed upon the domain of the sword he wielded, noting its amplifying effects. He then commenced his assault, silently counting in his mind, 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The 3 swords of Gu Yuan shattered the oncoming assault of his adversary. Subsequently, Gu Yuan declared, "It is time for the final showdown." The man replied, "Very well, proceed as you suggested. Saint Emperor's 10,000 strikes." The man's physical strength surged by 30%, amplifying the ferocity of his attack, which soon escalated. Although he still wielded the long spear, Dragon Strike, this time was markedly different due to the enhanced strength, endowing his strike with formidable lethality. "I didn't anticipate you had a hidden card," Gu Yuan mused inwardly, observing the ferocious onslaught. Gu Yuan was compelled to employ the technique of 10,000 swords returning to one. With a sudden leap into the sky, Gu Yuan proclaimed, "Fifth martial soul technique." All swords returned to the sect. Instantly, a myriad of dazzling sword shadows coalesced into a formidable array, launching a relentless barrage of assaults. The man, observing the fierce onslaught, resolutely charged forward, driven by a desire to test his limits, such as the essence of true combat. Ancient Yuan was taken aback that this individual could withstand his assaults so tenaciously. He felt a profound admiration. "Sword Master, how does it compare to your 10,000 swords returned to the origin?" Ning Fingji expressed a keen interest in Ancient Yuan's technique. The sword Douluo remarked, "This young lad's version of 10,000 swords returned to the origin is distinct from mine. His sword shadows strike with remarkable swiftness, and should he attain the rank of title Douluo, he would undoubtedly surpass me." Ning Fingji was equally pleased with the sword Douluo's response, for this young prodigy had showcased the essence of genius. Gradually, the arena became enveloped in a shroud of power, invisible to those who were not soul masters. Ning Fingji glanced around and chuckled. It seems the answer has been revealed. As the mist dissipated, Ancient Yuan's sword was poised at the throat of the man. The host announced, "It appears the answer is clear. Let me extend my congratulations to the contestant, Yuan Yi." The arena erupted in a chorus of cheers. Gu Yuan sheathed his sword and remarked, "You possess remarkable strength. Today's battle was exhilarating, and I am grateful." The man chuckled and replied, "I am the one who found today's encounter thrilling, yet I must admit my defeat. Perhaps we shall have another opportunity to duel in the future." With that, the man descended. Gu Yuan gazed at the man, reflecting, "Indeed, those who revel in battle are truly mad." He then cast a glance at Xue Qinghe in the spectators' area and smiled. Xue Qinghe, upon seeing the smile from her beloved, felt a blush creep across her cheeks, though she quickly composed herself. In her heart, she mused, "This is indeed the man I, Qianren Xue, cherish, yet such fervor necessitates a firm hand." Subsequently, Gu Yuan quietly descended, resolving never to partake in such an event again. As the match concluded, Ning Fingji turned to Xue Qinghe and inquired, "Qinghe, may I visit your friend? If the teacher permits, then you may accompany me." She replied before making her way down as well. Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo followed closely behind her. In the distance, Gu Yuan spotted Xue Qinghe and was about to approach to greet him when he noticed a strikingly handsome young man accompanied by an elderly swordsman behind him. Could it be Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo? What could their purpose be? Gu Yuan pondered in confusion. Xue Qinghe stepped forward and said, "Brother Gu Yuan, the competition was truly remarkable." Ancient Yuan chuckled, expressing gratitude for Qinghe's commendation, and inquired, "Who is that behind you?" Ning Fingji interjected, "Allow me to introduce." Snow Qinghe was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of his mentor. "Young one, I am the sovereign of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. You may refer to me as Sovereign Ning. This esteemed individual is the title Douluo, the sword Douluo of our sect," Ning Fingji elaborated. After much contemplation, Gu Yuan still could not fathom what to seek him for. Gu Yuan subsequently remarked, "I wonder what brings the esteemed Master Ning to seek my presence." Ning Fingji suddenly contemplated the intention of recruiting him for the sect. "Young one, have you aligned yourself with any particular faction? Would you consider joining my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect?" Ning Fingji proposed. Xue Qinghe was equally astonished that he would indeed suggest Gu Yuan join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Jian Douluo also wished to take him as a disciple, but preferred to wait until after he joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. However, a single statement from Gu Yuan completely dispelled Ning Fingji's thoughts of recruitment. Gu Yuan then said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I do not intend to join any faction." Chapter 68, The Blushing Qianren Xue Who Was Teased. Ning Fingji would never have anticipated that his first proactive invitation would be met with refusal. Jian Douluo also sighed, realizing that this disciple was beyond redemption. Xue Qinghe cast a glance at Gu Yuan, urging him to leave quickly. Otherwise, he would have to sleep on the floor tonight. "Ah, Xue, you cannot be so ruthless," Gu Yuan thought to himself. Gu Yuan remarked, "If there is nothing else from the Lord Ning, I shall take my leave, for I have matters to attend to." Ning Fingji found it difficult to refuse, replying, "Very well then. Qinghe, please escort him." "Certainly, master." Xue Qinghe promptly took Gu Yuan and exited the Soul Arena. Watching Gu Yuan depart, A sense of melancholy enveloped Ning Fengxi's heart. He had finally nurtured feelings of affection, yet alas, it seemed that Gu Yuan did not reciprocate. Come now, Fengxi, let us go, the sword Douluo consoled him. After all, it was quite natural for individuals like Gu Yuan to prefer solitude. Reflecting on the sword Douluo's own past, he too had once relished his independence, though age had compelled him to seek a place for his twilight years. In the current landscape of Douluo Continent, perhaps only Gu Yuan truly deserved to be regarded as a prodigy. With a heavy sigh, Ning Fengxi resigned himself to return. For who would not desire such a gifted child? Gu Yuan was pulled out by Xue Qinghe, and he must be delighted to see himself performing in the snow. Gu Yuan then said, now that there is no one around, I can call you Xue. Xue Qinghe gazed at Qian Rinxue, finding her appearance exceedingly adorable. He had not anticipated that she would look so charming after the battle. Qian Rinxue replied, of course, Xiao Yuan, whatever you say goes. After the battle, Gu Yuan felt it was time to relish life, especially since departure was imminent, evoking a sudden sense of reluctance. Subsequently, Gu Yuan pondered some mischievous thoughts. How about Xue? Am I impressive? Gu Yuan laughed as he walked ahead of Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe responded with a smile, well, of course, my man must be exceptional. Clearly. Xue Qinghe was delighted to hear her partner praised by others. Xiao Yuan, you really act like a child. Xue Qinghe remarked. The ancient bond is only truly manifested in the presence of those we cherish, yet it appears that Qian Rinxue does not harbor such affection. Gu Yuan let out a soft sigh and said, Xue, I am in this state simply to take a breather. Do you truly have the heart to see me so weary? With wide eyes, Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue. The brilliance emanating from him was almost overwhelming for her. She never imagined her man could possess such an endearing side. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue burst into laughter, exclaiming, Little Yuan, I never realized you had such a charming side before. Gu Yuan gazed at the mocking Qian Rinxue, feeling a surge of irritation. He had not anticipated that his current demeanor could be perceived as endearing. Xue, I never imagined you would look so beautiful when you smile. As he spoke, Gu Yuan playfully grasped Qian Rinxue's chin, drawing her closer. Qian Rinxue, taken aback, felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Xiao Yuan, how dare you be so audacious? Release me at once, or you shall witness my wrath. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue, pondering to himself, this woman always exhibits such a proud and temperamental disposition. Upon further reflection, however, it seemed there was no real cause for concern. If I release you, perhaps you could grant me another smile. And I might consider letting you off the hook, Gu Yuan shamelessly remarked. The man he once was had vanished, now he had become an audacious rogue. Qian Rinxue blushed and said, Hurry up, little Yuan, stop teasing me, or I shall ignore you. Gu Yuan retorted, Is it wrong for me to tease my own daughter? Besides, you are my woman. Do you dare to resist? Qian Rinxue listened and thought to herself, But what kind of shameless man are you? Qian Rinxue bit her crimson lip and pleaded, Xiao Yuan, please let me go. This is truly humiliating. I promise I won't dare to do it again. Qian Rinxue began to beg for mercy, marking her first time pleading with Gu Yuan, as the situation was simply too embarrassing. Gu Yuan gazed at Qian Rinxue, who was pleading for mercy, and contemplated that it was time to teach her a lesson. He promptly released her from his embrace. As Qian Rinxue extricated herself from Gu Yuan's arms, she was unexpectedly overtaken by a faint sense of loss. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After all, she was the young master of the spirit hall and had never experienced such an intimate encounter before. It is often said that the more a girl thinks about something, the more she inadvertently gives herself away, and perhaps Qian Rinxue was unaware that she was gradually embarking on a journey of self-conquest. Gu Yuan chuckled, Xue, are you feeling down because you didn't have enough fun? Shall we indulge once more? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face flushed even deeper. This scoundrel was becoming increasingly audacious. Go to hell. With that, Qian Rinxue struck back. Gu Yuan swiftly evaded Qian Rinxue's attack in an instant. This girl is truly perilous. Gu Yuan exclaimed, Xue, are you attempting to murder your own husband? If I hadn't been quick enough, I would have been struck by you. Qian Rinxue cast a disdainful glance at Gu Yuan and retorted, Aren't you perfectly fine? Besides, have you become addicted to teasing me after all those times? Gu Yuan finally realized that he was indeed addicted, for the bashful demeanor of Qian Rinxue was undeniably charming. Ahem, Xue, I find you quite adorable like this. It's a significant improvement from your previously frosty gaze, Gu Yuan remarked, pouting slightly. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue contemplated for a moment, wondering if she had truly been like that before, though she was unaware of it. Perhaps it had been so long since she had smiled that she was just beginning to discover how beautiful her smile could be. Yuan, please don't deceive me. Am I truly that lovely? Qian Rinxue inquired. Gu Yuan found himself quite exasperated by the girl before him. Nodding in affirmation, he reiterated, "Indeed. Shui possesses a beauty that is undeniable, and why would I ever deceive my own Shui, right?" Blushing, Qian Rinxue interjected, "Who is your Shui? Speak properly." Gu Yuan, with a playful smile, responded, "Oh, if she's not mine, then she must belong to someone else, correct?" At this, Qian Rinxue was at a loss for words, her heart brimming with indignation. "Humph, I shan't speak to you any longer, Xiao Yuan. You are being quite the bully." Gu Yuan was once again troubled by how he had mistreated others, despite the fact that he had spoken only words intended to bring a smile. All right, Shui. I acknowledge my fault. Please forgive me," he said, holding Qian Rinxue while smiling. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue suddenly conceived a clever idea. "Then tonight, you shall serve me tea and water, and whatever you are told, you must comply." "Very well," Gu Yuan replied. "Whatever you say, I shall abide without question, today. If you command, I shall not dissent." He chuckled. Observing this insufferable man, Qian Rinxue thought to herself, "Humph, you shall pay for your teasing tonight. I will reclaim all that you have dished out." Gu Yuan suddenly placed a kiss on Qian Rinxue's face, saying, "This is a compensation for you today." Qian Rinxue's cheeks began to flush slightly once more, retorting, "Who asked for your compensation?" Gu Yuan understood that although the girl feigned disinterest, she was actually overjoyed within. "Shouldn't Shui be heading for a meal soon? I'm feeling quite hungry again." Gu Yuan's stomach grumbled audibly. Qian Rinxue chuckled at the sight of Gu Yuan's hunger, saying, "All right, let me take you there." With that, Qian Rinxue took Gu Yuan by the hand and led him to the tavern. Chapter 69. The adorable side of Qian Rinxue. Gu Yuan and Qian Rinxue were indulging in playful banter within a certain hotel. "Shui, you look far more enchanting without that disguise. Your masculine attire is rather uncomfortable to behold," Gu Yuan pouted. It must be said that Qian Rinxue, upon shedding her male garb, indeed exuded an exquisite beauty, inheriting the stunning allure and icy demeanor reminiscent of Bibi Dong. However, the notion of aloofness did not apply in Gu Yuan's context, unless he was teetering on the brink of death while recklessly testing boundaries. Qian Rinxue shot Gu Yuan a glance, retorting lightly, "What is the matter? Are you tired of my company? And is my choice of male attire truly to blame? Perhaps you should don a female outfit instead." Gu Yuan did not anticipate that Qian Rinxue would bombard him with a series of 3 questions upon their first encounter. This left Gu Yuan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The initial inquiries were manageable, but the final question, regarding cross-dressing, left Gu Yuan momentarily stunned. Gu Yuan reminisced quietly about the earlier conversation, reflecting, "Why must she mention women's attire of all things? If I were to don such garments, I would indeed surpass you in beauty." He dreaded the thought of Qian Rinxue witnessing him in feminine clothing, which might compel him to continue such an appearance. Furthermore, Gu Yuan was not inclined to endure the same torment from Qian Rinxue as his sister had inflicted upon him. Thus, he chuckled and said, "Shui, you are absolutely right. Let us hasten to dine. My stomach is growling." Qian Rinxue observed Gu Yuan's dismissive demeanor, her heart brimming with grievances. Nevertheless, she found it in herself to forgive him, recognizing this as the first step towards being a good wife. All right, to be mindful next time, and refrain from your banter," Qian Rinxue admonished gently. Gu Yuan nodded with a chuckle, and then he took Qian Rinxue by the hand and led her outside. Soon after, Gu Yuan guided Qian Rinxue to a tavern. Gu Yuan smiled and said, "Let us settle on this tavern for now." Qian Rinxue gazed at the establishment with a perplexed heart, wondering why they did not visit the tavern she had purchased. With curiosity, she inquired, "Xiao Yuan, why do we not go to the tavern I acquired? Are you perhaps concealing something from me?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a twinge of alarm. How could this girl have such chaotic thoughts? "All right, Shui, I promise next time. For now, just heed my advice," Gu Yuan said, his eyes wide open. Qian Rinxue, at times, truly perceived Gu Yuan as a child, endearing in his innocence. She then spoke earnestly, "Just this once, otherwise, I shall not accompany you again." Gu Yuan then took me and Qian Rinxue inside, unperturbed by the thought of my reluctance, but rather fearful of a sudden change of heart. Soon, Gu Yuan led Qian Rinxue into a private room. Not for any particular reason, but simply to enjoy each other's company in solitude. He ordered several bottles of wine and a few dishes, intending to spend some time with Qian Rinxue, as he knew he must soon depart in search of a fitting opportunity. Upon seeing the numerous bottles of wine Gu Yuan had ordered, Qian Rinxue's expression darkened considerably. She murmured to herself, "Does he dare to act so recklessly with so many bottles of wine while I am right here?" Her gaze fixed intently on Gu Yuan. Her eyes bore into him with an unwavering intensity. As Gu Yuan had just arranged everything, he turned around to find Qian Rinxue staring intently at him. Her expression far from pleasant. I assure you, I haven't done anything. Gu Yuan muttered to himself. I merely ordered a few bottles of wine. Qian Rinxue then remarked. You little rascal, what do you intend to do? I am still present. Have you become too arrogant? What do you mean by I am still present? What of it? I ordered a few bottles of wine. What's the issue? Gu Yuan retorted. Do you think so little of me? Have you forgotten your previous escapades with alcohol? Qian Rinxue reminded him once more. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, but since the drinks had already been ordered, how could they possibly be cancelled? So what if I ordered them? There are still a few bottles left. Is it really that serious? Gu Yuan remarked. You. Humph. I shall ignore you. Qian Rinxue immediately turned away, refusing to acknowledge Gu Yuan any further. The sulky expression on Qian Rinxue's face left Gu Yuan feeling quite exasperated. Her silent message was clear. Come and pacify me, or you'll regret it. Swear, Gu Yuan called out, yet received no response. Ancient Yuan, plagued by a throbbing headache, found himself resorting to a certain method. He then embraced Qian Rinxue, who shivered at the sensation of his masculine energy enveloping her. Dear Snow, could you not hold a grudge against me and find it in your heart to forgive? Ancient Yuan chuckled softly. Qian Rinxue, puffed up with indignation, retorted. Just look at how you've tormented me before. Now you expect my forgiveness? That is utterly impossible. This has become a routine. You seem to delight in bullying me every day. Guyan sighed in exasperation. Why does Qian Rinxue sometimes behave like a child? He pondered on how he could earn Snow's forgiveness. Pinching Qian Rinxue's nose, he inquired playfully. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue replied, You must refrain from drinking today. Otherwise, I shall not grant you my forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan gazed sorrowfully at the wine, yet his eyes fell upon Qian Rinxue, who seemed lost in contemplation. What is it? Am I not as significant as your wine? Qian Rinxue lamented, directing her gaze at Gu Yuan. It appears I have no choice but to relent. It is not that I do not wish to indulge in the wine, but rather that my man forbids me from doing so. Gu Yuan uttered mournfully, his gaze lingering on the wine. Gu Yuan then remarked, In that case, I shall forego the drink. Surely, it pales in comparison to our dear Schwer. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded in satisfaction. Gu Yuan pondered how to articulate his intention to depart, yet he feared the sorrow it might bring to Qian Rinxue. Just then, a few petals floated into the room, inspiring Gu Yuan to contemplate a solution. Gu Yuan spoke, expressing the sorrow of parting. The sentiment of our farewell. Upon hearing these words, Qian Rinxue instantly comprehended that Gu Yuan was preparing to depart. As she nestled in his embrace, she reflected on the moments they had shared over the past few days. Their brief encounters over 4 years had ignited a profound affection within her for this audacious man. Please, don't go, Xiao Yuan, Qian Rinxue implored, striving to suppress her tears. Gu Yuan gently touched Gu Yuan's head and said, Schwer, there is no other way. Once I ascend to divinity, I shall forever be by your side. Of course, Gu Yuan could only reassure Qian Rinxue for the time being. Who could predict how many women he might have in the future? As Qian Rinxue contemplated this, her heart was filled with thoughts of his ascension to godhood. Gu Yuan had forgotten to mention these matters to Qian Rinxue. Schwer, I have inherited a divine position, and it is indeed a powerful one, Gu Yuan chuckled. Qian Rinxue then leaped from Gu Yuan's embrace. Little Yuan, you may have inherited a divine position, but I shall not fall behind. This ignited a sudden surge of determination within Qian Rinxue, for she had always been exceptionally strong and had faced little adversity throughout her life. In that moment, Gu Yuan realized that his innate talent was hardly sufficient, compelling him to strive even harder. Gu Yuan chuckled softly, for Qian Rinxue appeared utterly adorable in that moment. Qian Rinxue pouted and exclaimed, Naughty Gu Yuan, you mustn't laugh. Guyan suppressed a smile and said, All right, I shall refrain from laughing, for you are my woman. Qian Rinxue replied, It is precisely because I am your woman that I must become stronger. Reflecting on the imminent arrival of the divine examination, she realized that she would need his support. Very well, I shall await your ascent to strength, Guyan responded with a grin. He was determined to ensure the stability of certain relationships, unlike the tumultuous ones with Bibi Dong and Gu Yue Na. Chapter 70. Farewell to Bibi Dong Schwer. I am departing now, so do not be sorrowful. Guyan gently caressed Qian Rinxue's delicate face. Having just reassured her, their brief moment of warmth was giving way to the impending farewell. Pouting, Qian Rinxue said, I understand. Do not worry. Just be cautious. If you dare to flirt with others, you shall face my wrath. Gu Yuan instinctively touched his nose bridge and said, All right, then I shall take my leave. Farewell. After speaking, Gu Yuan stepped onto the Yuan Yu sword and soared into the sky. Qianren Shui gazed at the departing figure of Gu Yuan, her thoughts consumed with fervent emotions. In the air, Gu Yuanfei secretly mused, this girl truly possesses remarkable intuition. If she were to discover the affair with the teacher, who knows when a confrontation might ensue. However, I have not encountered Xiaoyu lately. The mere thought of Xiaoyu sent chills down Gu Yuan's spine. For her flirtatious nature made him apprehensive that he might lose control one day. Since their first encounter, Gu Yuan had lost count of how many times he had been duped by Xiaoyu. Although he had never truly suffered a loss, the burden was becoming unbearable. No, how could he allow himself to be entangled with a woman like Xiaoyu? Gu Yuan promptly ceased his musings. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was deeply engrossed in her secluded training. Ever since parting ways with Gu Yuan, she had dedicated herself to advancing her cultivation. During moments of boredom, she would reminisce about Gu Yuan, which brought her joy, assured by the strength of her bloodline and the fact that her cultivation level surpassed that of a titled Douluo. She was on the verge of breaking through her limits. She wondered what little Yuan was up to. With a mischievous smile, Xiaoyu contemplated. Why not visit him once I complete my seclusion? It has been nearly 5 years since they last met, and perhaps they could even consider mutual cultivation. Xiaoyu had long desired to cultivate alongside Gu Yuan, believing that their breakthroughs would be swift, and she suspected he would be inclined to agree, though she feared her charm might distract him. As for Gu Yuan, he was nearing Wuhuan City, having pushed his speed to the utmost throughout the journey. Soon, he beheld the familiar architecture and the splendid cityscape. Gu Yuan gazed ahead with a smile, exclaiming, it has been quite some time since we last met. I am eager to see my senior sister and Donger. Within the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong was engrossed in her duties when suddenly a voice interrupted her. Report to your holiness, your disciple has returned, a guard announced. Upon hearing that Gu Yuan had returned, Bibi Dong's mood brightened instantly, though she skillfully concealed her delight in front of the guard. Very well, I understand. Once he arrives, allow him to come directly to me. She instructed the guard with particular emphasis. Understood, the guard replied before promptly departing. The guards of the Spirit Hall, stationed at the Pope's Hall, were predominantly Soul Kings. As Bibi Dong watched the guard leave, a smile of joy graced her face. Has Yuan grown at all during our time apart? I hope he is no longer that naive little child. At this moment, Gu Yuan had reached the entrance of the Pope's Hall. Feeling a sense of urgency to meet her, lest he incur her displeasure, Gu Yuan stepped forward, barely awake and about to inquire when the guard preemptively spoke. The guard addressed Gu Yuan with deference. Your Excellency Gu Yuan, you may proceed directly inside. His Holiness the Pope has given explicit instructions upon your arrival. You are to be admitted without delay. Upon hearing the news, Gu Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the meticulous arrangements made by Bibi Dong, which spared him considerable trouble. Thank you, he expressed gratefully before pushing open the door. As he entered the Pope's chamber, he was greeted by the sight of Bibi Dong, whom he had not seen for quite some time. She was adorned in an exquisite black robe embellished with golden patterns, crowned with the resplendent 9-turned purple gold crown, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters in length, encrusted with countless gemstones. Her fair complexion and nearly flawless visage rendered her strikingly unique. This impression lingered in Gu Yuan's mind, particularly as he had long admired Bibi Dong in his previous life. However, as he approached and observed her more closely, he was astounded by the breathtaking beauty, nobility, elegance, and serenity that radiated from the Pope. Despite the passage of time, it appeared that the marks of age had scarcely touched her. Bibi Dong, gazing down at Gu Yuan, seemed momentarily lost in thought before breaking the silence with a playful smile. What is it, Yuan? After such a long absence, you seem entranced by your teacher. Startled by her words, Gu Yuan came to realize that he had indeed been captivated by Bibi Dong's beauty, causing a flush to rise to his cheeks. Donger, it has only been a while since we last met, yet your skin appears even more radiant. This was the first compliment that escaped his lips. Bibi Dong, pleased by Gu Yuan's flattery, felt a surge of joy within. It seemed her allure was irresistible to him. With a teasing tone, she replied, Yuan, refrain from being so cheeky, or I shall have to impose a punishment. After listening, Gu Yuan pouted and said, Donger, can you truly bear it? Moreover, it has been such a long time since we last met, and these are all heartfelt truths. Gu Yuan began to lavish praise upon Bibi Dong fervently. After a while, Bibi Dong unexpectedly descended, startling Gu Yuan, who thought he was about to be the subject of yet another jest. To his surprise, she gently caressed his face, causing a blush to creep upon Gu Yuan's cheeks. Observing the transformation of the once naive boy from his childhood into the increasingly mature figure before her, Bibi Dong felt a surge of joy. Yuan, After 4 years apart, you have become even more handsome, surpassing your previous charm, Bibi Dong exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be so openly praised by Bibi Dong. The delicate fragrance of Bibi Dong wafted into Gu Yuan's nostrils, causing a subtle blush to creep across his face. Gu Yuan, after all, had just entered adolescence, brimming with vigorous masculinity. Donger, your aura is a bit overwhelming for me to resist, Gu Yuan hastily said. Bibi Dong looked at the blushing Gu Yuan and suddenly laughed. I never expected Yuaner to start blushing the moment we met. Though you no longer have that adorably naive look from before, you've become exceptionally charming instead. Perhaps Gu Yuan himself was unaware that some of his mannerisms were indeed extraordinarily endearing, partly due to certain abilities bestowed upon him by that wretched deity. Gu Yuan said, Donger, don't mock me the moment we meet. Moreover, your behavior is causing me some distress. Oh. After hearing this, Bai Dong smiled and replied, then, Yuaner, would you like? Gu Yuan quickly stepped back in alarm and said, perhaps it would be best to refrain from that, Dong Earth. I certainly do not wish to tempt you too much. Bai Dong chuckled softly, her laughter revealing that her charming personality remained as delightful as ever. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, having been playfully teased upon their first encounter. Indeed, experience carries its weight. All right, Donger, cease your laughter. How have you fared in recent years? Gu Yuan inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yuan, secretly thinking, how dare you? A heartless person, pose such questions after neglecting to visit me for over 4 years? What do you think? 4 years without a single visit. Guyan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, lowered her head, for it had indeed been 4 years since her last visit, yet her sister had forbidden her to come. Chapter 71. Donger. Please cease your teasing. Donger, do refrain from this behavior. It has been 4 years since we last met, and you remain unchanged. Guyan hastily retreated. Just as she was about to provide an explanation, Bibi Dong suddenly transformed before her eyes. With a beguiling smile, Bibi Dong remarked, Yuaner, I have no desire to hear your explanations. And you are well aware that you have not sought me out in these 4 years. Gu Yuan found himself in a precarious situation once again. Yet Bai Dong remained close by his side. Suddenly, he collided with a stone pillar, unable to evade it, while Bai Dong's hand pressed against him from the other side. Startled, Gu Yuan mused to himself, am I being pinned against a wall by a woman? Why is it that I am rendered powerless in the presence of Bai Dong, whereas I never experienced such vulnerability when I was with Qian Renxue? Bai Dong delicately lifted his chin with her slender, jade-like fingers, compelling him to face her. Although Gu Yuan had encountered similar moments before, this instance felt distinctly different. He recalled that Bai Dong had not been so provocative in the past. Yuaner, you have become even more handsome after these years apart. And what is this intriguing sin of femininity about you? Bai Dong remarked with a light laugh. Gu Yuan felt a sense of dread. The first thought that crossed his mind was his long embrace with Qian Renxue before he left. He had not anticipated that Bai Dong's senses would be so acute. Gu Yuan was drenched in sweat, for the smile of Bibi Dong was utterly terrifying. Donger, have you perhaps made a mistake? He began. But before he could finish his sentence, he was rendered speechless by the menacing sight of Bibi Dong wielding her scythe. Gu Yuan gazed at the scythe, which hovered merely a few centimeters from his neck. Suddenly, Bai Dong spoke up. Yuan, it would be best to speak the truth. Must I compel you to recall the events? In reality, Bai Dong was well aware of the fragrance emanating from Gu Yuan. She merely wished for him to confess his truth, for the audacity of Gu Yuan to deceive her, his own partner, was something no one could tolerate. Gu Yuan elucidated. Donger had ventured to the Heaven Do Empire to visit Shuer. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, for the mere mention of Qian Renxue evoked thoughts of Qian Xuanji. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's rascal scythe fell from her grasp, as she had not anticipated that you would still go. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Gu Yuan could not help but ponder several questions in his mind. Gu Yuan remarked, Donger, I merely intend to take a look. Do not assume I have made an error. To this, Bai Dong responded, forget it. I do not wish to discuss this any further. We shall address this matter later. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan realized that he could not escape his fate. What have you been doing for the past 4 years? Pray, tell me, Bibi Dong suddenly inquired. Gu Yuan reflected on the places of cultivation over the past 4 years. During these 4 years, Dong Er has not developed his soul power. I have solely focused on enhancing my mental strength and physical resilience, Gu Yuan remarked. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong felt inclined to reprimand Gu Yuan for neglecting the cultivation of soul power for 4 years. Moreover, Achieving the status of a titled Douluo does not preclude further development of mental strength and physical resilience. At that moment, Bai Dong realized how foolish it was that Gu Yuan was not by her side. She then playfully tapped Gu Yuan's head and said, "Are you foolish? It is never too late to cultivate even after reaching titled Douluo. You have squandered these for years." Gu Yuan, stifling the pain, thought to himself, "This is not my fault. It was my sister's arrangement. If you have the ability, go find Gu Yue Na." Ancient Yuan then remarked, "It is not my fault for saying this again. Cultivating such abilities is not too late. At merely 13 years of age, I have attained a soul power level of 55, which can be considered quite remarkable on the Douluo Continent." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong noticed Ancient Yuan's defiance and playfully tugged at his ear, spinning him around a few times. Guyan, having struck Bibi Dong, touched her flushed ears and said, "Donger, what are you doing? Do you not realize how painful that is?" Bibi Dong then cast a sidelong glance at Guyan and replied, "This is merely a lesson for you. Such a foolish method could only have originated from your mind. Gu Yuan now truly wishes to say, why not seek out my sister? I am unfamiliar with the cultivation methods she teaches." Suddenly, Bai Dong remarked, "In a few years, the prestigious elite competition for high-level soul masters across the continent will take place. For these years, do not wander aimlessly, stay by my side. I understand. And I have no intention of being frivolous. I will spend these years contentedly accompanying Donger," Gu Yuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. At least this unfaithful man recognized the gravity of the situation. "If you dare to drive me away, you shall be left with nothing but your 2 legs." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan involuntarily clasped his leg, feeling as though Bibi Dong had shattered it since childhood. What could she possibly be thinking? How could Donger do such a thing? Moreover, the term heartless scoundrel is rather unflattering, Gu Yuan chuckled. Bibi Dong replied, "Do not speak to me of such matters. 10 years have already passed, and 4 have gone by. If the remaining 6 do not suffice." Gu Yuan realized that he needed to swiftly inherit the divine powers after 4 long years. "By the way, where is senior sister?" "It has been quite some time since I last saw her," Gu Yuan inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a surge of jealousy rise within her. It seemed that he had barely arrived before he began to think of another woman. "Are you certain, Yuan? You've hardly been here long and you're already thinking about my disciple," Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Gu Yuan subsequently explained, "Donger, you are aware of my circumstances with my senior sister." In truth, Gu Yuan felt that Bai Dong had long been cognizant of Hu Laina's deep affection for him, though he chose not to voice it. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong found herself quite exasperated. Her disciple harbored a strong admiration for the young man before them, which only added to her frustration. Bai Dong sighed, "All right, I can concede on the matter concerning your senior sister, given our long acquaintance. However, is your senior sister willing to assume the role of a minor figure?" Gu Yuan felt a pang of discomfort, as he was uncertain of Hu Laina's true feelings. Gu Yuan replied, "I will inquire with my senior sister." Bibi Dong also felt quite troubled by Hu Laina, as she never anticipated that Hu Laina would develop feelings for Gu Yuan so soon. "Your senior sister has likely been residing in the secluded area behind the spirit hall. Ever since your departure, her spirits have not been high, which is why she deliberately constructed a small dwelling there." As Bibi Dong spoke, she recounted the circumstances surrounding Hu Laina over the past few years. Gu Yuan had not anticipated that Hu Laina would be so self-sufficient over the course of 4 years, which significantly elevated her status in his heart. Bibi Dong, observing Gu Yuan from below, remarked, "Go on. I believe your senior sister will be quite pleased to see you. Do come back to accompany me in a few days." Bibi Dong also considered her own disciple, and perhaps in her heart, she had come to acknowledge Hu Laina as well. Guyan was somewhat astonished upon hearing this, as he never anticipated that Bibi Dong would actually request him to accompany his senior sister. "Go ahead. I am not forbidding you," Bibi Dong suddenly remarked. "Very well, Donger. I shall take my leave now." With that, Guyan exited the grand hall. After Gu Yuan departed, Bibi Dong muttered to herself, "I never anticipated that Nana would harbor feelings for this insufferable brat. It seems that this troublesome child is capable of winning over both master and disciple." As she spoke, a sudden laughter escaped her lips. Chapter 72. Did you miss me, sister? The back mountain of the Spirit Hall is an imposing sight. It was chosen by the ancestors of the Spirit Hall for its abundant spiritual energy, serving as the foundation for its establishment. At the pinnacle of this mountain lies the Douluo Hall, a revered destination for all soul masters. Gu Yuan has now arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gazing upon that sacred place, he feels an invigorating energy coursing through his entire being, making it particularly suitable for cultivation. It seems that Dong Er has thoughtfully chosen this location for my senior sister to meditate and refine her skills, Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. Gu Yuan gazed ahead, then composed himself to seek out Hu Laina, only to be halted by a familiar voice. Turning around, he discovered it was the second elder of the Elder Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Gu Yuan held a very positive impression of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Is there something you need, Elder? Gu Yuan inquired with curiosity. The Golden Crocodile Douluo stepped forward and said, Little Yuan, I have heard of your return. I am here to specifically guide you in your training over the next few days. Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Must I endure the relentless training every single day without respite? I fear I shall soon be rendered incapable. Naturally, Gu Yuan was reluctant to express such sentiments outwardly. Grandfather Genie, I will report to the Elder Hall tomorrow, Gu Yuan replied. Genie Douluo regarded the young man, who appeared more mature and composed than before, and felt quite pleased with Gu Yuan as his prospective grandson-in-law. By the way, after these 4 years apart, what level is your soul power now? Inquired Genie Douluo. Ancient Fate smiled, cautioning the grandfather Golden Crocodile not to be frightened. Upon hearing this, the Golden Crocodile Douluo was intrigued to witness just how formidable Ancient Fate truly was. Subsequently, 5 soul rings of deep purple and black emerged around Ancient Fate. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, upon seeing 4 10,000-year soul rings, realized that such an extraordinary feat was beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. Gu Yuan gazed at the astonished expression of the Golden Crocodile Douluo and couldn't help but chuckle. Little Yuan, you actually possess 4 10,000-year spirit rings. I am indeed quite astonished, exclaimed the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Ancient Yuan chuckled, remarking that Grandfather Golden Crocodile was merely average, with a bit more effort. He could swiftly ascend to the Soul Saint realm. The Golden Crocodile Douluo twitched slightly, retorting that to be considered average was an understatement, as his snow was not nearly as gifted as the likes of you. It seems, Little Yuan, that it is imperative to further explore your potential, otherwise your remarkable talents will be squandered, the Golden Crocodile Douluo stated. Gu Yuan then remarked, Grandfather Gene is aware of this. Besides, I am 13 years old and possess a formidable soul power of 55. Surely, I deserve a few days of respite. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo Genie decided to inform the Grand Elder. Do not forget to seek me out in a few days, Gu Yuan. I have significant matters to report. I must take my leave, Genie Douluo concluded hurriedly, making his way back to the Elder Hall. Observing Genie Douluo's hurried departure, Gu Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance. It seemed that even the simplest desire for a brief reprieve was unattainable. Gu Yuan, feeling helpless, merely shook his head and hurried towards Hu Laina's location. Soon, he arrived at the place indicated by Bibi Dong. Guyan gazed in astonishment at the house before him, for it appeared to possess an even more sophisticated array for absorbing soul power than that arranged by Bibi Dong. One cannot help but commend the exceptional skills of both my esteemed teacher and senior sister, Guyan remarked. As Gu Yuan quietly approached the door, he discovered it was unlocked, revealing the naivety of the girl regarding the lurking dangers. He then gently pushed the door open and found Hu Laina immersed in her cultivation, adorned with a pair of enchanting fox ears and a gracefully swaying fox tail, exuding an alluring charm. After all, every time Hu Laina engaged in her training, her martial spirit would manifest, enhancing the efficacy of her efforts. Gu Yuan, upon witnessing the scene before him, felt a blush creep across his face. He had only just stepped into adolescence, and such a sight nearly overwhelmed his composure. The allure of senior sister in that moment was truly captivating. No. He must avert his gaze. Gu Yuan turned his back to Hu Laina. He had never encountered her in such a manner before. Although he had seen enchanting women like Xiaoyu, this was a first. Moments later, Hu Laina seemed to sense an approaching presence and slowly opened her eyes, only to behold a strikingly handsome young man before her. Gazing at him, she realized that this was the very man she had longed for, a vision of silver hair, violet eyes, and extraordinary beauty. Without hesitation, Hu Laina dashed toward Gu Yuan, colliding into his embrace. Behind the ancient bond, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Turning back, I discovered it was Hu Laina, her eyes glistening with a few tears. Gu Yuan then embraced Hu Laina and said, What troubles you, senior sister? A girl's tears may mar her beauty. With tears glistening in her eyes, Hu Laina replied, Do you have any idea how much I have missed you over these past 4 years? Overwhelmed by the pent-up yearning of 4 long years, Hu Laina finally succumbed to her emotions and wept profusely. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu Laina, who wept in his embrace, her tears soaking his garments. He said nothing, feeling that in this moment, Gu Yue Na resembled a small child. Subsequently, Gu Yuan held her closer, allowing her to cry freely. Gu Yuan was aware that Gu Yue Na had missed him dearly over the past 4 years, thus it was time to make amends. As Gu Yue Na wept silently in his embrace, she thought to herself, that insufferable junior brother hasn't even come to see me in all these years. In this manner, Gu Yue Na savored the moment in Gu Yuan's arms. Gu Yuan gazed down at Gu Yue Na, who resembled a child, weeping in his embrace. After a considerable time, Gu Yue Na gradually lifted her small head from Gu Yuan's arms. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, who had just finished weeping, and jested, "Sister, have you cried enough? Would you like to shed a few more tears in my embrace?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na felt a wave of resentment within her. "You insufferable junior brother. Even in such a state, you still jest? All right, it is all the fault of this junior brother. I have wronged you for 4 long years." Gu Yuan consoled Gu Yue Na. Gu Yuan feels that in recent years, he has been most remorseful towards Gu Yue Na and Qianrenxue. For the time spent with them has been woefully insufficient. As for Bibi Dong and Xiaoyu, there is no need to mention them. These 2 women would not be overly saddened even after 5 years apart, for Bibi Dong would tease him upon their first encounter. As for Xiaoyu, it remains uncertain when she might unexpectedly make her appearance. Gu Yue found himself in a state of distress at the mere thought of these 2 women. Indeed, Gu Yue Na and Qianrenxue were the most appealing. Gu Yue Na looked at Gu Yue with a mixture of complaint and longing. Fully aware that it had already been 4 years since she had last visited her senior sister, Gu Yuan found Gu Yue Na's complaints to be even more endearing. Gu Yuan playfully pinched Gu Yue Na's tiny nose and chuckled, "All right, stop crying. This time, I'll essentially be staying for good, so let us forgive our junior brother. Shall we?" "Ouch, junior brother, let go." Gu Yue Na pouted, resembling a little fox that had been wronged. The ancient bond remains unyielding, yet it is feeble. As if fearing the pain of Gu Yue Na, "Unless you forgive my junior brother, I shall not let go," spoke the ancient bond softly. Gu Yue Na was filled with frustration. She, who is always the one to offer solace, thought to herself, "Fine, my dear junior brother, I forgive you. Now, please release your grip." After listening to Gu Yuan, she subsequently released her grip. However, to her surprise, Gu Yue Na swiftly bit down on his neck. Gu Yuan observed Gu Yue Na biting him, though it did not cause pain. The sight filled him with an undeniable affection for her, akin to witnessing a wronged little fox seeking vengeance. Chapter 73. The senior sister desires to make me her ideal consort as the evening breeze swayed gently. A captivating woman within the room was playfully nibbling at a handsome man's neck, a sight that left many women envious of his allure. Surely, the little fox must have had her fill of biting. "If you do not release me soon, I shall have to impose a punishment," Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. At that moment, Gu Yue Na showed no signs of relenting, embodying the essence of a wronged little fox, determined to exact her playful revenge. Gu Yuan gazed at the current Gu Yue Na, feeling quite perplexed. In her youth, she often used her soul power to entice him, yet now, having grown up, she had transformed into this. After a moment, Gu Yue Na released her grip, her teeth tinged with a slight ache, leaving behind a faint fragrance of her lips on Gu Yuan's neck. As Gu Yue Na let go, Gu Yuan glanced at the 2 small bite marks adorning his neck. With a huff, Gu Yue Na exclaimed, "You wicked junior brother, you are the worst. I shall never forgive you, you heartless scoundrel." With that, she immediately turned away, refusing to acknowledge Gu Yuan any further. Observing Gu Yue Na's demeanor, Gu Yuan felt a sense of confusion. When had she become like this? Could it truly be the result of his absence over the past 4 years? Gu Yuan found himself ensnared in contemplation. Gu Yue Na, observing Gu Yuan's lack of attention, felt a heaviness settle within her heart. What could this insufferable junior brother be pondering? Here she was, a stunning beauty, yet he showed no inclination to offer her solace. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na produced a mirror from an unknown source and gazed at her own reflection. She admired her enchanting visage and alluring figure, her physique undeniably flawless. As she continued to behold herself, Gu Yue Na's heart swelled with the conviction of her own allure. She mused quietly, could it be that her junior brother did not find her appealing? Such a notion seemed implausible. A person of his caliber could hardly be indifferent. Thus, Gu Yue Na, having interrupted her own reverie, patiently awaited Gu Yuan's arrival, unperturbed by the passage of time, yet anxious that he might lack the courage to approach her. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, seemingly lost in thought. He then stepped forward and embraced her. Upon feeling her junior brother's warm hug, Gu Yue Na felt a surge of joy within her heart. "Sister, please forgive me," he implored. "It's not that I didn't seek you out. I simply had no choice." Gu Yuan expressed his discomfort as he uttered these words. Hu Laina, with a hint of irritation, retorted, "And you dare say that? You disappeared for 4 years. Shouldn't the blame lie with you? Do you even regard me as your sister?" Gu Yuan chuckled and said, "Senior sister, of course. After all, who wouldn't adore a woman as enchanting as you? So please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Hu Laina couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight in her heart. Indeed, her junior brother still favored women of such allure. Upon observing Hu Laina's joyful demeanor, Gu Yuan felt a sense of intrigue. In light of my junior disciple's comforting words, "I shall forgive you this time, but you must make amends in the future," Hu Laina declared. Gu Yuan gazed at the restored Hu Laina and smiled. "Wonderful. I shall certainly make amends to my senior sister. After all, she is so beautiful. It would be truly sorrowful if a wicked person were to deceive her." Hiki. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina secretly contemplated, being deceived by someone is just as much being led astray by you, the very bad person you speak of. If Gu Yuan were aware of Hu Laina's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, considering all his efforts. After all, he is a man of virtue, even if he has his flaws. Hu Laina then raised an eyebrow and teased, "Would you like to be your sister's ideal partner? What an absurd notion." Gu Yuan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. When did Hu Laina become so flirtatious, and who instilled such ideas in her? Had it not been for Gu Yuan's previous encounters with someone like Gu Yue, he might have swiftly dealt with Hu Laina's antics. Gu Yuan then pondered some intriguing thoughts and chuckled. What kind of ideal husband does my senior sister envision for her junior brother? And just to clarify, I am a carnivore, not an herbivore. Hu Laina gazed at Gu Yuan, entangled in his words, and replied, "Wonderful. If that is what you say, then let me have you as my lifelong ideal husband. That way, I can have you all to myself." Hee. After listening, Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl is truly delightful, far surpassing both Gu Yue Na and Bibi Dong. Reflecting on it, he realized that he had always desired a woman like her. Although he has a penchant for mature women, Gu Yue Na and Bibi Dong are somewhat challenging to handle. Consequently, Hu Laina and Qian Rinxue are undoubtedly the most appealing choices. Alas, until he can overcome Bibi Dong and Gu Yue Na, he must bide his time and develop in secrecy, for being too ostentatious might invite dire consequences. Gu Yuan gently pinched Hu Laina's delicate face and remarked, "Sister, your intentions are quite ambitious. You wish to monopolize your junior brother." Hu Laina replied with a hint of playfulness, "There is no other choice. My junior brother's allure is too great. If I do not manage it properly, I fear opportunities will slip away." Gu Yuan was taken aback by Hu Laina's depth of thought, pondering to himself how he felt as though he had been treated like a child groomed by her since their youth. Subsequently, Gu Yuan playfully teased Hu Laina, "Sister, have you been harboring ulterior motives towards me since childhood? And if you wish to claim me for yourself, you must first pass the test of our teacher." Upon hearing the mention of their teacher, Hu Laina felt a twinge of annoyance. The teacher was indeed somewhat of a challenge. Yet there was a certain connection between the teacher and her junior brother. "But can't we keep this private?" she countered. "And junior brother, you must admit, with my irresistible charm, do you truly intend to let me slip through your fingers?" Clearing his throat, Gu Yuan acknowledged that Hu Laina had a valid point. He had no intention of relinquishing his sister to anyone else. After all, she was meant to belong to him alone, certainly not to that man, Tang San. Gu Yuan chuckled and replied, "Sister, you are absolutely right. I truly cannot bear to relinquish you to others. Besides, even if you were to flee, I would undoubtedly retrieve you." Although Hu Laina felt that Gu Yuan's demeanor was somewhat domineering, she could not help but feel a sense of joy, seemingly enamored by his assertive nature. With a playful smile, Hu Laina remarked, "Since you have said as much, dear junior, you must not only desire your sister, but truly need her. Otherwise, you would be a heartless scoundrel, and I would inevitably become a lonely old woman." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. How old are you to entertain such thoughts? And how could I possibly allow my beloved senior sister to become such a person, right? Hu Laina pouted and asked, "So, senior sister, does that mean you agree?" Gu Yuan gazed into Hu Laina's earnest eyes, realizing that his senior sister harbored genuine affection for him, unmarred by any hint of distraction. Gu Yuan then smiled and said, "Is there even a need to mention it? I have made my intentions abundantly clear. If I were to refuse you again, it would weigh heavily on my conscience." Upon hearing this, Hu Laina joyfully exclaimed, "Junior brother, you have said it. Once the goods are received, refunds are not permitted. Even if you wish to refund now, it would be too late." Gu Yuan gazed at H. Li N's joyful demeanor, and he couldn't help but smile, as if he truly cherished such a life. Chapter 74. The Whimsical H. Li N. Observing H. Li N, who resembled a playful child, Gu Yue was pleasantly surprised to discover this endearing side of her. Very well, I shall return this item, Gu Yue declared loudly. Li In, beaming with delight, replied, Indeed, my junior brother treats me well. With that, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Gu Yue gently touched the spot where Hu Laina had kissed him, still lingering with a faint fragrance. It dawned on Hu Laina that in a moment of excitement, she had impulsively kissed her junior, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. At that moment, Hu Laina felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yue suddenly inquired, Sister, during my absence, have you diligently practiced your cultivation? If not, I shall have to devise a punishment for you. He recalled their parting words. And now, for years later, if she had made no progress, then a reprimand was inevitable. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina felt a twinge of anxiety. Indeed, she had been somewhat lax over the past 4 years, and with her junior brother's arrival, she found herself even less inclined to train. Unlike Chen Rinxue, who thrived on competition and would immediately strive to surpass anyone who outshone her, Hu Laina held a different perspective. For her, as long as she could find joy and happiness, the rest was inconsequential. She believed that there was nothing wrong with being a little lazy in her cultivation. Junior brother, I have been practicing diligently. It's just that I've only reached level 45, Hu Laina replied, her eyes wide as she gazed at Gu Yue. Gu Yue felt a profound headache as he contemplated his predicament with this young woman. Sister, when I left, you were nearly at level 40. And now you have only just reached level 45, so you understand my dilemma, Gu Yue remarked with a smile. Hu Laina gazed at Gu Yue's smile with a hint of trepidation, instinctively retreating a few steps. Brother, what manner of punishment do you intend to impose? Hu Laina inquired, her voice tinged with fear. Gu Yue had long devised a method to punish Hu Laina, for he was well aware that his senior sister would undoubtedly indulge in laziness. Gu Yue grinned mischievously and said, Hee, senior sister, why not take a guess to find out? Hu Laina, observing Gu Yue's playful smirk, felt a twinge of fear in her heart. Gu Yue observed the glimmer of intent to flee in Hu Laina's eyes and, with swift reflexes, seized her. Initially, Hu Laina had intended to escape, but was caught off guard by Gu Yue's prompt action, her heart brimming with fear and indignation. Junior brother, please, she exclaimed. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing her cheeks redden to the point of warmth at her ears stirred a sense of agitation within Gu Yue. Yet he quickly managed to suppress it. Senior sister, this time you must obediently heed my words, Gu Yue remarked with a playful grin. Hu Laina, however, retorted defiantly. If you have the ability, come at me. I am not afraid. My talents are not as remarkable as yours, junior brother. This is clearly bullying. Senior sister, you are almost asking for it, Gu Yue replied, before playfully swatting her backside. When Gu Yue struck, he did not anticipate the exceptional softness of Hu Laina's backside. A shiver coursed through Hu Laina's body as she emitted a soft sound. Ing. At that moment, her face flushed a deep crimson. She had not expected Gu Yue to dare strike her. You wicked junior brother, Hu Laina exclaimed, her cheeks still aglow. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue immediately remarked, What villain? Senior sister, this is what we agreed upon. Hu Laina, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. It was indeed their arrangement. And to backtrack would tarnish her impression in the eyes of her junior brother. I shall not bother with you any longer, you odious junior brother. Lacking any understanding of cherishing the delicate. With that, Hu Laina promptly nestled into Gu Yue's embrace, offering no further retort. Gu Yue gazed at Hu Laina, realizing that her disobedience necessitated punishment. However, after the chastisement, he found it challenging to soothe her. Senior sister, you cannot be so unreasonable. Otherwise, do you believe I won't strike you again? Gu Yue remarked with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina immediately sat up and declared, No way. If you dare, I will ignore you. Gu Yue chuckled, Senior sister, you seem frightened. I assure you, if you provoke me again, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. At that moment, Hu Laina's face flushed crimson, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor, as she recalled that today she had been spanked by her junior. With a pout of indignation, Hu Laina looked at Gu Yue and said, You insufferable junior, if you do that again, I will tell the teacher. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue couldn't help but chuckle. He was utterly unfazed by Hu Laina's threat of informing their teacher. After all, Bibi Dong was already aware of his entanglement with Hu Laina, albeit without explicitly stating it. Sister, if you have the audacity, then speak up, Gu Yue said, leaning closer to Hu Laina with a smile. Hu Laina had no choice but to comply, as she merely sought to intimidate Gu Yuan in the name of their teacher. But regrettably, her efforts were in vain. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, who obediently listened to his words, and remarked, "Senior sister, I shall let you off this time. Today as punishment has been administered, but do not allow yourself to become complacent in your training henceforth. Otherwise, the consequences will be far graver." Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na's thoughts wandered to some undesirable implications, causing her cheeks, which had previously lost their flush, to redden once more. Today, Gu Yuan felt that he had teased Gu Yue Na sufficiently. Otherwise, he feared that his senior sister would truly be unable to endure it any longer. "All right, senior sister. Let us go seek the teacher," Gu Yuan remarked, gently patting Gu Yue Na, who was nestled in his embrace. Gu Yue Na lifted her head and inquired, "What could the teacher want from us? It has been quite a while since I last visited the teacher." Gu Yuan gazed at the girl, realizing that she could not simply refrain from seeking out their teacher. To his astonishment, she possessed such audacity. "We shall discover the truth once we go. Besides, it has been quite a while since you last visited the teacher," Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. After some contemplation, Gu Yue Na resolved to accompany Gu Yuan. Yet she felt that their current state might not be suitable for the visit. "Junior brother, do you truly believe it is wise for us to go in this manner? I have an unsettling feeling that the teacher might sense something amiss," Gu Yue Na inquired. Gu Yuan was surprised that this girl could come up with such thoughts. "It's nothing to worry about. We have merely established a temporary relationship without crossing any lines," he reassured her. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yue Na raised her head and said, "All right then." She then stood up to tidy herself and accompanied Gu Yuan outside. She had lost track of time in that room, having stayed there for what felt like an eternity. Upon stepping outside, Gu Yue Na felt a bit disoriented. After being playfully teased by Gu Yuan for so long, she inevitably felt a bit weak. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na said, "Junior brother, I need you to carry me down." "What?" Gu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. It was quite unexpected for Gu Yue Na to make such a request. Gu Yuan then remarked, "Senior sister, are you certain? And why must I carry you? Your legs are perfectly capable of walking." In response, Gu Yue Na directly stated, "I won't inquire further. Regardless, you are destined to carry me, for we are undeniably in a romantic relationship." Gu Yuan observed as Gu Yue Na began to throw a tantrum, feeling a headache coming on. This girl had already started to learn the art of coaxing. "Come here properly," Gu Yuan exclaimed, squatting down to allow Gu Yue Na to climb onto his back. Seeing Gu Yuan's willingness, Gu Yue Na ceased her antics and promptly mounted his back. With a playful smile, she remarked, "I always knew that my junior brother would treat me well. I shan't hold a grudge over past matters." Gu Yuan smiled at Gu Yue Na's expression, realizing that a man must cherish his own woman. Even if he himself is not joyful, it is essential that she finds happiness. Subsequently, Gu Yuan began to descend the mountain with the petite figure of Gu Yue Na upon his back. Chapter 75. Bibi Dong learned of it. Gu Yuan carried Gu Yue Na on his back as they journeyed north toward the Pope's Hall. Throughout the trip, Gu Yue Na's hands remained restless, continuously wandering over Gu Yuan's body. Observing his lack of reaction, she grew bolder in her actions. As the grand silhouette of the Pope's Hall loomed ahead, Gu Yuan finally spoke, "Senior sister, perhaps it's time to stop? I've endured your antics the entire way without complaint." Hearing his words, Gu Yue Na withdrew her hands with a playful laugh. "Very well, junior brother. Had you not spoken, I might have continued indefinitely." Hiki. As Gu Yuan listened, he felt overwhelmed by the incessant fidgeting of the young lady beside him. Why was she so fond of touching him, and could her delicate hands not remain still for even a moment? Gu Yue Na, on the other hand, felt no loss throughout their journey. It was Gu Yuan who seemed burdened by her childlike antics. Yet, there were moments when she was undeniably endearing. "Sister, do you not wish to disembark? We are nearing our destination," Gu Yuan inquired. Gu Yue Na pouted and replied, No, brother, just carry me there." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan realized that the girl seemed to be addicted. Even in his silence, she appeared to be on the verge of ecstasy. Subsequently, Gu Yuan released his grip, expecting her to descend on her own. To his surprise, however, Gu Yue Na clung tightly to his neck, refusing to let go. Gu Yuan, feeling helpless, remarked, "Senior sister, please descend swiftly." Gu Yue Na shook her head and responded, "Do not hesitate to go down. It is quite comfortable to be carried by junior brother." Upon observing the situation, Gu Yuan realized that a more stringent approach was necessary. "If you do not descend, you shall not be remembered," he declared. "Moreover, I shall not accompany you. I will depart tomorrow." At this, Gu Yue Na promptly dismounted from Gu Yuan, particularly compelled by the ultimatum of his imminent departure. You insufferable junior disciple. You only know how to threaten me, she retorted. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu Laina, feeling a throbbing headache. What does it mean when I threaten you clearly? In the end, Gu Yuan decided to let go of his reservations and took Hu Laina's hand, leading her towards the papal hall. Although Hu Laina was quite reluctant to descend, the warmth of Gu Yuan's gentle grasp brought her a semblance of joy. Perhaps it was true that her true nature only unfolded in Gu Yuan's presence. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the papal hall, and Gu Yuan released her hand, stating, "Well, we are at the door now. You must acquiesce, no matter your reluctance." Hu Laina looked at Gu Yuan with a hint of grievance, which tugged at his heartstrings. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan playfully tapped her on the head. "Wu, junior brother is bullying me." Hu Laina feigned a pout, expressing her mock indignation. Gu Yuan immediately discerned that the pain was merely an illusion, urging her to recover swiftly. Otherwise, he would no longer accompany her. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina promptly reverted to her usual self, for she was soon to meet Bibi Dong. Subsequently, Gu Yuan accompanied Hu Laina into the grand hall, where Bibi Dong, in a state of ennui, rested her head upon her hand, taking a brief moment to doze off. Gu Yuan gazed upon the serene visage of Bai Dong as she slumbered, finding her beauty captivating. It was also the first time Hu Laina had witnessed Bai Dong in such a state. Shortly thereafter, Bai Dong seemed to sense the presence of others entering the room, and upon opening her eyes, her gaze fell upon Gu Yuan and the long-absent Hu Laina. Gu Yuan was the first to speak. Even teachers get tired and need to sleep. Previously, it had been clearly stated that as the Pope, one must lead by example. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of annoyance. This little rascal was being so brazen simply because Nana was nearby. Nevertheless, she decided not to hold it against him, thinking that he would come to regret it later. Bibi Dong shot Gu Yuan a disapproving glance and remarked, "Little troublemaker. Mind your tongue, or you shall face the consequences." Gu Yuan fell silent, ceasing to speak, and then Bibi Dong took the opportunity to address the matter. "Nana, you haven't come out to see the teacher in such a long time. Why is it that the moment your junior brother arrives, you appear?" Upon hearing this, Hu Laina felt a bit flustered and was unsure of how to respond, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Teacher, you are well aware that I have missed my junior brother for far too long, and I have been diligently cultivating lately. I have been rather lazy before, and now he has surpassed me," Hu Laina confessed, her cheeks slightly flushed. Not knowing how else to reply, she could only utter those words, and her face betrayed a hint of embarrassment when the topic of her earlier cultivation arose. Bibi Dong observed her disciple, noticing the influence Gu Yuan had on her. Nonetheless, as a teacher, she chose to turn a blind eye. Subsequently, Bibi Dong remarked, "Nana, make sure to cultivate diligently alongside your junior brother. In a few years, the Soul Master Elite competition will arrive. With your junior brother's presence, I'm certain you will achieve twice the results with half the effort." Hu Laina responded with a sweet smile, clearly enamored with her beloved Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan observed the dialogue between the two, and it was evident that Bibi Dong sensed a budding connection with her senior sister. In contrast, Hu Laina, blissfully oblivious, spoke with such casualness, seemingly unafraid of revealing anything. Bibi Dong turned to Gu Yuan with a smile, saying, "Yuaner, you must assist your senior sister in the coming years. Otherwise, if your soul power does not advance, I shall have to question you." How eerie the word ancient fate sounds. Knowing that teacher and senior sister are here puts my heart at ease. Moreover, once my spiritual power grows stronger, senior sister can train with me. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina thought to herself, "Junior brother, just how strong can your spiritual power be? Even as a child, I could easily bewitch you, and I still can now." Presently, Hu Laina remained quite confident in her charm abilities. But Gu Yuan's words stirred a desire in her to test him when the opportunity arose. Bibi Dong, observing Gu Yuan's unwavering confidence, felt reassured. Yet she cautioned him, "Yuaner, do not be overconfident. Remember how your previous arrogance nearly cost you your life." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan mused that without Xiaoyu, he would likely have met a rather dismal fate. "You are indeed a good teacher, yet your mental fortitude remains unblemished," he acknowledged. Bai Dong found herself somewhat exasperated by her diminutive disciple and realized she would need to exert more guidance henceforth. "Nana, you may take your leave. I have matters to discuss with your junior," she instructed Hu Laina. With a hint of reluctance, Hu Laina departed, her eyes reflecting a resignation to Bai Dong's unyielding gaze. Afterward, she conveyed to Gu Yuan to wait outside, to which he responded with a cheerful nod. Observing the subtle exchanges between the two, Bai Dong felt a burgeoning urge to reprimand Gu Yuan. Once Hu Laina had completely exited, Bai Dong turned to Gu Yuan and inquired, "Yuaner, How do you propose we address the situation with Nana? Should I turn a blind eye or not? Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. This version of Bai Bai Dong was markedly different from the one he had previously known. And the same could be said for Gu Yue Na. Donger, could you refrain from exposing the truth? After all, seeing your sister misses me dearly, he implored. Bai Bai Dong regarded Gu Yuan thoughtfully, reflecting on her own disciple, and eventually arrived at a conclusion. Very well, I shall overlook the matter concerning you and Nana. For I am the elder in this scenario, she declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, his sister had long since matured. Yet it was you who had taken the lead. Gu Yuan said, Thank you, Dong heir. After hearing this, Bai Bai Dong smirked and replied, Shall we settle the score then? Observing Bai Bai Dong's mischievous grin, Gu Yuan felt an unsettling premonition. Chapter 76. Bai Bai Dong's ambition. At this moment, Gu Yuan found himself cornered by Bai Bai Dong, who was taking advantage of her formidable power to tease him. Dong heir. If you continue like this, I will truly be angry, Gu Yuan stated with unwavering resolve. Bai Bai Dong, intrigued, couldn't help but smile at the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth. Oh, Yuan heir, how bold of you. Gu Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong, infuriated by her teasing, particularly as she took advantage of her superior strength. Gu Yuan hurriedly pushed Bai Bai Dong away, saying, Donger, do not come so close. I am afraid. Bai Bai Dong replied with a playful smile. Afraid of what? I fear nothing. Why should you, Yuan? At that moment, her words were imbued with an enchanting allure. Gu Yuan, feeling apprehensive about a repeat of the prior encounter, swiftly changed the subject. Donger, stop teasing. Please tell me what the matter is, he stated directly. Upon seeing Gu Yuan's sudden seriousness, Bai Bai Dong lost her interest in jesting. Well, to be honest, these past few years, I have been quite well settled here. Gu Yuan pondered over what the issue might be, recalling that it had been mentioned previously. Furthermore, Dong heir, it appears, has become more prone to forgetting matters. Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong was taken aback to learn that she was deemed forgetful, sensing a subtle shift in her little man. Yuan, you would do well to retract that statement. Otherwise, I would be rather intrigued to experience your current essence, Bai Bai Dong remarked with a wicked smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He certainly did not wish to undergo such an experience again, for when Bibi Dong had consumed him, he could scarcely lift his own waist. Dongo, I take it back. Is that not sufficient? Gu Yuan hastily exclaimed. Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of displeasure. Despite her initiative, it seemed he did not appreciate it. Very well, I shall speak plainly. You must follow your senior sister at all times and in all places. Bibi Dong admonished. Gu Yuan replied, What the teacher says is absolute, and you have agreed to it anyway. Bibi Dong observed Gu Yuan's joy and felt that this young man had quite a few women in his life. Moreover, with his status still unclear, it would be challenging to navigate future circumstances. Yuan, I won't interfere with your desires, but remember that I will always be the most significant presence in your life. Bibi Dong cautioned. Gu Yuan sensed something amiss. Surely, the most significant person must be his sister. Bibi Dong, noticing Gu Yuan's troubled expression, chuckled. I am aware of your sister, and it is evident that her feelings for you extend beyond mere sibling affection. Gu Yuan remarked, Donger, you are already aware. Why must you make things difficult for me? Bai Bai Dong responded with a smile, That is precisely why I intend to compete with your sister. Gu Yuan advised, Donger, I urge you not to be overly naive. Does it truly matter who holds the most power? Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong immediately retorted, You men simply do not understand, regardless of the situation. You remain oblivious to how many women you may seek outside. Gu Yuan pondered to himself, Humph, I shall not inquire about such matters. Once I attain divinity, it will be my authority that prevails. In truth, the seal of the Yuan Yu sword had already been lifted, and he could wield it with complete mastery. However, this trump card would remain concealed. The bloodline of the nine tails within Gu Yuan temporarily amplifies his strength, yet the sole drawback is that after its utilization, his physical form will enter a state of weakness. He has yet to encounter Xiaoyu, but once he does, it is imperative to inquire about this matter. As this bloodline has not yet attained the full potential of the nine tails, Guyan could only endure for now, uncertain of how long it would take to vanquish Bibi Dong. Well, you can say whatever you wish. It matters not to me, Guyan remarked nonchalantly. Despite Bibi Dong's awareness of her superior strength, she felt compelled to clarify certain matters to prevent future complications. However, upon noticing Guyan's apparent indifference to the inquiry, a flicker of irritation crossed Bibi Dong's face. With a perilous glint in her eyes, she declared, "If you choose not to ask, then I shall confine you." Indeed, once Bibi Dong ascended to divinity, she intended to take Gu Yan to the divine realm, establishing a palace where he would be eternally imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and then replied, "Let us speak of Dong Er's future affairs later. After all, I still have 6 years ahead of me." Observing Gu Yuan's unwavering confidence, Bai Dong smiled faintly. Sensing that Gu Yuan would not attain divinity within such a brief span, Bai Dong ceased the jesting and inquired, "As long as nothing pressing arises, you should focus on supervising your senior sister's cultivation. I am about to enter seclusion." Seclusion, Gu Yuan mused, realizing it was likely related to the trial of divinity. "Well, if there is nothing else, you should depart swiftly. Otherwise," Bai Dong suddenly grinned mischievously and continued. Gu Yuan glanced at Bibi Dong's mischievous smile and hurriedly fled outside. Observing Gu Yuan's retreating figure, Bibi Dong unexpectedly broke into a gentle smile. Realizing that Yuaner possessed a playful spirit, she turned her gaze towards the grand hall, falling into a deep contemplation. Memories of being scorned by her mentor and that heartless man flooded her mind, inciting a growing ire within her. Yet, the mere thought of Gu Yuan soothed her anger. From the moment she encountered him and brought him to the papal palace, to treating him as a child husband and ultimately consuming him, Bibi Dong found herself in a perplexing state. It was astonishing to her that, despite her status as the Pope, she was utterly captivated by this boy. In her past, she maintained an aloof demeanor as the Pope, but since little Yuan's arrival, her temperament had softened significantly. Truly, he was her destined one. Of course, Bibi Dong would only reveal this side of herself in Gu Yuan's presence. In front of others, she remained the regal and distant Pope. Meanwhile, outside the papal palace, Hulaina patiently awaited Gu Yuan's return. Gu Yuan emerged and noticed Hulaina waiting silently. He stepped forward and suddenly exclaimed, "Greetings, senior sister. Aren't you heading back?" Startled, Hulaina turned her head to see Gu Yuan and pouted in response, "You mischievous junior brother, you delight in scaring me." Gu Yuan gazed at Hulaina's fearful expression and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Senior sister, it is clearly you who are timid." "Humph. I shall not concern myself with the fact that I am a girl, nor with what my teacher discussed with you," Hulaina inquired abruptly. Gu Yu raised his head to gaze at the sky, lost in contemplation. He found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Hulaina. He relished teasing her. Yet at times, a pang of compassion tugged at his heart. What, he pondered, were his true feelings for his senior sister? Observing Gu Yu's indifference towards her, Hulaina exhaled a warm breath near his ear. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's ears became acutely sensitive, and he quickly regained his composure, only to find Hulaina blowing warm breath beside him, accompanied by a hint of fragrance. His ears were naturally quite sensitive, especially after being rendered powerless by Gu Yuna's bite, which is why he had refrained from discussing the matter with Hulaina. Observing Gu Yuan's foolish expression, Hulaina couldn't help but find it amusing, for it was usually he who teased her, and now, with just a breath from her, his true self was revealed. "Sister, it turns out your ears are the most sensitive. Can you truly not withstand even this from your elder sister?" Hulaina suddenly adopted a bewitching demeanor. Gu Yuan suddenly realized that his face had turned rosy, and he quickly remarked, "Senior sister, you." Hulaina leaned in playfully and said, "Junior brother, it seems I have stumbled upon something quite extraordinary." Gu Yuan swiftly retreated, unable to endure the enchanting demeanor of Hulaina. Chapter 77, Provocation. "Senior sister, please don't." Gu Yuan hastily fled. In an instant, Hulaina wielded her fox spirit, capturing Gu Yuan. "Hiki, little junior brother, you just teased me. This time, I shall take my revenge." Gu Yuan felt a genuine sense of distress, having been unexpectedly discovered by the enchanting Hulaina. "Senior sister, I advise you to surrender, otherwise you may find yourself regretting this later," he warned. With a sly smile, the captivating Hulaina gazed at Gu Yuan and replied, "Are you certain, little junior? You are currently in my grasp." "Senior sister, you have forced my hand," he declared, unleashing the formidable power of a soul king as he broke free from Hulaina's martial spirit. Hulaina, witnessing his escape, was filled with frustration. Realizing that victory had slipped just beyond her reach, Gu Yuan struck Hulaina's little head with his hand, causing a noticeable pain to manifest. "Oh dear, junior brother. You are quite ruthless," Hulaina lamented, clutching her head and gazing at Gu Yuan with a sense of grievance. This gesture left Gu Yuan at a loss, as he wondered when Hulaina had become so adept at being endearing. "Serves you right. It is not my fault. Why did you treat me in such a manner? How dare you lay a hand on my ears?" Gu Yuan retorted fiercely. Soothing Gu Yue Na proved to be an arduous task, for she possessed an enchanting allure. "You had better not provoke me, or I shall bite you to death," Gu Yue Na threatened, playfully displaying her little fangs. This version of Gu Yue Na, particularly when she revealed her tiny canines, was irresistibly charming, exuding both sweetness and mischief. It was impossible not to be captivated by such a beguiling and delightful Gu Yue Na. Gu Yuan gazed at the fairy Gu Yue Na and chuckled. "Are you afraid, dear junior brother? Then let us hasten to train together." "Very well," he replied. Though Gu Yue Na was still quite reluctant at the mention of cultivation, Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, whose unwilling expression tugged at his heart for a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, despite her reluctance, it was a direct arrangement from their esteemed teacher. Subsequently, Gu Yuan swiftly led Gu Yue Na to the training grounds, during which he attempted to flee. Gu Yuan arrived at the familiar training ground, while Gu Yue Na appeared disinterested in training. "Sister, could it be that you are afraid? If fear is what holds you back, I assure you, I shall not speak ill of you," Gu Yuan provocatively remarked. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na's face was awash with indignation. "Whoever said that can come forth?" As Gu Yue Na radiated determination, Gu Yuan silently chuckled to himself, eager to test the true extent of his mental prowess. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na stepped forward and summoned her martial spirit in front of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na as she summoned the spirit of the spirit hall, her appearance extraordinarily enchanting. After several years, Gu Yue Na had indeed undergone a significant transformation. "Junior brother, look at yourself. Do you think I am beautiful?" Gu Yue Na remarked alluringly. In a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan inadvertently uttered, "Beautiful, senior sister is truly beautiful." At that instant, he remained unaware that he had already succumbed to the enchantment of Gu Yue Na. Observing Gu Yuan ensnared by her allure, Gu Yue Na chuckled. "It seems my junior is in quite a predicament. Should you fail to extricate yourself, it may soon be too late." Gradually, Gu Yuan began to realize that he had fallen into her trap, acknowledging his oversight and the unexpected nature of her approach. He shook his head in response. In front of Gu Yuan, Gu Yue Na sat smiling, beckoning. "Junior brother, come here," Gu Yuan remarked. "I never anticipated you would employ a dream in such a manner against me." Suddenly, in the dream, Gu Yue Na shed some of her garments, revealing her long, elegant legs. Upon beholding the elegant legs of Gu Yue Na, Gu Yuan felt as though he could indulge in their allure for 3 years. In the realm of dreams, Gu Yue Na smiled gently, remarking, "Junior brother, the way your face flushes is quite endearing." Although everything within the dream was but a fabrication, her figure felt strikingly real. Gu Yuan never anticipated that his senior sister would employ him as a means to confound himself. "Oh, senior sister, upon my return, I shall surely exact punishment upon you." In the dreamscape, Gu Yue Na smiled. "Are you unable to contain your eagerness, junior brother? Shall we perhaps indulge in a trial now?" With a graceful stride, Gu Yue Na approached Gu Yuan, her smile enchanting and beguiling. As Gu Yuan gazed at the alluring Gu Yue Na, he hastily recoiled, for he had no desire to linger in this place. Unable to endure any longer, he resolved to shatter the illusion. With a thought, Gu Yuan shattered the dreamscape, causing Gu Yue Na within to disintegrate as well. In the waking world, Gu Yue Na suddenly sensed that her junior had been broken, prompting her to retreat several steps in haste. Gu Yuan seized Gu Yue Na and remarked, "So, after committing a misdeed, you wish to flee? Today, I must administer a thorough punishment." At that moment, Gu Yue Na truly felt that Gu Yuan was utterly ungrateful. Despite her overwhelming allure, he remained impervious. A thought crossed her mind. Was her enchanting ability truly so feeble? Suddenly, Gu Yuan pinched Gu Yue Na's nose and said, "Senior sister, you mustn't behave like this in the future, understood? If you dare to do it again, I shall truly punish you. Consider this a gentle reminder." At that moment, Gu Yue Na genuinely made Gu Yuan feel exasperated. Upon hearing his words, Gu Yue Na felt a sudden warmth in her heart. However, she couldn't help but think that her junior brother might be feeling a tinge of jealousy if she treated others in the same manner. "All right, you're the best, junior brother," she replied with a smile. Yet, with a hint of disappointment in her voice, she questioned, "Do you truly believe my charm abilities are so weak?" Ever since she had been under Bibi Dong's tutelage, Gu Yue Na had always been exceptionally talented. Bibi Dong had recognized her potential when she took her as a disciple, as Gu Yue Na was among the most outstanding individuals in the Fox martial soul realm. Although not as formidable as Qian Rinxue's divine martial soul, she was undeniably strong compared to the average person. Gu Yuan observed the lingering sorrow and disappointment on Gu Yue Na's face, oblivious to the fact that her enchanting abilities were indeed formidable. It was merely his spiritual prowess that surpassed hers by a slight margin. Sister, do not be disheartened. In truth, your martial soul's charm is quite powerful. It is just that my spiritual strength is a tad stronger, Gu Yuan reassured her. Seeing her sister still troubled by her perceived shortcomings and enchanting abilities, he added, you never mentioned your prior laziness. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na felt a flicker of joy within her. Really, brother? I thought I was truly lacking. Not at all. Thus, you must diligently train from now on, otherwise. When Teacher Dong emerges from her seclusion, you shall face her wrath, Gu Yuan warned playfully, contemplating the consequences of Bai Dong's punishment. Gu Yue Na felt a shiver of fear. She recalled the dreadful experience she had endured before Gu Yuan arrived. However, upon learning that Bai Dong was in seclusion, Gu Yue Na expressed her confusion. Why must teacher enter seclusion? I have never witnessed her do so before. Gu Yuan explained, I am unaware of the teacher's seclusion, but I do have some delightful news. Would you care to hear it? Gu Yue Na felt skeptical about what good news could possibly exist. Do share this good news with me, she urged. Gu Yuan smiled and said, I shall inform you once you have transcended to the Soul King. Gu Yuan contemplated that if this could allow his senior sister to concentrate on her cultivation, it would indeed be beneficial. After all, the teacher's approval of their matters should be considered good news, wouldn't it? Gu Yue Na, feeling impatient, remarked, why can't you just tell me now? Gu Yuan assured, rest assured. This news will surely bring you a moment of joy. Very well, as you say, Gu Yue Na replied resolutely. Gu Yue gazed at Lien's resolute eyes and smiled. Such a senior sister seemed rather admirable. A notice to all readers. There will be a temporary update of one chapter over the next couple of days, with a substantial release on Friday. We sincerely hope for your understanding, and we kindly ask the esteemed readers to consider placing an initial subscription on Friday. Thank you. Chapter 78. Qian Diali. Are you truly going? Lien expressed her deep concern upon hearing that Gu Yue intended to visit the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall and the Pope Hall have always been in opposition to one another. How could Lien not be worried? She recalled the last time when Bibi Dong was guiding her training. Suddenly, Qian Diali arrived, provoking Bibi Dong, which incited her wrath. Since that incident, Lien understood that the Pope Hall and the Elder Hall have perpetually been adversaries. Gu Yuan observed Gu Yue Na, who appeared quite distressed, and offered her reassurance. Do not worry. In fact, the teacher has already consented to this matter. Gu Yue Na lifted her small head, looking adorably naive as she gazed at Gu Yuan. Why didn't you tell me? You made me worry for nothing. Gu Yuan, pouting playfully, retorted, well, I didn't have the chance, and besides, you didn't ask. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na's face puffed up adorably with indignation, but in the next moment, she shot Gu Yuan a sidelong glare. You mischievous junior, if you deceive me again, I won't let you off easily. Seeing Gu Yue Na glare at him, Gu Yuan turned away with a grin, thinking, this girl is really something. All right, senior sister, I must take my leave now, or else Grandpa Genie will scold me. He added. Gu Yue Na pouted at Gu Yuan, saying, go on, but remember not to speak carelessly. Enough, enough, I'm leaving, Gu Yuan said impatiently before vanishing from the spot. Gu Yue Na stood there, lost in thought, as if she had uncovered Gu Yuan's vulnerability. When did my senior sister become so worried about me? Gu Yuan shook his head in annoyance. At that moment, he arrived at the entrance of the Elder Hall, which, of course, was transformed since the passing of Qian Xuanji. Following his death, Qian Douluo had reformed the entire Elder Hall. Unlike the Pope Hall, which also housed several elders, primarily titled Douluo, most of whom had not reached level 95, the Elder Hall had undergone significant changes. It was now led by 7 prominent offerings under Qian Daoliu's command. However, Bibi Dong held a divine position, while Qian Douluo lacked the qualifications to inherit the angelic goddess seat. Gu Yuan gazed upon the imposing Elder Hall before stepping inside. Suddenly, Golden Crocodile Douluo emerged to greet him. Xiao Yuan has arrived. I, along with the grand offering, have been awaiting your presence for quite some time. Golden Crocodile regarded his successor with a gentle expression. Grandpa Golden Crocodile is aware, yet what should I truly cultivate? Gu Yuan replied with a smile. I am already quite formidable. Surely, a little rest would suffice. Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile sighed inwardly. This young lad is rather complacent. If only he would exert himself more, the title of Title de Law would not be far from his grasp. Xiao Yuan, do not be so lackadaisical. My legacy rests solely upon your shoulders. Golden Crocodile admonished Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was taken aback by the fact that Golden Crocodile Douluo placed such great importance on him as a successor. Understood, Grandfather Golden Crocodile. Let us proceed inside without delay, Gu Yuan declared. Very well, Golden Crocodile nodded, with Gu Yuan closely trailing behind. Soon after, Gu Yuan and Golden Crocodile Douluo swiftly entered the Elder Hall. Upon her inaugural entry into the Elder Hall, Gu Yuan was immediately struck by a formidable force. One that was even more oppressive than that of the Papal Hall. Gu Yuan pondered to himself, truly, this place gathers the most formidable titled Douluos from across the continent. However, this aspect is still not particularly impressive. The Golden Crocodile Douluo glanced at Gu Yuan and said with a smile, Relax, little Yuan, we shall arrive shortly. All right. Grandfather Golden Crocodile, Gu Yuan replied. Gu Yuan indeed wished to meet this Qian Douluo, for he was his granddaughter's husband, and it was only fitting that they should be acquainted. Soon, Gu Yuan followed the Golden Crocodile Douluo into a grand hall. Within, there stood a statue of a celestial deity, and a figure was seated below, engaged in meditation. Ancient Yuan gazed at the somewhat aged man before him, who appeared to be in his 60s, and pondered that he must be Qian Douluo, the one he had come to meet. As Qian Douluo opened his eyes, he immediately recognized that the Golden Crocodile Douluo had brought Ancient Yuan with him. The Golden Crocodile Douluo stepped forward and said, Great offering. This is Bibi Dong's disciple. I have also taken him as my successor. Although the Golden Crocodile Douluo did not claim invincibility, he had lived a life of grace. Throughout his existence, he had never encountered a woman who stirred his heart, which is why he sought someone to carry on his legacy. Initially, when the Golden Crocodile Douluo spoke to Qian Douluo, many were skeptical. Bringing Ancient Yuan here served as the finest testament to his words. Qian Douluo, with a resonant voice, remarked, Indeed, Golden Crocodile, this is Bibi Dong's disciple. Observing Ancient Yuan's mature aura and composed demeanor, he added, Quite impressive. Bibi Dong has certainly chosen a commendable disciple. Suddenly, Qian Douluo inquired, Young one, as Bibi Dong's disciple, allow me to ascertain whether you possess the strength to be the Golden Crocodile's successor. Gu Yuan gazed intently at Qian Douluo, whose aura radiated formidable strength, truly befitting a limit Douluo. However, upon hearing the inquiry regarding his capabilities, Gu Yuan's interest was piqued. He felt compelled to make a commendable impression in the presence of his father-in-law. He then spoke, Great offering, you should pay close attention. If I lacked strength, I would not have come here. The young man's bravado was quite remarkable. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since been reduced to ashes. Qian Douluo remarked with a smile. In truth, Qian Douluo also wished to ascertain whether Gu Yuan was suitable to become his granddaughter's husband. Ancient Yuan remained silent for a moment, then promptly revealed all his soul rings. Subsequently, 5 soul rings, purple and black, rose collectively from his being. Beside him, Golden Crocodile Douluo wore an expression of astonishment. Although he had heard of it, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. Qian Douluo silently assessed the situation, acknowledging that a configuration of 1 purple and 4 black soul rings surpassed even that of Shuai. He had not anticipated that Qian Richue, endowed with innate full soul power at level 20, would be outshone by this young man before him. Despite his astonishment, Qian Douluo maintained a composed facade, for he could not allow his son-in-law to witness any sign of embarrassment. Gu Yuan suddenly inquired, So, great offering, do I possess any strength? Qian Douluo nodded in satisfaction and replied with a smile, Indeed, your prowess is remarkable. I never anticipated encountering such a prodigious being in my lifetime. The Golden Crocodile Douluo interjected, stating, Great offering, I assure you, I have unwavering confidence in my judgment. This individual certainly qualifies as a prodigy. In our era, he would have been capable of dominating an entire age. However, I notice a substantial residue of soul power within him. Perhaps I should lend him a hand. Subsequently, Qian Douluo proceeded to exert his influence over Gu Yuan. Suddenly, Gu Yuan sensed an overwhelming pressure and swiftly entered a defensive mode. The nearby Golden Crocodile Douluo was equally astonished that the grand offering would strike directly. Qian Douluo, observing Gu Yuan's calm demeanor in the face of his oppressive aura, found himself increasingly intrigued by this son-in-law of his. Gu Yuan merely perceived this situation as not entirely unfavorable, though the power had yet to reach its zenith. Qian Douluo had already escalated the oppressive aura to the 79th level, yet this young man remained unshaken and composed. It seemed further intensity was required. Without hesitation, he then unleashed the might of a soul Douluo. Gu Yuan's body suddenly trembled as he felt his power gradually increasing. Subsequently, the Yuanwei sword within him abruptly alerted Gu Yuan. Chapter 79, The sword's might revealed seeing Qian Douluo assisting in the breakthrough. The Yuanwei sword swiftly emerged to warn Gu Yuan. Master, That old man is aiding your breakthrough. Quickly unleash your strength to seize this opportunity. The Yuanwei sword urgently reminded. Very well. Since it has come to this, it would be impolite not to greet him properly. Gu Yuan's aura erupted in full force, completely neutralizing Qian Daoliu's oppressive might. Qian Daoliu's expression twisted in astonishment. To think this boy remains unharmed even under the pressure of a Douluo law. He was well aware that, though he had not inherited a divine seat, he could still wield traces of the angel god's power. Yet, even after elevating my pressure to the level of a Douluo, this boy stands unscathed. Gu Yuan then remarked with a smirk, Grand Elder, it seems your pressure is rather lacking, no? Ancient Yuan directly provoked, seeking to compel Qian Daolu to elevate his power to that of a titled Douluo. Yuan Weijin cautioned, Master. You must resist with all your might this time. It presents an opportunity for rapid advancement. Upon hearing Yuan Weijin's warning, Ancient Yuan felt weary. Why must it always be like this at critical moments? This child expresses a desire to avoid such circumstances. Qian Daolu, observing Ancient Yuan's provocation, did not express anger, but rather responded with interest, saying, You are indeed bold to speak to me in such a manner. I hope you do not come to regret it shortly. With that, Qian Daolu immediately increased his pressure to that of a titled Douluo. Gu Yuan sensed an overwhelming pressure that suddenly reached the level of a titled Douluo, causing his body to gradually feel unwell. Yuan Weijin, this is all your fault. Now I'll have to lie down for several days, he lamented, blaming Yuan Weijin for provoking Qian Daolu. Master, this is a golden opportunity. It may not come again, Yuan Weijin remarked with a smile. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Gu Yuan lamented the treachery of this sword. Was it not designed to lead him to his demise at the hands of Qian Daolu? He made a mental note of this wretched blade. Subsequently, Gu Yuan summoned all his strength to resist, channeling his soul power and sword energy in a formidable defense. When the Yuanwei sword seal was lifted, it had imparted the technique of wielding sword energy to Gu Yuan, a legacy bestowed upon him by its former master. However, it was important to note that the oppressive force of Qian Daolu bore divine power, making this resistance an exceptionally arduous endeavor. Gu Yuan observed as Qian Daoliu's oppressive aura gradually intensified. Behind Gu Yuan, the shadow of a sword began to materialize, eventually forming the silhouette of a human figure. A trace of astonishment flickered across Qian Daoliu's face. How could this be? He had only encountered such a phenomenon in the historical records of the Spirit Hall. Throughout his reign across the continent, aside from Tangchen, no one had ever been his match. He had also witnessed the prowess of Chen Xin from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, yet none had displayed such overwhelming presence. Even the golden crocodile Douluo was taken aback by the immense potential Gu Yuan had concealed. In response, Qian Daolu further amplified his power, ascending to the 95th level. At that moment, Gu Yuan could no longer withstand the pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood. Genie Douluo intended to swiftly intervene, realizing that they had already reached the 95th level, and it would soon be too late to stop it. However, he was halted by Qian Daolu. Do not be alarmed. This young man can still endure. He possesses strength yet, Qian Daolu remarked. Ancient Yuan now finds himself engulfed in torment, yet he must persevere. The Sword of Fate gazes upon Ancient Yuan suffering with deep compassion, but this is the final step necessary to fully unlock the power of the Sword of Fate. Subsequently, Qian Daolu intensifies his force. The moment has arrived as a shadow behind Ancient Yuan suddenly opens its eyes, fixating on Qian Daolu. Qian Daolu, taken aback, meets the gaze of the shadow, which seems to harbor a murderous intent. In the next instant, the shadow behind Ancient Yuan draws forth a razor-sharp sword, aiming it at Qian Daolu. The fusion of the blades might surpasses even that of a titled Douluo strike. Alarmed, Qian Daolu hastily withdraws his martial soul to defend himself. Great Elder, I require assistance, he calls out, and soon the golden crocodile Douluo joins forces to withstand the impending blow. The intensity of the force unexpectedly escalates, culminating in a violent explosion that sends both Qian Daolu and the golden crocodile Douluo hurtling away. As the power detonates, the air within the Elder Hall is thick with the oppressive aura of the sword. This surge of energy jolts Bibi Dong, who is in seclusion, into sudden awareness. Coldly, she remarks, what is this overwhelming force? How can there be such a commotion? Meanwhile, Ancient Yuan within the Elder Hall awakens, and amidst his arduous struggle, his soul power breaks through to the 60th level. Gu Yuan glanced around and quickly rose to his feet, inquiring, Grandfather Golden Crocodile, what is happening? The Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Daolu sat on the ground, both affected by the formidable force that had just been unleashed. You reckless brat. You've certainly caused quite a commotion. The Elder Hall was nearly obliterated by your actions, Qian Daolu remarked, panting heavily as he lay on the ground. Gu Yuan observed Qian Daoliu's demeanor, casting a glance at the shattered floor surrounding them. Is this incident truly an accident? I certainly lack the means to compensate. Gu Yuan feared that Qian Daolu would demand reimbursement. Qian Daolu nearly erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "This insolent brat thinks he can simply flee after causing such chaos. Rest assured, I have no intention of holding you accountable. This strike has merely broadened my horizons." The golden crocodile Douluo also took the opportunity to admonish Gu Yuan, "Little Yuan, this time the blame lies with you. The power within you must be mastered with utmost rigor, otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt somewhat bewildered, pondering, what on earth is going on with grandfather Golden Crocodile? Subsequently, the Golden Crocodile Douluo recounted the events that had transpired to Gu Yuan. Upon hearing the conversation, Gu Yuan was astonished to discover that he possessed a shadowy figure wielding a sword, and even Qian Daolu nearly faltered. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that it must be closely related to the Yuanwei sword. Gu Yuan promptly remarked, "I will ensure to master the Golden Crocodile's teachings in the future." The Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded in acknowledgement, "And I must express my gratitude to the Grand Offering. This opportunity has allowed me to successfully ascend to the rank of Sole Emperor." Gu Yuan hurriedly conveyed his thanks to Qian Daolu. In response, Qian Daolu exhibited little surprise, as this fell well within the realm of his expectations. Reflecting on his myriad experiences, Qian Daolu recognized that this occurrence truly broadened his horizons, revealing such peculiar happenings. As long as you refrain from actions that oppose the spirit hall, you are free to pursue your path. It is not a matter of helping you, rather, it is out of respect for the Golden Crocodile, Qian Daolu replied. Ancient Fate gazed at Golden Crocodile Douluo and then remarked, "I sincerely apologize for the actions taken by Grandfather Golden Crocodile this time. I assure you that I will dedicate myself to more rigorous training in the future." Golden Crocodile Douluo chuckled and replied, "There is no need for concern, little Fate. As long as you commit to your training, all will be well. However, your mysterious power is indeed formidable. I suspect that the recent explosion has drawn the attention of many influential forces." After listening, Gu Yuan contemplated that he indeed needed to exercise greater caution in the future. Suddenly, Qian Daolu inquired, "Do you know my granddaughter, you little rascal?" This unexpected question left Gu Yuan momentarily bewildered. In the author's note, it was stated that the book officially launched at 12:05 this morning. To be candid, this initial experience has been rather tumultuous. The book faced a month-long hiatus before a few days of writing culminated in a contract. It was initiated at the end of July, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the support from all and the recommendation from editor Naipong. I had not anticipated that my first book would be published. Admittedly, it has its fair share of shortcomings, and I am sincerely thankful for the continued support. I shall refrain from lamenting. Due to my initial laziness in not storing manuscripts, I will release 3 chapters initially, followed by 2 more in the evenings, with a steady output of approximately 2 chapters thereafter. Moreover, I humbly request for initial subscriptions. The author merely seeks to make a modest living. For every 300 subscriptions, an additional chapter will be added. For 500, 2 chapters. Beyond that, I dare not dream. Thus, the outcome rests in the hands of esteemed readers. P.S. As the author is currently in school, there will only be 2 updates henceforth, and I kindly ask for the understanding of all readers. In Chapter 80, regarding Qian Daoliu's alleged granddaughter-in-law, within the Elder Hall, Gu Yuan, with his silvery hair reminiscent of falling snow, bore an expression filled with questions. "What do you mean by that, esteemed elder?" "I find myself rather perplexed," Gu Yuan inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that Qian Daolu truly knew about his relationship with Shui'er? It seemed implausible, for he believed he had concealed it quite adeptly. Gu Yuan swiftly dismissed this decision, deeming it utterly impossible. Reflecting upon Qian Ruoshui's exquisite beauty and her petite, proud temperament, a smile unexpectedly graced Gu Yuan's face. "I say, young man, you have deceived our dear Shui'er and yet refused to admit it," Qian Daolu remarked, fixing Gu Yuan with a pair of solemn eyes. Ancient Origin pondered deeply, wondering what this was all about. "I had concealed it so well," Golden Crocodile Douluo remarked. "Little Yuan, you might as well admit it. In truth, both I and the Grand Offering are already aware." Qian Daolu and Golden Crocodile Douluo gazed intently at Ancient Origin, and under their unwavering stares, he felt it was impossible to deny any longer. Ancient Yuan inquired, "How did you come to know about the Grand Offering and Grandfather Golden Crocodile?" With a chuckle, Qian Daolu recounted the events from the day Shui'er returned from his company, a vivid smile gracing his face. He began to narrate the scene from that day. At the time, Qian Rinxue had just returned to the Elder Hall, her cheeks still flushed with color. Observing her rosy complexion, Qian Daolu asked, "Shuer, how did you come back from there, your face still bearing a hint of blush?" Ah. Qian Rinxue suddenly realized she had arrived at the elder hall. Her embarrassment from ancient Yuan's teasing still lingering. "What are you talking about, Grandpa?" she retorted. "Is Shuer still in denial? Who else could evoke such a blush? If not the young man you just visited?" Qian Daolu unveiled Qian Rinxue's untruth. In truth, he had noticed her flushed cheeks upon her return, leaving him astounded. His granddaughter had always been as cold as ice, never allowing any man to capture her attention, let alone cause her to blush. Thus, Qian Daolu surmised that perhaps his granddaughter had someone special in her heart. What a scoundrel. Clearly just a lecher, only interested in her physique, Qian Rinxue thought. Recalling her earlier experiences, unknowingly reddening further. Suddenly, Qian Daolu burst into laughter. "Haha, it seems our Shuero has finally found a man worthy of her affection." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue lowered her head, her face aflame, pondering her grandfather's peculiar behavior that day. Just then, Golden Crocodile Douluo entered, glancing at the grand offering with a smile. And noticing Qian Rinxue's particularly rosy cheeks. Why is Shuer so flushed? I remember her being quite stoic, Golden Crocodile Douluo remarked, prompting, "Grand offering. What has happened to Shuer today?" Qian Daolu, taken aback by Golden Crocodile Douluo's sudden arrival, replied, "I was just telling you that a man has caught Shuer's eye." He then recounted the earlier events, which delighted Golden Crocodile Douluo. Seeing her two beloved grandfathers so pleased made Qian Rinxue's cheeks burn even brighter. "Why must you both join in the revelry? By the way, when will Shuesh present me with a great-grandchild?" Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed suddenly. "Indeed, Shuer. All I desire is to hold a great-grandchild," Qian Daolu added. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. "Grandpa, don't speak of grandchildren. He is merely a scoundrel." Observing her insistence, Qian Daolu quipped, "If Shuer does not fancy him, I shall eliminate him at once." Upon hearing Qian Daolu's intent to dispose of ancient Yuan, she hurriedly exclaimed, "No, Grandpa. You claim not to care, yet here you are, defending him." Qian Daolu chuckled. "Humph. I shall ignore you then," Qian Rinxue retorted, her cheeks aflame as she dashed out in haste. Watching her flee, Qian Daolu remarked to Golden Crocodile Douluo, "At this rate, I suspect I shall soon hold a grandchild in my arms." "Indeed, it is rare for a man to stir Shuer's heart," Golden Crocodile Douluo concurred. And the two began to discuss the matter further. "Well, that is how I came to know about your connection with Shuer," Qian Daolu concluded, reflecting on the events. As Gu Yuan listened to Qian Daolu reminiscing about Qian Rinxue, he mused to himself, "I never anticipated that Shuer's grandfather would be like this. Nor did I foresee the matter of the child." Subsequently, Qian Daolu remarked, "Well, you little rascal, our Shuer has been deceived by you. And yet you refuse to admit it?" "Ahem, I intended to discuss these matters with Shuer at a later time. But it seems the grand offering has learned of it first." Gu Yuan cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Qian Daolu observed that this lad shared the same stubbornness as Shuer, both unwilling to concede. "Never mind, I shall not press you further. Just address me as grandfather like Shuer does. After all, you also call that fellow Jean the same," Qian Daolu stated. "Very well, grandfather." Gu Yuan replied with a smile. Genie Douluo gazed at his heir with a beaming expression, pleasantly surprised to have stumbled upon such a treasure, especially when acquainted with Shuer. After contemplating these matters, Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy, realizing that with the support of his father-in-law, his marriage to Shuer was drawing near. Qian Daolu gazed at Gu Yuan and remarked on their previous encounters, "Oh, little Yuan, the first time I met you, I merely wanted to assess your capabilities. But now, we are family, and I certainly bear no grudges." Gu Yuan replied, "When will you and Shuer grant me the pleasure of holding a grandchild?" Qian Daolu gently continued, "As long as I can witness your union with Shuer, my heart will be utterly content." Gu Yuan did not anticipate that Qian Daolu would be even more anxious than himself. However, the more urgency there was, the quicker he could devise a strategy to win over Shuer. "Oh, dear grandfather, there's no need to rush. I shall attend to this matter once my strength has increased." Gu Yuan felt that this issue could not be approached hastily. Qian Daolu pondered for a moment, realizing that he needed to consider Shuer's feelings. While little Yuan's grandfather was not in a hurry, it was also essential not to delay the matter excessively. "Very well," Gu Yuan acquiesced. "By the way, grandfather, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave as I have other matters to attend to." Just as Gu Yuan was about to depart, Qian Daolu suddenly called out to him, "You must be aware that Shuer shares a rather tumultuous relationship with her mother." Qian Daolu lamented, a headache creeping upon him. Bibi Dong bore Qian Rinxue under duress from her own son, which is why he feels remorse for having compelled Bibi Dong to ascend as the pope. Thus, Qian Dalu hoped that Gu Yuan could help ameliorate the strained relationship between the mother and daughter. I am aware of this, but grandfather, we cannot approach this matter with haste, Gu Yuan replied, exasperation evident in his tone. Qian Dalu reassured him, I am not in a rush. I merely wish for the relationship between them to soften. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with care, Gu Yuan stated decisively. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu felt a considerable sense of relief. Chapter 81. The enigmatic Hulayina, trouble approaches at last, I have emerged. Had I delayed any longer, I would have faced dire consequences, Gu Yuan exclaimed, breathless. In the elder hall, Gu Yuan was compelled by Qian Dalu to partake in tea, during which they conversed about the future days of Qian Rinxue and the various considerations regarding having children. He was taken aback by the intensity of Qian Daoliu's desire for grandchildren, a yearning he had not anticipated to be so profound. Contemplating the potential chaos of managing a harem, he resolved to postpone such matters for the time being. Subsequently, Gu Yuan decided to seek out his enchanting senior sister, Hulayina, and a smile crept upon his face at the memory of her previous concerns. Ah, his senior sister, this little enchantress, truly grew more endearing by the day. As Gu Yuan strolled, he pondered the adorable visage of Hulayina. Meanwhile, Bai Dong was in seclusion, leaving him to wonder who could accompany him on his quest for soul rings. Suddenly, a girl called out, excuse me. Gu Yuan hastily apologized, only to look up and discover it was Hulayina. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she rushed forward to embrace him. Junior brother, you have finally returned. I was on the verge of boredom these past few days. Furthermore, Hulayina exuded a fragrant aroma while nestled in Gu Yuan's embrace, evoking suspicions that he had been seeking companionship elsewhere. Gu Yuan gazed at the mischievous Hulayina, feeling a throbbing headache. Could you refrain from donning such an enticing expression? He implored. Are you not aware of the unique fragrance that envelopes you? Had we not shared a bed in our childhood? I dare say someone else would have snatched you away by now. Senior sister, have I not returned? He continued. And why are you in such a rush? Junior brother, you are unaware that there is unrest at the papal palace, Hulayina replied. Gu Yuan contemplated. Who possesses such audacity to cause a disturbance in the papal hall? Who could be so bold as to disrupt this sacred place? Gu Yuan expressed. Subsequently, Hulayina hurriedly interjected. In truth, it is some sects we have assimilated into the spirit hall that are rebelling. Our teacher is currently in seclusion, leaving only Elder Gue and Elder Yu to preside over matters. They claim that under the leadership of the spirit hall, they see no future, which is why I am so eager to investigate the situation. Ancient Fate gazed at the aggrieved Hulayina, who was pinching her soft, delicate face, and remarked, those matters pertain to the elders. Why do you feel the need to involve yourself in such trivialities? Moreover, what if you were to get hurt? Hulayina pouted and replied, what can I do? After all, I am the appointed saintess of the spirit hall. If I do not attend, it would be quite embarrassing. Gu Yuan gently tapped Hulayina's little head with his hand, causing her to wince in pain as she rubbed her head and looked at him with a sense of grievance. Junior brother, you are bullying me. It's already so difficult for me, and yet you still pick on me, Hulayina lamented. Gu Yuan replied, sister has advised you to behave, and besides, it would be futile for you to visit the master while he remains in seclusion. Are you really that foolish? After pondering for a moment, Hulayina conceded. You have a point, junior brother. In that case, let us not go and instead enjoy some leisure time together. Gu Yuan was at a loss for words when it came to Hulayina. She possessed a charming foolishness that was simultaneously endearing and infuriating. Senior sister, did you not promise me that you would focus on your cultivation? Why do you still wish to indulge in leisure? Gu Yuan said with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Hulayina hurriedly contemplated fleeing, but before she could even make a move, Gu Yuan pulled her into his embrace. Junior brother, I have been diligently cultivating these past few days, so taking a little break is perfectly acceptable, Hulayina exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan found himself utterly perplexed by this gaze from Hulayina. Hadn't they previously agreed to be obedient? And now, she seemed intent on evading her training. All right, if you choose not to cultivate, so be it, Gu Yuan said with resignation. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread across Hulayina's face. Yea, you are the best, junior brother. Gu Yuan observed that Hulayina appeared as a mere child in his presence, yet transformed into an adult when among others. Despite his lack of inclination to cultivate, he contemplated visiting the Pope's palace. Perhaps he could be of assistance. Gu Yuan remarked to Hulayina, nestled in his arms. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuena's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Previously, when she expressed the desire to go, he had opposed her, yet now, he proposed a visit without hesitation. It's unfair. Unfair. Gu Yuena pouted. Gu Yuen gazed at Gu Yuena, who was pouting in indignation, and remarked with a smile, "What do you find unfair? It's utterly unjust. Why is it that when I expressed my desire to go, you opposed me? Yet now you declare your intention to go without hesitation?" Gu Yuena glared fiercely at Gu Yuen. Gu Yuan chuckled, "All right. This time it's our mischievous junior's turn to make amends to his senior sister, so let us hasten to take a look." Though Gu Yuena was somewhat reluctant, the thought of her junior brother made it acceptable, especially since he had promised to compensate her. With that, Gu Yuan swiftly took Gu Yuena's hand, and they hurried towards the Pope's palace. As Gu Yuan strolled along the ancient road, he felt a momentary sense of comfort as he held the delicate hand of Gu Yuena. Indeed, the touch of a woman's hand was distinctly different from that of a man, Gu Yuan mused with a quiet chuckle. Before long, they arrived at the grand entrance of Gu Yuena's abode. Even from outside the gates, the raucous voice of a man could be heard echoing from within the hall. "Junior brother, are you certain? I sense an unwelcoming demeanor from this individual. Perhaps we should wait for the master to emerge and then eradicate them altogether," Gu Yuena commented, her gaze fixed on the source of the noise. Gu Yuen gently patted Gu Yuena's small head and smiled. "Rest assured, junior brother, I am exceptionally powerful." Observing Gu Yuen's confidence, Gu Yuena then grasped his arm and leaned in closer. "Let us go. Since you, junior brother, have said so, it would be a pity not to proceed," Gu Yuena said sweetly while holding on to Gu Yuen's arm. Gu Yuan found himself utterly powerless against this little spirit. He resigned himself to Gu Yuena's grasp and followed her into the grand hall. Upon entering, he beheld a towering figure with dyed hair, exuding an unfriendly demeanor as he erupted in noisy protest. This man must surely be the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Gu Yuan mused inwardly, recognizing the potential for East to bring him under their command. The sect leader proclaimed, "We have come to withdraw. Aligning ourselves with your spirit hall offers no future for our sect." In response, Yu Guan interjected, "I suggest you refrain from rebellion. As our esteemed Pope is currently in seclusion, it would be wise for you to tread carefully." The specter beside him echoed this sentiment. "Indeed. What can a mere soul Douluo like you achieve by inciting discord here? If I, Hu Yanjun, were to perish here, consider what other sects would align themselves with you," Hu Yanjun retorted with a sinister edge. Yu Guan, visibly agitated, responded sharply. The specter cautioned him, "Yu Guan, maintain your composure. Our Pope is in seclusion. Do not act impulsively." Hu Yanjun chuckled. "You would do well to sever our sect's ties with your spirit hall post-haste, for I have no desire to squander time here." Suddenly, a voice pierced through to Hu Yanjun's ears. "It seems your Elephant Armor sect has yet to meet the standard." Gu Yuan stepped forward, addressing him directly. "Who dares?" Hu Yanjun exclaimed, turning to find a silver-haired man with long hair and violet eyes, radiating an air of calm authority. Gu Yuan chuckled, proclaiming himself a disciple of Bibi Dong. Yu Guan and Gu Yue may sense the arrival of an extraordinary presence. They had heard of Gu Yuan's formidable talent, making his arrival most opportune. Hu Yanjun replied with a smile, "So you are indeed a disciple of Bibi Dong. But what does that signify for you? Off you go, child." Although Hu Yanjun recognized that Gu Yuan was exceptional, he could not shake the impression that he was merely a boy in his teens. "Oh, are you certain of that?" Gu Yuan retorted, then unleashed the aura of a Soul Emperor. "What? A Soul Emperor?" Hu Yanjun gazed at Gu Yuan in astonishment. "Is this sufficient?" Gu Yuan inquired. As Hu Yanjun felt the pressure from Gu Yuan's aura, he became indignant and immediately released the aura of a Soul Douluo. Subsequently, 8 soul rings of various hues, yellow, purple, and black, materialized around him, effectively countering Gu Yuan's Soul Emperor presence. "What do you say, young man? I am a Soul Douluo," Hu Yanjun declared with a grin. Gu Yuan gazed at the arrogant man before him, feeling that had he once possessed the same hubris, he might have long since vanished. "Alas, it seems that some of your older generation are indeed overly conceited," Gu Yuan remarked with a hint of resignation. Subsequently, 5 dark purple soul rings emerged collectively around him, a scene that left even Gu Yue and Yu Guan astonished. "Hey, Yu Guan. I never expected that the disciple of His Holiness the Pope would be so extraordinary," Gu Yue commented, somewhat incredulously. Yu Guan, upon hearing this, added, "Indeed. Judging by his aura, it seems this little Yuan has just recently ascended to the Soul Emperor rank, and at merely 13 years of age. Such a feat has never been witnessed on the continent." Though Yu Guan and Gu Yue were not as formidable as Bai Bai Dong, They had encountered their fair share of remarkable events. Yet, nothing astonished them more than Gu Yuan's achievement. A 13-year-old Soul Emperor was likely unprecedented across the continent, even surpassing the talents of the founder of the Spirit Hall. Hu Yinjin, equally astonished, exclaimed, "For 10,000 year soul rings? Who exactly are you?" "I am merely a human, albeit one who has exerted a bit more effort than your generation," Gu Yuan replied with a smile. Beside them, Hu Laina wore a look of shock, wondering when her junior had ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor. "Oh no, my junior has already reached level 60, while I am still in the 40s. I must certainly hold him accountable later," she resolved, determined to confront Gu Yuan for not informing her about his breakthrough to Soul Emperor. Guyan smiled as he gazed at Hu Yinjun. "What do you think, Sect Master Hu Yin? Do you believe our Spirit Hall lacks the qualifications to engage with the sects of your continent? Or are you merely seeking to provoke?" Upon finishing his words, Guyan cast a murderous glare towards Hu Yinjun. This was the first time Guyan had directed such eyes at another, for he had been relentlessly bullied, and it felt inappropriate not to assert some authority. "I doubt you possess the capability to respond," he thought. Unwilling to yield, Hu Yinjun launched an immediate attack. Gu Yuan observed as Hu Yinjun launched an assault, subsequently summoning the Yuan Yu sword, uttering the words "one sword to shatter." As he spoke, a shadow materialized behind him, reminiscent of the figure that had previously attacked Qiandao Lu. Upon exiting the Elder Palace, the Yuan Yu sword had already enabled Gu Yuan to harness this formidable power. He had even conceived the name "one sword to shatter." For as long as the adversary was not overwhelmingly powerful, they could be vanquished with a single strike. In the wake of this, the sword shadow behind Gu Yuan drew forth a blade and retaliated. A sense of foreboding washed over Hu Yinjun as he recognized the oppressive force emanating from the attack, compelling him to fortify his defenses with all his might. Meanwhile, Yu Guan and Gu Yue Na felt a touch of discomfort, yet they were fortified by their status as titled Douluos. In contrast, Hu Laina found herself in a precarious situation. "Junior brother, this is dire," she lamented, as Gu Yuan had momentarily overlooked her presence. Without further ado, he drew Hu Laina into his embrace. Instantly, she was enveloped in a gentle warmth, and upon glancing up, she realized she was cradled in Gu Yuan's arms. Complying with the moment, Hu Laina settled comfortably, allowing Gu Yuan to focus intently on the battle. Fortunately, Gu Yuan had mastered the power at his disposal. Otherwise, the Pope's palace would have faced obliteration. Meanwhile, Hu Yinjun was exerting himself to withstand this overwhelming assault. Although he was reputed to possess the strongest defense, surpassing many titled Douluos, he had underestimated the sheer magnitude of this power. Consequently, Hu Yinjun activated his martial soul's true form, rendering his entire being impervious as rock. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu Yinjun with a cold smile. "Impressive, but do you truly believe this is over?" With that, he intensified his force. "Daring to provoke me directly? Had this been in the past, perhaps I might have let it slide. But this time, do you honestly think the Spirit Hall is a place you can waltz in and out of as you please?" Hu Yinjun could no longer withstand the pressure. He was violently flung against a stone pillar, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Both Gu Yue Na and Yu Guan stood in stunned silence. How could a mere Spirit Emperor so effortlessly defeat a seasoned Spirit Douluo? And with such apparent ease? Gu Yuan strode forward and declared with an icy tone, "So, do you yield now? If not, we shall continue this bout." His gaze, akin to that of a reaper's, bore into Hu Yinjun, who trembled uncontrollably in fear. "Why yes, I yield," Hu Yinjun stammered, his voice quivering. He had been utterly defeated, humiliated by a mere teenager, no less. The sheer intensity of Gu Yuan's stare alone had sent shivers down his spine. "Then get out of my sight," Gu Yuan commanded coldly. "The Spirit Hall hereby severs all ties with you. Should you dare return, I will not hesitate to erase both you and your sect from this world." "Understood. We will never cause trouble again," Hu Yinjun stammered before fleeing the Pope's hall in terror. Turning to Hu Laina, Gu Yuan's expression softened into his usual gentle smile. "See, senior sister? I told you it would be resolved. Why didn't you believe me?" Hu Laina blinked in bewilderment. The ruthless and decisive junior from moments ago had vanished, replaced by the affectionate brother she knew. Indeed, he is always at his best with me, she thought. "Ahem, well done." "I'm pleased," Hu Laina replied with a light huff. "Ah, this girl." Gu Yuan shook his head in amusement. Just then, Yu Guan approached. "Xiao Yuan, I never imagined you'd grown so formidable. You've been a tremendous help." "It's nothing, elder Yu. After all, we're family," Gu Yuan replied warmly. "Exactly, Yu Guan. Must you be so formal?" Gu Yue Na chimed in. As Yu Guan and Gu Yue Na exchanged glances, silently assessing Gu Yuan, they arrived at the same conclusion: perfection. Gu Yuan inquired, "Master, When will you likely emerge from your retreat? Subsequently, Yu Guan replied, it will likely be after this month, as His Holiness the Pope typically takes this amount of time. Oh, understood. In that case, the matters following elder you shall be handled by you all. I have other affairs to attend to with my senior sister. Gu Yuan remarked with a smile. Yu Guan responded, go on, go on. All right, Gu Yuan replied. Thereafter, Gu Yuan took hold of Hu Laina's delicate hand and together they exited the papal hall. Chapter 83. Dual cultivation. Ancient fate led Hu Laina out of the Pope's hall, leaving the remaining matters to be handled by Gu Yue Na and Yu Guan. Are you feeling better, junior brother? We have traveled quite a distance, she remarked, glancing at him as he continued to pull her along without pause. Just as her words faded, ancient fate halted, turning back to Hu Laina and inquiring, actually, it's nothing much. I merely wondered if my senior sister is interested in enhancing her soul power. Enhancing soul power? Hu Laina murmured, her brow furrowed in confusion. How does one achieve that, junior brother? Of course, through dual cultivation, ancient fate replied with a smile. What? Dual cultivation? Upon hearing this, Hu Laina's face flushed crimson. In truth, ancient fate had not anticipated this aspect of dual cultivation. It had merely been a thought that crossed his mind during their journey. My master, I perceive that your constitution aligns quite well with that of your little lover, the U-Sword teased. What little lover? U-Sword, are you now indulging in banter? Ancient fate admonished. The U-Sword remained silent, its sole purpose being to assist its master in winning the affections of another, thereby enhancing his power as well. In fact, I possess a technique for dual cultivation that could aid you and your little lover in strengthening your abilities. Would you care to give it a try? The U-Sword suggested with a grin. A dual cultivation technique? Ancient fate mused, pondering deeply. Are you certain this technique can enhance soul power? After all, it originates from your world. He felt compelled to inquire, fearing the possibility of being deceived by the U-Sword. The U-Sword chuckled, rest assured, my master. This technique does not require physical contact in its initial stages. Ancient fate chose not to respond, fully aware of the misleading nature of such statements from the past. However, he reasoned that his feelings for senior sister were mutual. Very well, how will you impart this technique to me? He asked, curiosity piqued. There's no need for concern. I shall transmit it directly into your mind, the U-Sword replied, a smile evident in its tone. Understood, ancient fate nodded, reflecting on the U-Sword's words. He felt a twinge of apprehension, as there were many deceptive sword spirits, that this one was not female. He recalled that many sword spirits from his past were characterized by an aloof, regal demeanor, but he decided to dismiss such thoughts. Meanwhile, Hu Laina was lost in contemplation about the process of dual cultivation. Senior sister, is something the matter? Ancient fate waved his hand in front of her face. Startled by his voice, Hu Laina snapped back to reality, realizing she had been preoccupied with thoughts of dual cultivation. How embarrassing, she thought to herself, observing her flustered state. Ancient fate shook his head, pondering whether she could refrain from such wild imaginings. Senior sister, I actually possess a technique for you. Let us take it step by step. Ancient fate said. Hu Laina had heard of such techniques but had never practiced them, for very few on Douluo Continent engaged in the cultivation of such arts. Would you like to cultivate it? If you are unwilling, I can seek someone else, ancient fate jested. Yes, of course, I want to, Hu Laina exclaimed, hastily grabbing hold of him as soon as she heard his mention of seeking another partner for cultivation. Gu Yuan observed the impatience of Hu Laina, pondering whether this girl harbored desires for him. It seemed improbable as he believed his senior sister to be rather innocent. Very well. I shall impart the foundational techniques to you, he declared, subsequently searching his mind for the relevant knowledge. As Gu Yuan contemplated the teachings, he found himself at a loss for words. Concepts such as kissing before cultivation made him wonder if the inhabitants of his world were rather peculiar. He then proceeded to elucidate the initial stages of the techniques to Hu Laina. Upon hearing his explanations, she appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet she understood that one could not achieve everything at once. A lingering sense of disappointment nestled within her. Oh well, eventually, my junior brother will have his fill. There is no need to rush. Junior brother, shall we find a secluded place? Hu Laina suddenly suggested, her cheeks flushing. Ahem, indeed. Gu Yuan realized they were still outdoors. He then drew forth the Yuan Yu sword, cleaving a path through space. Hu Laina gazed at the unfolding dimensional rift with astonishment. Such a power was beyond her previous experience, yet it emanated an undeniable strength. Junior brother, what abilities does this space cleaved by your martial soul possess? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Gu Yuan tilted his head, observing Hu Laina as she gazed into the expanse ahead. Suddenly, He felt that this girl was utterly charming in her own unique way. This portal led to distant realms, allowing instant travel without the need for physical movement. One could simply understand it as being directly transported to another location, Gu Yuan explained. No sooner had he spoken than Hu Laina's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of traversing anywhere, her heart brimming with astonishment. For she had never encountered a martial soul capable of rending space itself. Sister, we must hurry. If you dawdle, I shall leave you behind, Gu Yuan declared. Stepping boldly into the portal, Hu Laina, witnessing her mischievous junior brother's intent to abandon her, hastily followed, exclaiming, "You rascal, you cannot leave me behind." Soon after, the portal vanished from sight. As Hu Laina opened her eyes, she found herself in a familiar place, the very spot where she had previously engaged in tranquil meditation. "Junior brother, how did you arrive in my sacred space?" Hu Laina inquired. Gu Yuan, with an amused smile, remarked to the somewhat naive Hu Laina, "Wouldn't it be rather absurd to venture here instead of seeking out our teacher in her chamber for a personal observation of our dual cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Hu Laina promptly retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, you troublesome junior? Besides, I was merely inquiring." "Indeed, you are right, senior sister," Gu Yuan chuckled. "Now that is more like it," Hu Laina huffed lightly. Yet, as she surveyed the room before her, she was taken aback by the sudden teleportation to this place. Pondering the many secrets her junior undoubtedly harbored, Ancient Yuan paid no heed to Hu Laina and sought a suitable place to sit. Subsequently, he inquired of the moon's sword, "Are you truly certain that there is nothing amiss?" "Of course, there is nothing wrong. Rest assured, master," replied the moon's sword, observing Ancient Yuan with a sudden curiosity, suspecting he had uncovered something, though it was evident that Ancient Yuan had not. In truth, this technique could indeed enhance both Ancient Yuan's and Hu Laina's abilities, albeit with some peculiar reactions following cultivation. Very well, Ancient Yuan conceded, for he reasoned that since he had already spoken, not practicing would render his previous efforts futile. "Sister, come quickly and take a seat." He noticed Hu Laina standing there in a daze. She quickly regained her composure, responding, "I'm fine," without hesitation. Hu Laina leaped into Ancient Yuan's embrace. The sudden fragrance enveloping him was somewhat disconcerting, and the scent emanating from Hu Laina's body nearly overwhelmed them. "Sister, I did not mean for you to fall upon me." Ancient Yuan chuckled helplessly. "Ah, I thought being close would suffice," Hu Laina exclaimed. "What do you mean, ah? Quickly, get up," Ancient Yuan urged. "Can't you cultivate while in my embrace?" Hu Laina looked at him with a hint of grievance. "No means no, otherwise I shall take my leave," Ancient Yuan firmly rejected. "Very well." Hu Laina obediently extricated herself from his arms, resembling a little fox that had been wronged. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu Laina, pondering inwardly, "Hey, your behavior makes me feel as though I am the sinner here." Chapter 84. Senior sister, please don't. With a sense of grievance, Hu Laina looked at Gu Yuan, exclaiming, "I am merely the bully little fox, sob sob." Hey, hey. Isn't this a violation of the rules?" Gu Yuan observed Hu Laina's commotion, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Why has this little fox been so unruly lately? She had previously maintained the demeanor of a senior sister. Guyan shook his head and said, "All right, senior sister, cease your antics, or I shall take my leave." "No." Gu Yue Na quickly grasped Guyan's arm. "If gentle persuasion fails, I shall resort to more forceful means," Guyan pondered. Gu Yue Na obediently settled across from Guyan. "Junior brother, please commence. I assure you, I shall not cause any further disturbances." "Is that so?" "Senior sister has deceived me on numerous occasions," Guyan began to inquire. "Indeed, it is true," Gu Yue Na promptly affirmed, aware that if she continued her mischief, Guyan might genuinely depart. Gu Yuan gazed at the enchanting figure of Hu Laina and, with a sigh of resignation, said, "Very well, I shall trust you this once." Subsequently, Gu Yuan commenced the cultivation of his martial arts alongside Hu Laina. Gu Yuan pressed her hand tightly against Hu Laina's, feeling the warmth of her body. "Senior sister, do you still remember? Let us truly feel the bond that exists between us," Gu Yuan spoke with her eyes closed. At that moment, they both needed to shut their eyes to establish a profound connection. "I understand, junior brother," Hu Laina responded. Subsequently, the two began to forge a spiritual link. Ancient Yuan subsequently directed his thoughts towards Hu Laina's body, and in an instant, he appeared to discover a connection that could bind him to her. The deeper he ventured, the more he encountered a broad, particularly gentle sensation. "Wait, why do I feel such an affinity between my body and Hu Laina's?" In contrast, Hu Laina was unable to penetrate Ancient Yuan's body with her thoughts, for her mental prowess was insufficient. Nevertheless, she sensed that ancient Yuan had entered her being. Their intentions intertwined, their bloodlines resonating, an immediate bond was forged. Indeed, this must be the essence of the relationship established with the senior sister. Ancient Yuan gazed at the radiant form before him and swiftly immersed himself within it. In that very moment, both Ancient Yuan and Hulaina simultaneously opened their eyes. Gu Yuan gazed with satisfaction at a successful transformation, exclaiming, "Senior sister, my endeavor has borne fruit. The connection has been firmly established." Hulaina, seemingly perceiving something amiss, promptly interjected, "Junior brother, you have fox ears and a tail." Confused by her words, Gu Yuan raised a hand to touch his head. Indeed, it was the very fox ears and tail he had previously acquired. The charming Gu Yuan, already possessing a striking demeanor, now appeared even more endearing with these new features. "How is it that you possess fox ears and a tail?" Hulaina asked, astonished. Observing Gu Yuan, it was evident that this was not merely a consequence of his martial spirit. Moreover, her own martial spirit had not produced such vivid manifestations. "Ahem. Senior sister, let me ponder this for a moment," Gu Yuan replied, clearing his throat. However, the situation took an unexpected turn as Hulaina continued to fixate on his tail, her large eyes intently focused on it. "Junior brother, may I touch it?" Hulaina inquired, her expression brimming with desire. Although she often cuddled the tail produced by her own martial spirit during sleep, the sight of Gu Yuan's tail evoked a sensation of comfort that surpassed her own. Gu Yuan, noticing the eagerness in Hulaina's gaze, found it hard to refuse. Ultimately, he relented, saying, "All right, just for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Hulaina lunged toward the tail at the back of Gu Yuan. The sensation was so overwhelming that Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out a squeal. Instantly, his cheeks flushed, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. It seemed Hulaina caught wind of his exclamation and chuckled, "Junior brother, I never knew you could make such sounds." Reflecting on how Gu Yuan had previously treated her, she shifted into a playful mode of retribution, fervently touching his foxtail. "Senior sister, please don't," Gu Yuan implored, genuinely unable to withstand the delightful sensations. Witnessing his plea for mercy, Hulaina couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement, though it paled in comparison to the times he had teased her. "Do not be afraid, junior brother, you will soon grow accustomed to it," Hulaina teased with a mischievous smile. Guyan gazed at Hulaina with a look that suggested profound regret, pondering why he had acquiesced to this girl's request to touch his tail. Subsequently, Hulaina launched into a frenzied assault. The sensation of her touch was undeniably pleasurable, for Guyan's tail was not merely 1 but 5 in number. Ever since Xia Yue bestowed upon him her bloodline, he had unwittingly begun to sprout additional tails, seemingly progressing towards a total of 9. After an extended period, Hulaina ceased her ministrations, her hands fatigued from the exertion. Meanwhile, Guyan lay beside her, utterly enervated. His sensitivity had always been heightened, but this experience had rendered him even more vulnerable. He found himself devoid of any strength. Hulaina, on the other hand, was thoroughly satisfied, having avenged the prior injustices Guyan had inflicted upon her, making it abundantly clear that she was not to be trifled with. "Senior sister, you've truly left Guyan in a state of utter weakness, rendering him incapable of uttering another word." Gu Yuan never anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament, and to make matters more intriguing, it was none other than Hulaina who discovered him. "Hee. You can't blame me, junior brother. After all, you were the one who allowed me to touch you," Hulaina teased. "How about we do it again, junior brother?" "No. Sister, please," Gu Yuan exclaimed, a look of sheer fright crossing his face. Gu Yuan realized that this time he had indeed fallen into the hands of Hulaina. Despite his ability to orchestrate everything to perfection, he had ultimately been vanquished by her. Hulaina, with a mischievous smile, remarked, "If you do not wish to play, that is perfectly fine. After all, you are unable to move, so you may as well indulge me in some amusement." With that, Hulaina placed Gu Yuan's head upon her lap. Gu Yuan gazed directly at Hulaina, yet she appeared to comprehend some mischief afoot. "What are you planning, senior sister?" Gu Yuan inquired. With ears and a tail, Gu Yuan looked exceedingly alluring. Were it someone else, they would resemble a perfected alchemical furnace. "Junior brother, why not yield to your senior sister?" Hulaina remarked, her expression reminiscent of one intent on devouring Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected desire Hulaina seemed to have for his body. Indeed, she was quite the whimsical little sprite. "This is unacceptable, senior sister. What if the master finds out? The consequences would be dire," Gu Yuan warned Hulaina. However, after a moment's reflection, Gu Yue Na could not bring herself to let Gu Yuan go so easily. "Oh, junior brother, while I may not be able to indulge in you, I can certainly cuddle with you and your tail while I sleep. It would undoubtedly be quite delightful," Gu Yue Na exclaimed with a smile. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Yuan was startled, realizing that his tail had unexpectedly emerged. Regret washed over him as he pondered the sudden appearance. Alas! However, Gu Yue Na glanced around and noticed the absence of a bed. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled the presence of a blanket. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na retrieved a blanket and spread it out in the center. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na, realizing that this girl truly possessed everything. Gu Yue Na embraced Gu Yuan and laid him gently on the blanket, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Junior brother, this time we can enjoy a good night's sleep." Guren gazed at Gu Yue Na, who wore a mischievous smile, and exclaimed, "Senior sister, please don't." Chapter 85. Jealousy. Senior sister, please don't. Guren shouted in horror. "Just a brief slumber in your embrace, dear junior brother," Gu Yue Na replied, observing Guren's trepidation. With that, Gu Yue Na gently covered his mouth with her delicate hand, and an unexpected fragrance enveloped Guren, rendering him instantly silent. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yuan soon drifted into slumber. While beside him, Gu Yue Na gazed at the alluring Gu Yuan with a mischievous smile. "You are unaware that my martial spirit possesses powers far beyond mere seduction. Fortunately, you are oblivious to its ability to induce instant slumber," Gu Yue Na remarked with a laugh. She then lay down, embracing Gu Yuan, and comfortably succumbed to sleep. However, the firmness of Gu Yuan's physique piqued Gu Yue Na's interest. "Your body surpasses what it was before. It truly evokes feelings of envy and jealousy." Gu Yue Na pouted in envy, suddenly realizing why their teacher favored him so. "Tonight, my dear junior, you shall have to endure, along with your tails." Gu Yue Na gazed longingly at Gu Yuan's 5 tails. Subsequently, she embraced him, placing his tails in the center, reveling in a blissful delight. Soon, Gu Yue Na was enveloped in sweet dreams. In the darkness of the night devoid of light, warmth radiated, with a man and a woman becoming a glimmer amidst the shadows. In his dreams, Gu Yuan found himself gazing at a captivating figure before him, his body and 9 tails rendering him even more irresistible. "Xiaoyu, how did you suddenly appear in my dream?" Gu Yuan inquired in bewilderment. Ever since Gu Yue Na had enchanted him into slumber, he had fallen into dreams. And he was surprised by Xiaoyu's sudden presence, as he had thought she would never return to his dreams. Xiaoyu cast him a flirtatious glance. "Little Yuan, I never imagined you would forget me after all this time. It truly saddens me." "Not at all. I've merely been quite busy lately," Gu Yuan hurriedly explained. Xiaoyu gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. "By the way, little Yuan, your tails have multiplied to 5. It has happened even more swiftly than I anticipated." Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yuan gently brushed her tail from behind, and suddenly a wave of sensation coursed through her body, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Observing Gu Yuan's bashful demeanor, Xiaoyu chuckled. "So, little Yuan can be shy too. How endearing." Her enchanting laughter only heightened the allure of her presence, igniting a subtle warmth within Gu Yuan. "By the way, Xiaoyu, where have you been all this time?" Gu Yuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of mild indignation. "What I was doing is of little consequence. Did I intrude upon someone's moment of enjoyment?" Gu Yuan observed the irate expression on Xiaoyu's face. It was the first time he had ever witnessed her anger, and he sensed that he was in grave trouble. "What are you saying, Xiaoyu? I don't understand a word." Gu Yuan hastily retreated. "Are you certain? After such a long time apart, you dare to lie to me?" Xiaoyu advanced furiously. Subsequently, she placed her delicate hand upon Gu Yuan's back. "Ah!" Gu Yuan felt a sudden surge of pain shoot through his back. "Ouch! Xiaoyu, please stop." Unexpectedly, Gu Yuan found himself at the mercy of Xiaoyu, who seized him firmly by the back. "Did you exert more strength this time?" Gu Yuan exclaimed in a defeated tone. "I concede, please stop." Observing Gu Yuan's disheveled state, Xiaoyu decided to temporarily relent. "Ouch," Gu Yuan murmured, gingerly touching the spot where Xiaoyu had gripped him, taken aback by her surprising force. Noticing the pitiable expression on Gu Yuan's face, Xiaoyu let out a light huff, remarking, "Serves you right for gallivanting about while we've been apart. What is the matter? Is our wear feeling a tinge of jealousy?" Gu Yuan teased, taken aback by the unexpected display of jealousy that made Xiaoyu appear even more endearing than usual. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu shot him a sultry glance, retorting, "Who was jealous? What fool would be jealous of you?" Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyu, who was reluctant to admit her feelings, and embraced her without hesitation. Suddenly enveloped in his arms, Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush with warmth. My dear Yu, I am aware that I have wronged you lately by not visiting. Gu Yuan gently remarked, pinching her delicate face. Humph, what use are your words now, you heartless scoundrel? Xiaoyu replied, feeling aggrieved in Gu Yuan's embrace. Gu Yuan acknowledged his shortcomings. Although he had discovered a method to enter Xiaoyu's secret realm, he regrettably had not sought her out. Please forgive me this time. It is indeed my fault, he implored, playfully poking her cheek. Xiaoyu resolved not to grant him forgiveness so easily. If she were to forgive this heartless man without hesitation, he would surely repeat his mistakes. I might consider forgiving you, but only if you fulfill a request of mine, she said with a mischievous smile. Gu Yuan hesitated, sensing an ominous premonition from her playful demeanor. Noticing his reluctance, Xiaoyu quipped, what else would they are? Am I being unfair to you? Ahem, whatever you say goes, my dear Yu, Gu Yuan conceded, although he had yet to think of a request. We shall discuss it when I have a thought, she laughed lightly. Very well, but why do I feel pain even in my dreams? Gu Yuan inquired, perplexed. Xiaoyu initially hesitated to explain, as it seemed too tedious. Typically, she wouldn't bother explaining to others, but she was delighted to enlighten Gu Yuan. For your sake. Dear Yuan, I shall share this with you. In truth, I have employed a certain secret technique to transfer your soul to a place I have prepared, she revealed. Gu Yuan was somewhat astonished, not expecting Xiaoyu to possess the ability to transfer another's soul to a different realm. Noticing Gu Yuan's lingering confusion, Xiaoyu continued. If you wish for further clarity, it essentially means that when I consume you, an indissoluble bond is forged between us. Guan couldn't help but reminisce about that previous moment. Indeed, the last time you rendered me faint was due to your desire for my body. How could you be such a temptress, you? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Would you truly allow me to indulge in your essence without enchanting you into submission? Why bother discussing these matters any longer? With my soul present, how could I possibly endure pain? Xiaoyu chuckled lightly and replied, is it because I am exceptionally strong? Thus, I am capable of making the souls of others feel anguish as well. Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. If he were to ascend to divinity, could he defeat this girl? Xiaoyu gazed at Gu Yuan's lips, a hint of longing in her eyes. Without regard for his feelings, she leaned in and kissed him directly. Gu Yuan was taken aback, landing on the ground. He hadn't anticipated Xiaoyu's impatience. The taste was rather unexpected. Moments later, their lips parted. As Xiaoyu stood up, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This was her first time being so eager with a man. Guyan gazed at Xiaoyu, who was seated upon him, and wondered if the moon was truly in such a hurry. If I do not kiss, who knows how long it might take? Xiaoyu stated directly. Gu Yuan felt that Xiaoyu was truly a person of passion and intensity, perhaps embodying the essence of a fox spirit. Chapter 86. The place of cultivation with the spring breeze blowing and a beautiful companion by his side. What else could life be? Moon, do you think I am handsome? Gu Yuan suddenly inquired with a grin. Ever since Xiaoyu's kiss, he was still yearning for more, and her fervent advances left his lips flushed. You vain creature. Why are you so self-absorbed? Xiaoyu shot him a glance. Hee, Moon, it's been so long since we last met. What's wrong with having a little thick skin? Gu Yuan chuckled. Little Yuan, do you perhaps wish to experience it? It has been ages since I savored your essence, Xiaoyu said alluringly. Gu Yuan hastily replied, No, I cannot bear it. He certainly did not wish to be ensnared by Xiaoyu once more, for she was truly enchanting. Xiaoyu rose and gently lifted Gu Yuan's chin, smiling, Little Yuan, you seem a bit unruly lately. Besides, you still cannot defeat me. I shall do as I please. I may not be able to overcome you now, but that does not mean I will remain powerless in the future. Gu Yuan retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu chuckled. Little Yuan, let us speak candidly. Do you think the fox demon bloodline within you is bestowed without reason? I have added a little something to it, and what I say is simply beyond your ability to resist. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt the atmosphere shift. Xiaoyu, with an alluring demeanor, teased, Little Yuan, you look quite adorable in that state. Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyu with a hint of confusion, sensing something amiss with her. So, how do I look in my elder sister persona? Xiaoyu inquired. Gu Yuan was taken aback. Xiaoyu had indeed adopted the guise of an elder sister. It seemed she was still the same enchanting Xiaoyu as ever. Why are you so bewitching, Moon? And I must say, your personality upon our encounter is rather delightful, Gu Yuan complimented. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's praise, Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. Truly, there is no greater happiness for a woman than to receive commendation from her beloved. However, dear Yuan, the fox demon bloodline within you is genuine. Xiaoyu pouted playfully. Are you afraid I might flee? Gu Yuan asked, shaking his head in resignation. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and realized that was not the crux of the matter. It was primarily her own curiosity that drove her. Actually, it's not quite that. I'm simply intrigued, she explained. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of apprehension towards this girl, as she seemed inclined to experiment with everything on herself. As Xiaoyu noted the time, she remarked, Sha Yuan Yuan, the time is nearly upon us. When we meet next, you must publicly declare me as your woman. With that, she bid him farewell. Before Gu Yuan could utter another word, Xiaoyu had already sent him back. Humph, Sha Yuan Yuan. I shall not grant you the opportunity to explain yourself. Suddenly, Gu Yuan jolted awake, realizing that dawn had broken. He was taken aback by the enchanting nature of Xiaoyu. With a soft whimper, Gu Yuan emitted a peculiar sound, and upon glancing back, he discovered Gu Yue Na still curled around her own tail. Gu Yuan found himself at a loss when it came to Gu Yue Na. He was torn between reluctance and concern, truly caught in a dilemma. Subsequently, he pinched Gu Yue Na's nose, rendering her breathless, and suddenly, she jolted awake. To her dismay, the first thing she saw was her junior apprentice. Gu Yuan, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, Sister, is your tail comfortable? Perhaps it is time to release your embrace? Gu Yue Na, startled, promptly let go of her tail and responded, Junior, that is sufficient. Are you certain you do not wish to retract your tail? No sooner had she spoken than Gu Yuan immediately withdrew his tail, casting a glance at Gu Yue Na that suggested he felt as though he owed her from a past life. Gu Yuan gently grasped her face and inquired, Senior sister, do you believe it is time to settle the score? Moreover, how could you have enchanted me to the point of unconsciousness? Oh dear. My junior brother is being quite the bully. Gu Yue Na looked at Gu Yuan with an expression of grievance. This time, Gu Yuan would not fall for her tricks again. No words would sway him. This time, his junior brother was determined to impose a punishment upon her. Observing Gu Yuan's resolute demeanor, Gu Yue Na had no choice but to relent. Junior brother, are you truly certain you wish to punish your senior sister? She is simply too adorable, Gu Yue Na pouted playfully. Guyan, disregarding everything else, directly embraced Gu Yue Na and placed her upon his lap. With a sudden motion, a sharp sound echoed. Ah! Gu Yue Na exclaimed, a cry of pain escaping her lips, while her face instantly flushed crimson. Guyan continued unabated until Gu Yue Na finally admitted her fault, at which point he ceased his actions. Gu Yue Na, rubbing her crimson backside, remarked, Junior brother, you are quite merciless. Oh? Would you care for another round, senior sister? Guyan responded with a newfound seriousness. Gu Yue Na, feeling aggrieved, chose to remain silent in her seat. After that, Gu Yuan ceased to speak, sensing that Bai Bai Dong was about to emerge from her seclusion, coinciding perfectly with the time to hunt for soul rings. Subsequently, Gu Yuan lifted Gu Yue Na and carried her outside. Gu Yue Na appeared somewhat perplexed. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to be held by your junior brother? Gu Yuan laughed. Gu Yue Na quickly replied, not at all. It's just that your actions are a bit unexpected for me. Gu Yuan chuckled upon hearing this. It turns out that the shy demeanor of his senior sister is even more endearing. Furthermore, the junior brother will always cherish his senior sister. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na's eyes sparkled with delight. Her junior brother is truly the best. Gu Yuan gazed at the joyful Gu Yue Na, feeling as though he had nurtured a delightful little creature, adorable, endearing, and full of charm. Subsequently, Gu Yuan carried Gu Yue Na all the way down the mountain before gently setting her down. Throughout the journey, Gu Yue Na remained nestled in his embrace. Hand in hand, they proceeded towards the papal palace, and Gu Yuan couldn't shake the impression that caring for Gu Yue Na was indeed quite a challenge. Gu Yuan gazed at the Pope's palace and said, Senior sister, please wait outside for a moment while I check if the teacher is present. Gu Yue Na pouted and replied, all right. Subsequently, Gu Yuan gently stroked Gu Yue Na's small head, and she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Gu Yuan subsequently entered the papal palace. However, the papal palace was not comparable to Bai Bai Dong. Theoretically, Dong Air should have emerged by now. Gu Yuan felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and said, could it be there? He then drew the Yuan Yu sword and cleaved a rift, stepping through it. Soon after, he found himself in Bibi Dong's chamber. Gu Yuan inhaled a delicate fragrance wafting from Bibi Dong's chamber. Indeed, her room was perpetually imbued with this aroma. Curious, Gu Yuan began to search for hidden mechanisms, recalling that Bibi Dong was likely engaged in her cultivation there. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a mechanism, and a door materialized before him. This must be the place where Bibi Dong cultivates, he mused. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan swiftly entered, immediately sensing a faint divine power emanating from the Rakshasa deity. However, this was not particularly daunting. Yet, it stirred a restlessness within the divine energy of the Rakshasa that resided in his own body, which had completely assimilated the divine essence previously infused by Bibi Dong. Why does my body feel somewhat uncomfortable? Gu Yuan remarked, furrowing his brow. Soon after, he caught sight of a figure. Chapter 87. Bibi Dong emerges. What Gu Yuan beheld was indeed Bibi Dong, yet the aura emanating from her was one of malevolence, devoid of the former nobility and grace she once possessed. This transformation was attributed to her evil martial soul and the malevolent deity she cultivated. Thus, Bibi Dong was reluctant to allow others to witness her current state. Suddenly, Bibi Dong regained her composure. Who? A powerful force propelled Gu Yuan away, catching him unprepared and without the opportunity for defense. In the depths of her heart, Gu Yuan mused, Donger is indeed ruthless. As Bai Dong swiftly opened her eyes, she was taken aback to find Gu Yuan before her. She immediately moved forward but hesitated, reluctant to reveal herself in such a state to him. Gu Yuan, standing tall, addressed her. He understood that Bai Dong wished to conceal her current appearance from him, leaving him no choice but to approach her himself. Yuaner, how did you manage to enter? You must leave quickly. I do not wish for you to see me like this, Bai Dong said, turning her back to Gu Yuan. Guyan, despite his injured body, hurriedly embraced Bibi Dong, exclaiming, Donger is still Donger. No matter how you change, you shall always be the one I cherish most, regardless of how love may transform. My affection for you will endure eternally. Though these words may not be classified as romantic, they carry profound meaning, perfectly suited to the present moment. At that instant, tears streamed down Bibi Dong's face. She had never encountered such sentiments, not even from Yu Xiaojiang in the past. Yuan, do you truly mean that? Are you really not repulsed by me in this state? Bibi Dong managed to utter, fighting back her tears. Gu Yuan then smiled and said, Donger, how could I possibly deceive you? Moreover, it would not be a pleasant sight if my esteemed Pope were to weep. Gu Yuan gently began to wipe away the tears cascading down Bai Dong's cheeks. Bai Dong allowed Gu Yuan to tenderly dry her tears and said, Yuaner, you promised you would never abandon me. Immediately afterward, Bai Dong embraced Gu Yuan tightly, holding him in such a way that he could not break free. Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then embraced by Bai Dong. Donger, why are you no longer crying? Upon hearing this, Bai Dong cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yuan and retorted, Humph, what's the matter? Do you still want me to cry? With a laugh, Gu Yuan replied, Then Donger, please refrain from treating me that way in the future. I truly cannot bear it. Bai Dong pondered for a moment and said, Yuaner, you have already promised not to abandon me, so how could I betray my own conscience? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan chuckled, Donger is the best. Bai Dong promptly released her grip, exclaiming, Look at yourself. Hurry and tidy up. All right, let us make haste. Senior sister is waiting for us outside. Bai Dong inquired, How have you been with Na lately? I recall you have garnered quite a few admirers. Gu Yuan retorted, Cough, Donger. Do I really seem like that? Let us not dwell on this any longer. We must leave at once. Gu Yuan hastily changed the subject. In her heart, Bai Dong thought, Yuaner must be hiding something. Subsequently, Gu Yuan and Bai Dong exited together, with Gu Yuan instructing Bai Dong to change her attire while he awaited her outside the Pope's hall. Bai Dong, of course, refrained from commenting. She was no longer in the mood to tease Gu Yuan, for she had already made a promise, and to go back on her word would not bode well. Gu Yuan swiftly arrived at the Pope's hall, discovering his senior sister patiently awaiting his return. Senior sister, Gu Yuan called out. Hulaina immediately snapped back to reality, noticing that Gu Yuan had returned, albeit in somewhat tattered clothing. You've returned, junior brother. Where's the master? Hulaina inquired. The master is changing clothes and will be here shortly, Gu Yuan replied with a smile. Suddenly, Gu Yuan recalled the effects from the earlier stages of their dual cultivation. Yet Hulaina remained silent. Senior sister, please take a moment to assess how much your soul power has increased. Otherwise, all our previous efforts would have been in vain. Gu Yuan urged hastily. Oh, Hulaina mused as she contemplated the time spent cultivating with Gu Yuan, her heart fluttering with excitement. However, a recollection of her earlier punishment caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, as that particular moment had been utterly mortifying. Thankfully, no one had witnessed it. Soon after, Hulaina began to gauge the enhancement of her soul power within her body. After a brief interval, a smile blossomed on her face, rendering her exceedingly endearing. Gu Yuan gazed at Hulaina's sweet smile and instantly knew she had succeeded. Junior brother, my spirit power has increased by 3 levels, and it feels more potent than ever before. Hu suddenly exclaimed in excitement, embracing Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gently patted Hu back and smiled. Senior sister. This is merely what a junior should do, and this is nothing compared to what lies ahead, which will surely be even better. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Hu eyes. She contemplated a significant advantage regarding their cultivation. What if we engage in dual cultivation every day? This way, I could afford to be a little lazy, Gu Yuan playfully suggested. What? Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then playfully tapped Hu forehead and said, What are you thinking? It's impossible to neglect cultivation by engaging in dual practice every day, and besides, one cannot cultivate every single day. Alas, Hu felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Gu Yuan subsequently admonished, Did you think I hadn't considered that? Senior sister, you must diligently cultivate from now on. Otherwise, what if your cultivation lags behind? Just see if the master will reprimand you. All right then, junior brother, since you figured it out, I shall drop the pretense. Hu then reverted to her original mischievous demeanor. Gu Yuan now harbored a slight urge to strike someone. Hu was undeniably a mischievous spirit. Nana, do not jest with your junior brother, Bibi Dong suddenly interjected with a chuckle. Startled, Hu turned to find her teacher absent. It was merely playful banter with her junior. At that moment, Bibi Dong was somewhat astonished by Hu transformation. Her soul power had remarkably increased by 3 levels, and she appeared more vivacious than ever. It seemed that Gu Yuan had indeed significantly altered Hu demeanor. Nana, you ought to diligently cultivate your soul power of late, striving to catch up with your junior brother, Bibi Dong advised. Hu looked at Bibi Dong with a hint of grievance. Teacher, how can I compete when my junior brother possesses such formidable talent? Nana, you are several years older than Yuan. No nonsense. Bibi Dong admonished. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu who appeared rather aggrieved, and smiled faintly. Previously, she had been quite mischievous, but upon encountering her teacher, she immediately became obedient. Bai Dong observed Gu Yuan chuckling to himself and inquired, Yuan, what are you sneaking smiles about over there? And do not let your training slip. Gu Yuan was scolded by Bai Dong. The teacher found out. Besides, I am still young, he replied with a cheeky grin. Bai Dong felt a headache coming on. Her little man was indeed a source of exasperation. Recently, under Hu influence, his character had grown so stubborn, unlike when they had first met. All right, Yuan, haven't you just reached level 60? In a few days, I will arrange for you to hunt for a soul ring, Bai Dong stated. Sure, I will comply with your arrangements, teacher, Gu Yuan sweetly responded. Hu watching Gu Yuan, interjected, Teacher, may I accompany you this time? You didn't take me last time. Bai Dong, feeling reluctant to refuse Hu conceded, All right. But nah, please do not cause any trouble along the way. Okay, Hu exclaimed joyfully. Bai Dong looked at the two of them, his little man and his disciple, feeling quite overwhelmed. Chapter 88, The Sudden Appearance of Gu Yue Na. Gu Yuan gazed at his mischievous senior sister, feeling an amalgamation of affection and exasperation. Senior sister, you should return first. I have matters to attend to, he remarked. After emerging from the Pope's hall, he had been chastised by Bibi Dong, with Hu chuckling beside her. They exchanged numerous words, discussing various matters between them. But at that moment, Hu was certainly instructed to wait outside. In the midst of it all, Gu Yuan had playfully teased Bibi Dong before discreetly making his escape. Well, it's been quite a while. It would be inappropriate to linger any longer with my senior sister. Hu smiled sweetly and happily departed, while Gu Yuan, trailing behind, pondered that having too many women around could sometimes be rather burdensome. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, contemplating whether his recent dual cultivation with Hu had yielded any enhancement. However, he could only perceive that his foxtails had ascended to 3, appearing exceedingly alluring, as they presented him as a captivating furnace. Yet, the significant boost to his physical prowess was undeniable. Ancient Yuan chose to disregard these concerns, reasoning that any enhancement was preferable to none at all. For the Yuanwei sword, this wretched blade was unlikely to exhibit any benevolence. Subsequently, he returned directly to his chamber to rest, pondering along the way why he felt an unusual presence upon his person. How could there be a necklace adorning my neck, one that bears a striking resemblance to my sister's dragon heart? Ancient Yuan was filled with bewilderment. Gu Yuan fell into contemplation, recalling the moment when Gu Yue Na had secretly placed the item on him as she departed, while he appeared to be lost in thought. Regardless of the past, Gu Yuan entered the room and lay down on the bed. I must devise a way to assist my sister in restoring her health. He pondered various methods for Gu Yue Na's recovery. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. It seemed he had recalled the existence of a yin-yang within the sunset forest. This notion began to take shape in his thoughts. In his previous life, it appeared to be guarded by the formidable Douluo, who also possessed numerous medicinal herbs, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome for both parties. Gu Yue couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Sister, you must thank me this time. As the drowsiness enveloped her, she prepared to lie down and succumb to sleep, only to find her pillow rather unyielding. Subsequently, she summoned a foxtail, and a pair of ears materialized atop her head. Gu Yue embraced the tails, exclaiming with delight. Indeed, it is quite comfortable. No wonder senior sister adores holding on to them so much. Subsequently, Gu Yue wrapped himself around the 5 tails and drifted into a blissful slumber. After a considerable time, as Gu Yue lay deeply asleep, a stunning woman emerged from the dragon heart necklace adorning his neck. This enchanting figure was none other than Gu Yue Na, for the dragon heart was intricately linked to her very being. Gu Yue Na glanced down in astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh, how come Yuan Air has a fox's tail and ears? Could it be that Yuan Air is truly concealing something from her sister?" Gu Yue Na had initially intended to touch Gu Yuan's tail, for she was quite curious about her brother's occasional possession of such a feature. "Filthy woman. Do not touch my tail. I shall handle it myself," murmured Gu Yue in his sleep, oblivious to Gu Yue Na's presence beside him. "How dare you speak to your sister in such a manner, you little rascal? Have you grown too bold in my absence?" Gu Yue Na retorted with a hint of indignation. Although Gu Yue Na was unaware of whom he was referring to, Gu Yuan's words irked her nonetheless. "Sister, I do not wish to remain merely your younger brother. I aspire to be someone of significance by your side," Gu Yue sweetly proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na's face instantly radiated warmth. "Yuan, you are now the most important person to your sister. How adorable it is that you think this way." Subsequently, Gu Yue Na fell into deep contemplation, pondering the nature of her feelings for Gu Yue. "Yuan, it was actually I who took your first time, though you remain unaware," Gu Yue said cryptically. "If it was indeed Gu Yue, why then was Gu Yue oblivious to it? This time, let me hold you while you sleep, Yuan. And your sister's body fragrance is truly delightful," Gu Yue said with a sweet smile. With that, she tightly embraced Gu Yue, as if fearing she might flee. Gu Yue seemed to sense something soft and instinctively pinched it with his hand, although his consciousness remained in slumber. Subsequently, he relinquished the action and continued to embrace his tail as he drifted back into sleep. Gu Yue covered her mouth to stifle a sound, her cheeks involuntarily flushing slightly. As the illustrious Silver Dragon King, how could she allow herself to be touched by another? Yet, Yuan was so audacious. That mischievous Yuan, even in slumber, could not keep her hands to herself. "Just wait until you awaken. I shall teach you a lesson," Gu Yue said, her face still tinged with crimson. Shortly thereafter, she embraced Gu Yue and, with her tail entwined, sweetly drifted into slumber. Gu Yue and Gu Yue are indeed a perfect match. Should Gu Yue don women's attire, one might even mistake her for a sister. After 7 hours had passed, Gu Yue gradually awoke from her slumber, still inclined to indulge in a brief nap. Upon turning, she was startled to find herself in a state of rigidity. For Gu Yue was embracing her. How could my sister be beside me? And why does her scent seem so enticing? Gu Yue struggled to control herself. "No, I must leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late." Just as Gu Yue was about to make her escape, she was suddenly ensnared by Gu Yue's firm embrace. "Where do you think you're going, Yuan? After such a long separation, you wish to depart? Do you no longer cherish your sister?" Gu Yue inquired. "How could I ever not cherish you, sister? It's just, how did you suddenly appear here?" Gu Yue replied, her confusion evident. Gu Yue gazed at Gu Yuan's bewildered expression, which vividly resembled the adorable little boy he once was in childhood, holding the dragon heart pendant around Gu Yuan's neck. She explained with a gentle smile, "This necklace I gave you is actually connected to my very essence, allowing me to traverse freely to wherever you may be." "Ah," Gu Yue exclaimed in astonishment. "But sister, must you always test these peculiar artifacts on me?" With a playful smirk, Gu Yue retorted dominantly, TSK, as my younger brother. You ought to obey obediently in theory. Moreover, has any of these items weakened you? On the contrary, they've all enhanced your capabilities." Gu Yue replied with unwavering firmness, "No means no. Moreover, I also deserve my own space." Gu Yue seized Gu Yue by the ear and remarked, "How dare you defy your elder sister? Moreover, has my beauty caused you any distress?" In pain, Gu Yue replied, "I would never dare. It is simply that your beauty leaves me apprehensive of not being able to match it." Gu Yue then pressed, "Tell me, in what way do you not resemble me? With your silver hair, violet eyes, and even your flawless complexion. Gu Yuan was left speechless. For all that Gu Yue Na stated was undeniably true. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, rendered speechless, and smiled. What do you think, dear sister? Isn't what you said absolutely right? With such a stunning beauty like me present, how can you remain unhappy? Others wouldn't even have the privilege to cast a glance my way. Guyan directly remarked, understood, sister, you are the most beautiful. Gu Yuan spoke the truth. Her perfect figure and exquisite features left no room for criticism. Chapter 89. A meeting between two women, filled with tension. Yuan, are you truly serious? Gu Yue Na exclaimed with delight. Just moments earlier, Gu Yuan had recounted the tale of the setting sun forest, where the remains of ancient dragon gods had given rise to the ice and fire eyes over the millennia, their corpses having transformed into these mystical orbs. Thus, if Gu Yue Na were to venture there, her physical cultivation would swiftly be restored. This expedition to capture a soul ring would be a fortuitous opportunity. Of course, sister, when have I ever deceived you? Gu Yuan urged Gu Yue Na to remain calm. No sooner had she spoken than Gu Yue Na joyfully embraced Gu Yuan. For this meant that the day she would lead soul beasts to assault the divine realm was drawing near. Gu Yuan immediately opened her eyes from Gu Yue Na's embrace and said, Sister, could you refrain from being so overly excited? Is it truly necessary to launch an assault on the divine realm? Gu Yue Na replied earnestly, Yuan, you do not comprehend. This is the only way to alter the fate of the spirit beasts. I have been waiting for this opportunity for several millennia. Gu Yuan chose not to argue further. For she would come to understand the matter herself. It was simply best not to disclose it to her sister for the time being. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed her mind. There was still Bibi Dong to consider. Yuan, why are you sweating so profusely? Gu Yue Na inquired from the side. Ah, is that so? Gu Yuan hastily returned to her senses. Gu Yue Na had been gazing intently into Gu Yuan's eyes, sensing that there was something being concealed from her. Sister, what do you think about accompanying my teacher? Gu Yuan inquired, her heart racing with trepidation. Gu Yue Na turned her head, her piercing gaze fixed on Gu Yuan. Yuan, how could you possibly make me accompany that woman? Gu Yuan replied directly, Sister, I have already promised the teacher to go with her, and if I do not go, I have no other choice. Gu Yue Na pondered for a moment and said, Very well, I shall reluctantly accompany your esteemed teacher. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Gu Yue Na had not unleashed her wrath upon them. Subsequently, with a mischievous smile, Gu Yue Na remarked, Yuan, I have acquiesced to your request, but you must don women's attire. What? Gu Yuan exclaimed, expressing his reluctance to comply. Sister, is it absolutely necessary? It would be truly embarrassing, he protested. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan with an unwavering intensity in her eyes and said, Yuan, this simply won't do. Moreover, you have no alternative, especially considering who it was that previously exclaimed in a dream about wanting to don women's attire, and specifically, sister's garments. As soon as the words left her lips, Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She clearly had no recollection of such an event. Yet her sister seemed to remember it all too well. Sister, please, cease your words. This matter is truly mortifying, Gu Yuan urged, hastily imploring Gu Yue Na to stop. Gu Yue Na lightly remarked, No, and Yuan, you even suggested that my sister should dress me. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset. Sister, there's no need to say anything further. I shall wear it. Gu Yuan was overwhelmed by an urge to dig a hole and hide within it. She distinctly remembered never uttering such words. It pained her to think that she had truly been tormented by Gu Yue Na to the point where not donning women's attire felt fatal. If only you had acted this way sooner, Yuan, Gu Yue Na chuckled. Ah, sister, let us hurry. Whatever you say from now on is final. Gu Yuan now wished for Gu Yue Na to cease her chatter. Without waiting for Gu Yue Na's response, Gu Yuan dashed out of the room, yearning only to distance herself from Gu Yue Na and regain her composure. Gu Yue Na smiled as she observed Gu Yuan rushing out. Reminiscing about how his childhood demeanor had remained unchanged, it truly evoked a sense of nostalgia. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na exited her room and made her way to Gu Yuan. Along the way, many gazes were cast upon her, their eyes wandering in admiration. However, Gu Yuan held Gu Yue Na's hand, signifying to others that only a brother is permitted to behold and touch the beauty of his sister. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan's impulsive demeanor, feeling a warmth in her heart. Are you feeling jealous, Yuan? Or are you simply reluctant to let your sister walk alone? Gu Yue Na teased playfully. Who is jealous? Gu Yuan replied, her face unflustered and heart steady. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment as she lied, and said with a smile, If you are jealous, dear sister, then so be it. I shall not speak ill of you. Gu Yuan could not help but roll her eyes. doubting the credibility of the situation. Carefree, Gu Yue Na pulled Gu Yuan along to meet Bibi Dong, while also hastening their steps toward the sunset forest. As Gu Yuan arrived outside the grand hall, his heart trembled involuntarily, for he could not predict what might unfold when these two women met. Sister, remember to stay calm and don't get too excited, he reminded once more. Gu Yue Na gently pinched Gu Yuan's little face, assuring her sister, I have already memorized it. Unlike you, my memory is quite sharp. I understand, Gu Yuan replied, swatting away Gu Yue Na's delicate hand as she entered the grand hall. Upon entering, Gu Yuan encountered Bibi Dong, who was engrossed in her affairs. He then spoke, Teacher, I would like to discuss the matter of hunting for soul rings. However, before he could utter the final two words, a formidable woman emerged, exuding an aura of intimidation. Bibi Dong abruptly interjected, Yuan, are you not going to explain the presence of the woman beside you? Upon observing the gaze of Bibi Dong, Gu Yuan discerned an unusual intensity, akin to a predatory glare. This is my sister, whom you have encountered previously, Gu Yuan stated directly. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, recalling the woman who had once attempted to take his beloved Yuano away. However, Gu Yue Na possessed a certain charm, which perhaps explained Gu Yuan's infatuation. So, this is your sister? Excellent. But your bond with her surely transcends mere sibling ties, does it not? Bibi Dong remarked with a smirk. Gu Yuan felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, unable to formulate a response. Suddenly, Gu Yue Na retorted, You are Yuana's teacher. We did not have the opportunity to converse properly during our last encounter. Ah, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Bibi Dong replied coldly. Gu Yuan gazed at the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air, reflecting inwardly that bringing his sister along had been a grave miscalculation, especially considering that both women possessed particularly assertive natures. Gu Yue Na coldly stated, You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. If it weren't for the fact that you are Yuan's teacher, I would have obliterated you by now. As her words echoed, Gu Yuan's heart nearly faltered. Wasn't it agreed that things would be different? How had her sister transformed so drastically? What? Bibi Dong retorted with a flicker of anger, after all these years as the Pope. You dare to address me in such a tone? Do not presume that your relationship with Yuan grants you immunity. Do not forget, this is the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Bibi Dong unleashed the full force of her previously held authority. One was the sovereign of soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King, while the other held the highest power within humanity, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This left Gu Yuan utterly overwhelmed. Just as the two women prepared to clash, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Gu Yuan declared emphatically, Enough. Chapter 90. The angry Gu Yuan, once again donning women's attire. Gu Yue Na gazed at her irate brother Gu Yuan, feeling a sense of disbelief as it was the first time she witnessed such intense anger from him. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she too had never encountered a situation where her own little man was infuriated. In a fit of fury, Gu Yuan exclaimed, Sister, didn't you promise me? Have you truly forgotten? Gu Yue Na found herself at a loss for words, aware that she had indeed made a commitment to Gu Yuan, yet now she was retracting it. And you, Master, do you wish to see the Spirit Hall obliterated? Gu Yuan retorted. Impossible. My strength is not inferior to Bibi Dong's, he countered defiantly. You simply do not comprehend, and furthermore, my sister is even more formidable. Not even the grand enshrinement would pose a challenge to her. Gu Yuan lamented helplessly. At this moment, he felt a profound disappointment towards his sister, fearing the dire consequences should a confrontation ensue. Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words, astonished that her little man had chastised her so. Observing the two women in silence, Gu Yuan felt disheartened, never expecting such recklessness from them. Am I truly the only one bringing a woman? If a conflict arises, you both will suffer the consequences. Then, Gu Yue Na spoke. Yuan, sister acknowledges her mistake. Please do not remain angry. Sister, are you certain? I find it hard to believe your words, Gu Yuan replied, filled with skepticism. However, before he could finish, Gu Yue Na struck him, rendering him unconscious. Gu Yue Na caught Gu Yuan's gaze and helplessly remarked, Brother, your anger instills a tinge of fear in me. She then turned her attention to Bibi Dong, a woman of striking perfection, whose physique, beauty, and prowess ranked among the very best on the continent. Regardless of your intentions towards Yuan, I implore you to refrain from overstepping your bounds, Gu Yue Na stated with a chilling tone. Bibi Dong responded with a smile. What if Yuan is simply too eager? After all, it was I who took his first. Gu Yue Na chuckled softly upon hearing this. Are you certain? Yuan has been with me for a long time. His first time was long since taken by me. What? Impossible. I distinctly remember that I felt something was amiss only towards the end, replied Bibi Dong. Gu Yue Na then chuckled. Only now do I realize it is too late. Thus, no matter how many women Yuan has taken, I shall always be the foremost. Bai Dong responded with a tone of irritation. Bai Dong was taken aback. Realizing that she had overlooked this fact, it was truly infuriating. Gu Yue Na then embraced Gu Yuan and said, "All right. Do not forget to take Yuan with you to obtain the soul ring tomorrow. If you choose not to go, that is also acceptable." Bibi Dong remarked in a somewhat tense atmosphere. Even if you are Gu Yuan's sister, you cannot act so presumptuously, especially considering the circumstances here. Bibi Dong wielded the authority of the spirit hall as a means of intimidation, leaving her with no choice but to yield. Gu Yue Na gazed at Bibi Dong as she threatened her, yet she showed no trace of fear. "Are you certain this is the right course of action? Moreover, don't you think Yuan would grow to despise you if she found out?" Gu Yue Na remarked. The mere thought of Gu Yuan's furious expression made Bibi Dong reconsider. "Perhaps we should refrain from fighting for now. Let us instead focus on supporting Yuan from behind the scenes," Bibi Dong conceded reluctantly. Gu Yue Na chuckled softly. "All right. I was just thinking the same. Tomorrow we shall gather here to assist Yuan in hunting for her soul ring." With that, Gu Yue Na embraced Gu Yuan and gracefully exited. Bibi Dong watched Gu Yue Na's slowly receding figure, murmuring to herself, "No, I must make a significant move." Bibi Dong had endured countless experiences, yet this was the first time she had encountered a setback since becoming the Pope. Thus, she resolved to strive for greatness. Determined not to settle for mediocrity, Gu Yue Na was walking along the path when she exclaimed, "Yuan heir, I never imagined you would dare to deceive me in such a concealed manner." In this moment, Gu Yuan lay gracefully in Gu Yue Na's embrace, exuding an undeniable charm. Yet, it seemed that he was the only man fortunate enough to be cradled by Gu Yue Na. "But Yuan, how dare you scold your sister this time? This is quite unprecedented." Gu Yue Na pouted. "It appears that I must make you dress as a woman. That way, no other woman would dare to admire you." With that, Gu Yue Na swiftly carried Gu Yuan towards their room, as she needed to interrogate him. Along the way, many men cast envious glances at Gu Yuan nestled in Gu Yue Na's arms, lamenting why it was not themselves in such a fortunate position. "Humph. It seems the men here are rather unruly," Gu Yue Na remarked with exasperation. She detested being scrutinized by others, especially by men. Had it not been for her regard for Gu Yuan, she would have likely dealt with them harshly. Gu Yue Na sat quietly beside Gu Yuan, gazing at her features with a sense of wonder. Subsequently, she began to rummage through her spatial ring, searching for an outfit that would suit Gu Yuan perfectly. With deft hands, she transformed the attire and swiftly dressed Gu Yuan in it. Indeed, it suited her splendidly. Observing her long, graceful legs, fair and delicate, one might easily mistake her for a captivating bride, if unaware of her true identity. After the passage of half an hour, Gu Yuan began to show signs of awakening. Gu Yuan slowly opened her eyes, gently touching her neck with a pained whisper, "Ah, it truly aches." Then, a sudden realization dawned upon her as she murmured in bewilderment, "Wait, why does my body feel so unusual?" Her gaze drifted downward, only to discover herself clad in feminine attire once more. A delicate fragrance lingered inexplicably, stirring an unfamiliar flutter within. Shaking her head vehemently, she chastised herself. No, this is wrong. I am a man. How could such desires even arise?" Gu Yue Na, standing beside with a smile, remarked, "Hee. It seems that Yuan truly enjoys dressing in women's attire." Ever since Gu Yuan awoke, Gu Yue Na had been observing closely, never expecting such words to escape from Gu Yuan's own lips. "Did you change my clothes, dear sister?" Gu Yuan inquired. Gu Yue Na remarked lightly, "Yuan, isn't what you said merely a tautology? Moreover, you yourself have expressed a fondness for cross-dressing. Sister, let us not digress from the topic." "And have you and Teacher Dong had a confrontation?" Gu Yuan hastily replied. Gu Yue Na lamented, "Junior brother, do you no longer hold affection for your elder sister? How could you even raise your voice at me back then?" As she spoke, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I was taken aback. This was the most distressing scene for Gu Yuan, as it was simply too painful to witness. "And you dare to speak, when it was clearly you who went back on your word," Gu Yuan retorted. "Moreover, concerning this garment of mine, you had already reneged on your promise yet insisted on having me wear it. Where is my attire?" Gu Yue Na pointed downwards, and Gu Yuan looked to see a pile of torn clothing. "Sister, what on earth happened?" Gu Yue Na pouted and remarked, "There's no other way. Your clothing is too cumbersome, so I might as well tear it apart." "What? How can I possibly commend you, sister?" Gu Yuan replied with exasperation. At that moment, Gu Yuan felt increasingly helpless towards his elder sister. The only solution was for him to ascend to divinity swiftly to subdue Gu Yue Na. Subsequently, As Gu Yue Na prepared to speak, she began to act in a charmingly spoiled manner. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Yuan could only lament. Is it truly easy to be a man? Chapter 91. Journey to the sunset forest in the dim light of a room at night. Two women, both adorned with silvery hair and violet eyes, possessed beauty that rivaled the finest in the Douluo Continent. One was Gu Yue Na, and the other was Gu Yuan, who was reluctantly dressed as a woman. Do not inquire why Gu Yuan appeared so enchanting in women's attire. After all, it was Gu Yue Na who had procured such exquisite garments for him. At that moment, Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. When he remarked on the difficulties of being a man, Gu Yue Na responded with a teasing smile. If you do not wish to be a man, being a woman is perfectly acceptable. After all, Yuri has its own allure. It all depends on whether my younger brother is willing. Her words struck Gu Yuan profoundly, leaving him unsettled. He had not anticipated that his sister harbored such thoughts. Was it truly his fault for being born a man? Reflecting on this, Gu Yuan felt a weight on his mind. How was it that Gu Yue Na had shed her previously aloof demeanor in his presence? Gu Yuan suddenly gazed at Gu Yue Na, who was sprawled across him. Her alluring figure and captivating beauty were undeniable, yet he hesitated, fearing that she might cause some mischief. Sister, it's time for you to get up. You've been lying on me the entire night, Gu Yuan remarked, gently pinching her soft cheek. Indeed, Gu Yue Na had insisted on lying on him throughout the night. Yuan, please don't tease me. I wish to sleep a little longer, Gu Yue Na pouted. Gu Yuan chuckled. Sister, you have been asleep for tens of thousands of years. Is that not enough? Or do you simply wish to remain in slumber? The helpless smile of Gu Yue Na reflected the innocence and charm of her sister, who was, after all, a naive novice untouched by the trials of life. As soon as the words left her lips, Gu Yue Na abruptly opened her eyes and exclaimed, No, Yuan, do you believe I won't reveal your secret about dressing as a girl to your teacher? At this moment, Gu Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Sister, please refrain from recounting those embarrassing tales. Do you believe I might just refuse to let you sleep beside me? All right. It seems that Yuan is beginning to express her disdain for her sister, Gu Yue Na remarked as she rose to her feet. The ancient bond of nature is best regarded as unheard, for Gu Yue Na often jested about it. Moreover, how could one possibly harbor affection for such a fragrant woman as Gu Yue Na? It would be foolish to relinquish her to another. Gu Yue Na descended from the bed, her bare feet gliding effortlessly across the floor, for her innate strength rendered her impervious to dust. In contrast, Gu Yuan had intended to don a simple pair of flats, yet she found herself compelled by Gu Yue Na to wear high heels instead. This time, Gu Yue Na had chosen a cheap how, and she was eager to witness the effect it would yield. To her delight, Gu Yue Na exclaimed, Yuan, did I not tell you? Such attire accentuates your femininity beautifully. Gu Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sister, can't you take this off already? It's extremely uncomfortable and bothersome. No can do, Gu Yue Na replied with a playful smile. I was actually considering having you wear feminine attire when hunting for spirit rings. But upon reflection, given your current circumstances with your senior sisters, perhaps it's best to refrain from wearing such garments for now. Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Expressing gratitude to the heavens, it was truly splendid. Sister, hasten your preparations, for we shall embark with our teacher to capture the soul rings. Gu Yue Na was initially quite reluctant to accompany Bai Dong, but she had no choice due to Gu Yuan's insistence. Soon, Gu Yuan and Gu Yue Na hastily prepared everything and made their way to the papal hall to meet Bai Dong. At the entrance of the papal hall, Bai Dong and Hu Lai Na awaited their arrival, with Bai Dong's focus solely on Gu Yuan, as her feelings towards Gu Yue Na were rather unfavorable. Teacher, why is junior brother taking so long? Hu Lai Na inquired. Do not fret, he shall arrive shortly. Who knows which woman is keeping him occupied? Bai Dong's irritation flared at the mere mention of Gu Yue Na. Moments later, Gu Yue Na and Gu Yuan appeared at the entrance of the papal hall. Junior brother, Hu Lai Na suddenly noticed a strikingly beautiful woman beside Gu Yuan, whose demeanor appeared rather frosty. Teacher, who is the woman next to junior brother? Hu Lai Na asked, puzzled. Bai Dong chuckled softly. That woman is Gu Yuan's sister, named Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na? Isn't she a former student of the Soul Master Academy? Hu Lai Na pondered, recalling an encounter from long ago that had faded from memory. With a slight pout, she added, It has indeed been a while since I last saw her. Then, upon spotting her senior sister and Bai Dong, Gu Yuan exclaimed, Teacher, senior sister. We have arrived. Hu Lai Na beamed and embraced Gu Yuan, saying yes. If you had taken any longer, I would have been thoroughly exasperated. This scene rendered both Bai Dong and Gu Yue Na momentarily speechless, their eyes widening in surprise. Gu Yuan gazed at Hu Yue in his arms and offered a gentle smile, reminding her of the appropriateness of the moment. "Sister, we must depart swiftly," he stated. Upon hearing this, Hu Yue promptly released herself from Gu Yuan's embrace. "Very well, teacher, let us be on our way," she replied. Subsequently, Gu Yuan and Hu Yue proceeded ahead, leaving Gu Yue Na and Bai Bai Dong behind. Bai Bai Dong let out a soft scoff, saying, "I never anticipated that Yuan would become so incensed on your behalf. How fortunate you are to have such a wonderful brother." Gu Yue Na responded, "We are alike. Is Yuan not also your disciple? Moreover, as his sister, I have every reason to watch over him." Their exchange appeared to be a simple conversation, yet it was imbued with an undercurrent of tension, as though a careless word could ignite a conflict. Subsequently, Bai Bai Dong cautioned, "I intend to designate Yuan as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, for his strength has proven to be formidable enough." Upon hearing the title of Saint Son, Gu Yue Na considered it a commendable choice for Gu Yuan, yet she believed it would not transpire swiftly. Could there be some ulterior motive behind your decision to appoint Li Yuan as the Saint's son? Gu Yue Na inquired with a hint of suspicion. Bibi Dong, observing Gu Yue Na's excessive wariness, responded with a reassuring smile, "Rest assured, there is no such scheme. Moreover, designating him as the Saint's son would indeed benefit your spirit beasts, would it not?" However, the moment her words fell, Gu Yue Na cast a piercing gaze filled with malice at Bibi Dong. "How do you know this?" she demanded. Bibi Dong replied, "From the very first encounter, I discerned your intentions, and possessing divine authority allows me to see through your little tricks. Moreover, you need not worry. I harbor no ill will towards your spirit beasts. My sole objective is Li Yuan." Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na regained her icy demeanor. "Very well, I hope you will honor your promise." Subsequently, Gu Yue Na and Bai Bai Dong ventured into Gu Yuan's carriage. At that moment, Gu Yuan was gazing outside from within, anxious that Gu Yue Na and Bai Bai Dong might engage in a quarrel. "Yuan, what captivates your attention so?" she teased. "Is my charm not sufficient to hold it?" As soon as Gu Yue Na entered the carriage, she noticed Gu Yuan lost in thought outside. Gu Yuan glanced back and said, "Sister, you have returned. Additionally, there is the teacher. Yuan need not worry about the teacher. We shall set off immediately." Bai Bai Dong then directly led the soldiers towards the sunset forest. Chapter 92. Tell me, how many women do you truly have? On the journey, with one man and 3 women, Gu Yuan felt at a loss for words. It was exceedingly uncomfortable. Hu Yue Na and Bibi Dong locked eyes, their gazes brimming with the unspoken promise of imminent conflict. "Sister, why aren't you saying anything?" Gu Yuan suddenly interjected, his voice slicing through the oppressive silence like a blade through tension-thickened air. Bibi Dong's piercing gaze shifted to the young man, her thoughts simmering with quiet indignation. That wretched Yuan. The moment he finds his sister, his teacher becomes but an afterthought. Gu Yue Na chuckled softly. "Yuan, what do you think? Moreover, what kind of spirit ring are you hoping to acquire this time?" Gu Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "Actually, I don't have any particular desire. I just wish to obtain a spirit ring around 60 to 70,000 years." Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong immediately sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "No, Yuan, you cannot choose this time. It must be under the guidance of the teacher. Have you forgotten how close you came to losing your life last time?" "Teacher, that was merely an accident," Gu Yuan replied. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and turned to see Gu Yue Na pinching him. "Yuan, why didn't you tell me about your previous spirit ring hunt?" Gu Yue Na gazed at him with a gentle yet concerned expression. The mention of Gu Yuan nearly losing his life had ignited a surge of anger within her. "Sister, let me explain. That was an accident, and I was just careless," Gu Yuan hastily clarified. "Besides, I'm already at level 60 now, and my mental strength is far greater than before." Gu Yuan quickly turned to glance at Bibi Dong, who wore an expression of deep resentment. "Why must you speak of this particular matter?" Bibi Dong noticed Gu Yuan's gaze upon her, muttering under her breath, "It's no wonder, considering your previous indiscretions." Gu Yuan quickly replied, "Sister, this time I will heed your advice. Let us not dwell on past grievances." Gu Yue Na said with a hint of displeasure, "Yuan, I shall let you off this time, but be cautious in the future." "All right, I understand, sister," Gu Yuan quickly replied. Gu Yue Na turned her head away from Gu Yuan, as her anger had yet to fully dissipate. Gu Yuan felt a slight itch and turned to discover it was Hu Yue Na poking him with her hand. "What's wrong, senior sister?" he asked. Noticing her adorably bewildered expression, which made him feel as though he had no authority in the conversation. I think I just broke through to level 50. Gu Yue Na said, her eyes wide with innocence. Gu Yuan responded, perplexed, as even Bibi Dong beside them looked at Gu Yue Na with surprise. Promptly, Gu Yuan called upon the Yuan Yu sword, exclaiming, Yuan Yu sword, what is happening? I distinctly remember seeing your sister not leveling up so quickly. It appears that the fox demon bloodline within you resonates harmoniously with your dual cultivation partner, the Yuan Yu sword elucidated. So that's what it is. But this is utterly absurd. Gu Yuan remarked helplessly. The Yuan Yu sword chuckled, Master, everything in this world is quite ridiculous, and you cannot control the occurrences within it. Allow me to inform you. Once your fox demon bloodline reaches 9 tails, you and your women will experience rapid advancements, for you are a natural and exquisite elixir furnace. Gu Yuan had not anticipated that he was, in fact, a naturally superior elixir furnace. Subsequently, he refrained from responding to the Yuan Yu sword, as this revelation was simply too overwhelming to process. Bibi Dong then inquired, Nana, how did you level up so quickly? Can we not discuss this? It's a private matter between me and my junior, Gu Yue Na replied with a hint of shyness. She had completely misconstrued the notion of dual cultivation, not realizing Gu Yue Na viewed it in such a manner. Seeing Gu Yue Na's reluctance to divulge more, Bibi Dong chose not to press further and turned to say, this time, I will take Nana to hunt for soul rings. You can take that one called Gu Yue Na with you. At this moment, Bibi Dong was not eager to see this woman any longer. Although it was a pity not to accompany Gu Yuan, ultimately, he was still destined to remain by her side. Very well, I share the same intention, Gu Yue Na responded. Gu Yuan observed the dialogue between the two women with a growing sense of exasperation. Soon after, Gu Yuan and his companions swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the sunset forest. Gu Yuan dismounted from the carriage and said, Teacher, I will accompany my sister. If you help my senior sister obtain a suitable spirit ring, please wait for us. Bibi Dong replied with a smile, of course, without waiting for Gu Yuan to respond. Gu Yue Na took her hand and walked away. Observing Gu Yuan's departing figure, Gu Yue Na could not help but inquire, Teacher, are you certain that is Gu Yuan's sister? It seems their relationship is quite unusual. Bibi Dong reassured her, Nana, you need not concern yourself with that. Focus on your cultivation. Your junior brother holds you in his heart. Gu Yue Na nodded in agreement and followed Bibi Dong into the sunset forest. Yuan, explain to your sister just how many women are connected to you, Gu Yue Na teased, tugging at Gu Yuan's ear. Gu Yue Na believed that Gu Yuan must have numerous admirers, and having seen Gu Yue Na's demeanor in the carriage, she was already aware of the profound connection. She never anticipated that her younger brother would be so appealing to women, nor did she expect him to keep it from her. It hurts. Sister, please let go. Gu Yuan hurriedly grasped Gu Yue Na's hand, urging her to release him. You refuse to speak? Noticing Gu Yuan's reluctance to divulge, Gu Yue Na immediately twisted a few more times. At that moment, Gu Yuan felt his ears burning with embarrassment. Sister, could you please refrain from speaking? I implore you to stop twisting, dear sister. Before Gu Yuan could finish speaking, he noticed something amiss in Gu Yue Na's gaze. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na released her grip on Gu Yuan's ear, appearing quite the contrast in size. Go on. I'm rather curious about how many women you might have. Gu Yue Na inquired with intrigue. 4, Gu Yuan replied, a hint of fear evident in his voice. Upon hearing the mention of 4, Gu Yue Na realized that she had underestimated Yuan Air. The ability to attract romantic interests was something she had not anticipated. Including herself, were there not 5 in total? Moreover, she had already bestowed her first experience upon Yuan Air. Gu Yue Na then angrily exclaimed, Are you still thinking of finding a few more women? No way, sister. There are already enough, and I dare not seek any more, Gu Yuan pouted. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yue Na smiled and said, Yuan, we shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us first assist you in acquiring your soul ring. Oh, very well, replied Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gazed at her capricious sister with a tinge of trepidation, realizing that her understanding of her sibling was rather superficial, merely scratching the surface. Indeed, a woman in love can be most formidable. Yuan, do you truly desire a soul ring of approximately 60,000 years? Gu Yue Na inquired with a smile. Gu Yuan pondered whether the duration should be 60,000 years or 70,000 years. Sister, perhaps a soul ring of 70,000 years would be more appropriate, he remarked. My 5th soul ring is nearly 60,000 years old. Following this, Gu Yue Na appeared to comprehend his thoughts and promptly led Gu Yuan to the heart of the Sunset Forest. Chapter 93, The Silver Dragon Spear. Gu Yue Na led Gu Yuan into the outskirts of the heart of the Sunset Forest. Along the way, Gu Yue Na retracted the imposing aura of the Silver Dragon King to prevent the soul beasts from straying too far from them. What kind of soul beast do you desire, Yuan? You have encountered numerous thousand-year soul beasts along the way, Gu Yue Na said gently. Sister, you never grant me what I wish for. What can I do? Gu Yuan replied with a hint of melancholy in her gaze towards Gu Yue Na. Upon witnessing the soul beast he desired, Gu Yuan was met with a direct refusal from Gu Yue Na, who proclaimed that the year of the beast was far too advanced for him to endure. Hearing these words, Gu Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was evident that his sister was not only denying him the opportunity to choose, but also placing blame upon him. Sister, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Gu Yuan pouted, expressing his frustration. You refuse to hunt the soul beast I wish for. Gu Yue Na lightly tapped Gu Yuan's head and remarked, Are you not aware of what your teacher mentioned previously? I cannot allow you to confront excessively formidable soul beasts. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking, Sister, my spiritual power has grown sufficiently strong over these past few years, and yet you insist on having me don women's attire without any objection from me. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan with a look of astonishment. Yuan, what did you just say? Please repeat it. Gu Yuan felt that he had inadvertently let something slip and hastily explained, Sister, let us proceed ahead and take a look. I will scout the path first. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Yuan swiftly departed from the spot, fearing that Gu Yue Na might punish him if she lost focus for even a moment. Observing Gu Yuan's hasty retreat, Gu Yue Na couldn't help but chuckle. Yuan truly is easily frightened. Am I truly that terrifying? Gu Yue Na found herself lost in thought for a moment, but soon disregarded her musings and made her way towards Gu Yuan. Yuan, have you discovered the soul ring you desire? Gu Yue Na suddenly noticed Gu Yuan gazing intently at a certain spot. Sister, it must be that soul beast over there. I feel that its soul ring is more compatible. Gu Yuan pointed towards the location ahead. Gu Yue Na gazed ahead at a soul beast resembling a bird. Seemingly a sky bird, a soul beast of 70,000 years. Are you sure you can handle this? After all, Yuan's is also a soul beast of 70,000 years. Gu Yue Na inquired. Ancient Yuan nodded fervently, fearing that Gu Yue Na would prevent him from capturing this soul ring. Very well, considering your previous efforts. It would be unkind to refuse. Gu Yue Na then unleashed her imposing aura, preparing to hunt the sky bird. In her hand appeared a silver spear, elongated and resplendent in its brilliant silver hue. The surface of the spear was adorned with subtle dragon patterns, devoid of excessive ornamentation. When the spear was raised, clusters of radiance manifested around it, while beneath the tip, a gem attracted the luminous glow. Gu Yuan was instantly captivated by the spear held by Gu Yue Na. It bore a striking resemblance to his own Yuejian. Regrettably, he wielded a sword rather than a spear. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan with a smile and said, This is called the Silver Dragon Spear, a companion weapon of mine, and it is an extraordinary artifact. An extraordinary artifact? Is it more formidable than your Yuanyue sword? Gu Yuan pondered for a moment. However, he decided to refrain from further contemplation for now, resolving to inquire about the Yuanyue sword later. But why have I never seen you summon the Silver Dragon Spear before? Gu Yuan questioned, perplexed. Indeed, he had never witnessed Gu Yue Na call forth the Silver Dragon Spear. Its potent aura was unmistakable, igniting a sense of determination within Gu Yuan, for his sister had already surpassed even the limit Douluo. And with such an extraordinary artifact in her possession, he feared he might be outmatched in future battles. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na gently replied, Yuan, that is because I see no necessity, for my sister possesses the strength to assist you. She then proceeded to let Yuan witness her Silver Dragon Spear. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na aimed the Silver Dragon Spear at the soaring bird and launched an attack. However, in the next moment, the bird swiftly evaded the strike, as it is renowned as the fastest avian soul beast. Sister, this soul beast is no ordinary creature. After all, it is a soul beast of 70,000 years. Gu Yuan reminded. Gu Yue Na couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush, unexpectedly receiving a reprimand from Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan subsequently summoned the Yuanyu sword, declaring, Domain of the sword. Instantly, both Gu Yue Na and Gu Yuan experienced a significant surge in their powers. The flying bird, sensing the shift in energy, hastily attempted to flee. Sister, hurry. That soul beast is escaping. Gu Yuan urgently called Gu Yue Na back from her moment of shyness. All right, Gu Yue Na replied, feeling utterly mortified. Without delay, She aimed her silver dragon spear at the fleeing bird and released it. Mid-flight, the spear transformed into a spectral dragon, gliding gracefully towards its target. Gu Yuan was momentarily astonished as he beheld the silver dragon spear transform into a shadow of a dragon. The power of the spear was palpable even from a distance. Soon, the silver dragon spear undoubtedly struck the flying bird, eliciting a pained cry from the creature. Watching the injured bird crash to the ground, gasping for breath, Gu Yue Na had deliberately diminished her strength, fearful of inadvertently killing the soul beast. Sister, the power of your silver dragon spear is remarkable. I can feel its might even from afar, Gu Yuan remarked with a hint of surprise. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan's expression of mild astonishment and couldn't help but chuckle, for her sister had never exhibited such surprise in her presence before. Sister Yuan's strength is far from what you might imagine. If one day she were to ascend to divinity, who knows? I might even wish to engage you in a duel with all my might. Gu Yue Na remarked with a smile. Gu Yuan, it appears that my sister has concealed her true strength so deeply. It seems I must strive harder in the future. I realize that I am not as formidable as I once imagined. Sister, will I ever have the chance to surpass you when I ascend to divinity? Gu Yuan couldn't help but express his curiosity. Gu Yue Na responded with interest. That will depend on Yuan's future capabilities. If you declare that Yuan may surpass her sister, I might find myself yearning for you every single day. Gu Yuan remarked, aren't you constantly yearning for me? Nevertheless, he decided it was time to swiftly obtain the soul ring. He then aimed the Yuan Yu sword directly at the faltering sky bird for a final strike. And a dark soul ring gradually emerged from the creature's body. Gu Yue Na promptly said, Yuan, quickly absorb the spirit ring. I will protect you. All right. Following that, Gu Yuan sat down to absorb the spirit ring. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan as he gradually absorbed the soul ring, feeling that everything was proceeding smoothly. Moreover, she believed that her beloved Yuan possessed formidable mental strength and would encounter no mishaps. Yuan, my dear, at such a tender age, you have already attained the rank of Soul Emperor. Do you realize that this is an achievement many in the human realm strive for their entire lives yet fail to attain? As she spoke, Gu Yue Na couldn't help but feel envious of Gu Yuan's remarkable talent. Chapter 94. The Slaying of Gods and Demons. Gu Yuan stood still, observing Gu Yu absorbing the soul ring without any signs of abnormality, allowing herself to relax her mind. At that moment, Gu Yuan's consciousness was engaged in a fierce struggle against the remnants left by the soul beast, surprised by the intensity of its lingering resentment. Master, do not underestimate this. This remnant is merely the weakest. I sense that absorbing soul rings in the future will be particularly challenging for you. The sword, Yuan Yu, lamented. Indeed, Gu Yuan's innate talent was remarkable, yet it also meant that future soul ring absorption would be arduous. What? Gu Yuan chuckled helplessly, pondering the irony that her exceptional talent would lead to such difficulties in the future. Why is this so? Yuan Yu responded cautiously, this may relate to your constitution. Your body is infused with numerous powers, rendering it excessively formidable, especially due to your fox demon bloodline. The final point was delivered with great care, emphasizing that the disparity among the powers contributed to this imbalance. All right, Gu Yuan sighed tearfully, this is all my doing. Do not be disheartened, master. Although your powers may be chaotic, they are undeniably powerful, Yuan Yu reassured her. Power? Does this mean I can defeat my sister? Or that old monster? Xiaoyu? Gu Yuan inquired. If Xiaoyu were to hear Gu Yuan refer to her as an old monster, she would undoubtedly demand a reckoning. Yuan Yu, reluctant to shatter Gu Yuan's hopes, replied, you can indeed defeat your sister, but she has implanted a dragon heart within you, which will cause you great pain whenever she activates it. However, it is unlikely that she would do so. As for thoughts of Xiaoyu, those should be dismissed, for her power is so immense that even the heavenly Tao of Douluo Continent trembles before her. She does not belong to this world. Yet she came here because of you, master. Upon hearing the tale, Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The deception he had endured during the earlier stages, compelling him to cooperate with his sister, only to find himself burdened with the dragon heart, weighed heavily upon him. Yet, he resolved to set aside these tribulations until he attained divinity. Subsequently, Gu Yuan dispelled the lingering resentment of the soul beast and began to absorb its power. After a considerable passage of time, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though the absorption of the soul ring had taken an eternity. Sister, he remarked, only to realize that Gu Yue Na had been gazing at him intently. Startled by her unwavering attention, he blurted out, what is it? Gu Yue Na chuckled and replied, is it so wrong for an elder sister to admire her dashing younger brother? Not at all. How could that be? Gu Yuan, taken aback, realized that this was the first time he had heard his sister describe him as handsome, despite his undeniable charm. Gu Yue Na suddenly inquired, Yuan, tell me, is your sister beautiful? Of course she is beautiful, Gu Yuan promptly replied, for her sister was indeed strikingly lovely. But compared to your teacher, who is more attractive? Yuan, you should answer with utmost caution. Gu Yue Na posed a question that delved into the depths of the soul. Gu Yuan wore a bitter smile, realizing that his sister was unlikely to care about such matters. However, upon catching a glimpse of Gu Yue Na's gaze, an involuntary chill ran down his spine. Ahem. Of course, my sister is the most beautiful, Gu Yuan replied without hesitation. In his heart, he still held a preference for his sister, after all. His first experience was meant for Gu Yue Na, though he remained unaware of this truth. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's response, Gu Yue Na's face broke into a radiant smile, seemingly quite pleased with his answer. Although Gu Yuan's expression bore a hint of ferocity, the mere fact that he could voice such sentiments indicated that, in his heart, Gu Yue Na remained the most beautiful. Yuaner, do you truly speak the truth? She inquired, to which Gu Yuan replied with a gentle demeanor, however, if you dare to speak of other women's beauty in the future. Ancient Yuan immediately replied, sister will not. By the way, Yuaner, what is your soul skill this time? Last time, your 10,000 swords return to origin was indeed quite formidable. Gu Yue Na couldn't help but exclaim. Ancient Yuan nearly forgot that absorbing the soul ring also granted her a soul skill. Divine Demon Slaughter. Subsequently, Ancient Yuan summoned the Yuan Moon Sword. While in her other hand, she held an identical Yuan Moon Sword, albeit one imbued with malevolent power. Gu Yue Na gazed thoughtfully at the two swords in Gu Yuan's hands. Why did the other sword in Yuan's grasp exude such malevolence? Yuan, permit me to witness the prowess of your soul skill, she inquired. Certainly. Soon after, Gu Yuan directed both Yuan Yue's swords forward, unleashing an attack. The two blades emitted contrasting forces, one radiant, the other sinister. The collision of these two energies resulted in an even greater surge of power. Suddenly, the forces erupted into a spectacular explosion. Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming strength of this explosive force, particularly as her experience with soul skills was rather limited. Gu Yue Na gazed at the two surges of power, feeling an increasing headache. How could her brother possess such malevolent strength? Yet, this power did not appear to affect Gu Yuan. In the distance, Bai Bai Dong and Hu Lai Na also heard the sound of the explosion. Bai Bai Dong sensed the malevolent force emanating from the blast and thought to herself, how can this power be so wicked, resembling my own martial spirit, so closely? Teacher, what is wrong? Has something happened to my junior brother? Hu Lai Na inquired with concern. It's nothing. It's likely just the power your junior brother used to hunt soul beasts. Moreover, his sister is quite formidable, Bai Bai Dong replied. Nana, have you found a soul beast that catches your eye? You've been away for quite some time, she added. Hu Lai Na dismissed thoughts of the explosion and, gazing ahead at the five-tailed fox soul beast, remarked, Teacher, it must be that fox soul beast with 5 tails. Gu Yuan found herself utterly perplexed by Gu Yue Na's inquiries. Yuan, how could your power be malevolent? There exists both a force of light and a force of darkness. Gu Yue Na asked with grave seriousness. Gu Yuan was equally bewildered by this predicament. Yuan, please respond earnestly. Do not jest with me, Gu Yuan reiterated. Indeed, it was the first time she had witnessed her sister in such a state of agitation. Subsequently, Gu Yuan turned to the Yuan Yu sword and inquired, Yuan Yu sword, what is the meaning of this? What is the significance of the duality of light and darkness? This must pertain to your teacher, the Yuan Yu sword responded. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan fell into contemplation regarding Bibi Dong, realizing that he had not inherited any martial soul from her. The Yuan Yu sword, noticing Gu Yuan's deep thoughts, elucidated, the orb you consumed, gifted by your teacher, harbors the malevolent essence of the Rakshasa. Moreover, your teacher's martial soul is inherently sinister, which is why your soul skills carry a trace of wickedness. Understanding the implications of Yuan Yu sword's explanation, Gu Yuan recognized that the orb he had ingested was the source of this dark power. Subsequently, Gu Yuan snapped back to reality. Gazing into the eyes of Gu Yue Na, uncertain of how to respond, as this predicament stemmed from Bibi Dong's fear that Gu Yue Na might annihilate him. Chapter 95. The drowsy flower. Gu Yue Na's piercing gaze was fixated on Gu Yuan, her expression gravely serious. She harbored no fear of Gu Yuan's deceit, for any falsehood would lead to his inevitable demise. Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed his sister, Gu Yue Na, fixating her gaze upon him. Sister, why are you staring at me? He inquired, unable to suppress his discomfort. Gu Yue Na smiled and said, Yuaner, You already possess the answer in your heart. Why not share it with your sister? Or must I press you to reveal it? Gu Yuan then spoke with great difficulty. Sister, if I tell you, will you promise not to be angry? Of course, Gu Yue Na replied, her face beaming with a smile. As long as Yuan speaks up, I assure you, I shall not be upset. Gu Yuan gazed at Gu Yue Na's smile, sensing an undercurrent of danger. Thus, he began to articulate the reasons behind the emergence of such malevolent forces. After a few hours, a sudden scream pierced the air. It hurts. Sister, let go? Gu Yuan lamented sorrowfully. Gu Yue Na admonished Gu Yuan in anger, expressing her bewilderment at the peculiar nature of this power, which, as it turned out, was linked to his mentor. It seems my previous attempts at guiding you have fallen short. Such a malevolent force has now been unleashed by you. Upon hearing that it was due to Bibi Dong, Gu Yue Na was instantly filled with ire, especially since everything seemed to revolve around that woman. Sister promised not to get angry. Besides, this power is formidable. It won't affect me, Gu Yuan pouted. Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Yuan, who showed no signs of repentance, and thus twirled her ears a few more times. Gu Yuan exclaimed loudly, Sister, I was wrong. It truly hurts to be so awkward. At that moment, Gu Yuan felt utterly despondent, lamenting the fact that he was always the one who suffered. Moreover, he realized the necessity of being cautious in romantic entanglements. Otherwise, he would inevitably find himself in a metaphorical crematorium. Gu Yue Na shot Gu Yuan a displeased glance before releasing her grip on his ear. Sister, I truly made a mistake, and it is not entirely my fault, Gu Yuan pouted. Gu Yue Na remained unresponsive to Gu Yuan, her anger palpable and seemingly insurmountable. Sister, Gu Yuan felt a twinge of sorrow at his sister's indifference. It appeared he truly needed to mend their rift. Without hesitation, he enveloped Gu Yue Na from behind, pulling her into his embrace. Sister, please don't be angry, or else my heart will truly ache. Gu Yuan gently caressed Gu Yue Na's soft cheeks as he spoke. No, Yuan heir has indeed erred, and I am not one to be easily appeased, Gu Yue Na retorted with a huff. Gu Yuan was taken aback by his sister's stubbornness. He decided he had no choice but to resort to his last tactic. He leaned in and pressed his lips against Gu Yue Na's. Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed with surprise at Gu Yuan's audacity. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pushing him down to the ground, taking the initiative in their playful exchange. Gu Yuan initially intended to overturn the situation and subdue Gu Yue Na, but alas, Gu Yue Na's strength proved insurmountable. Thus, Gu Yuan could only endure the kiss from Gu Yue Na, despite being the one who sought to take the initiative. After a prolonged moment, their lips finally parted. At this moment, Gu Yue Na's cheeks were particularly flushed, yet she radiated joy, for her beloved Yuan had finally taken the initiative to kiss her. However, how could she allow her to occupy the dominant position? Yuan has truly matured. So soon, she is contemplating devouring her elder sister entirely, Gu Yue Na remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan felt as if she were on the verge of tears, never expecting that her sister preferred to take the initiative rather than remain passive. Gu Yuan shyly exclaimed, Sister, please hurry and get off me, or else what? Or does Yuan truly desire something? Gu Yue Na laughed. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na gently glided her jade-like hand across Gu Yuan's chest, causing a stirring restlessness to awaken within him. Sister, please come down quickly. I truly cannot bear it any longer, Gu Yuan pleaded. Gu Yuan halted as Gu Yue Na came to a stop, subsequently taking a seat on the opposite side, gazing intently at him. Finally gone, he exhaled, nearly losing the last vestiges of his resolve. Humph, how utterly tedious, Gu Yue Na remarked, unable to restrain her thoughts. Gu Yuan pondered quietly to himself what had caused his sister's peculiar behavior that day. Is my sister perhaps feeling envious? He whispered softly. Gu Yue Na could certainly hear Gu Yuan's words, yet she felt a twinge of jealousy. Shortly after, Gu Yuan approached Gu Yue Na's side and said, Sister, why am I so tired? Before Gu Yuan could finish her sentence, she nestled into Gu Yue Na's embrace. Yuan, Gu Yue Na called out numerous times. But there was no response. It seemed that Gu Yuan was not jesting after all. In the air, Gu Yue Na caught a whiff of a faint floral fragrance. Upon observing her surroundings, she suddenly noticed a peculiar flower in a nearby location. The delicate water-sleep flower made her furrow her brow. She had not anticipated the presence of such a bloom here, for had it not long since vanished? How could it reappear in this place? No. She must hasten to leave with Yuan. Gu Yue Na cradled the infant Gu Yuan in her arms and made her way toward a nearby cave. Alas, she had truly let her guard down this time. Gu Yue Na sat beside Gu Yuan, holding her close. Gu Yue Na wandered for quite some time before discovering a rather suitable cave. Sister, please do not leave me. I promise I will not anger you, Gu Yue Na said, tears streaming down her face. Gu Yue Na furrowed her delicate brows. Legend had it that those intoxicated by the slumber blossom would inevitably dream of their deepest fears. Yet she never imagined this myth to hold such veracity. Sister Yuanir shall never forsake you, Gu Yue Na whispered tenderly into Gu Yuan's ear. Witnessing the crystalline tears tracing down Gu Yuan's cheeks, an inexplicable pang of sorrow pierced her own heart. Gu Yuan seemed to have heard the voice of Gu Yue Na, and his expression gradually transitioned from anguish to a semblance of tranquility. It appears that Yuanir was indeed speaking the truth. This sunset forest is far from ordinary. However, we must wait for Yuanir to awaken to comprehend its true nature, Gu Yue Na remarked. Gu Yue Na lowered her head to carefully observe the handsome features of Gu Yuan, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. This unmistakably indicated that her thoughts had strayed. Yuan, must you be so exceptionally handsome? It would spare you from attracting so many women, Gu Yue Na lamented. Perhaps I should just devour Gu Yuan once more, she suddenly remarked with a mischievous smile. Then, an idea struck her, leading her into contemplation. Is this truly the place where the dragon kings of your met their demise? Gu Yue Na mused. Sister, you must have faith in Yuan, Gu Yuan suddenly spoke in his sleep. Gu Yue Na was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chou Yuan would speak in her sleep. However, this demeanor of hers is truly endearing. She gently poked Gu Yuan's soft little face and then playfully prodded her own. It seemed that her face was indeed not as soft as Yuan's. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na became quite enamored, continuously poking Gu Yuan's fluffy little face. Chapter 96. The bashful Gu Yue Na. The morning sunlight streamed in as a radiant beam, illuminating Gu Yuan's already rosy little face. Gu Yuan felt an unusual brightness and gradually opened his eyes. What is that fragrance? Gu Yuan suddenly caught a whiff of an alluring aroma. Gu Yan suddenly lifted her head and unexpectedly encountered something. Upon glancing over, she realized she had inadvertently touched her sister's intimate area. Fortunately, her sister remained asleep. Gu Yan placed a hand over her heart and thought to herself, if Gu Yue Na were to awaken now, it would be utterly mortifying. When he awoke, Gu Yue Na was already conscious. However, Gu Yuan hesitated to stir,